Chapter 390, Floating Oh Dear. Tang San swallowed hard, and the expressions of everyone around him froze. Lei Zi's furious curses were abruptly halted as he cautiously glanced at the widening fissures beneath their feet. With each crack, the sound resonated acutely in Tang San's ears. The sound of glass shattering was melodious, yet the reality beneath it remained a mystery. Bai Yi looked up at the ceiling, uncertain whether the mechanical force of their tools could reach the apex to support their bodies with ropes. The height of about 10 meters posed no issue for the length of the ropes. Under Bai Yi's suggestion, everyone secured their belts and ropes in preparation for any unforeseen circumstances. At that moment, Hai Dongqing surprisingly flew back, perhaps having sensed the absence of its master or exhibiting an animal's instinct for danger. This time, it maintained a distance of about 3 meters from the group instead of soaring far ahead. They all raised their feet cautiously, landing softly as if to lessen their weight. Fortunately, the cracking of the glass had not worsened, allowing everyone to breathe a sigh of relief as they moved slowly. The narrow passage seemed endless, and even after half an hour, no conclusion was in sight. The icy glass walls reflected a cold light, growing monotonous as time dragged on. Having been inside for so long, fatigue set in, and Tang San yawned, pondering whether it was day or night. As Tang San yawned, his body lifted off the ground. Xiaoshan, quick on his feet, caught him just in time. Alas, both of them tumbled through the suddenly gaping crack. Xia, standing behind Xiaoshan, attempted to reach for them, but burdened as he was with Boss Guan, he was a beat too slow and could only watch as the two fell through the opening. Tang San felt an icy chill envelop him, his hand still tightly grasped, as he realized he was being carried along by a current. Awakening to the sensation of floating on the water's surface, illuminated by the moonlight, he exhaled in relief. He was still alive. Turning his head, he saw Xiaoshan also afloat. Clutching him tightly, a warmth spread through Tang San as he called out, "Xiaoshan, wake up, wake up." The silhouette of the mountains under the moonlight appeared ominous. Looming like a ferocious beast, Tang San chose to ignore the shadows, finding it strange that he remained buoyant. In response to his calls, Xiaoshan regained consciousness and attempted to rise, seemingly unaware of their predicament. It was only upon Tang San's urging that he ceased his struggle. "Brother San, why aren't we sinking?" The upward force beneath them puzzled Tang San. A buoyancy from the water kept them afloat while they drifted along with the current. This was truly astonishing. But what? Xiaoshan shuddered, the surrounding shadows instilling fear. The coldness of the water was not a concern for him. Having grown up in frigid conditions, he was no stranger to the chill. Uncertain of how long this buoyancy would sustain him, Tang San gritted his teeth and said, "I am not a good swimmer." It was imperative to find something to support his body and reach the shore. But where was the shore? Tang San glanced around, realizing they were in a small creek. A bitter smile crept across his face. He had truly startled himself. It was merely a creek. How deep could it be? Struggling to rise, he stood up and discovered that the water only reached his calves. The so-called upward buoyancy was merely the result of his backpack, which was caught behind him. With a wry grin, he pulled Xiaoshan up to his feet. Xiaoshan, ever straightforward, burst into laughter. "Brother, is this the creek?" "What creek?" Tang San flushed with embarrassment at his earlier analysis. Indeed, he could only be Tang San and not Bai Yi. "Wasn't there a creek when we arrived?" Xiaoshan's words reminded Tang San. However, he had no time to ponder, as he was shivering from the cold. The late autumn forest felt as frigid as winter in the south. Tang San felt his backpack. Thankfully, Bai Yi had considered the situation thoroughly, learning from previous lessons, and had waterproofed the bag with oil paper. Although the exterior was damp, the interior remained dry. Unfortunately, he had lost the torch he was holding. Tang San and Xiaoshan gathered some branches and leaves, igniting a fire by the creek. Sitting beside the flames with his knees drawn to his chest, Tang San munched on dry rations, thoughts drifting to Xia and the others. He wondered how they were faring. Xiaoshan appeared somewhat dejected, his eyes reddened. "It's all right," Tang San reassured him. "With Bai Yi and Xia around, even if we encounter some strange formations, my junior brother is there." He trusted the dwarf's character. Yet, he found it puzzling why only a large hole had opened beneath his feet. Exhaustion weighed heavily on Tang San, and soon he and Xiaoshan, nestled by the fire, succumbed to slumber. Tang San fell into a deep sleep, and in his dreams, a soft lullaby began to play. In April, the 6 flowers bloom. 3 children come to perform a play. The melody drifted from afar, soothing his spirit. He rolled over, only to have his upper body tumble to the ground, his head striking a hard stone, jolting him awake. Xiaoshan, who had been leaning against him, immediately shifted to his side. Tang San adjusted Xiaoshan for comfort, placing his backpack under his head as a makeshift pillow. Lost in thought, he recalled the lullaby, which he last heard while at the Qiao Linglong lock left by his father. That was when the melody first came to mind. Yet there was no such song in his hometown. How had he remembered it? This matter remained perplexing. In his dreams, he had only recalled those 3 lines, and the rest was indistinct. If there were any connection between him and the lullaby, it was the number 3. His name contained a 3, given by his adoptive father. Yet, the two seemed incongruous. Xiaoshan slept soundly, even murmuring his and Xiao Ning's names in his slumber. To him, they were his dearest companions. Tang San Cheng adjusted the garment draped over Xiaoshan, tightening it further, as he found himself utterly devoid of drowsiness. Haunted by the echoes of a haunting melody and the thoughts of Xiao Ning, the banks of the stream were flanked by dense thickets, and the night wind rustled through the trees, sending down remnants of leaves, which contributed to the desolate and chilly atmosphere that enveloped Tang San Cheng, invoking a different kind of coldness within him. What of Xie and Bai Yi, he pondered. At that moment, footsteps resonated in the forest, prompting Tang San Cheng to rise instinctively and pursue the sound. Could it be that Bai Yi and the others had emerged? Chapter 391. Patterns. The footsteps in the woods were both light and powerful, reminiscent of Xie's stride, suggesting that their owner possessed considerable martial prowess. Could it be Xie? The thought intensified Tang San Cheng's urgency, and he followed the sound, guided by the beam of his flashlight. As he drew closer, he halted abruptly, recognizing the familiar silhouette of Xie. However, this figure was taller and moved differently. Realizing his impulsiveness, Tang San Cheng felt a twinge of regret and paused. The stranger seemed to sense his hesitation, turning to face him. In the dim light of night, the features of the individual remained indistinct. The two stood facing each other for a moment before Tang San Cheng finally inquired, "Who are you?" The stranger remained silent, discarding an object onto the ground. The glint of the rolling object caught Tang San Cheng's attention, and he hurried to investigate. By the time he looked up again, the figure had vanished without a trace, their speed astonishing. It had taken mere seconds. Tang San Cheng stood bewildered, utterly perplexed by the events. Approaching the shimmering item, he discovered a round bead that instantly captivated him. Regretting Bai Yi's absence, he secured the bead and ventured forward, attempting to locate the shadowy figure, but to no avail. Remembering that Xiaoshan remained behind, Tang San Cheng dared not linger too long and returned to the stream. Xiaoshan was still blissfully asleep, oblivious to the recent occurrences, a testament to the nurturing of spiritual essence by nature itself. As dawn gradually illuminated the surroundings, Tang San Cheng shook Xiaoshan awake. "We must seek out Bai Yi and the others." Xiaoshan nodded, albeit still in a state of drowsiness, his eyes heavy with sleep. Tang San Cheng had to rouse him vigorously, ensuring he was fully alert. The fire had long extinguished, and the morning air in the mountains was as brisk as the night before. Tang San Cheng shivered at the thought of the bead in his backpack, his eagerness to find Bai Yi intensifying. Xiaoshan, agile as a monkey, climbed to the highest tree, surveying the area with keen eyes. His ability to scale the bare trunks with such ease was remarkable. Tang San Cheng watched with concern as Xiaoshan perched precariously on a branch at least 15 or 16 meters high. Xiaoshan stood atop the hill, merely a dark speck against the vastness. Tang San, upon hearing footsteps behind him, abruptly turned around to find Madman and Ghost. "What brings you here?" he inquired. Madman and Ghost were genuinely startled. "You've been inside for a day and a night without emerging, so we decided to wander about. Where are the others?" "They have yet to come out," Tang San suddenly realized. "Then where are we?" "Downstream of the creek," replied Madman. "What about their master?" "Naturally. Their master was the second boss." Tang San shook his head. "It's a long story. Let's wait for Xiaoshan to come down first." Fortunately, he was now aware of their location. Xiaoshan, clutching the tree trunk, slid down like it was a slide and landed gracefully on the ground, not even catching his breath. Tang San anxiously asked, "Did you see them?" Xiaoshan scratched his head and pointed to one side. "They should be over there, but getting there seems quite complicated." Hearing this, Tang San felt a wave of relief. The fact that their figures could be seen indicated they had managed to exit the crystal tomb. They just needed to regroup. Tang San believed it wise to return to the starting point, trusting that Bai Yi and the others shared the same sentiment. Under the guidance of Madman and Monkey, The four made their way towards the tense location. As they pressed for details on what had transpired, upon hearing the news of Monkey's tragic demise, both madman and ghost exchanged a glance, then averted their gazes. Tang San sensed something amiss with the two, attributing it to their distress. No one could have anticipated this. Do not grieve too heavily, he consoled. Ghost's eyes glistened with unshed tears. We blame ourselves, he lamented. I and Madman. Enough, Madman interjected. What has happened is done. What more can we do? What is there to hide? This was a decision we made together, hence the outcome of the draw, Ghost remarked. Otherwise, it could have been either of you descending, and perhaps the one to perish would have been you. Tang San, taken aback, asked. So you two were reluctant to go down? Madman let out a grunt. Truth be told, neither of us wished to come here. The allure of the Qianling holds no charm for us. Even if treasures akin to mountains lay beneath, we would not risk our lives for them. Our sole concern was for our master, a man of integrity and deep loyalty. We came solely for him. As for Monkey, ever since that Bosquan appeared, his flattery has been incessant. I've never seen him show such warmth towards our master. Even if we hadn't played tricks, he would have been the first to volunteer to go down, driven by greed and ambition. Enough, Ghost interjected, unable to endure any further. He's already in such a state. There's no need to speak ill of him. I am merely stating the truth, Madman replied. And you yourself acknowledge that what has transpired is irrevocable. What remains unsaid? I have always harbored suspicions about that Bosquan. However, our master, bound by past loyalties, insists on heeding his counsel, ignoring my warnings entirely. Oh, that is indeed surprising. Tang San remarked. What makes you say that about Bosquan? There is something peculiar about him. The madman remarked, unpredictably. There was a time when I encountered him on the street. I greeted him, yet he appeared not to recognize me, his gaze peculiar. However, the following day, he came to the martial arts school, saw me, and greeted me heartily, a stark contrast to the previous day. What do you think this indicates? It suggests that this individual is capricious in temperament and not easily befriended. I confided this to the master, but he refused to believe me, insisting that I must have mistaken him for someone else. How could I possibly be mistaken? This person is tall and slender, standing out prominently on the street. Tang San Cheng found this rather strange, and the ghostly figure pulled the madman aside. Even for the master's sake, you should refrain from discussing this further. I understand your straightforward nature, yet sometimes, speaking the truth bears no advantage. Tang San Cheng merely mentioned their recent excursion to the grave, and their reaction was so intense. Were the madman to realize his intuition was accurate, it would be even more alarming. He sighed. Let us return swiftly. I sense they may be searching for us. Just then, the sound of a gunshot resonated from the direction Xiaoshan had indicated, causing Tang San Cheng's expression to shift immediately. Oh no, could there be yet another mishap? Without hesitation, he dashed outside, with Xiaoshan trailing closely behind. Wait for me. Brother, please wait for me. The madman exchanged glances with the ghostly figure, stating, See, I knew this place would not remain tranquil. We must refrain from involving ourselves in such matters in the future. The ghostly figure shot him a glare and hurried after Tang San Cheng. Chapter 392. Reunion. Tang San Cheng and Xiaoshan swiftly navigated the rocky terrain, traversing the woods towards the source of the gunfire, until they reached an impasse where a towering mountain loomed before them, halting their advance. The chaotic sounds echoed nearby, but the path ahead was blocked, rendering further progress impossible. The gunfire erupted anew, startling a flock of birds resting in the trees. At this time of year, migratory birds typically head south, yet the likes of sparrows lingered among the branches. The gunfire disturbed them, causing them to flutter skyward. Amidst this commotion, a large bird stood out distinctly, prompting Xiaoshan to exclaim, Look, it's the sea wintergreen. The sea wintergreen soared leisurely through the vast sky. Having been confined to the underground world for so long, finally savoring the fresh air, it must surely be exhilarated at this moment. Tang San Cheng waved his hands towards the sea wintergreen, calling out loudly. The bird, displaying a remarkable degree of sentience, noticed Tang San Cheng, emitting a long cry as if to signal its master. This gesture proved remarkably effective, as shortly thereafter, the sounds of the seven evils echoed in response. Tang San Cheng reciprocated, both groups brimming with excitement. He remained stationary, awaiting their ascent, but when the panting group finally arrived, Tang San Cheng realized that Bosquan was missing. Did he flee? Tang San Cheng pondered in surprise. Lazy tossed his backpack to the ground and plopped down. indifferent to the stones that might prick his rear. Damn it, that fellow is too cunning. I wonder when he managed to sever the rope. If you ask me, Bai Yi, your marksmanship can't be this poor. How could you have missed? Bai Yi chuckled softly. I'll grant the second boss a favor. After all, he is my brother. Besides, even if I do not pull the trigger, his time is running out. This statement caused the second boss's expression to shift dramatically. When he had fled earlier, Bai Yi had noticed that the wound on the man's hand had grown increasingly severe and darkened. Bai Yi remarked, "It is evident that he has succumbed to a poison." The skeleton in the stone chamber bore 2 darkened areas, one on the hand bone and the other on the throat. The rest of the remains were pallid. And the darkened wound on the boss gives me an unsettling intuition that he may share the same fate as that skeleton. The second boss furrowed his brow, deeply troubled, while Wu Yun felt a sense of satisfaction. He turned to his companion, Amur, and said, "Brother, your vengeance shall surely be avenged." Bai Yi, are you all right? The dwarf recalled that Bai Yi's palm had been cut by sharp bone fragments. Bai Yi shook his head. I am unharmed. I am impervious to all poisons. The dwarf looked astonished, and Lei Zi, hearing this for the first time, appeared bewildered. Did you not venture to Xiangxi last time? Indeed, Bai Yi replied. A young lady bestowed upon me a protective charm, rendering me immune to all poisons. But now is not the time for such discussions. We must return to the camp. It is exhausting to be in such turmoil. After a considerable amount of time, Amur's body had become utterly rigid. His limbs stiffly sprawled across Wu Yun's back like a corpse, his complexion turning a ghastly shade of blue, with signs of decomposition beginning to manifest. The dwarf, concerned about potential complications, placed some vermilion powder on Amur to prevent any transformation. How did you manage to escape? This was the question of utmost concern for Tang San Cheng. At that moment, Madman and Ghost arrived, casting glances at Tang San Cheng and Xiaoshan, their expressions reflecting a blend of resignation. Having practiced martial arts for years, they were dismayed to find themselves so far behind. They approached the second boss. Master, are you unscathed? The second boss was physically unharmed, yet his heart bore deep scars. And he chuckled bitterly. What brings you here? Madman pointed at Tang San Cheng. We were wandering nearby this morning and unexpectedly crossed paths with them. We are already aware of what transpired with Monkey. Lazy climbed to his feet. All right, let us hasten back to the camp. I am so exhausted I can barely stand. Tang San Cheng had no choice but to set his doubts aside for the time being. Bai Yi and the others were equally filled with questions about him. Upon returning to the camp, Madman and Ghost busied themselves with starting a fire, keeping watch outside. With nothing else to do, they caught numerous fish, which would soon prove useful. As soon as the group returned, they hurriedly changed into clean, dry clothing and squatted before the fire, eagerly devouring their rations. Their ravenous eating drew a comment from Ghost, which Madman silenced with a sharp glare, prompting him to retract his words. After everyone regained their spirits, Bai Yi inquired about the events that transpired between Tang San Cheng and Xiaoshan. The matter, though seemingly complex, was succinctly narrated by Tang San Cheng in just a few words. He glossed over the details of how he transitioned from the glazed path to the small stream, leaving the luminous pearl incident unmentioned. Bai Yi pondered for a moment and remarked, "It appears that the glazed path might indeed serve as an alternate exit. You encountered an unexpected mishap along the way and fell, yet fortune smiled upon you, bringing you here. We, on the other hand, followed the glazed path all the way out, albeit having taken a significantly longer detour, separated from this place by 3 great mountains." Reflecting on the arduous journey of the previous night, Lazy spat on the ground, as if to alleviate his pent-up frustration. The second boss stood by the fire, somewhat dazed, prompting Bai Yi to say, "Second boss, this matter must not be widely disseminated upon our return. Although we did not enter the True Qin tomb, we still traversed an ancient grave, which is a capital offense. I understand." The second boss regained his composure. Preserving my life is paramount. I grasped this truth. Upon returning, he would ensure the martial arts hall was managed properly, advising against involvement in such affairs in the future. Bai Yi spoke earnestly. I recognize your integrity and loyalty, second boss. Yet, the underworld is not a realm for those who cherish such virtues. It is best to lead a peaceful life from now on. Bai Yi typically refrained from such trivial discourse, but the second boss's character deeply resonated with him, evoking thoughts of Ding De Li, prompting him to elaborate further. The second boss was visibly moved, expressing gratitude. Thank you. This is my first and last encounter with such a situation. I must consider not only myself, but also them." He referred to the madman and the ghost, adding, "However, the matter concerning the monkey poses a dilemma in informing his parents." Bai Yi understood that given the second boss's nature, he might be inclined to be forthright. He promptly cautioned, "If you choose to be honest, it may attract considerable trouble. You will not bear this alone. It would be wiser to inform his parents that he accidentally fell while climbing." The madman nodded in agreement. "Master, Mr. Bai has a point. Heed his advice. This way, the monkey's parents can find some solace, and with a financial gesture, they can enjoy their later years, which also honors the memory of the departed monkey." The ghost shot a glare at the madman, who feigned ignorance. The second boss nodded resignedly, stating, "It seems we have no choice but to proceed in this manner." Chapter 393. Lifespan yet. Lei Zi was still troubled, particularly concerned about the golden eagle tattoo on Wu Yun and Mu Er's hands. Bai Yi had not forgotten this matter either and turned to Wu Yun. "You naturally intend to take Mu Er back to the vast grasslands, as one must return to their roots. Should you require any assistance, do not hesitate to ask. To the best of my abilities, I shall oblige. I fear that bringing the deceased Mu Er along may attract undue attention and cause considerable trouble." Wu Yun sighed. Having rarely sought help throughout her life, but now found herself in need of their aid. "I wonder if it would trouble you to escort us back, as I see you have a vehicle." The second boss volunteered, stating, "I shall take you. My driving skills are quite commendable, and I possess a valid driving license. So you need not worry. However, I must first return to Beijing to attend to matters concerning my apprentice before I can escort you back." "Thank you in advance," replied Wu Yun. Wu Yun gazed at the lifeless body of Amor nearby, while Heidonking stood beside the corpse, exuding an aura of protectiveness. Amor's hands lay rigidly crossed over his chest, revealing the golden eagle tattoo on his skin. Bai Yi pointed at the tattoo and inquired, "Wu Yun, does this tattoo hold any special significance? Why do both you and Amor bear it?" "This is the emblem of falconers," Wu Yun explained. "Even on the vast grasslands, there are few falconers left. Among them, only the most distinguished are permitted to bear this tattoo, signifying their identity." "Is it merely a symbol of falconer status?" Lei Zi interjected, his tone tinged with curiosity. Wu Yun cast him a puzzled glance, questioning, could it possibly represent something more? "No, we simply did not realize that there exists a hierarchy among falconers," Bai Yi remarked. "To tame a Heidonking indeed marks one as a first-rate falconer." Wu Yun took pride in his identity, asserting, "Indeed, while my kin may regard the Golden family as the epitome of nobility, we falconers hold our own worth." Understanding dawned upon them. It was no wonder that they had sensed disdain when the Golden family was mentioned. Standards of nobility vary from person to person, and taking pride in one's identity is hardly a flaw. Thus, it seemed that the Golden Eagle tattoo bore no relation to the assassins of the Golden Eagle Order, and Lei Zi let out a sigh of relief. Wu Yun continued, "I have experienced the outside world, and from now on, I shall remain on the grasslands to preserve the tradition of falconry. This shall be my life's work." The tradition of falconry indeed teeters on the brink of extinction, and Wu Yun's resolve is commendable. Bai Yi remarked, "To have a lifelong ideal and aspiration, Wu Yun, your life will surely not pale in comparison to that outside." Suddenly, Heidonking leaped onto Wu Yun's shoulder, as if pledging solidarity with him. Wu Yun affectionately patted Heidonking's head, and the bird displayed a docile demeanor, far removed from its majestic essence. A thought struck Wu Yun regarding the giant eagle. That magnificent creature was also a Heidonking, merely observing the color of its feathers. One could tell it was considerably older than his own. Furthermore, the respect it commanded hinted at a lineage spanning generations. Tang San Cheng was intrigued by this notion. "Oh, what do you mean by that? How old do you think my Heidonking is?" Wu Yun, cradling his Heidonking as if it were his child, wore a proud expression. "Perhaps in its teenage years, roughly akin to Xiaoshan." Lei Zi interjected hastily. "No, it is already 20 years old this year. One could even consider it an elder brother to Xiaoshan," Wu Yun corrected. The dark cloud remarked, "The eagle is the longest living bird in the world, capable of reaching an age of up to 70 years. As for my current state as a sea holly, I am in my prime. Generally speaking, the deeper the color of a bird's feathers, the older it tends to be. You have all seen the plumage of that magnificent eagle. In my many years on the grasslands, I have never encountered a sea holly with feathers darker than its own. Hence, I assert that this grand eagle is a venerable elder, likely far exceeding the age of 70. Tang San Cheng exchanged a glance with Bai Yi. What about that figure dressed in black who appeared in the ancient tomb? Could he also be far older than 70? At that moment, the second boss interjected. When shall we set off? This reminded Bai Yi of Guan Kai, who had fled. He instructed Qi Xie and Lei Zi to check on the vehicles they had arrived in. They dashed out to ascertain whether the cars remained. Bai Yi felt a sense of reluctance regarding their return journey. Let us rest for the night and depart tomorrow. After all, we have just emerged, and our stamina has not yet recovered. Long hours of driving may prove perilous. Yet, we must exercise caution while staying here. If Guan Boss harbors resentment for thwarting his plans, he may strike back. I will keep watch with the ghost, I said. The madman volunteered. Then I shall take a nap with the ghost during the day, and you all can rest well at night. The ghost and the madman, being decisive individuals, promptly slipped into the tent to sleep. The short one gazed at Tang San Cheng, letting out a sigh. Brother, after this separation, who knows when we will meet again? What are your plans? Tang San Cheng inquired. The short one responded with a wry smile. I possess a sum of money from Guan Boss that will suffice for my mother's livelihood. I intend to return to the mountains to study the Tao further. Perhaps I will become a wandering sage. It is only here that I have realized that my years of learning have been in vain. The Tao is profound, and my practice remains shallow. I wish to continue my cultivation. That is well. However, fate is an elusive matter. Perhaps one day we shall meet again. Tang San Cheng remarked. We have all trained under the same master. Is that not also a form of fate? The short one lifted his gaze toward the distant mountains. That inscrutable figure, I wonder who he is. His mastery of the Tao surpasses that of our master by several degrees. Tang San Cheng fell silent, pondering the individual who had entrusted him with the beads, whose aura resembled that of the one who had taken him and Xiaoshan underground. Just then, Qi Xie returned alone. Upon his departure, he discovered that one vehicle was missing, indicating that Guan Boss had stealthily driven away. Now, only a cargo truck and Bai Yi's vehicle remained. The situation was not overly dire. At least he had not drained the fuel from these two cars or punctured their tires. Let him go, Bai Yi said. We will stick to the original plan and return tomorrow. With that, everyone felt considerably relieved. Without this looming threat, they all enjoyed a sound sleep that night. When morning arrived, Bai Yi led the group in filling the theft hole, hoping that no one would inadvertently stumble into it again. Yet, how had Guan Master managed to exit this tomb unscathed? It appears that only he himself can unravel this enigma. No, there is another individual, his master He Baosheng, who might have heard something. Bai Yitsuan harbored a flicker of hope, yet he was aware that Weiyun and his companions were not assassins of the Golden Eagle Order. However, the thought of the night pearl made Bai Yi's heart sink even further. Chapter 394. Dialect. Having filled the stolen tunnel, they returned to the vehicle. It was only when the car was filled with their own people that Tang San Cheng finally took out the pearl from his pocket. This occurred while they were navigating the mountain road. Bai Yi glanced over, and the vehicle nearly toppled into the ravine. Where did you acquire this? He inquired. Tang San Cheng recounted the process of obtaining the pearl, and unease spread among them, particularly with Lei Zi. This is the night pearl. Why do I feel as if this person intentionally led you away from the group, just to present you with this pearl? Lei Zi shook his head. Do you, Tang San Cheng, possess such charm? You aren't concealing anything from us, are you? At this question, Tang San Cheng became somewhat flustered. There was indeed something he was withholding. Stammering, he replied, I have nothing to hide. Besides, having the night pearl should allow us to save Xiao Ning. Isn't that a good thing? At this moment, Bai Yi interjected. We entered the tomb to seek the night pearl, and how serendipitous it is that someone has presented you with one. I believe this individual may be aware of your circumstances. Do you recall the events surrounding the ancient Kunlun? How could I forget? Since that time, Tang San Cheng has felt as though a shadow has been following him, observing his every move, aware of his situation, yet remaining ever elusive and mysterious. I suspect these two individuals may be one and the same, perhaps even the person documented in Grandpa Wu Tong's notes. Bai Yi, realizing Lei Zi was still in the dark, shifted the conversation. Were there any unusual occurrences at that time? Yes, that nursery rhyme reappeared, Tang San Cheng replied. I have a persistent feeling that this rhyme may be connected to my origins, though I cannot recall it entirely. That's easily addressed, based on the accent. From which region might it originate? Lei Zi remarked dismissively. Accents and regions are closely intertwined. If we can pinpoint the accent, resolving the matter will be straightforward. Tang San Cheng paused. Listen to the accent? Let me ponder this carefully. He had heard it twice under unexpected circumstances. The recollection was always somewhat vague. Gazing out the window at the fleeting scenery, he grasped his hair with both hands, meticulously recalling the simple melody of a few lines. The voice was incredibly familiar, warm and inviting. Suddenly, inspiration struck him, and he articulated it in dialect. As the words escaped his lips, he felt a shiver run down his spine. This was a dialect he had never encountered before. Having grown up in the Central Plains, his native tongue was hard to alter. Yet, this dialect flowed effortlessly from his mouth, and he widened his eyes, covering his mouth with both hands. Bai Yi, however, detected a hint of something amiss. This dialect sounds familiar. I believe I have heard it somewhere before. As he drove, lost in contemplation, Lazy felt a twinge of fear. Don't dwell on it now. Focus on driving. We can ponder later. Both sides are cliffs. Bai Yi was also drenched in a cold sweat. The answer that had nearly surfaced was abruptly interrupted by Lazy, causing him to lose his train of thought. He felt a pang of frustration, realizing that he would have to wait until their break to ponder it further. By the time their break arrived, they had already reached a neighboring city, having completed a third of their journey. Eager to return home, everyone neglected to rest, and the vehicle sped along the road. Xia had meticulously observed the car driven away by Boss Guan, but gleaned no fruitful information. When it was time to eat, Bai Yi couldn't help but blame Lazy, lamenting that he was on the verge of recalling the dialect from which that rhyme originated. Lazy, however, showed no sign of remorse. You should consider where we were just now. Don't forget, it was a matter of life and death for all of us. Take your time to think. I'll have my meal first. At that moment, they were gathered in a restaurant, seated at two adjacent tables. Bai Yi encouraged Tang San Cheng to attempt recounting the rhyme once more, using the dialect he remembered. After some hesitation, Tang San Cheng finally recalled it. As he recited it in dialect, the second boss interjected, "Isn't this the dialect from our hometown?" Surprised, Bai Yi noted that the second boss spoke with a perfect Beijing accent, leading him to believe he was a true Beijinger. The second boss waved his hands dismissively. I mentioned before that our family used to be neighbors with the Guan family before we moved away. We relocated from Hunan to Beijing, and this dialect is indeed from our region. I also have some recollections of that rhyme. It was sung to lull children to sleep back home. I heard it in my childhood, but that was a long time ago, so my memory is a bit hazy. However, I'm certain about the dialect. If you don't believe me, I can sing a couple of lines for you. The second boss was straightforward, and he promptly demonstrated the dialect, which indeed matched Tang San Cheng's earlier repetition. Bai Yi was intrigued, recalling why the sound seemed familiar. During his time in Xiangxi, he had encountered a similar accent, though his stay in the Miao village had left him with only a fleeting impression. Thus, it seemed the rhyme originated from a certain area in Hunan. The second boss, eager to assist, even wrote down his address. This is the place. By the way, why are you asking about this? Bai Yi replied, it's quite possible this is Tang San Cheng's birthplace. Thank you very much. Not at all, the second boss responded. If it weren't for you all, I might not have made it out alive. I'm glad to have been able to help. As the weather had cooled, Amor's body was decaying slowly, which brought a sense of relief to everyone. When the vehicle arrived in Beijing, there was still some distance to the grasslands. The second boss immediately decided to send Wu Yun back home, ensuring Amor could return to his homeland. This meant temporarily setting aside the matter of the monkey. Tang San Cheng suddenly recalled the words of the madman and asked the second boss to leave his martial arts school address. Thus, the two groups parted ways, with the short fellow and Lazy returning to their respective homes. Returning to the courtyard, Tang San Cheng was eager to bring Xiao Ning back. Now that both the luminous pearl and the spiritual fruit had been found, and all the necessary ingredients were prepared, it was merely a matter of delivering Xiao Ning to the cliff coffin to achieve great success. Before leaving, Tang San Cheng recounted the madman's words, mentioning the peculiar difference regarding Boss Guan after 2 days. Bai Yi pondered. Previously, he had assumed that what Amur said before his death was a reflection of his character. But now it seemed there might be more to the story. Boss Guan, afflicted by poison, surely had little time left. Given his current status, any mishap would be reported in the financial newspapers. They only needed to wait. However, compared to this matter, Xiao Ning was undoubtedly more important. This time, upon returning to Xiangxi, they could also visit the hometown of the second boss and uncover the connection between the ballad and Tang San Cheng. The plan was set, and Tang San Cheng swiftly brought Xiao Ning back. The elder sister was exceptionally caring, and after their time apart, Xiao Ning's complexion had surprisingly brightened. Holding Xiao Ning's hand, Tang San Cheng felt a whirlwind of emotions. For the first time, he found himself longing to hear Xiao Ning scold him, willing to endure her wrath for 3 days and nights. Chapter 395, Transformation Naturally. Bai had no part in the journey to Xianxi. The cloud of suspicion surrounding the Golden Eagle Order had been lifted, and for now, Bai was safe. However, Xiaoshan's situation weighed heavily on Bai Yi's mind regarding the actions of the giant eagle. The enigmatic figure clad in black raised concerns of ulterior motives. Perhaps it was best to have Fu Yu investigate further. On this note, Bai Yi felt somewhat guilty towards Bai Yi's greatest secret was not concealed from anyone. Yet the three of them had secrets they kept hidden from him. What did this imply for Bai Yi? They had indeed considered this. But how to broach the subject proved to be exceedingly challenging. The myriad of thoughts was truly chaotic. After much deliberation, they decided to be forthright with Bai Yi. Upon returning from Hunan, they would disclose everything to him in full detail. With a resolution made, they lingered only half a day before embarking on the journey to Xianxi. The unconscious Xiao Ning attracted countless gazes along the way. Considering that Wu Yin still had to carry Amur's body back to the grasslands, the difficulty was all too evident. Returning to the cliff coffin had become second nature. Fu Yu likely did not anticipate their swift gathering of the medicinal ingredients. Bai Yi's sudden appearance left her momentarily stunned. Bai Yi smiled and asked, "What's the matter? Surely you aren't suggesting we were touched by a deity?" "Do not speak so carelessly," Fu Yu replied earnestly. "To be graced by a deity is a point of pride for us as priestesses." "Understood," Bai Yi said, pointing to Xiao Ning on Tang San Cheng's back. "We have already found the spiritual fruit and the luminous pearl. Now, it depends on you." "Your efficiency is truly impressive," Fu Yu remarked, instructing Tang San Cheng to place Xiao Ning beside the hot spring and gather all the medicinal ingredients together. The luminous pearl was remarkably round, shining with a silvery glow even in daylight. Fu Yu smiled gently. What a pity that such a splendid luminous pearl is destined for destruction. Having concluded her words, Fu Yu procured a stone and struck the luminous pearl, shattering it into fragments. She merely selected a small portion to place within her insect box. Also grinding the lingxi fruit and adding it alongside other medicinal catalysts, sealing them with her insect. She then set it aside. "Is it not time to commence?" Fu Yu's actions astonished Tang San. The fusion of the insects and the medicinal catalysts was imperative to unravel the poison afflicting the young lady, a process spanning 12 hours. Hence there was no need for haste. Fu Yu pointed to Xiao Ning on the ground, stating, "Her condition is stable, so do not fret." Aware of Tang San's anxiety, Bai Yi hesitated to burden Fu Yu further. "Very well, Tang San. Since Fu Yu has promised to save Xiao Ning, she would not intentionally prolong the 12 hours. Would she? Let us wait a while longer." 12 hours, and even a minute's delay could spell failure, Fu Yu asserted seriously. "I must take responsibility for this young lady. So we shall commence the countdown now. In 12 hours, I will ensure she awakens. Furthermore, I may undergo divine descent at any moment. For your benefit, I have prepared a refuge for you above." "When did you prepare that?" Bai Yi inquired, somewhat taken aback. Fu Yu's cheeks flushed as she replied, "Since the last time you departed, I anticipated your eventual return and prepared in advance. However, the conditions here are limited, and I cannot venture out of the cliff coffin. It is rather rudimentary, so please bear with it." "Such a woman would undoubtedly make a splendid wife," Bai Yi mused, envisioning a future where he could free himself from the peril of becoming an evil corpse, while Fu Yu could emerge from her coffin, allowing them to be together. His gaze grew distant, prompting Fu Yu to softly ask, "What troubles you?" "Nothing at all," Bai Yi retracted his thoughts. "Let us ascend now. We shall return in 12 hours to find you, Xiao Ning." "You should take him along as well," Fu Yu remarked. "After my divine descent, I might mistake her for an intruder." Xie and Tang San turned to leave, while Xiaoshan continued to explore the unfamiliar surroundings with curiosity. Bai Yi then recalled another purpose of their journey, presenting Xiaoshan before Fu Yu. "Fu Yu, tell me, does he seem amiss in any way?" Fu Yu regarded Xiaoshan with a puzzled expression, her hand resting upon her chest. "Strange, could he be a detai?" Having covered some distance, Xie and Tang San turned back, marveling at Fu Yu's perceptiveness in discerning Xiaoshan's origins. Xie inquired, "Fu Yu, how did you come to know of the detai?" "It is not solely my knowledge. After my divine descent, I gained insights into the legacies of my ancestors. The shaman you previously encountered was a renowned Gu woman from the Qin era, who had indeed encountered a detai. However, for reasons unknown, That detai did not evolve into a humanoid form like him, but rather remained encased in ice. My ancestors believed that this detai could never awaken. By the way, have you had him examined? According to the insights of our ancestors, if the Earth's fetus were to awaken, it would appear indistinguishable from an ordinary person, yet its heartbeat would resonate at a markedly accelerated pace, with its pulse reflecting a similar anomaly. This revelation was the first of its kind for Bai Yi and the others. Sensing the urgency, Fu Yu's expression shifted dramatically as he gestured for them to hasten their departure, indicating that a divine manifestation was imminent. Bai Yi grasped Xiaoshan's hand, leading him to a prepared area above, where Fu Yu had laid out mats of grass and arranged provisions of food and water. This modest setup stirred Bai Yi's sentiments, revealing a seldom-seen emotional side, much to Tang San's astonishment. Goodness, you too have your moments. However, recalling Fu Yu's assertion regarding the rapid heartbeat of the Earth's fetus, Bai Yi remarked, I often listen to your heartbeats, and Xiaoshan's is indeed noticeably quicker. Why have you never mentioned it? A hint of reproach colored his tone. Xiaoshan, puzzled, touched his own heartbeat, while Tang San added, strangely enough, it seems no different from ours now. Indeed, compared to before, it has slowed significantly. Upon hearing this, Qi Xie checked Xiaoshan's pulse. Indeed, it appears normal. Bai Yi pondered, could Xiaoshan's transformation have occurred within that tomb? The giant eagle's inexplicable grasp on him in midair was puzzling. Was it perhaps to stabilize Xiaoshan's pulse and heartbeat? Though it seemed far-fetched, the most significant change in Xiaoshan had arisen from that encounter. The enigmatic figure in black, capable of discerning Xiaoshan's true nature as an Earth's fetus, surely could not have overlooked this fact. If this were true, would he not have inadvertently aided Xiaoshan, rendering him even more indistinguishable from the ordinary? Chapter 396. The unraveling of the curse from any perspective. The actions of this figure in black appeared to align with Tang San's interests, fostering a sense of camaraderie that sparked a bold notion within him. Just as he was about to speak, Xiaoshan interjected, that eagle seems to recognize me. It is conceivable for humans to recognize one another, but can an eagle truly recognize a human? While clouds and sea wintergreen may communicate, can two beings who have never met before truly know one another? This remained a mystery for Tang San. Yet he found it curious that when the giant eagle seized Xiaoshan, who was already unconscious, how could he ascertain that the eagle recognized him? Upon inquiry, Xiaoshan seemed at a loss for words, eventually articulating, even though I was asleep, it felt quite comfortable. Comfortable? Qi Xie chuckled, pondering how one could feel at ease while being grasped by the razor-sharp talons of the giant eagle. Yet, upon reflection, it was evident that when they entered the tomb, the closed-eyed Xiaoshan bore no trace of pain, making his later assertion of comfort all the more credible. Bai Yi urged Xiaoshan to elaborate on that sensation, and after much contemplation, Xiaoshan described it as akin to drinking water, gradually flowing down, evoking a profoundly pleasant feeling. The eagle is extraordinary. The dark clouds have spoken of the fact that the lifespan of that colossal eagle far exceeds 70 years. Both the magnificent eagle and the enigmatic figure in black are anything but ordinary. Regardless, it is always a fortunate circumstance that this small hill remains unremarkable. At this moment, Tang San heard a commotion below and shook his head at everyone, signaling them to remain silent. It seemed that after Fu Yu's divine descent, her movements and demeanor had undergone a transformation. After a considerable wait, Tang San finally spoke. Since Fu Yu's divine descent, her footsteps have noticeably grown heavier. This is advantageous. We can discern when she is under divine influence, and thus avoid direct confrontation. Bai Yi remarked, there is still ample time before the 12-hour mark. There is no need for haste. Let us rest for a while. The four of them had a light meal, and then lay down on the grass mat to sleep. The cave, likely warmed by a nearby hot spring, enveloped them in a cozy ambience. Bai Yi drifted into a deep slumber, and in a haze, he perceived the sinister corpse swaying towards him. He reached out to retrieve money, only to find his hand emanating black mist, which startled him awake. Upon regaining consciousness and glancing at his tranquil arms, he breathed a sigh of relief, noticing that Tang San was wide awake, his eyes wide with alertness. Why are you not asleep? Bai Yi inquired. I cannot sleep. I am counting the time. 60 counts equal 1 minute, Tang San sighed. Time passes too slowly. What about you? Were you dreaming? I dreamt of the sinister corpse. Does this indicate a deep-seated fear within me? A fear that I too might transform into a sinister corpse, Bai Yi replied with a wry smile. Indeed, if I fail to gather the 7 items, it is possible I could become one. If that were to happen, there would surely be an additional stone coffin here, containing my transformed self. The sinister corpse would not recognize its beloved or its friends. It would merely be a lifeless shell. We must have missed an opportunity, Tang San suddenly interjected. Are you referring to the blood of the corpse turtle? Bai Yi sighed. I too had that thought at the time, but I had no idea how to obtain the blood. The circumstances were such that we had no time to spare. If we were to return, given your and the dwarf's condition, whether you could withstand the second encounter with the corpse turtle king remains uncertain. After much contemplation, I felt it best to abandon the idea. However, the corpse turtle is not a rare creature. It often appears in damp places. There will be other opportunities. We have already located 4 of the 7 items, leaving us with 3 more. Yes, the tai sui, the corpse turtle blood, and the golden armor, Tang San noted. The tai sui and the corpse turtle blood are relatively straightforward, but the golden armor, its nature remains a mystery based solely on its name. Fuyu absorbs different elements with each divine descent. When the time comes, we shall inquire, Bai Yi responded. Let us place our trust in Fuyu. Once all the necessary ingredients are gathered, upon awakening, Xiao Ning will be vibrant and standing before you. Indeed, Tang San admitted, a hint of embarrassment in his voice. It's not that I doubt Fuyu. I am merely anxious. These last few hours are excruciating. Bai Yi chuckled softly. You are merely waiting for a few remaining hours. While Fuyu and I must endure an uncertain duration. You are the fortunate one. Tang San felt a constriction in his throat, unsure of what to say. He merely turned over and closed his eyes, drifting into a peaceful slumber. When he awoke, the sky outside was already bright. He noticed Bai Yi standing in front of the circular opening, lost in thought. Is it time? He wondered. Where is Xiaoshan? I'm here, came the reply, as Xiaoshan sat on the steps, looking quite spirited, while Xia was still asleep. Concerned about the time, Tang San was about to speak when Bai Yi interjected. In 10 minutes, it will be a full 12 hours. With 10 minutes remaining, Tang San's stomach growled, prompting him to seize the opportunity to consume several cakes and take a hearty sip of water. Just as the time was nearly up, he heard the familiar footsteps of Fuyu below and breathed a sigh of relief. He quickly hoisted Xiao Ning onto his back and descended to find Fuyu. Upon opening the goo box, Fuyu noted, rather curiously, that despite the myriad of medicinal herbs mixed together yesterday, today the box contained only the goo worms, suggesting that all the herbs had been consumed by the creatures. Xiao Ning was laid flat beside the hot spring, and Fuyu instructed the goo worms to crawl to her lips. The worms seemed to suckle at her mouth, their bodies undulating, growing increasingly swollen as they fed. Eventually, the worms returned, albeit with noticeably slower movements. Is it sufficient? Tang San asked, his grip tense. It is, Fuyu replied, observing the still unconscious Xiao Ning. The goo poison in her body has been cleared. It is merely a matter of time before she awakens. What does this mean? Tang San was about to inquire further when he suddenly heard Xiao Ning emit a soft hum, a sound that seemed to arise from a relaxed state. He immediately leaned closer to her side and gently called out, Xiao Ning. Xiao Ning sighed, her gaze landing on Tang San's emotionally expressive face, leaving her somewhat perplexed. Tang San, what are you doing? Why are you acting so strangely? Waking up and being so fiery already? Tang San blinked, nearly shedding tears. A man should not cry, especially in front of a woman he adores. He blinked back the tears. It is enough that you have awakened. Awakened? Xiao Ning appeared still bewildered about her condition. She surveyed her surroundings and then asked, Where am I? Chapter 397. Bloodworm Gu. Xiao Ning struggled to sit up, realizing she was in a place she had never been before, a cliff coffin. Her surprise deepened upon seeing Fuyu clad in Miao attire. The earlier irritation dissipated as she softly inquired of Tang San. Tang San, where is this place? The cliff coffin. Tang San restrained the urge to embrace Xiao Ning. You have no recollection of the events that have transpired. I will explain everything later. I remember some things. Weren't we in the ancient tomb of the Yellow Turban Army? Xiao Ning recalled the moments before she lost consciousness, but quickly shook her head. No, that seems like a long time ago, Tang San. Fuyu approached, saying, Miss Xiao Ning, you have just detoxified from the goo poison, and your body is still weak. Please do not be overly agitated. You must take good care of yourself so that Tang San can rest easy. Gazing upon the exquisite and gentle visage before her, it was rare for Xiao Ning to find tranquility. She regarded Fuyu with curiosity and inquired, Who are you? I am Fu Yu, she replied, a subtle smile gracing her lips. Fu Yu's appearance remained unchanged since the moment she had entered the coffin at the cliff, yet in terms of age, she was considerably older than Xiao Ning. Perhaps it was this innate aura that evoked an inexplicable sense of familiarity in Xiao Ning. She nodded earnestly. I am Xiao Ning. However, regarding the coffin at the cliff, are you here to excavate it? We are not here to excavate, Xiaoshan interjected. We have come to rescue you. You have been in slumber for an exceedingly long time, and today, you have finally awakened. This revelation sparked a flicker of memory within Xiao Ning. Oh, she exclaimed. I recall now. It was that female corpse. I merely touched her, yet it is truly astonishing. Am I afflicted by a curse? Indeed, Fu Yu affirmed. You must exercise utmost caution henceforth. At the mention of this, Bai Yi felt a stir within, extending his palm, which had previously been wounded by a bone. Fu Yu, I owe you a debt of gratitude for your protective charm. Otherwise, I would have caused you further worry. Can you discern what curse I have been subjected to? Fu Yu clasped Bai Yi's hand within her own, and both felt a tremor at the subtle contact, sending ripples through their hearts. Fu Yu's face flushed slightly, though her attention was soon captured by the scabbed wound on Bai Yi's palm. Where did you encounter this curse? This is a specialty of our ancestral witch. Only she could bestow it. Are you referring to the one entombed underground, whose remains have been transfigured, leaving no physical body? Bai Yi exclaimed in astonishment. Are you certain? Fu Yu shook her head. Have you forgotten? The so-called divine descent is a curse laid by our ancestors, somewhat akin to possession, yet distinct in nature. Since it originates from our forebear, it is as if she herself enacted it. The information I received, although transmitted through the curse, is equivalent to her personal impartation. How could I possibly fail to recognize whether or not it was her curse? There is absolutely no doubt. Thus, I ask you, where did you come into contact with this affliction? Bai Yi recounted the events surrounding their expedition to plunder the Qin tomb, clarifying that what they had entered was not the true Qin tomb, and elaborated on the skeletal remains and the matter of the cursed boss. The more Fu Yu listened, the more engrossed she became, her expression contemplative. Once Bai Yi had finished his tale, she remarked, that boss you mentioned is certainly not long for this world. Based on the timeline, he must be succumbing to the curse. Moreover, what you entered was a false tomb. A false tomb? Bai Yi queried. How do you know this? Our ancestor established the curse formation here, using her corporeal form, imparting her memories, knowledge, and abilities to us, the guardians of the coffin. Thus, you too have inherited her memories. Bai Yi processed this swiftly. Is that correct? Precisely, Fu Yu confirmed. It is indeed astonishing that remnants of our ancestors linger in a distant place, allowing me to perceive that you have entered a false tomb. This false tomb was designed to deceive tomb raiders, bearing no resemblance to the true Qin tomb, nor is it connected to it. The curse is known as the bloodworm curse. Have you ever heard of the bloodworm? Bloodworm? Bai Yi felt a sudden jolt in his heart, fully aware of the gravity of the situation. Even now, they still harbored suspicions that Lei Zi might be host to bloodworms, a matter that dated back to the tombs of the Tang dynasty. He nodded affirmatively. Not only have I heard of it, but we have also witnessed it firsthand. Our ancestors extracted bloodworms from areas steeped in malevolent energy, nurturing them into goo worms to unleash their venom, hence the term bloodworm goo. Fu Yu interjected. However, the method of cultivating goo worms has been lost to time. This venom can infect through wounds, allowing transmission between individuals, with blood serving as the conduit. Bai Yi comprehended the implications, realizing why his protective goo activated upon a mere cut on his palm. It followed that Boss Guan was surely doomed. I see now. I never imagined your ancestors had ties to the first emperor of Qin. Indeed, Fu Yu replied, a hint of pride evident on her face. Our ancestors were highly valued, having participated in such significant events surrounding the imperial tomb. Is it possible to ascertain where the goo venom was originally placed? Bai Yi inquired. We had explored that stone chamber, yet we remained oblivious to the lurking danger. Fu Yu appeared troubled. Her memories were fragmented. She furrowed her brow, attempting to piece together those recollections. After a considerable pause, she requested Bai Yi to describe the structure of the stone chamber once more. When he finished, she confidently stated, it is on the wall adorned with turquoise, where hidden stone needles lie. The tips are coated with goo venom, and if they pierce one's hands, the venom will disperse into the body, ultimately leading to a death by goo. Tang San Cheng was taken aback, realizing his fortunate escape. He had explored that wall without injury, and now the thought sent shivers down his spine. It made sense why the skeletal remains bore blackened marks, similar to those found on the throat bone. Bai Yi sighed. Fu Yu, do you truly believe that Boss Guan met his end due to the goo? Yes. I am certain. Fu Yu feigned displeasure. Are you doubting my abilities? While I cannot speak to many matters, when it comes to goo, I am an expert. Of course not, Bai Yi assured, growing serious. Just teasing you. Fu Yu suddenly turned somber. Miss Xiao Ning has awakened. You should leave as soon as possible. This is not a place for prolonged stay, especially with the recent surge in the activities of malevolent corpses. Have they not been subdued? Bai Yi glanced at the stone coffin, which was sealed tightly. Seals have a time limit. When the time is up, they must be renewed, Fu Yu explained. You arrived at an inopportune moment. The sealing period is nearing its end, and I am advising you for your own good. Is it really that soon? Bai Yi remarked. I have already located 4 of the 7 items needed. Only 3 remain. One of them is the golden armor, for which I have no leads. And I am at a loss as to how to obtain the blood of the corpse turtle. Chapter 398. Confession to extract the blood from the corpse turtle. One must understand that its shell is exceedingly hard and difficult to pierce. Therefore, one must approach from other areas. Recall its long tail. If you detach it, the blood will flow forth. Fu Yu remarked, as for how to draw blood and what tools to use, you shall ponder upon it upon your return. There will surely be a solution. But what of the golden armor? Bai Yi interjected anxiously. Its name alone does not reveal whether it is an animal or a plant. Your witch's compendium lacks an illustration. The other 6 items are described, yet this one remains unmentioned. Fu Yu, faced with a dilemma, replied, the compendium offers no reference. And I possess no clues here. Bai Yi, perhaps we should first seek the other 2 items. As for the golden armor, I might divine further insight with additional rituals. It seems that is the only course, Bai Yi concluded, gazing intently at Fu Yu. Xiao Ning, observing the peculiar tension between them, gently nudged Tang San Cheng, asking, what is their relationship? Let us discuss this outside, Tang San Cheng replied, troubled by the need to confide in both Lei Zi and Xiao Ning. With so many threads to unravel, where should he even begin? Xiao Ning had just regained consciousness. Would she be able to accept the secrets of 3 individuals without fainting again? Tang San Cheng cautiously glanced at Xiao Ning, who caught his gaze and inquired, what are you looking at? What is troubling you today? Nothing at all, he stammered, scratching his head. How do you feel now? Quite well, but that girl, Fu Yu, is truly beautiful and enchanting. When did you meet her? I've never heard you mention her before. Xiao Ning's eyes lingered on Fu Yu's face, while Tang San Cheng thought to himself, by age, she could very well be your aunt. You are quite beautiful too, Xiaoshan interjected earnestly. Xiao Ning sighed, casting a meaningful glance at Tang San Cheng. I never expected, Xiaoshan, that you would be more sensible than your brother. Some people, alas, can be so clumsy with their words. Tang San Cheng, momentarily taken aback, asked, what did you just say? Nothing, Xiao Ning replied, exasperated. By the way, what is in that stone coffin? Is it the evil corpse Fu Yu mentioned? What is that? Xiao Ning was now brimming with questions. Tang San Cheng assured her, you have many unknowns ahead. Once we are outside, I will satisfy your curiosity in full. It was apparent to Xiao Ning that something was amiss with Tang San Cheng today. She had never seen him so burdened with thoughts. He usually only focused on food, becoming somewhat alert when discussing geomancy. What had changed today? Meanwhile, Bai Yi and Fu Yu were reluctant to part, and Fu Yu turned away, saying, enough of this. You should leave quickly. Wait for me, Bai Yi said, feeling a bittersweet ache at the thought of fleeting joys followed by the prolonged bitterness of separation. I will take my leave. The 5 descended the cliffside coffin and faced the awkward task of traversing the thorny thicket dusted with itching powder. Bai Yi requested Xiao Ning to turn away while he collected some boy's urine before leading her out. During their journey, they focused solely on their path. With the exception of Xiaoshan occasionally marveling at the sights he had never before encountered, the others remained silent. Upon reaching the county town at the mountain's base, they found a hotel to stay in, where Bai Yi finally disclosed to Xiao Ning their next destination, the northern region of Xiang, in stark contrast to their current location, from which they would return to Beijing. Why must we go to Xiangbei? As they journeyed along, Xiao Ning sensed that, apart from Xiaoshan, the other 3 bore their own burdens, and the atmosphere was somewhat somber. Bai Yi glanced at Tang San Cheng and suggested, perhaps it is best if you personally explain the situation to Xiao Ning. Xia, Xiaoshan, let us step outside to allow them to converse freely. With that, Bai Yi led the 2 to a nearby tea house. Xia remarked, I wonder if Xiao Ning will be able to accept this reality. After all, she must be contemplating their future together. Bai Yi replied, this is a hurdle. Tang San Cheng can conceal the truth for a time, but not indefinitely. If the two are to remain together for long, the truth will inevitably come to light, rather than being passively discovered. It is far better to take the initiative to clarify matters. What decision Xiao Ning makes rests entirely in her hands. Inside the room, the two remained in silence until evening. Tang San Cheng descended alone, his countenance somewhat grim. He approached Bai Yi and the others, plopping down without uttering a word, and lifted Xiaoshan's tea for a sip. Xiaoshan softly protested, that's mine. Tang San Cheng responded with a nonchalant "Oh," continuing to drink. Once finished, he wiped his mouth, exclaiming, after all this time speaking, my throat is parched. I have never felt such thirst, not even in the desert. It was evident that he was anxious. Noticing Tang San Cheng's struggle for conversation, Xia could no longer contain himself. Has everything been said? Yes. Tang San Cheng merely acknowledged. What was her reaction? Xia inquired further. Taking a deep breath, Tang San Cheng slapped his thigh. She had no reaction at all, which is what perplexes me. After hearing everything, she said nothing, simply pushed me out the door, and then closed it. What kind of situation is this? Bai Yi observed. It seems Xiao Ning wishes to have some time alone. In such circumstances, a typical woman would likely respond with disbelief, questioning if one is spinning a tale to deceive her. Xiao Ning's reaction is indeed unusual. Tang San Cheng's tongue began to stumble. Could she possibly? Bai Yi, understanding his unvoiced concern, placed his teacup down. I do not know. It all depends on Xiao Ning herself. Others cannot dictate her thoughts, so let her ponder for a while. Xiao Ning pondered throughout the night, while Tang San Cheng tossed and turned in bed, nearly falling to the floor multiple times, straining to hear any movement from the next room. Yet, apart from a few restless shifts, there was no further sound from Xiao Ning. At last, dawn broke, and Tang San Cheng, unable to contain his impatience, rose early to knock on Xiao Ning's door. However, she emerged just as he was about to knock, and upon seeing him, she unexpectedly smiled. Awake already? Yes, Tang San Cheng replied, bewildered by the meaning behind her smile, rendered momentarily speechless. Observing his reaction, Xiao Ning felt a pang of sympathy. Her nose twitched as she fought back tears. Looking around to ensure they were alone, she said, I've grown old. Will you despise me? Never. Tang San Cheng responded swiftly, with an air of certainty. That is good. You must remember this, Xiao Ning warned, narrowing her eyes at him. It took me a considerable amount of time to come to terms with this reality. Let us not speak of it again. All I know is that you are Tang San Cheng. Everything else is of no consequence. As the warmth surged within Tang San when he contemplated taking action, Bai Yi emerged, causing Tang San to retract his outstretched hand. Chapter 399. The accent upon observing Xiao Ning's expression. Bai Yi discerned that she had come to terms with the reality of the situation. However, he noticed a hint of awkwardness in her gaze directed at him. Are we all set? He asked. Indeed, Tang San replied. Today we shall journey to Xiangbei. Xiangbei encompasses several cities. Which one are you referring to? Upon addressing the matter at hand, Xiao Ning's demeanor returned to its usual composure. The Xiangbei region generally refers to the northern part of Hunan, including cities like Chengde, Yiyang, Zhangjiajie, and Yiyang. We're headed to the hometown of the second boss, Bai Yi stated. There is something that still troubles me. Please wait a moment while I procure a newspaper. Despite having purchased a newspaper the previous day, Bai Yi felt compelled to acquire another. Tang San, perplexed by Bai Yi's preoccupation with the newspaper, was interrupted by Xia, who entered holding a copy with a peculiar expression. He thrust the newspaper into Bai Yi's hands, saying, the situation is rather strange. The newspaper had been flipped to a specific page, showcasing a news article accompanied by a photograph of Guan Kai, the proprietor. In the image, Guan Kai appeared vibrant and full of life, a stark contrast to someone on the brink of death. Furthermore, according to Cu, Guan Kai had sustained an injury, undoubtedly inflicted by the bloodworm curse. By all accounts, he should have perished long ago. How then could he be featured in this report? Bai Yi's curiosity piqued as he examined the date on the article. It was indeed an interview from the previous day, which raised further suspicions. Trusting in Cu's capabilities, Bai Yi was convinced there existed an undisclosed aspect to this matter. We must make our way to the second boss's hometown, Xia asserted. It serves a dual purpose. A dual purpose? What does that mean? Tang San queried, evidently lost. Xiao Ning, exasperated, gazed at him. You are perpetually so naive. They mean that by going there, we can not only uncover the origins of that ballad, but also investigate the circumstances surrounding Guan Kai. There may be peculiarities that could be revealed by his childhood neighbors. Did you not sense anything amiss when you recounted these events to me yesterday? What was amiss? Tang San asked, bewildered. Xiao Ning glanced at Bai Yi, who silently commended her astuteness. She had merely listened to Tang San recount the events, yet had already grasped the underlying inconsistencies. Do you recall what the madman said? He encountered Guan Kai on the street and greeted him, yet Guan Kai acted as though he did not recognize him. However, the following day at the martial arts school, Guan Kai greeted him in an unusually friendly manner. I remember that, Tang San replied. When considering Cuyu's assertion that Guan Kai, afflicted by the curse, should have already died, it is inconceivable that he could have participated in an interview yesterday. Therefore, I pondered that there may be two Guan Kais. The one the madman encountered on the street and the one he saw at the martial arts school the next day could very well be different individuals, Bai Yi concluded. Precisely, Xiao Ning remarked, her mind racing. Thus, visiting the second boss's hometown may indeed clarify this situation. So what do you think, Tang San? It's all quite clear now, isn't it? 2. Tang San echoed, still trying to grasp the implications. Tang San spoke cautiously. I seem to have grasped a bit of understanding. After all, once we arrive, we will be able to discern everything, won't we? Indeed, Xiao Ning replied, somewhat irked, as it appeared that Tang San had not truly comprehended the situation at all. At least the destination was clearly defined. Eager to uncover the entirety of the melody he had heard, Tang San found himself unable to sleep during the journey to that small county in Xiangbei, and he had no appetite either. His unusual demeanor caused Xiao Ning to worry. You should eat something. This is rather alarming. I can't eat, Tang San replied, his face etched with concern. The closer we get, the more I worry. What is there to worry about? Xiao Ning retorted with irritation. I am not worried. Why should you be? Her emotions were laid bare in her words. It seemed she had already come to terms with something, merely putting on a brave front. Tang San gently took Xiao Ning's hand and discreetly placed it beneath the seat, mindful of the simple folk around them, as being observed would be inappropriate. This gesture brought a smile to Xiao Ning's face, and as Tang San grasped her hand with all his might, she felt a twinge of pain, yet was overwhelmingly happy. It was only when he released her hand that she noticed it had turned red. He felt a pang of tenderness at this sight, but was also touched to see her smile, vaguely understanding what she desired. It appeared that he would need to frequently express his affection for her to put her at ease. As they drew nearer to their destination, the locals spoke in their authentic dialect, a time when Mandarin was not yet widespread. The familiar sounds echoed the melodies that lingered in Tang San's memory, affirming they were indeed in the right place. Listening to these reminiscent voices, a sense of familiarity washed over him. Peering outside, he observed that they were near the Yangtze River, with considerable dust in the air, indicative of a developing industrial landscape. Numerous factories lined the roads, and many workers donned uniforms as they came and went, while throngs of bicycles weaved through the streets. A truly novel scene. The attire of the people from this era was exceedingly simple, with young men and women exuding a wholesome charm that naturally drew one closer. The vehicle halted in the central area of the county, which was relatively bustling. They first sought accommodation, enjoyed a meal, and then proceeded to the address provided by the second boss to locate their former residence. Given that Guan Kai had become a nationally renowned businessman, the locals should certainly remember him, making inquiries easier. As anticipated, the second boss's and Guan Kai's old abode retained its former appearance, albeit under new ownership. Bai Yi, being a businessman, possessed a silver tongue, while Xiao Ning was a clever girl. The others remained at the street corner to avoid drawing too much attention, allowing Bai Yi and Xiao Ning to gather information. Bai Yi purchased some candies and cigarettes to facilitate their approach. Offering a cigarette could bridge the gap with men, and a small treat would endear their parents if children were present, thus easing the process of inquiry. The two returned after half an hour, beaming with smiles. Tang San approached them eagerly. What did you find out? This is not a place for conversation. The content is captivating, and I am still in the process of organizing it. Bai Yi is earnest in his endeavor, primarily due to the interlocutor's less than standard Mandarin. Furthermore, this inquiry is not akin to listening to a tale. Naturally, the dialogue is somewhat disjointed. Bai Yi merely jots down all the information, intending to sort through it later, extracting the most essential elements. Tang San Cheng, feeling a tinge of impatience, finds himself with no alternative but to return to the inn. Along the way, Bai Yi swiftly organizes the gathered information in his mind. Upon returning to the inn and closing the door, Bai Yi leisurely retrieved a photograph from his pocket to show everyone. Xie scrutinized it the most closely. It was a black and white photograph, partially deteriorated, yet fortunately, the crucial elements remained intact. Tang San Cheng expressed curiosity about its origins, while Xiao Ning revealed it was acquired in exchange for a pack of cigarettes. The individual who purchased the second boss's house discovered the photograph left behind during the handover. In that era, photographs were quite rare, so it had been preserved all these years. However, the outdated photographic technology of the time meant that not only had parts of it deteriorated, but it had also yellowed overall. Thankfully, the key features were still discernible. That child, Xie pointed to a boy in the center who was sticking out his tongue, has not changed much in appearance. This is the second boss. Indeed, it was quite remarkable. Some individuals undergo drastic transformations as they mature, while others remain remarkably consistent from childhood to adulthood. The second boss epitomizes the latter, particularly with his nose and mouth, which appear almost unchanged. Then, is this one Guan Kai? Tang San Cheng inquired, gesturing toward the child beside him. This boy exuded a somewhat haughty demeanor, as reflected in his eyes, reminiscent of the temperament we had previously encountered. And what about this one? Xiao Ning pointed to the child at the far end. Everyone fell silent. The child at the edge, looking exceedingly composed and mature for his age, bore an uncanny resemblance to the boy standing next to the second boss. Just as I suspected. Guan Kai indeed has two counterparts, or rather, it should be noted that they were originally a pair of twins. However, the one at the edge seems overlooked, displaying a detached expression that keeps others at bay. If this child were indeed Guan Kai, I find it hard to believe that he would thrive in business with such an attitude. He would likely have been cast aside long ago. Are you suggesting that the child in the center is Guan Kai, while the one beside him is his fraternal twin, another child of the Guan family? Xie asked. Xiao Ning nodded affirmatively. Yes, the individual who purchased the second boss's house is also a local, familiar with the circumstances of both families. It is said that the Guan family originally had a pair of twins, but the younger one reportedly passed away at the age of 16, never to be seen again. The elder is named Guan Kai, while the younger was called Guanin. The one who supposedly perished is the child at the far edge. But he has not died, Xie realized. These two children have developed along divergent paths. One has blossomed into a successful businessman, while the other has diligently honed his skills, becoming embroiled in the underworld. This child is Guanin. Indeed, Bai Yi remarked. This point has been corroborated by the elderly neighbor, who recounted an incident where he distinctly witnessed Guan Kai walking past him. Yet, upon turning around, he saw Guan Kai greeting him, which led him to believe he had encountered a ghost, the spirit of the deceased Guanin. This incident left a profound impression on him. However, given the experiences with a madman, we can reasonably conclude that the figure he encountered upon turning was indeed Guanin, whom the Guan family publicly declared to be deceased. But why would the Guan family assert that Guanin had died? This is something Tang San Cheng fails to comprehend. After all, both children are their own flesh and blood. To evade responsibility, Bai Yi suggested, this must be the idea of the Guan family's patriarch. The Guan family has a long lineage of treasure hunters, and the considerable expertise and experiences handed down by Master Guan are part of the family's legacy. Particularly, the experiences at the false tomb have left an indelible mark on Guanin's father, who chose one of his two sons to inherit the family business. However, the risks associated with treasure hunting have escalated significantly compared to the past. Faking a death may very well be a consequence of this. Indeed, it is a reasonable deduction. Tang San Cheng responded. The death of Guanin's father at the false tomb must have been a severe blow to him. On one hand, he sought to find his father's remains, while on the other, he aimed to conquer that place. Thus, after uncovering his father's remains, he showed no intention of retreating, but rather pressed on. Yes, and when he stepped on that pile of bones, the hatred he felt, though it was partly to conceal the map, was also a means of avenging his father. In that moment, he was utterly consumed by madness. Recalling the scene of Boss Guan crushing the skeleton, everyone, except for Xiao Ning, felt a chill run down their spines, and Xiaoshan even shuddered slightly. This also provides an explanation for why someone who should have succumbed to the poison was still lively enough to appear in the newspapers. The one who died was Guanin, while the real Guan Kai was merely a prosperous businessman. However, the substantial funds for treasure hunting likely came from Guan Kai. Bai Yi stated, This Guan Kai is at least an informed party. If Wu Yun were to see the newspaper, he would undoubtedly be infuriated. The one who killed Amu heir was still very much alive. Suddenly, Qi Xia had a thought. Oh no, this Mongolian man is impulsive. Could he take rash action? We must not let this escalate. Otherwise, it could implicate us. Bai Yi recognized the gravity of the situation and promptly took it seriously. I will immediately contact the second boss to inform Wu Yun of the truth. Let us hope that Wu Yun does not act rashly. The newspapers are everywhere. Bai Yi stepped out to find a telephone, eager to reach the second boss swiftly. In this day and age, finding someone is exceedingly difficult. He navigated numerous twists and turns and sought assistance from many others before finally contacting the second boss, who happened to be preparing to return. Bai Yi hastily clarified the facts, urging the second boss to relay the truth to Wu Yun. The second boss, equally astonished, reminded Bai Yi over the phone to meet up once he returned to Beijing, clearly taken aback by the unexpected developments regarding the Guan brothers. In this manner, Bai Yi and the second boss agreed upon a time and returned to the inn. After this series of events, 4 hours had elapsed. The situation began to reveal itself clearly. However, Tang San Cheng found himself troubled by the matter of the song. Xiao Ning, on the other hand, chuckled. Do you think we only remember the incident with that manager Guan? Our primary purpose here was to inquire about the song. Look, what is this? She produced a piece of paper, stating, this contains the entirety of the song. According to the elderly, this melody has long been a folk tune in this region, but now it has become quite rare. Only in the countryside do the elders still use it to lull children to sleep. One elder even called a relative to ensure he remembered the entire content. Tang San Cheng eagerly took the paper. In April, the 6 flowers bloom. 3 children come to perform. 5 bells ring merrily. A flower cat meows. Joy abounds on the Qixi festival. What sort of song is this? So childish, he remarked, feigning disdain, yet inwardly he was filled with joy. Repeating the verses several times, a sudden realization struck him. Chapter 401, Connection. The password to unlock the exquisite lock was indeed the numbers from the song. The song and the code aligned perfectly. This indicated a connection between the blood-stained cloth box and the melody, evoking a peculiar sensation within Tang San Cheng. Did this not suggest that the box was somehow linked to him? A torrent of emotions surged through him. Initially, everyone believed the bloodied cloth belonged to a woman who had just given birth. Could it be? His hands trembled, and Xiao Ning pressed down on them, assuring, I will hand over that box to you upon our return. It seems you share an undeniable bond with it. Thank you, Tang San Cheng replied. But it originally belonged to your father. My father entrusted it to me, instructing me to seek someone marked by the tiger talisman, and you bear such a mark. Thus, the box must also be connected to you, Xiao Ning continued. Moreover, she added, should we still be dividing our belongings now? After this remark, Xiao Ning felt fortunate that Lei Zi was not present, for she would have faced ridicule. Even in his absence, a wave of shyness washed over her. Relieved that no one found fault with her words or lingered on them unnecessarily. That is well, Bai Yi interjected, the box may relate to Tang San Cheng's origins. With this revelation, 2 critical matters became clear. The thought that this place might be the source of his identity filled Tang San Cheng with excitement. As he gazed at the small county town, his eyes brimmed with affection. Yet, the return journey loomed ahead. They still owed Lei Zi an explanation, as well as fulfilling their agreement with the second boss. Seeing Tang San Cheng's expression of disappointment, Bai Yi urged him to return swiftly to unravel the mystery of his origins. They promptly packed their belongings to head back to Beijing. Upon their arrival, the second boss had already arrived ahead of them. When Bai Yi called the martial arts school, he found the second boss teaching his disciples as usual. Uncertain of how he had managed the situation with the monkey, the second boss's voice bore a hint of fatigue as he arranged to meet everyone at his school the following morning. Bai Yi agreed and, after confirming the address of the martial arts school, called Lei Zi to come over. To claim that Lei Zi's heart was devoid of doubt would be a falsehood. The last time he ventured to Xianxi without him, it could be somewhat justified, as there were matters regarding the Mingqi that required handling, and splitting into 2 groups was not unusual. However, this time, Xiaoshan had taken everyone along, leaving only him behind. A subtle twinge of bitterness stirred within him. Being a later addition to the group had always instilled a sense of alienation, and this time, that feeling was more pronounced, rendering his disappointment difficult to contain. As he entered, his expression bore a hint of ambiguity. You all have returned? Where is Xiao Ning? Lazy still held Xiao Ning in his thoughts. Suddenly, Xiao Ning leaped out from behind, startling Lazy considerably. Seeing her vibrant and lively demeanor brought him a measure of joy. "You little girl, you truly startled me. After sleeping for so long, you've finally come back to life. I was never dead, you know." Upon meeting, Xiao Ning and Lazy engaged in their customary banter. "Do not curse me. I intend to live a long life just to vex you." "Vex me? You are the one causing trouble for Tang San," Lazy retorted. "I have been utterly bored these days." Tang San cast a glance at Bai Yi, who cleared his throat. "Lazy, please accompany me to my study. I have matters to discuss with you." Bai Yi's serious demeanor startled Lazy, prompting him to step back. "Isn't it permissible to discuss it here? Are you not curious as to why we went to Xiangxi and why we never brought you along?" Bai Yi's words rendered Lazy compliant. He muttered, "How would I know why? You all seem to be excluding me. Enough, let us discuss this inside." Bai Yi disregarded Lazy's complaints and walked ahead. Lazy glanced at Tang San, only to notice Tang San's evasive demeanor, causing a flutter of anxiety within him, and he hurried to follow Bai Yi. The remaining four sat in the courtyard, with Xiaoshan blissfully unaware of any unfolding events. Xiao Ning, however, expressed concern. "I wonder if Lazy can accept this truth. It took me some time to come to terms with it, and given Lazy's temperament, he might react vocally." Before long, a heart-wrenching scream echoed from within, confirming Lazy's expected reaction. Xiao Ning wore an expression that seemed to convey, "See?" It took a full 2 hours before they emerged, Lazy's hair drenched in sweat. A rather exaggerated response. Bai Yi remarked. He claimed he was not lucid, hence doused his head with a glass of water. Lazy looked at Tang San, then at Qi Xie, and finally at Bai Yi, slapping his own face multiple times. "I truly did not expect this. All along, I believed I harbored a great secret within me, only to discover that your secrets run deeper. This is truly astonishing." His repeated exclamations drew Xiao Ning's scorn. "Look at you. How can you, a man, lack my composure?" "Who said that?" The remark struck a nerve with Lazy. He could not abide being labeled as anything less than a man. Angrily, he retorted, "What is there that I cannot accept? They are merely 3 old monsters." "It's nothing, nothing at all." Bai Yi chuckled. "Since we've laid everything bare, there shall be no secrets among us moving forward, and we can look out for one another. However, let me be clear. This matter must remain strictly confidential. Not a word should escape to the outside world. If it does, it will bring no good to any of us. Do you understand?" Lazy widened his eyes and pointed to himself, proclaiming, "You needn't worry about me. After all, you are already aware of my greatest vulnerability. What is there to fear? It is certain individuals I am concerned about." His words were directed at Xiao Ning, who, being a shrewd girl, quickly caught on. She shot Lazy a glare and retorted, "Rest assured, I am not someone who lacks discretion. You should manage your own tongue." Suddenly, Lazy broke into a smile. "I never imagined I would one day forge such heartfelt friendships and brotherhood. Heaven has been fair to me." Sensing the conversation was becoming overly sentimental, Bai Yi interjected, "All right, let us not dwell on that topic any longer. We must look out for one another. Although Wu Yun and Amu Air are not assassins from the Golden Eagle Order, Lazy, you should remain vigilant. Moreover, we should avoid discussing the matter of the to prevent unnecessary trouble." This time, Lazy was genuinely startled. Fortunately, the other party was merely a falconer. He wiped his forehead with his hand and remarked, "These Golden Eagle assassins do not have their identities written on their faces. Apart from being Mongolian and exceptionally skilled, they bear no particularly conspicuous marks, which is indeed problematic. The best form of self-protection is to keep one's mouth tightly sealed. The more discreet one is, the safer one remains." Bai Yi replied, "Well then, let us conclude today's discussions here. Tomorrow, we shall visit the second boss and experience his martial arts school." Chapter 402. The martial arts school. The location of the second boss's martial arts school was quite favorable, a privilege granted through Guan Kai's influence. As for the source of funding, it was unclear. The school was impressively constructed, comprising a solitary courtyard with a grand entrance adorned with an imposing plaque that boldly displayed the name Zhenyuan Martial Arts School. The second boss, accompanied by a madman and a ghostly figure, stood at the entrance to greet them. Upon seeing Bai Yi and the others, he expressed great enthusiasm. "I rose early today, eagerly awaiting your arrival. Come, come, let us enter." The expression on the second boss's face was devoid of the earlier confusion. Bai Yi surmised that the issues regarding the monkey had nearly been resolved. Upon entering, They found the courtyard equipped with plum blossom stakes and wooden dummies for practice, creating quite an impressive atmosphere. The second boss pointed to the upper floor and stated, "The space above is where my disciples reside. I usually stay on the ground floor. You may converse in my room. As a martial artist, I possess no study or such things." Following the second boss into his room, Lazy eagerly inquired, "What martial arts are taught at your school, second boss?" "Southern fist and northern kick. Our primary focus is on footwork, mastering the art of evasive stances and coordinating hand and foot movements. The technique is known for its emphasis on legwork, hence earning the name suspended air. When striking, one alternates sides, moving as a pair, hence the moniker Mandarin duck kicks. However, we also practice fist techniques, though we are predominantly renowned for our leg methods." The second boss sighed, except for the monkey, who excels in fist techniques beyond even the Mandarin duck kicks. At the mention of the monkey, a brief silence ensued. Bai Yi then asked, "What about the monkey's parents?" "Alas, I can only liken the incident to a monkey unexpectedly tumbling down a mountainside. It was a tremendous blow to the two elderly individuals. I must admit, it was my fault for embarking on a perilous journey alone, dragging him along with me." The second boss's eyes glistened with emotion as he recounted, "I left a sum of money for them, hoping they could live out their days in peace. Fortunately, they mentioned they have a daughter in Shaanxi. Now that the monkey is no longer with us, they plan to seek refuge with her. At least they have a place to call home. It is certainly a relief." The thought of the elderly couple, with their white hair mourning the loss of their beloved, is profoundly sorrowful. Bai Yi remarked, "Second boss, you must not be too hard on yourself. The monkey met his demise through his own folly, consumed by greed. Have you forgotten that he once pushed you away from danger at a critical moment, nearly bringing about your own demise?" Bai Yi's intention was to alleviate the second boss's burden of guilt. With a deep sigh, the second boss responded, "Let us not dwell on this matter. It is in the past. I have shared the facts with Wu Yun regarding your findings. He has come to terms with it. Amor has been laid to rest according to their local customs, thus returning to his roots. By the way, the revelations you shared about Guan Kai and Guanan utterly astonished me. Upon reflection, I do recall some peculiarities." "Oh, do share," Bai Yi urged. "I have always been closer to Guan Kai. He possesses a keen intellect and excels in social interactions. Guanan, on the other hand, is more reserved. However, when he does erupt, it is truly terrifying. I recall an incident when we were 13, Guan Kai was assaulted, and Guanan happened to pass by. Upon witnessing the altercation, his expression transformed into something fearsome. He rushed in, seizing a brick and striking the assailant on the head. You cannot imagine how we were all taken aback by his ferocity. Do you believe a person can truly embody such extremes?" The second boss, a practitioner of martial arts, felt somewhat sheepish as he pondered this profound notion, scratching his head. "I wonder if that saying holds any truth. Indeed, it is often said that a person's psyche and character can display stark contrasts. Guanan's extremity is certainly notable. You do not feel close to him?" Bai Yi inquired. His quiet demeanor set him apart. We were all youthful and exuberant, while he remained still. "How could I grow close to him?" The second boss replied. "Moreover, he often vanished for long stretches, leaving us unaware of his whereabouts. Could it be he disappeared alongside his father?" Bai Yi suddenly posited. Indeed, the second boss confirmed. Both father and son went missing simultaneously, then returned together. However, at the age of 16, his family abruptly announced that Guanan had died, claiming it was due to a sudden illness, perhaps even an infectious one. You are aware of the circumstances of that era. Everyone was preoccupied with their own affairs. With a death in the household, they hastily buried him without ceremony. As he was a minor and unmarried, no funeral was held, which was quite hasty. Everyone simply accepted this as fact. In essence, Guanan's death was merely the assertion of his family, unverified by others, with no body ever seen. Bai Yi let out a contemptuous laugh. How cunning indeed. Upon hearing your account, it sparked memories of peculiarities from that time. It is regrettable. The second boss remarked, moreover, the person who sought me out, I initially recognized as Guan Kai, because he introduced himself. After all these years apart, his appearance had not changed significantly, and he could recall my name and our childhood memories. Naturally, I believed he was Guan Kai. However, last night, upon deeper reflection, I recalled an incident that could prove he is not Guan Kai, but rather Guanan. Oh, Bai Yi expressed his curiosity. What incident? The fact that Guan Kai does not eat scallions, the second boss replied. There was a time I inadvertently offered him scallions, yet he displayed no sign of aversion. Bai Yi, recalling this, acknowledged, indeed, Guan Kai is a public figure, and it has been mentioned in interviews that he does not consume scallions. A person's aversion to a particular food elicits a natural reaction. It seems without a doubt that it is Guan and who has been afflicted, while the one who remains is Guan Kai. I never expected it to be this way. The second boss, filled with emotion, said, fortunately, the ordeal has passed. I have honored his memory by establishing a spirit tablet for him and the monkey at the martial arts school, offering incense daily, which provides me some solace. That is for the best, second boss. The matter has concluded. Let us turn the page and not dwell on it. It would be detrimental for everyone if this were to leak. We are aware of the Guan brothers' situation, and that is sufficient, Bai Yi implied. The second boss, being an astute individual, quickly grasped the sentiment. Of course, if I were to speak of it, I would be shooting myself in the foot. Then we shall take our leave. Bai Yi stood up. You have traveled so far. How can you leave just like this? The second boss insisted. I must at least treat you to a meal. Surely, you do not find my establishment lacking? Not at all, Bai Yi replied. I suddenly recalled an urgent matter that requires my immediate attention. It is of utmost importance. Bai Yi was quite insistent, and the second boss had no choice but to escort them out. Upon exiting the martial arts school, Tang San expressed his confusion. What has come over you? Why the sudden departure? I suspect we may have made an enemy, Bai Yi responded, furrowing his brow. Do you think Guan Kai is unaware of the actions of Guan Un and his father? Are you suggesting that Guan Kai knows and has been supporting them all along? Lazy exclaimed in astonishment. Given that the entire family maintains such a strict silence, how could Guan Kai remain ignorant? Bai Yi elaborated. This false death could easily be revealed by a careless comment from a youth, yet Guan Kai has been tight-lipped. It suggests a tacit understanding among their family. Although Guan En's demise does not directly involve us, might Guan Kai harbor resentment towards us? That remains uncertain, which is why I assert we may have acquired an enemy. Why fear? Lazy interjected. Guan En was driven by greed, and he even killed Amur. According to current laws, he would face capital punishment. His death is hardly unjust. Tang San shook his head. I do not share that sentiment. After all, blood is thicker than water. Familial bonds can sometimes cloud one's judgment. I have an unsettling feeling that the Guan family holds themselves in high regard. They possess the means to do so, and that is what concerns me, Bai Yi remarked. The social influence of Guan Kai is beyond our imagination. We are at a pivotal moment of reform, and his presence brings significant political implications. He knows individuals in relevant departments who hold ranks several levels above those I am acquainted with, and that is truly alarming. Lazy, somewhat dismissive, thought that Bai Yi often contemplated matters too far into the future, a perspective that Lazy found difficult to comprehend. As their modes of thinking and action were entirely opposed, Bai Yi halted his steps, stating, This is a ticking time bomb. From this moment onward, we must exercise utmost caution in safeguarding ourselves, more so than ever before. Do you understand? The three words were enunciated with deliberate clarity, instilling a solemn atmosphere that silenced the group. The seriousness emanating from him rendered his assertions impossible to overlook. It was Xiao Ning who first responded, understood. We will be more vigilant and ensure we do not leave any incriminating evidence. The notion of a ticking time bomb led the group to regard Bai Yi as something of a prophet, for his words proved prophetic when, ultimately, the bomb was detonated, nearly costing them their lives. Setting aside this distressing thought, they turned their attention to the remaining three items, the Tai Sui and the blood of the corpse turtle, both of which still held potential. The foremost task was to locate the blood of the corpse turtle, known for congregating in water, particularly drawn to the flesh of floating corpses and rarely seen on land, only resting there when inactive. Thus, to find the tomb containing the corpse turtle, they needed to select areas rich in subterranean water. A sudden inspiration struck Bai Yi, and he declared, I already know where our next destination lies. To the west lies the ancient Kunlun. What about the east? Bai Yi inquired, glancing at Qixia. Indeed, Qixia's reaction was the swiftest. To the west lies the ancient Kunlun, and to the east, a realm of immortals. Are you referring to Penlai? Precisely, Bai Yi replied, a hint of satisfaction in his voice. Due to its proximity to the sea, the underground water is abundant, and moreover, it is renowned as a paradise where many wish to be interred after death, suggesting the presence of numerous ancient tombs. Lazy expressed his admiration. Indeed, this is a place worth visiting. Penlai? Tang San Cheng suddenly felt a wave of dizziness. The name resonated with a strange familiarity. He swayed slightly. prompting Xiao Ning to notice, "What is wrong with you?" "I feel quite peculiar," Tang San Cheng replied, touching his head. "This place evokes sensations akin to a nursery rhyme, deeply ingrained in my heart, yet I cannot articulate why." Bai Yi, overhearing this, began to ponder. Once they returned to the courtyard and gathered together, Bai Yi asked Tang San Cheng, "When your adoptive father discovered you, you were merely 3 months old, correct?" "Yes," Tang San Cheng affirmed. "My father told me he found me lying there in the cemetery, silent, almost believing I was dead. Indeed, I was 3 months old at the time." He was certain of this, as his unusual behaviors in childhood had led to widespread tales about him. "How could you, at 3 months, remember the nursery rhyme in Penglai?" Bai Yi succinctly struck at the crux of the matter. "Your constitution is indeed extraordinary. Generally speaking, one begins to form rudimentary memories around the age of 2. Yet to possess continuous recollection, one must be at least 3 or 4. However, you have fragments of memory from merely 3 months. This is truly astonishing. Let us not dwell on the ballad. What connection do you have with Penglai? Do you recall anything further?" "Allow me a moment to ponder," Tang San Cheng remarked. "When you mention this place, I invariably feel an intricate connection to it, though I lack any concrete impressions. The mystery of your life only resides within those first 3 months." Bai Yi replied, "Those 3 months link you to Penglai. Does that not imply that Penglai is intertwined with your lineage?" At this, Tang San Cheng rose, brimming with excitement. "Then we must certainly journey to Penglai. Indeed, we shall go, but this time it relies upon you, for I have a sense that the Penglai we are destined to visit is not the tangible one. Since the Qin and Han dynasties, countless individuals have sought the fabled Penglai, yet none have succeeded. The tales from the Qin and Han eras speak of the Penglai in the seas, the Fangzhong, and Yingzhou. These are the 3 immortal mountains of the East. Kings Qi Wei, Qi Xian, and Yan Zhao, along with Emperor Qin Shi Huang and Emperor Han Wu, all expended great resources in search of the Penglai paradise, yet none truly reached it. The most renowned among them was the alchemist Su Fu. Lazy interjected, "This figure is known by all, young and old alike. He petitioned Emperor Qin Shi Huang, and in the 28th year of the emperor's reign, he took thousands of young boys and girls to seek the immortal mountain, but to no avail, and he vanished without a trace. Nowadays, it is believed he journeyed to Japan, where he spread agricultural practices from China. Legend has it that there are 3 locations in Japan named Penglai: Mount Fuji, the Atsuta Shrine in Owari Province, and Kumano. In Kumano, there lies a tomb believed to belong to Su Fu. The original meaning of Fuji in Japanese connotes immortality. The legend of Su Fu's eastward crossing has left a profound impact in both Japan and Southeast Asia. Of course, whether Su Fu truly crossed over and whether he perished in Japan cannot be substantiated. My master has mentioned this matter as well." "Oh, what did your master say?" Bai Yi inquired with keen interest, suddenly recalling the bamboo slips discovered in the Western Han tomb. "Please wait a moment. I have something to show you." Bai Yi entered his room to retrieve the bamboo slip, the very one that altered both his and Tang San Cheng's destinies, found within that ancient Western Han tomb. As he produced the slip, Tang San Cheng immediately recognized it. "Isn't this the bamboo slip we found last time? I remember we consulted Director Shun regarding the inscriptions, which read the 4 characters in Tiaobu Huan, correct? Your memory serves you well. Indeed, those 4 characters are in Tiaobu Huan," Bai Yi confirmed. "At that time, we could not connect these 4 characters to anything, could we? Indeed, after all, the phrasing Tiaobu Huan encompasses a multitude of interpretations," Tang San Cheng replied. "So, why have you brought out this bamboo slip?" Chapter 404, In Tiaobu Huan. It suddenly occurred to me that Su Fu embodies the essence of In Tiaobu Huan. Bai Yi chuckled, reflecting on how he had initially overlooked the connection. The appearance of the longevity worm within a Western Han tomb was inextricably linked to the concept of immortality, as immortals are synonymous with eternal life. Should this be associated with Su Fu, it certainly holds significance. Legend has it that Qin Shi Huang dispatched Su Fu to seek the immortal Penglai mountain, primarily in pursuit of the elixir of life. However, Su Fu never returned. Some speculate that he found the elixir but chose not to present it to Qin Shi Huang, instead opting to enjoy it for himself, thus giving rise to the notion of his eternal escape. Is this merely a legend? Tang San Cheng struggled to comprehend whether Su Fu and the realm of Penglai, as he envisioned it, were indeed connected, leaving him utterly perplexed. Indeed, folk tales abound. Who knows the truth? Lazy, dismissive, remarked that there are countless such tales, even claiming Su Fu to be the ancestor of the Japanese people. He mused that the Japanese are, after all, descendants of the Yin and Huang clans. But can one ascertain the veracity of such claims? It is a convoluted matter. Xiao Ning concurred, suggesting that these tales are best taken lightly without excessive scrutiny. However, regarding the bamboo slip's reference to the eternal escape, Lei Zi was abruptly curious about its origin. Bai Yi recounted the events that transpired, beginning with their descent into the ancient Western Han tomb, the quicksand formation, and the box containing the worm poison. Suddenly, Lei Zi paused. This tomb bears a resemblance to one mentioned by my master, albeit in a different location. Oh, Bai Yi had not anticipated such a coincidence. In what way does it resemble? An empty coffin, quicksand formation. However, the worm poison is absent. Moreover, the motifs on the coffin are identical. My master often remarked that these designs resembled mutual devouring, leaving a profound impression on him. Hence he emphasized it during recollection. Furrowing his brow, Lei Zi asserted, I can be certain it is not the same tomb, yet the similarities beg the question of any possible connection. Do you know its location? In the Jiangbei region. Lei Zi replied. At that time, my master merely expressed a sentiment without divulging specific details, yet I can't shake the feeling that these two places are quite alike. Let us set this matter aside and return to the main topic. The immortal Penglai Island must be situated at sea. Regardless, we shall proceed with our journey. Bai Yi felt an overwhelming urge to leave the capital as swiftly as possible. He had already devised a plan for extracting the blood of the corpse turtle. Upon seeing the fire tongs in the kitchen, inspiration struck him. The fire tongs were once fire chopsticks. Having evolved into their current form, one end featuring two bean-shaped handles connected by rivets, while the other end consisted of a long iron leg. The tip of the iron leg had been forged into a thin, circular shape, making it easier to grasp various objects, and its length allowed it to reach deep into the stove pit. Using a pair of tongs to secure the corpse turtle in place, one would then pull its tail. However, controlling the force with mere hands may lead to an unfortunate liberation of the creature. Such matters are best left to the experts, specifically Lu Zhishi. Bai Yi expressed his thoughts and sent Lei Zi to seek Lu Zhishi, urging him to devise an improved method for the upper end. Lei Zi, still haunted by previous experiences, dismissed the idea and suggested that Xiao Ning approach Lu Zhishi instead, citing her gentle and charming demeanor. Xiao Ning shook her head, saying, That won't do. Lu Zhishi is at a critical juncture. If his father sees a girl seeking him out, it will only heighten his anxiety. How could I possibly undertake this task? You are already mentally prepared. Experiencing it once more is hardly a grave matter. It must be you, Lei Zi insisted. With no other options, he glanced at Qi Xie and immediately found a suitable candidate. Qi Xie, whose imposing presence would likely intimidate Lu Zhishi's father. Thus, the task fell upon Qi Xie's shoulders. When Qi Xie inquired about the timeline for modifying the tool, Bai Yi, uncertain, relayed that the sooner it could be completed, the better. Lu Zhishi, having not been approached by Bai Yi in quite some time, felt a surge of excitement at this unexpected assignment. Upon seeing Qi Xie's demeanor, Lu Zhishi's father refrained from speaking, allowing Qi Xie to linger in Lu Zhishi's room for an extended period. After Qi Xie conveyed Bai Yi's ideas, Lu Zhishi responded, This is quite simple. I merely need to add a small button to control the force. When you aim at the target and press it down, the corpse turtle will be firmly secured, allowing you to act. If it fails, pressing it will release it. This is straightforward. You are in a hurry, I presume? Come back tomorrow afternoon, and I will have it ready. However, where will you be going this time? Having been cooped up at home studying, Lu Zhishi was nearing madness, yearning for the days spent in the field with his companions. Qi Xie patted Lu Zhishi on the shoulder, saying, Your success is our greatest support. Unlike us, who are solitary, you have parents and a sister. You are the hope of your family. Zhishi, you must understand the weight of responsibility you carry. Your well-being reassures us. And all we ask is your assistance when we need it, just as you do now. Lu Zhishi wished to say more, but Qi Xie stood up. All right, Zhishi, focus on your studies. I will return tomorrow. When you achieve success, we will share our experiences during this time as a congratulatory gift. Really? Lu Zhishi eagerly escorted Qi Xie out. You must remember this. Qi Xie chuckled at Lu Zhishi's innocence. Upon returning, Lei Zi had already departed, and Bai Yi was discussing with the group whether to invite Xiao Ning and Lei Zi to move in. Previously, their ignorance of the situation made cohabitation impractical. But circumstances had changed, and secrets no longer existed between them. With ample room available, everyone agreed, particularly Tang San Cheng, who welcomed the opportunity to grow closer to Xiao Ning. With a firm resolve, Bai Yi contacted Xiao Ning and Lei Zi, instructing them to bring their belongings the following day. When Xiao Ning arrived the next day, she delivered a box into Tang San Cheng's hands. As he gazed at the blood-stained cloth inside, a torrent of emotions surged within him. With his hands braced against the table, he stared vacantly at the crimson fabric. Could this cloth have belonged to his mother, left behind from the moment of his birth? How could it have been discovered in the tomb? Was he truly born within those somber walls? Chapter 405. Swift hands. One day, the mystery shall be unveiled. Xiao Ning looked at Tang San Cheng with a heart full of compassion. Over the past few days, she had noticed the transformation in his eyes. He was no longer the carefree, easygoing Tang San Cheng of yore. His burdens had multiplied, and if it were possible, Xiao Ning wished that these events had never transpired, that he could return to being the jovial, carefree Tang San Cheng who relished food and found joy in simple pleasures. Tang San Cheng turned to Xiao Ning. Noticing her furrowed brow, "Why do you frown, my dear girl?" he inquired, playfully brushing her nose with his finger. "I much prefer your cheerful smile." "So do I," Xiao Ning replied. "Do you ever think about how our destinies were intertwined long before us, back in the time of our predecessors?" At that moment, Lei Zi, who had been listening, interjected with a teasing remark. "All right, we get it. You two are fated to be together. No need to make us envious, all right? By the way, has Xia returned yet?" Xia had gone to Lu Zhishi's home to retrieve some tools, but he had been gone for quite some time. Lei Zi resided in a small room on the ground floor, which he didn't mind as it was reminiscent of his previous living arrangements, allowing him to feel a sense of continuity and comfort. Deep down, he was a sentimental soul, finding solace in the semblance of a home. Perhaps this place was the sanctuary he had long sought. Xiaoshan was bubbling with excitement at the prospect of sharing a room with Lei Zi. However, recalling the turmoil of their last cohabitation, Lei Zi staunchly refused, resulting in a playful ruckus between them. It was at this moment that Xia returned, his hand bearing traces of dried blood, prompting Lei Zi and Xiaoshan to cease their antics. "What happened?" they inquired in unison. "I encountered a peculiar individual," Xia replied, a hint of frustration in his tone. Lu Zhishi had indeed proven adept at developing tools, managing to produce what everyone needed in just one day. Not wishing to disrupt Lu Zhishi's studies, Xia had taken the tools and left. However, as he reached the entrance of the alley, a figure rushed towards him with astonishing speed, so swift that Xia could barely discern their features. The stranger deftly made off with Xia's wallet. "Your wallet was stolen?" Lei Zi and Xiaoshan exchanged incredulous glances, with Xiaoshan shaking his head in disbelief. "Impossible. That simply cannot be." Xia offered a wry smile. "I too believed it impossible, yet that individual was remarkably quick. I wasted precious time in pursuit, and, in the process, accidentally injured myself." "Was it not the assailant who caused your injury?" Lei Zi inquired. "No, it was my own impatience that led to my injury." However, the individual in question exhibited peculiar behavior, as he merely absconded with 5 yuan from my wallet, leaving everything else untouched, and discarded it by the roadside. Xia let out a sigh, remarking that the person possessed remarkable speed, lacking any martial skills. He was simply swift of foot and hand. It was my first encounter with such a character. His hand was in my pocket for no more than 5 seconds, and I scarcely had time to react. Truly, there are layers beyond layers in this world, and individuals beyond individuals. Was that person truly motivated by a mere 5 yuan? Lei Zi found it amusing, pondering what kind of thief would display such foolishness. Why not take it all? Who could fathom the reasoning? Xia interjected, urging them to continue with their tasks while he delivered this item to Bai Yi. Bai Yi had already heard their conversation and emerged, having caught wind of the thief Xia mentioned. "I believe I may know who this person is," he stated. "Who?" Lei Zi inquired, puzzled. If the individual were well known, he would likely have heard of them. Suddenly struck by a thought, he hesitated, realizing the age did not match. The person he had heard of had long since passed away. He raised his hand, on the verge of excitedly revealing a name, but upon this realization, he let it drop. However, he noticed Bai Yi smiling at him and felt invigorated once more. Could it be that renowned Yu Kuaishou? He speculated. Bai Yi replied, "Indeed, Yu Kuaishou passed away 5 years ago. However, I have heard he had an apprentice who inherited his true teachings." It is said that the Jin Shou gang from Korea once made international pleas for him to join their ranks, but he remained impervious to their advances. Like his master, this disciple is quite a character, adhering to his own principles. He does not steal from the poor, women, or the elderly, and refuses to be employed by others, acting solely on his own volition. Remarkably stubborn, they sought him 3 times, akin to the 3 visits to the thatched cottage, yet to no avail. His speed is such that he can lift a wallet in under 3 seconds, an extraordinary talent. Which is why Yu Kuaishou made an exception to take on a disciple in his later years. Lazy was familiar with Yu Kuaishou, the infamous thief known as Quick Hands, and understood his notable traits. He was also aware of the Jin Shou gang, having traversed the underworld and kept abreast of such matters. This gang had risen to notoriety in the 1960s in Korea, reputed for their high moral standards. It was surprising to hear that they had stumbled in the presence of Yu Kuaishou's esteemed disciple. Xiaoshan had been listening intently, now raising his hands in a gesture of confusion. Lazy remarked, "The other possesses swift hands, while yours can vary in size. You both are exceptional in your own rights." It appeared that Xiaoshan had taken some offense. Qi Xie, smiling, patted him on the back, saying, "Everyone has their strengths. There's no need for comparison. Given that this individual has a significant background, I find myself in agreement, albeit the loss of merely 5 yuan." Qi Xie handed the tools in his possession to Bai Yi, saying, "These were crafted by Lu Zhishi. Do give them a try." Bai Yi approached the stone table, wielding the tool modified from a fire tongs, and upon noticing the delicate porcelain teacup, he decided to use it as his experimental subject. With a press of a button, the modified tongs gently clasped the sides of the teacup, exerting the perfect amount of pressure, tight enough to hold it securely, yet gentle enough to avoid any damage. Bai Yi sighed inwardly, reflecting on Lu Zhishi's remarkable skills. It had been a long time since they last met, and he found himself missing him. He remembered advising Lu that once he entered university, he would experience true freedom. Qi Xie chuckled, recounting how Lu described himself as a little white mouse trapped in a cage, hoping for their rescue. Laughter filled the room as Bai Yi suggested, "In that case, let us begin tidying up." Just then, the telephone rang, but Bai Yi remained unperturbed, knowing that Tang San Cheng and Xiao Ning were present. As anticipated, the ringing ceased, and soon after, Tang San Cheng emerged, stating, "It's Uncle Hong. He wants you to come see him right away, immediately." Now, Bai Yi was taken aback, as this was uncharacteristic of Uncle Hong. Could there truly be a matter of urgency? He quickly delegated the task of organizing the tools to the others and hastened towards Uncle Hong's location. In Chapter 406, Repayment, Bai Yi was surprised to find a charming young lady at Uncle Hong's, petite and strikingly beautiful, albeit appearing somewhat frail with a pale complexion. She sat in the courtyard alongside Uncle Hong, her expression impassive as she acknowledged Bai Yi's entrance. The door was ajar, allowing him to push it open and step inside. Uncle Hong wore a slightly reproachful expression. "Bai Yi, I took the lead last time. You returned, and didn't seek me out or clarify anything. If I hadn't called you, who knows where you would have ended up." Bai Yi felt a twinge of guilt. Indeed, had Uncle Hong not called, he would have been on his way to Penglai. Glancing at the delicate beauty, he hesitated to speak, but Uncle Hong broke the silence. "No worries. I called you here specifically regarding this young lady. Allow me to introduce her. Xiao Ru, this is Bai Yi, the one I mentioned. And you, I believe, are familiar with the name Yu Kuaishou." "What a coincidence!" Bai Yi exclaimed, surprised that a figure they had just discussed emerged from another's lips. But he quickly added, "However, isn't Yu Kuaishou already deceased? Yet he has left behind a disciple." Uncle Hong glanced at the young lady, who stood up, appearing somewhat bashful. "I am Yu Xiao Ru, the last disciple of my master. It is a pleasure to meet you. I look forward to your guidance." She blushed slightly, and Bai Yi, recalling the incident with the thief Qi Xie had encountered, felt an inexplicable sensation. Could this petite girl be the one involved? Since Qi Xie hadn't clearly seen the person, Bai Yi found himself at a loss for words. "Hello," he managed to reply. Yu Xiaoru glanced at Uncle Hong, her demeanor shy and reserved. Uncle Hong then stated, "I have brought her to you. What transpires next is beyond my purview." "What exactly is this matter?" Bai Yi inquired. Perplexed, Yu Xiaoru took out 5 yuan and placed it into Bai Yi's hand. "Today, I encountered an unexpected situation, which compelled me to take action against your friend. Initially, it was not something I dwelled upon, but upon Uncle Hong's mention, I was astonished to discover that I had stolen from a friend of the treasure seekers. It truly felt like a flood had washed through the Dragon King's temple. Fortunately, upon my utterance, Uncle Hong recognized who it was. I intended to apologize in person, but I still requested your presence. Please convey my sincerest apologies to that esteemed brother. So, that is the matter at hand. One should not judge by appearances. This Yu Xiaoru, appearing to be merely in her early 20s and of petite stature, effortlessly pilfered the wallet of Qijia. Bai Yi reassured her. Do not take it to heart, for my friend is not one to hold grudges lightly. In fact, he harbors great admiration for you. As this was his first encounter with a thief, Yu Xiaoru nodded. I discerned that. I nearly could not evade him, for his footwork is remarkably swift. However, there is one thing I do not understand. I have heard that when Yu Kuai-shou was alive, he adhered to 3 rules. Never steal from the poor, women, or the elderly. How does this pertain to our treasure-seeking endeavors? Bai Yi inquired. Yu Xiaoru replied. It is widely known that these 3 prohibitions were personally instilled by my master. Born in tumultuous times, he witnessed the harshness of human nature and was particularly averse to preying upon the impoverished, women, or the elderly. These principles were established by my master when he embarked on this path, and I dutifully uphold them. Yet, in his later years, my master added an additional rule. Unknown to outsiders, one must not steal from those involved in treasure-seeking, for their heavy energy could diminish one's own fortune. Bai Yi stifled a laugh, bemused that someone of Yu Kuai-shou's caliber would believe in the notion of energy shortening one's lifespan. Yu Xiaoru's expression soured, yet she patiently elucidated. My master recounted a troubling experience. Hence he advised me to refrain from stealing from treasure seekers to prevent harm to myself. But how did you ascertain that Qijia was a treasure seeker? Bai Yi pressed. Uncle Hong interjected. I have been acquainted with Yu Kuai-shou for 30 years, and I personally witnessed Xiaoru being accepted as his disciple. She mentioned earlier that she had forgotten her wallet and had no means to pay after dining, which forced her to act impulsively. I was merely curious about the appearance of the individual she encountered. Upon her description, I felt it resembled your subordinate. Although I have never seen him, I have often heard you speak of him. The resemblance is uncanny. Naturally, Yu Kuai-shou would impose similar restrictions upon Xiaoru. Thus, I thought it best to summon you for clarification. Now that I have returned the money, we are square. Yu Xiaoru felt somewhat awkward. I truly had no other choice today. I am a thief, yet I never partake in a free meal. What a delightful young lady. Who would have imagined she was a master thief? Bai Yi chuckled. It is of no consequence. Qijia will not take offense. His name is Qijia? What a peculiar name. Yu Xiaoru remarked. I was already aware that there are always greater talents beyond the horizon, yet I never anticipated encountering one. Indeed, it is quite a coincidence. Qijia mentioned something similar. Bai Yi noted, observing a subtle change in Yu Xiaoru's expression, as if she cared deeply for such coincidences. Bai Yi, anxious to return and prepare, stood up. Uncle Hong, I will relay the details of the previous matter upon my return. For now, I must take my leave. Oh, very well. As one ages, one inevitably craves fresh tidings. Uncle Hong suddenly remarked, by the way, there has been no word from Master Jiao. This is quite unusual, considering that he issued the summons. It is perplexing that he remains silent about the outcome of the matter, which is not in keeping with his usual demeanor. Bai Yi pondered silently, concluding that this so-called Qinling affair was indeed a grand miscommunication. Master Jiao, who was typically well-informed, had also fallen prey to this misunderstanding and was understandably reluctant to elaborate. Thus, he resolved not to pursue the matter further. The incident was in the past, and after all, Master Jiao was merely an intermediary with no obligation to provide explanations. Uncle Hong, upon my return, I shall share the details with you. For now, I must take my leave. Seeing Bai Yi's urgency to depart, Uncle Hong acquiesced to his wishes. Once Bai Yi had left, Uncle Hong turned around to find Yu Xiaoru deep in thought, her head tilted in contemplation. Child, what occupies your mind? I was pondering that 7 evils, Yu Xiaoru blurted out, immediately feeling a twinge of embarrassment. Noticing Uncle Hong's knowing gaze, she quickly clarified. It's just that his speed is remarkably swift, nearly on par with my own. I haven't encountered such a worthy opponent in quite some time. Xiaoru, your master expressed a desire for you to one day retire from this profession and marry into a good family. Times have changed. And should the suitor be one who digs graves, I am certain that would not be his wish. Uncle Hong sighed. Yu Xiaoru replied. Since I began my journey with my master, I even changed my surname, which attests to my loyalty. Uncle Hong, you are overthinking this. I merely regard it as a worthy competition and naturally, I am somewhat invested in it. Uncle Hong nodded. That is all I wish to hear. Chapter 407. More Bai Yi returned to return the 5 yuan to 7 evils, who was taken aback to discover that the thief of his wallet had been a young girl. For a moment, he forgot to accept the money. Bai Yi pressed the cash into 7 evils' hand, remarking, "You have indeed met your match." Along with Xiaoshan. "I wonder who among the 3 of you is truly the most formidable." Quite unexpected, 7 evils mused. "However, my master forbade me from stealing from grave robbers," which adds an element of intrigue. Could it be that he had encountered something unusual in the past? This is our first meeting, and I hesitate to inquire further. Nevertheless, there are countless types of artifacts, some of which are indeed peculiar. Perhaps she unwittingly pilfered something of that nature, Bai Yi replied. People tend to learn from such misfortunes and are unlikely to repeat them. Now, let us prepare our belongings. We depart tomorrow. This preparatory work was not a novel experience. It had become second nature. With Xiao Ning present, the meticulousness often characteristic of women came into play. All tools were readied, and Xiao Ning conducted a thorough inspection to ensure nothing was amiss before she finally put her hands down. This time, the equipment was considerably simplified. Compared to the previous occasion, which felt like facing a formidable adversary, the collective mood was markedly lighter, with the exception of Tang San Cheng. On the eve of their departure, Tang San Cheng was once again haunted by that haunting melody, compelling him to rise from his slumber and stash the bloodied cloth from the box into his backpack. He then returned to bed, drifting into a deep sleep. The following morning, the group made their way to the train station, where the 6 of them reunited, their spirits undoubtedly elevated. Xiao Ning and Tang San Cheng sat close together on the bunk, whispering secrets, while Xiaoshan and Lei Zi engaged in playful antics. In contrast, Bai Yi and Shi Xie maintained a serene silence, both lost in contemplation. Upon arriving in Penglai, dusk had just begun to fall. This city, embraced by the sea, transformed under the cloak of night, casting an enigmatic shadow over the waters. Known also as Penghu, it is an ancient city nestled between mountains and sea, modest in size yet resplendent in charm. The most ethereal locale in Penglai is undoubtedly the Penglai Pavilion, where the legendary 8 immortals are said to have crossed the sea. In the second year of the Yuan Guang era of the Western Han Dynasty, Emperor Wu of Han visited Penglai, and upon failing to encounter the Divine Mountain, he constructed a small city named Penglai. Since then, the legends surrounding the Penglai Fairy Mountain have persisted. While Penglai City stands as it is, the true location of the Fairy Mountain remains elusive. Upon entering this city, Tang San Cheng felt an unusual sense of familiarity, reminiscent of the last time he heard the sounds of his homeland. Despite having a purpose for their visit, the quest for the Fairy Mountain felt as aimless as wandering without direction. As they arrived, the group's enthusiasm began to wane, particularly Lei Zi, who stood by the inn's window gazing at a distant island in the sea. Many islands proclaimed themselves as the Penglai Fairy Mountain, yet he remained skeptical. Could these truly be the real Fairy Mountains? He pondered. No, Tang San Cheng replied with unwavering conviction, sensing that only that which resonated with his own feelings could be the true Penglai Fairy Mountain. This was an instinct. None of these places felt authentic. What shall we do next? The scenery here is splendid. Perhaps we should explore a bit? Lei Zi sighed, feeling somewhat at a loss. That sounds reasonable, Bai Yi responded. Since we lack direction, why not venture out and inquire? Perhaps we might stumble upon unexpected revelations. It is Tang San Cheng's fate that has led us here. Come on, Tang San Cheng. Let us take a walk and see if something sparks your memory. As they were urged outside, the innkeeper observed them with a peculiar expression, hesitating momentarily before ultimately saying nothing. Stepping onto the nighttime streets of Penglai, they found the area eerily deserted, as if they were the only souls present. The shadows of the 6 cast upon the ground seemed to amplify the desolation. It was strange, it wasn't even late yet. Scarcely past 8 o'clock. How could there be no one around? Xiao Ning shivered, feeling the chill, prompting Tang San Cheng to swiftly remove his coat and drape it over her shoulders. She cast a grateful glance in his direction. Indeed, what day is it today? It feels rather odd, Lei Zi remarked, glancing around instinctively and grasping Xiaoshan's arm. Xiaoshan, stay close to me. Xiaoshan, unfazed by the cold, was instead unnerved by the prevailing atmosphere. Despite their continued strides, Tang San Cheng's ears perked up, attuned to the sound of their footsteps. Suddenly, he halted, a look of alarm crossing his face. What is it? Xiao Ning gazed at Tang San's pale visage, somewhat taken aback. Are you cold? Not at all, Tang San replied, shaking his head and continuing forward, though his ears remained attuned to the surroundings. Suddenly, he halted and glanced back. Something feels amiss. What do you mean? Bai Yi inquired. The footsteps sound off. There's an extra one, Tang San declared. As soon as his words fell, everyone began to scan their surroundings, yet found no one in sight. Xiaoshan took a step back. Brother San, you can't be serious. There's no one else here besides us. I'm quite serious. I noticed it earlier. Could someone be following us? Tang San considered, then quickly dismissed the thought. But that seems unlikely. If they were this close, I would surely hear their heartbeat. Yet all I hear is that additional footstep. Let's take a look around, Bai Yi suggested, but upon noticing that everyone remained stationary, he questioned, what are you all doing? I think we should head back and investigate first, Xia said unusually, sensing that the atmosphere was unsettling. Let us inquire with the innkeeper. It's not the ghost festival. Lazy muttered. This place is truly bizarre. Bai Yi, I concur with Xia. We should return before that inexplicable footstep draws nearer. Bai Yi was taken aback by the unanimous opposition from his companions. With a resigned sigh, he acquiesced to the majority. Although he found the footstep insignificant, the 6 of them returned to the inn, only to discover the heavy door securely shut. Damn it. Why did he close the door as soon as we left? Lazy fumed, banging on the door for a considerable time. Eventually, a window upstairs cautiously opened, and a head peered down. Upon spotting the group, the window was hastily shut. Moments later, the innkeeper descended to unlock the door, which opened only a crack. Lazy impatiently squeezed inside, and immediately bellowed at the proprietor. What is the meaning of this? Are you closing your business? The innkeeper, seemingly uninterested in Lazy's outburst, hurriedly urged the remaining guests. Come in quickly, please. Bai Yi exchanged a glance with Xia, and they knew they had no choice but to comply. Once everyone had entered, the innkeeper slammed the door shut and secured it, exhaling deeply as if a great weight had been lifted from his shoulders. Bai Yi sternly addressed him. What is the meaning of this? You must clarify your intentions today, or I will not let this matter rest. Chapter 408. Night Demon to speak candidly. The sudden arrival of 6 guests was a cause for delight for the innkeeper, yet the timing was peculiar. Today marked a day of significance for the entire town, indeed, for this coastal hamlet, where every household had barred itself for a singular reason. However, the innkeeper harbored doubts about whether he could persuade these outsiders of the necessity behind such precautions. The innkeeper wore an expression of discomfort, stammering, "Please, do not be upset. Just have a seat. Sit down," they replied, noticing the lack of chairs. The innkeeper grew flustered again. "I apologize, the inn is small, and I sincerely hope you are not offended." "We are not offended." Bai Yi let out a soft grunt. "However, there seems to be something peculiar about your establishment. Although we are outsiders, do not attempt to deceive us. Just moments ago, we heard someone tracking our movements." Bai Yi directly addressed the crux of the matter, causing the shopkeeper's complexion to turn pale, his lips trembling. You heard that extra set of footsteps? You are aware of it?" Xiaoshan pointed at the shopkeeper, saying, "You clearly know yet refuse to disclose the truth. Look at him. He cannot even meet our gaze. There is undoubtedly something he is concealing from us. This place cannot possibly be a den of iniquity, can it?" Bravo to Xiaoshan, who, after spending such an extensive time away from home, has grown increasingly astute. His observations were not unfounded. The moment the shopkeeper mentioned the footsteps, his demeanor shifted, and he began to evade their gaze, clearly harboring some secret. Seeing the shopkeeper's faltering speech, Lazy grew slightly incensed and struck the table with his fist, causing it to tremble, further startling the shopkeeper into silence. "All right, Lazy, do not frighten him," Xia interjected. "He is not reluctant to speak. Rather, he likely does not know how to articulate his thoughts." Xia had penetrated the shopkeeper's inner turmoil, prompting the shopkeeper to express gratitude towards him. "This brother speaks the truth. It is not that I am unwilling to share, but I genuinely do not know how to convey it. Even if I did speak, would you believe me?" Bai Yi nearly chuckled. What could possibly be beyond their comprehension? "Feel free to share. Whether we believe it or not is our concern." This is a rather lengthy tale. You have come at an opportune moment. With such a vast expanse as Penglai City, how did you end up in this wretched place? The shopkeeper continued. "This locale is the closest to the sea. Do not inquire why, as I am equally perplexed. Though the area is surrounded by water, it is here that one is nearest to the ocean. Perhaps someone has measured it. There is also a belief that this is the necessary path to reach the fabled Ponlai Mountain. What did you say? Tang San's nerves heightened at the mention of Ponlai Mountain. That is merely one interpretation. It is said that Su Fu once passed through here in search of the legendary Ponlai Mountain. However, such mountains are now everywhere. And it is also possible that the mountain refers to an island. These tales are all muddled. Oh, I digress, the shopkeeper remarked. Today is December 12th. Are you aware of this? We are, Lazy replied, growing impatient. Shopkeeper, please, finish your story at once. Why is there such tension on this December 12th? Why is every household shuttered? On December 12th, the night demons emerge. Who would wish to encounter a night demon? The shopkeeper explained. The footsteps you heard are likely those of the night demon. Night demon? Qixie's expression shifted slightly. Where did you hear such a tale? Naturally. It has been passed down through generations. It is said that night demons feast upon the living, which is why everyone is so terrified. The shopkeeper remarked, fortunately. The night demon merely roams outside and does not intrude upon our threshold, so all we need to do is secure the doors tightly. When I saw you all heading out earlier, I intended to call you back, but perhaps, since you are outsiders, I did not take it to heart, did I? Lazy promptly pierced through the shopkeeper's concealed thoughts. Momentarily flustered, the shopkeeper quickly conjured another excuse. In truth, despite the tales that have circulated for many years, I have yet to hear of any man-eating monsters appearing. Whether such things are true remains uncertain. Thus, the matter is not so grave. Gentlemen, the hour grows late. Perhaps it would be wise to retire to your rooms for rest. Once the night has passed, all shall return to normal. He spoke so lightly. Yet Lazy was inclined to debate further with the shopkeeper. However, Bai Yi had already started toward the rooms. There is no need to waste breath. Even if he had refused to open the door, we would still have been able to enter, wouldn't we? Indeed, Xiaoshan concurred, stifling a yawn as he followed closely behind Bai Yi. This led the others to reluctantly concede to the notion of returning to sleep. Tang San Cheng and Qixie shared a room, and upon observing Qixie's solemn demeanor, Tang San Cheng inquired, Qixie, what troubles you? That man mentioned the night demon. Qixie replied, I have heard our leader speak of the night demon before. It resides in the underworld, indistinguishable from ordinary people, yet devoid of a heartbeat, able to alter its appearance at will. It is astonishing to hear of the night demon once more in this place. But you seem particularly anxious, Tang San Cheng sighed. Qixie, having been together for so many years, I can discern your concerns all too well. Are you troubled by the night demon, or by the fear that we may never find the fabled Isle of Ponlai? Both, especially regarding the night demon. You may not realize this, but they possess the ability to ensnare hearts, Qixie explained. The existence of the night demon remains an enigma, shrouded in mystery. Earlier, you heard footsteps, yet no accompanying heartbeat. The absence of a heartbeat aligns with the characteristics of a night demon. You dread an encounter with the night demon? Tang San Cheng comprehended. Yet, if we were to discover Ponlai, it might unravel the mystery of my memories from the past 3 months. The shopkeeper mentioned that this place was a crucial stop for Su Fu in his quest for Ponlai. And the sense of familiarity I feel here has never been so profound. I sense we are growing closer to Ponlai. We merely require a stroke of fortune. Just a stroke of fortune. May that fortune arrive soon. Qixie sighed. Let us retire for the night. Perhaps by morning, the opportunity you seek will present itself. Tang San's gaze drifted towards the window, and a fleeting shadow passed by. He thought he was hallucinating and rubbed his eyes before lying back down, succumbing to a myriad of thoughts that soon lulled him to sleep. Chapter 409, The Red Moon. The 12th of December passed without incident. And in the early hours of the following day, the area closest to the seaside returned to its usual state. Stalls were set up, and all the shops opened their doors for business. The inn's clientele was rather sparse, with no more than 10 guests, including Bai Yi and his companions. However, this situation took a sudden turn in the afternoon as a steady stream of patrons arrived, leaving the innkeeper beaming with delight as the establishment became overflowing with guests. Which puzzled everyone. This inn only provided lodging and lacked dining facilities, so the guests, whose progress was stalled, had to venture to nearby eateries for meals. At noon, the restaurant was still desolate, but by evening, it was packed with people. What was going on? After such a ghostly night, how could there be so many visitors today? This place was indeed strange. Qixie had not heard the commotion. Instead, he noticed a familiar figure weaving through the crowd. In a short span, she had achieved considerable success, and with a leisurely demeanor, she strolled towards the restaurant's exit. Xia suddenly stood up and chased after her, leaving Tang San baffled. What is he doing? Skipping his meal? After voicing his thoughts, Tang San stuffed his mouth with food, but Xia's silhouette had already vanished at the restaurant's entrance. Meanwhile, Xia, closely following the footsteps of the person ahead, noticed their steps becoming increasingly light and swift. He realized that the individual was aware of his presence and decided to abandon any pretense of stealth, charging forward. His swift movements caused a gust of wind that startled passers-by, and by the time they turned around, he was already gone. Following that figure, Xia arrived in front of a fabric shop. He placed his hand on the person's shoulder, demanding, "Hand over the items." His sharp command elicited an irritated response from the individual. "Mind your own business." Xiao turned around, surprised to see Xia. "What are you doing here? Are you the same person as last time?" Xia was taken aback by the youthfulness and agility of his counterpart. Xiao had not noticed Xia and Bai Yi earlier. This period was her harvest season, and she visited this place annually. She had not anticipated encountering him again. Xiao wriggled free from Xia's grip, admonishing, in broad daylight, "Don't be so touchy." Xia was momentarily speechless, as those around them began to murmur and point. His face flushed as he retorted, "You stole someone's wallet. What do you expect these people to think?" "You certainly enjoy meddling," Xiao replied, exasperated. She found such individuals particularly bothersome, especially since she was quite adept at handling herself. "The items I took are minimal, and I'm afraid I must leave now." "Don't go." Xia firmly grasped Xiao's arm, but she immediately pretended to cry out, "Help. There's a rogue." Xia's composure faltered, and he swiftly covered her mouth, urging, "Don't shout. If you do not let go, I fear you shall truly be regarded as a rogue." Xiao, with her innocent and charming visage, possesses cunning that rivals the shrewdest of individuals. Having navigated through the underworld, she quickly discerned that Xia, though pure-hearted, could be subdued by shrewd tactics. Regardless of his impressive abilities, Xia, a man of unwavering integrity, fears neither brutality nor force. Nevertheless, Xiao's stratagem compelled him to retreat. "You are indeed formidable. I hope to avoid encountering a meddlesome individual like you in the future, as these days are my harvest period," she stated. "Moreover, seeing as Uncle Hong has some acquaintance with you, I shall refrain from holding this against you this time." "Why these few days?" Xia inquired. "Simply because the more people there are, the better it is for us," Xiao explained. "Since my master first discovered this place, he has informed me that from December 13th to December 15th each year, one cannot go wrong by coming here. As you just witnessed, my gains have been considerable, and I shall even behold the red moon." "The red moon?" Xia had never heard of such a phenomenon. "Are these people flocking here to witness the red moon you speak of?" Feeling she had divulged too much, Xiao nonetheless chose to continue. "Indeed, the red moon. These individuals are driven by curiosity, which is why they have come to wait. My master discovered it by chance, after witnessing the red moon once. He believed this place offered a unique opportunity. Thus it has become his legacy to me. Now, dear brother, I kindly ask you to show mercy towards my subordinates." She blinked her eyes and leaned closer to Xia's ear. "Why must we complicate matters? We are, after all, kindred spirits in this trade. I pilfer from the living, while you take from the dead. Must we make it difficult for one another?" A gentle breeze caressed his ear, causing Xia's cheeks to flush as he took a step back. "Very well, let us conclude this matter. Today, I shall consider it a meddlesome intervention. From now on, may our paths remain separate." With that, Xia turned and departed. Xiao, exhilarated by their exchange, left with her spoils. When Xia returned, the others had nearly finished their meal. Bai Yi cast him a sidelong glance. "Xia, refrain from such impulsiveness in the future. Meddling brings us no benefits." "It shall not happen again," Xia replied, reflecting on the fact that these individuals had traveled from afar yet lacked even the fare to return. His momentary lapse in judgment was compounded by the familiarity of one among them, leading him to pursue, only to unexpectedly encounter the very person who had stolen his wallet. Upon revealing the matter of the red moon, Bai Yi suddenly grasped the situation. "So it is in this place. I never would have suspected. Do you also know of the red moon?" Lazy expressed admiration for Bai Yi. "You truly possess knowledge of both celestial and terrestrial matters. Is there anything you do not know? It is inevitable, having lived for so long, that one cannot help but reflect." Bai Yi remarked at that time. The phenomenon of the red moon sparked considerable discussion abroad. "I was studying overseas," hence I overheard some conversations. Regrettably, I had no interest in such matters and did not inquire further. I merely heard some foreigners asserting that the moon could not possibly be red. They attributed the occurrence of the red moon primarily to clouds and mist, and the fact that it could only be seen here must surely relate to the geographical environment. A person at the adjacent table turned with keen interest towards Bai Yi. I did not expect anyone here to grasp the true mystery of the red moon. They claim that the appearance of the red moon leads one to the path of the celestial realm of pondered, which is utterly absurd. What? Everyone's hands momentarily trembled. Who said that? Lazy immediately inquired. Chapter 410. Whimsical youth. Ah, it was that old man. Someone pointed to an empty corner. He was just here a moment ago. His movements are surprisingly swift. What sort of old man was he? Tang San Cheng asked again. He appeared to be in his 70s or 80s. With a head of white hair, the person replied. He wore a loose-fitting blue outfit. Oh, and he was accompanied by a remarkably beautiful young woman. Reminiscent of a movie star. They did not seem like a father and daughter, which is quite peculiar. Bai Yi felt a stir within and expressed his gratitude to the individual. Turning to his companions, he remarked, I can't shake the feeling that the man was Xiao Ning, and the beautiful lady he mentioned could very well be Xiaoshan. Then what are we waiting for? Let us pursue them, Lazy exclaimed, slamming his chopsticks on the table. Xia had only taken a couple of bites but, with no other choice, picked up a bun and stood up. They all rushed out of the restaurant, scanning the surroundings. Damn it, there are so many people today. How shall we find them? Lazy complained. Xiao Ning shot him a glare. Enough with the complaints. They will not solve our predicament. We must find them quickly. As her words fell, Xiaoshan and Xia dashed in opposite directions, moving swiftly. Xiao Ning swallowed the remainder of her sentence. Lazy shrugged at her, wearing a mocking expression. As if to say, you think you're clever. Xiao Ning shot him a glare and tugged Tang San Cheng along to search for Xiao Ning. Fortunately, Tang San Cheng had met Xiaoshan before, while Xiao Ning, during that time, had been in a state of unconsciousness and did not recognize either of them. She had to rely on the man's description to search. Perhaps it was the woman's intuition that was more acute, or perhaps there existed an innate rivalry among beautiful women. In any case, the moment Xiao Ning laid eyes on Xiaoshan, she instinctively felt that this was indeed the person they sought. The woman's aura was that of a movie star, resonating with everyone around her. At that moment, Xiaoshan was standing before a stall selling facial masks. Right beside her was an elderly man with completely white hair. Xiao Ning nudged Tang San Cheng with her elbow. Is that them? Indeed, Tang San Cheng affirmed with certainty. Recognizing Xiaoshan, you go notify Bai Yi and the others to come. I will remain here to keep them steady. Xiao Ning nodded in agreement. And Tang San Cheng approached the two. Is this Xiao? The venerable Xiao was intently gazing at the intricate facial mask of a Beijing opera character. He seemed utterly oblivious to Tang San Cheng's inquiries, muttering to himself, Ah, this is indeed the mask of Wang Yanzhang. He is depicted as a toad, as he is the reincarnation of a water beast. Fangfei, purchase this for me. Tang San Cheng felt a twinge of awkwardness, but fortunately, Xiao showed no inclination to depart. With the mask he had just purchased, he playfully donned it upon his own face, turning his back to Tang San Cheng. The latter could only discern his towering stature. Although his hair and beard were entirely white, he bore no semblance of an elderly man. As for his facial features, they remained a mystery, especially when Xiao turned to face him, adorned with the mask, leaving only his piercing eyes visible. Tang San Cheng felt an inexplicable chill run down his spine. Xiao, did you call for me? Xiao's voice was surprisingly youthful, and upon removing the mask, he revealed his true visage. Tang San Cheng gasped in astonishment. He looked remarkably youthful. The term white hair and a childlike face truly applied here. From behind, his hair appeared entirely silver, and at his age, one would typically expect to see age spots. Yet his skin was remarkably smooth, devoid of any wrinkles on his forehead. His eyes sparkled with vitality, and coupled with his upright posture, he bore no resemblance to an elderly man at all. The last time he heard Bai Yi mention Xiao, he was said to be nearly 90 years old. Noticing Tang San Cheng's astonished gaze, Xiao chuckled. What is the matter? Are you startled? A little, Tang San Cheng admitted, almost regretting his candidness. In such situations, he usually would have kept his thoughts to himself, and he promptly slapped his mouth. I misspoke. Xiaoshan approached, saying, I saw you both in the restaurant earlier. We hesitated to interrupt, as you seemed engrossed in conversation. What a coincidence to find you here. Naturally, Tang San Cheng assumed this was merely serendipity. But Bai Yi had a different perspective. Having been summoned by Xiao Ning, he had just witnessed this scene and felt an unusual sense of peculiarity regarding this encounter, especially considering Yu Xiaoru's prior appearance. What were the odds of these three individuals coincidentally converging here? Bai Yi approached with a probing demeanor, prompting Tang San Cheng to glance at him. Noticing a tension in the exchange of glances between Bai Yi and Joey, Tang San Cheng nudged Bai Yi, who finally tempered his sharp gaze. Joey, unfazed, smiled. To meet here is a matter of fate. Let us move elsewhere. This is not a suitable place for conversation. Permit me a moment to speak privately. Xie Fangfei promptly followed Joey, and Bai Yi shot a glance at Tang San Cheng. Such coincidences are rare in this world. I suspect they have come here with intentions related to Peng Lai. Let us proceed. Joey resided in a modest and not far from Bai Yi and the others, albeit situated on a back street where few passers-by could be seen throughout the day. Bai Yi silently admired Joey's choice of location. Upon entering Joey's room, the space felt constricted, with everyone either seated or standing. Xie Fangfei glanced at Joey and then spoke. Please, share your thoughts. We are delighted to meet you, Joey. Though I am curious, at this moment when the red moon is about to appear, your presence here must surely be more than mere coincidence. Bai Yi remarked. When the crimson moon rises, the pathway to the immortal realm of Peng Lai shall be unveiled. Is there any basis for this? Master Zhou chuckled softly. If there were such a basis, I would not be derided as a lunatic. Tang San Cheng, feeling an acute sense of anxiety regarding this journey to Peng Lai, inquired. Master Zhou, from where did you hear this? I have spent considerable time in the realm of tomb raiding, and is it not permissible to hear whispers of such tales? Master Zhou's eyes widened as he gazed at Tang San Cheng. The crimson moon appears but once a year. The red moon is inherently an anomaly. At the moment of its emergence, a plethora of unusual phenomena manifest. Among these, one is related to Peng Lai. I once harbored doubts, yet upon witnessing the crimson moon, I was convinced that what that person stated must hold some truth. That person? Bai Yi's heart stirred. Could it be a mysterious figure? How do you know? Master Zhou replied. This individual is the only one in my life of whom I am entirely ignorant. You all know me as the one who gathers information in the tomb raiding world. What is there that I do not know? Yet this person arrived and departed under strange circumstances. Had I not truly seen the crimson moon, I would have thought their appearance merely an illusion. Alas, over the years, I have returned here time and again, yet I have failed to uncover the path to Peng Lai as described. I even deliberately disseminated this information, but regrettably, no one seems to know. As I grow older, I truly wonder if I shall ever find the real Peng Lai in my lifetime. Chapter 411. The masked Tang San Cheng's heart raced. Yet another enigmatic figure who appeared and vanished without a trace. The events of these past days. The whispers of a certain individual seemed to intertwine with his own existence. Could these merely be coincidences? Master Zhou mused. Perhaps our encounter here is destined. I am weary. After all, my time left in this world is fleeting. How can that be? Xiaoshan, ever the innocent, pointed at Master Zhou's face, exclaiming, Look at you, so youthful. Xiaoshan. Xiao Ning sighed. How can you point at someone's face like that? She swatted Xiaoshan's finger away. Mind your manners. Xiaoshan quickly hid behind Tang San Cheng as Master Zhou waved his hand dismissively. Do not blame him. It is I who am overly concerned with appearances. With that, Master Zhou suddenly reached for his face, pulling at it vigorously until a mask was torn away, revealing his true visage, one etched with deep lines and marked by age spots. He extended his hand, showing the age spots on his knuckles as well. Regrettably, I cannot replicate the skin techniques he taught me, but at least I have managed to maintain the facade of youth all these years. That person could perform such feats? Tang San Cheng shuddered. Surely what Master Zhou held was genuine human skin. Where had it come from? Do not misunderstand, Master Zhou clarified, though we refer to it as such. It is not truly made of human skin. Rather, it is crafted from an exceptionally soft plastic. However, the lining is made of golden silkworm silk to prevent allergic reactions from direct contact with the face. How about that? Did I frighten you just now? Do I seem like an old monster? Quite so, Xiaoshan replied, but was immediately hushed by Xiao Ning, who covered his mouth. Xiaoshan, be quiet. This time, Xie Fangfei shot a glance at Xiaoshan, while Bai Yi remarked, Ninth Master, please do not take offense. Xiaoshan is still but a child, unaware of how to speak. It is quite all right, the Ninth Master replied. It seems my skills have indeed reached an impressive level. You all did not seem to notice earlier. Indeed, not at all. Bai Yi candidly admitted, "I was merely amazed that someone could maintain themselves so impeccably. At the moment I laid eyes on the ninth master, I found it impossible to reconcile him with the image I had envisioned. It is merely an illusion." The ninth master suddenly coughed violently, prompting Xiao to hurriedly retrieve medicine and a glass of water, which she presented to him. "Ninth master, please take your medicine first." After consuming the medication, the ninth master remarked, "This may very well be my last opportunity. If I cannot locate Peng Lai this time, I shall not have another chance. My illness leaves me with no more than 3 months to live. Your appearance at this moment may well be heaven's blessing. You are the ones who can assist me." Without a doubt, it is truly unexpected that in the eyes of treasure seekers, the ninth master stands as an unyielding fortress akin to the Great Wall. Yet the sage of the treasure-hunting realm has little time left. It is said that when one approaches death, their words turn benevolent. Perhaps the ninth master is acutely aware that this is his final chance. Thus he speaks with utter candor before all present. Bai Yi stated, "Ninth master, you are aware of our foundations. If we can secure the treasure, that would suffice. But should it indeed be Peng Lai, that would be even better. Let us collaborate this time." However, did that individual provide any clearer connections between the Red Moon and Peng Lai? He merely mentioned that the opportunity lasts for a mere 20 seconds. If missed, one must wait until the following year, replied the ninth master. "Years ago, I visited this place with him and witnessed the Red Moon with my own eyes, which solidified my belief in his words. Regrettably, it was here that he suddenly departed, and I have not seen him since. The mystery of those 20 seconds remains unsolved to this day." Tang San Cheng hesitated and inquired, "Ninth master, how did you come to meet that person back then?" "It's a long story. In my youth, my status was akin to that of Lao Hong. I handled various affairs concerning the 4 different factions, often traveling outside. I am not boasting, but my demeanor in my younger days was not inferior to that of you young ones. This was 30 years ago, when I encountered him in the south. He was dining alone, exuding an extraordinary presence. People truly are different. Though we share the same features, nose, eyes, ears, he somehow drew attention just by sitting there. Many were sizing him up, myself included. I do not know what he perceived, but he took a seat opposite me and engaged in conversation. That is how we became acquainted." "Did he ever mention his origins?" Tang San Cheng asked, his palms clammy with anxiety. With a deep sigh, Joey reflected upon the peculiarities of his earlier encounter. It struck him as odd that he had never inquired about the stranger's origins, while inadvertently revealing his own secrets instead. In that moment of revelation, the stranger had proposed to take him to an extraordinary place, one that would forever remain etched in his memory. They arrived at this very location, where the Yasha would emerge on the 12th of December, followed by the appearance of the crimson moon on the 14th. Words failed to capture the moment the red moon unveiled itself. "Tomorrow evening, you shall witness it." When he asked me what I saw, I recounted a multitude of visions. Yet he merely shook his head. The fleeting 20 seconds passed swiftly, and he simply smiled, imparting the significance of that brief time. I felt a twinge of resentment towards him. If it were so crucial, why not elucidate from the start, allowing me to be more observant? He replied that all things are bound by fate, with cause and effect intertwined. Had he been too overt from the outset, it might have blinded me to the truth. He claimed I had no connection to Peng Lai. The following morning, upon awakening, the stranger had vanished from my sight. "No connection?" Tang San Cheng pondered. "What constitutes a connection?" Indeed, I could not fathom why this notion of disconnection had stirred such unrest within me for the past 30 years. Each year, I return at this time. Yet what is it that I am meant to perceive? Joey closed his eyes in despair, exclaiming, "I cannot see. I cannot see." How intriguing it was that this individual sought out Joey specifically to share the link between the Red Moon and Peng Lai, personally escorting him here. Bai Yi inquired, "Joey, what did this person look like? Can you assist us in crafting a likeness?" Joey paused for a moment, then chuckled, "This simplifies matters. Fangfei, where's my drawing?" Fangfei promptly retrieved a sketch from her bag, unveiling a drawing of a middle-aged man. Tang San Cheng gazed at it, captivated. This individual bore an uncanny resemblance to the descriptions found in Wu Tong's notes. Overcome with excitement, he took the drawing into his hands, exclaiming, "Bai Yi, look, look." Bai Yi nodded in agreement. This certainly indicates one thing. This person did not deceive Joey. The Red Moon and Peng Lai are undoubtedly interconnected. As for those 20 seconds, Tang San Cheng, the outcome now rests upon you. Chapter 412. The wager. Bai Yi's words captured Joey's attention, his gaze fixating on Tang San Cheng, questioning why such hope should be placed in this youthful individual. Yet, Tang San Cheng found no unease in the situation, nodding in assent. Very well. I shall do my utmost. Xiaoyi's lips moved slightly, but he refrained from voicing his inner doubts, instead donning his mask once more, restoring his youthful visage. Bai Yi noticed a subtle tremor in Xiaoyi's hands as he donned the mask. Had his earlier robustness merely been a fade? Xiafeng Fei approached Xiaoyi, Grandmaster Xiaoyi. Perhaps you should take a moment to rest. Tomorrow night may demand your endurance. Tomorrow is December 14th. Let us convene here at 6 o'clock. Is that agreeable to you all? Xiaoyi stated, I truly am weary. Very well, Xiaoyi. Until tomorrow. Bai Yi nodded slightly to Xiafeng Fei and led the group away from the inn. As they stepped outside, Bai Yi remarked, what a coincidence that we find ourselves in this narrative. Perhaps this time, we shall pen a remarkable tale. Tang San Cheng, what are your thoughts? Tang San Cheng gazed at the bustling crowd in the street and replied, it is futile to speculate at present. Tomorrow night, when the crimson moon rises, we shall see how I feel. Otherwise, we will have to wait until next year. I am not inclined to wait, although it is merely 365 days. It feels interminable to me. The arrival of this mysterious figure has eroded my patience. The individual mentioned in Grandfather Wu Tong's notes, the enigmatic figure from their previous journey to the ancient Kunlun, was the same person who revealed the mystery of the crimson moon to Lord Jiao. Bai Yi paused, observing the hurried passers-by, who paid them no heed. As he halted, Tang San Cheng followed suit, noticing a playful smile gracing Bai Yi's face. Perhaps the person clad in black you encountered in the Qin false tomb is indeed the same individual, he mused. Tang San Cheng chuckled, seemingly unfazed, as if he had already contemplated this notion. Thus, tomorrow night, I must find that path. Suddenly, Qi Xie interjected, but how did you quite know of this place? No secret can remain concealed for long, Bai Yi replied. Initially, only a select few were aware of the crimson moon, and now it has become a phenomenon pursued by many. Indeed, Qi Xie acknowledged, realizing his own sensitivity. Let us proceed. Upon returning to the inn, Tang San Cheng suddenly recalled that he had not inquired with Lord Jiao about the Yiksha. Given that he visited this place annually, he should possess some knowledge regarding it. How much did he know? It was not the right moment to turn back. They would have to wait until the appointed time to discuss it further. Xiao Ning had further investigated the crimson moon and learned that it was first discovered by an outsider. The locals tended to retire early, and no one remained awake until late. One night, unable to sleep, the outsider rose at midnight and, upon opening the window, witnessed the moon transforming into a shade of red. He roused everyone, and they were astonished to behold this extraordinary phenomenon. The news spread rapidly, capturing the interest of many astronomers. However, it was evident that the true original discoverer was not this individual, but rather the mysterious figure. As for the purported connection between Ponlai and the crimson moon, the astronomers were entirely unaware, let alone anything about 20 seconds. It appeared that the information in Lord Jiao's possession was indeed exclusive, heightening everyone's anticipation for the following evening. Interestingly, Yu Xiaoru also made her appearance at the inn, coincidentally sharing the same accommodation. The following evening, as the group prepared to dine, Yu Xiaoru entered and, upon spotting Qi Xie, displayed a hint of surprise. When she arrived, all the other inns were full, leaving only one room available in this particular establishment. Perhaps reminded of her own identity, Yu Xiao lowered her head and brushed past them. Observing her demeanor, Qi Xie feigned ignorance, adopting an expression as if he had never seen her before. What could escape Bai Yi's discerning gaze? He pondered, strange. The person who just passed by was indeed Yu Kuaishou's disciple. I have met her before. Why does she act as if she does not recognize me? Let us go, Qi Xie suggested. Perhaps she finds the encounter somewhat awkward. Tang San sensed that if there truly existed a passage leading to Ponglai, time would not wait for them to return and pack their belongings. Thus, at this moment, everyone carried their own baggage. This was also Tang San's suggestion. The innkeeper, thinking they intended to check out, hurried over to settle the bill. However, Bai Yi instructed the innkeeper to retain their room, even reserving it for an additional week with the payment made in advance. The innkeeper was delighted, though he was not so naive. Once Bai Yi and the others departed, he promptly accommodated new guests. After all, they would only stay for 2 days, and in 2 days, all these visitors would leave, having come merely to witness the red moon. The innkeeper secretly reveled in his shrewdness, as he could almost hear the sound of money jingling. Alas, Tang San. Let us make a wager, Lei Zi said, tugging at Tang San's arm. Let us wager $5, shall we? On what? Tang San inquired. Lei Zi gestured towards the inn. I bet that as soon as we leave, this innkeeper will rent our room to others and charge them double. What do you think? Just as Tang San was about to agree, Xiao Ning interjected, Tang San, we shall not wager. Even if he rents it to someone else, first. He won't admit it. Second, this place will only be crowded for these 2 days. Once the red moon viewing is over, everyone will depart, and when we return, the room will be vacant. Who can definitively say whether he has let it to anyone else? Lei Zi, are you trying to cheat us out of $5? Lei Zi pouted, don't keep saying we. I'm betting with Tang San, not you. Xiao Ning, you need to understand that, all right? Yet again, Bai Yi let out a soft grunt. All right, let us hurry and eat. Afterward, we must find Jiu Yi. The appointed time is fast approaching. And Lei Zi, do not trouble Tang San. He is already quite anxious. Keep it down. Lei Zi covered his mouth. I almost forgot. Very well, I won't tease you anymore. Tang San felt a twinge of annoyance. Bai Yi had clearly noticed his anxiety. Why then did he have to state it aloud, especially in front of Xiao Ning? He poked Bai Yi and whispered, could you please show me a little consideration in the future? Let us discuss it later, Bai Yi replied, walking ahead without acknowledging Tang San. Tang San, feeling somewhat helpless, reflected on Bai Yi. Though he typically appeared meticulous and serious, he often indulged in petty tricks at critical moments. Xiao Ning remarked, you know, Bai Yi is actually the most difficult to deal with. How come you only realized that today? Tang San patted his head, realizing that he should have known better. Xiao Ning tugged at Tang San, urging him to hasten their pace to meet with Jiu Yi, as it would be prudent not to arrive late. Everyone quickly finished their meal and made their way to Jiu Yi's inn. This evening, even dining required queuing, as many had ventured out early to savor dinner in hopes of witnessing the splendor of the red moon later that night. Upon arriving at Jiu Yi's lodge, they found both Jiu Yi and Xie Fangfei waiting for them, surprisingly already packed and prepared for departure. What astonished everyone the most was that Jiu Yi had removed his mask today, revealing his naturally aged visage. Chapter 413. The auspicious spot. Observing the astonished expressions on their faces, Jiu Yi chuckled, stating, throughout my life, I have considered myself astute. Yet I have been reluctant to confront the reality of my aging. I spent my days concealing myself behind a mask, deceiving others, and, more foolishly, myself. Indeed, such behavior is quite unwise. Surely, one such as I, Jiu Yi, would not engage in such folly. Thus, I destroyed my mask last night. I shall no longer require it. The cycle of life, aging, illness, and death is predestined. Now, I seek only to fulfill a wish. Bai Yi smiled, remarking, Jiu Yi has always been a sage. Transcending the trials of life requires great courage. You flatter me, Jiu Yi replied, glancing at the time. We have 5 hours left. Come, allow me to take you to a remarkable place. While the streets may soon overflow with people, that particular location shall be ours alone. Following Jiu Yi to this special site, they proceeded eastward down the street. Lei Zi felt something amiss, exclaiming, wait. According to the innkeeper, the closest point to the sea should be to the west. Jiu Yi, why are you leading us east? Yet the path to Penglai may not necessarily lie to the west. The west is deemed inauspicious. The east is where the sun rises, symbolizing hope and the future. Come, do you still doubt me? Jiu Yi replied calmly, continuing onward. Their chosen direction starkly contrasted with the throngs moving westward, where the closest proximity to the sea was believed to be the prime spot for viewing the red moon. After walking approximately 600 meters to the east, Jiu Yi halted, glancing around. A year has passed, and I scarcely recognize this place. Very well, this way. He ventured down a narrow path to the right, a secluded lane devoid of streetlights. By this time, dusk had settled, and without careful discernment, one could easily overlook it. Xie Fangfei hurriedly followed, illuminating the way with a flashlight, guiding Jiu Yi at the forefront. Bai Yi surveyed the surroundings. On either side were residential homes, modest two-story buildings, with a row of bungalows stretching behind them. This narrow path saw little foot traffic and was somewhat uneven. They stumbled over stones repeatedly, with Xiaoshan nearly losing his balance several times. Upon passing the bungalows, they approached a ditch spanned by a bridge, which was essentially 2 wooden planks hastily assembled. The wood, weathered by years of exposure, had lost its sturdiness, creaking ominously underfoot. Lei Zi glanced down, noting the absence of water below. where jagged stones loomed menacingly in the darkness. Taking a deep breath, he stepped onto the bridge to cross the ditch. Tang San Cheng followed closely behind Lazy. And as he walked forward, he felt an odd sensation. He illuminated the surroundings with his flashlight. This was an open space, approximately 60 meters from the main street, bordered by several pear trees, now bare of blossoms and fruit, leaving only a few remnants of leaves clinging to the branches, which rendered the area particularly desolate. It was precisely here that Ninth Master chose to stop. We've arrived. This is the place. It was here that I first witnessed the red moon with him. And he revealed to me the secret of 20 seconds. Here, Lazy could not help but exclaim, "What on earth is this place? Why does it feel so strange?" "Tang San Cheng, what are you thinking?" "This is a geomantic treasure," Tang San Cheng replied. "A naturally auspicious site, yet no one has ever been buried here. It seems to have been overlooked for quite some time. Could it be that the red moon seen at this auspicious site differs from others? Was this the true purpose of bringing Ninth Master here? In the realm of feng shui, there are 24 auspicious sites and 74 formations. This location meets the criteria for one of the 24 auspicious sites. The waters flow left and right, signifying wealth and longevity." Wealth and longevity? Tang San Cheng felt a stir in his heart as he surveyed the area for more clues. Xiaoshan, intrigued, wandered about. Although the sky had darkened, according to Ninth Master, the red moon would appear around midnight. The atmosphere grew relaxed. Everyone began to find places to sit. Xixia brought over some stones, and they settled down, gazing at the sky. The weather was clear, with the moon hanging high, casting a pristine white light, and the anticipation for the red moon filled their hearts, especially Xiaoshan, who appeared most excited, bouncing around, leaving Ninth Master perplexed. This young lad, despite his tender age, possesses remarkable skills. Truly an eye-opener. Bai Yi remained silent, while Xixia remarked, "His talent is exceptional." "Indeed," Ninth Master replied, "you are not lacking either. In my long life, you two possess the most profound skills I have encountered. And then there is him. Forgive my candidness, but his abilities far surpass yours, shrouded in mystery. Ninth Master, you have consistently referred to him in such a way. Has he not shared his name with you?" Tang San Cheng suddenly realized the peculiarity of the situation. Since Ninth Master mentioned this enigmatic figure, he had never directly referred to him by name, which seemed quite strange. How could Ninth Master journey to the seaside with a stranger whose name he did not even know? "I have inquired." Ninth Master shook his head. He calls himself the wild man of the mountains. Many practitioners of Buddhism or Taoism adopt such mountain names to signify their transcendence from the mundane. So I have taken to calling him the wild man of the mountains. However, I am aware that it is not his true name, and thus I prefer to refer to him as he, for that is how I perceive him. The wild man of the mountains? Tang San Cheng nodded. Even if it was self-proclaimed, it could still serve as a name. As time ticked away, the group's mood tightened with anticipation. Only 1 hour remained until midnight. Xie Fangfei suddenly leaned closer to Bai Yi. "Bai Yi, may I call you by your name directly?" "Of course," he replied. Bai Yi understood that if one were to address him as Mr. Bai, it would strike him as rather peculiar. Should he adhere to the customs of foreign lands and refer to you as Miss Xie, it might also provoke curious glances from onlookers, given the current climate. Yet, your previous address of me as Mr. Bai is rather in vogue. I assent it. You are quite astute. Indeed, I have spent some time studying in Japan. Xie Fangfei remarked, "There is actually a matter I have long wished to discuss with you." "What is it?" Bai Yi pondered, his heart racing. This fashionable Xie Fangfei intrigued him, and he had often wondered what had led her to become the assistant of the Ninth Master. Regarding Su Fu, Xie Fangfei continued, "My father was an archaeologist, and you may have heard of his name." Bai Yi's mind began to race. Could it be Professor Xie Yin? Exactly. Xie Fangfei's expression darkened. Regrettably, he became a casualty during that movement and has since passed away. His greatest research subject was the legendary figure Su Fu, as he believed that Su Fu's remains might be located in Penglai. Unfortunately, he could never find conclusive evidence to support this theory. I wish to fulfill my father's last wish, which is why I am following the Ninth Master. How did you find the Ninth Master? Bai Yi inquired. Upon your return, one would expect you not to be acquainted with our industry. Did Professor Xie already know the Ninth Master? Indeed, you are perceptive, she replied. My father not only knew the Ninth Master, but had also accompanied him to this location. Xie Fangfei added, of course, it was done secretly. A fact the Ninth Master remains unaware of. Who says I am unaware? The Ninth Master interjected, his keen ears picking up on their conversation. Do not assume that speaking in hushed tones renders you invisible to me, Fangfei. I have known your identity for quite some time. Xia Fangfei smiled knowingly. I appreciate your keeping me by your side, allowing me to carry on my father's legacy. The ninth master nodded with a smile. I was aware of your father's visit with me, though I did not anticipate his reluctance to bring it up, causing me to wait for him. After all, he was a cultured man, and the notion of following someone would have been quite beyond his character. Everyone chuckled, but Xia Fangfei then said earnestly, Ninth Master, over the years, you have graciously allowed me to accompany you. Alas, my knowledge is limited, and I am unable to discern the mysteries. Fangfei, should this endeavor falter, it will fall to you in the future. The ninth master, having endured numerous failures, appeared to be weary, sighing as his hands trembled, for time was drawing near. Tang San Cheng noticed a fog beginning to rise nearby, creeping up to the height of their shins. He bent down, reaching into the mist, feeling the moisture against his palm. This fog seemed oddly localized, rising solely in the center of the auspicious site while leaving the surroundings untouched. Could this signify something extraordinary? What is the matter? Xiao Ning observed Tang San Cheng's bent posture with curiosity. I am contemplating whether the red moon is about to emerge, Tang San Cheng replied, lifting his head to see clouds slowly converging around the moon. Could it be? How could clouds appear at this moment, threatening to obscure the moon? Lord Jiao stood up in excitement, exclaiming, what is happening? Just then, as if sensing the urgency felt by the crowd, the gathering clouds slowly drifted away, allowing everyone to breathe a sigh of relief. As they prepared to lower their heads, Xiaoshan pointed at the moon and said, look, it seems like something blood-like is consuming the moon. Upon closer inspection, the accuracy of Xiaoshan's observation became evident. A hint of red was indeed spreading within the moon. It appeared that this anomaly originated from the moon itself. Strangely, the red resembled bloodstains dissolving in water, gradually saturating the moon in crimson hues. Tang San Cheng's keen hearing soon picked up distant cheers, the enthusiastic exclamations of astronomy enthusiasts who had spotted the blood moon. His mind became turbulent as he asked, Lord Jiao, does the 20 seconds refer to after the moon has fully turned red? Indeed, it does, Lord Jiao replied. His hands trembled slightly. This was the final opportunity in his life, and it was now. There was still a bit of time left, Tang San Cheng thought to himself, for he had yet to notice anything unusual. His neck felt stiff, but he resisted the urge to lower his gaze, determined not to miss the moment the moon transformed into a blood moon. The red hue was spreading rapidly, soon to envelop the entire moon in brilliant scarlet. Bai Yi observed that although the moon had turned red, its radiance remained unchanged. Everyone gazed upward, oblivious to Tang San Cheng's peculiar reaction. He clenched his fists, his mind suddenly conjuring an image of a shadowy figure carrying something while walking along a mist-laden path. Each step was imbued with strength. Tang San Cheng's eyes lost focus. He could no longer see the moon that was about to turn red, only the sides of the path adorned with red, flower-like entities floating in the air, devoid of stems or leaves. Fortunately, Xiao Ning noticed something was amiss with Tang San Cheng and gave him a nudge, urging, Tang San Cheng, why are you dazed? Hurry. The moon is about to turn completely red. He shook his head, and indeed, the moon had transformed entirely into crimson. A jolt of realization struck him as he recalled the pear trees he had seen moments ago. He looked over, and suddenly, red dots appeared on the left pear tree, radiating a soft red light, floating amidst the branches. Had they been green, he would have surely thought them to be will-o'-the-wisps. Remembering the scene that had flashed through his mind, he grabbed his bag and exclaimed, this way. The crowd was taken aback by Tang San Cheng's fervent reaction, but seeing him dash ahead, they hastily followed suit, grabbing their belongings. The mist suddenly rose swiftly, enveloping them up to their waists. Bai Yi found the mist's arrival peculiar, but there was no time for contemplation. Tang San Cheng led the charge, hearing the clarity of his footsteps on the ground, crunching on gravel. All sounds were distinct, including the rhythm of his own heartbeat. Closer, closer. In the midst of the pear trees, there lay a slab of blue stone that had not been there moments before. Tang San Cheng, brimming with excitement, waved his right hand and gestured in the air to express his elation. Indeed, within the auspicious spot, an illusion had been cast. The crimson moon could effortlessly dispel this illusion, revealing the path to Penglai. This was the true secret of the red moon. As for the fleeting 20 seconds, It was merely the duration for which the moon's power could be sustained. After that brief moment, tranquility would return, and the passage would vanish. Fortunately, even the last to arrive, Lord Xiao, managed to step onto the bluestone path within those 20 seconds. Tang San Cheng let out a sigh of relief. Having caught up at last, Xiaoshan looked up at the moon. Do you see the color of the moon? The hue of the crimson moon gradually faded, its dominion slowly relinquishing to restore a bright and luminous orb. The group was uncertain whether to halt, as Tang San Cheng stood transfixed, gazing at the moon. Bai Yi inquired, "What is it, Tang San Cheng? How did you find this place?" Tang San Cheng recounted the vision he had witnessed moments ago, pointing at the pear trees on either side. There were some red light spots here just now. Did you see them? As he lowered his hand, the red lights above the pear trees had vanished, as though they had never existed. He remarked, when the red moon appeared, these red lights emerged, which I believed indicated our path to Ponlai. Yet now they are gone. Were they truly only here for 20 seconds? Lord Xiao murmured, however, over these years, I have closely observed the changes in this vicinity. I have seen these pear trees. Why could I not see the red lights you mentioned? Am I not a person of fate? Lord Xiao, do not ponder too much. This path is one we have never seen before, Xie Feng Fei interjected. It seems this is the passage we have been searching for. Tang San Cheng looked around, and indeed, wisps of white mist were rising on either side of the road, identical to the vision in his mind. Moreover, the silhouette bore an uncanny resemblance to the figure in black who had gifted him the luminous pearl. Everything seemed too coincidental. He gazed ahead, where a thick fog obscured all sight. Chapter 415. The Barrier. What lay ahead? Xiao Ning felt an unprecedented curiosity and anticipation. Pulling Tang San Cheng's hand, what could be ahead? We must go and see. Xiao Ning's words were prompted by Tang San Cheng's sudden halt, as the uncertainty of the unknown ahead unsettled him. She tugged him forward, while Bai Yi glanced back, perceiving that the open space behind them seemed separated by a faint veil. Tang San Cheng noticed Bai Yi's gaze and remarked, that is a barrier. Those outside can no longer see us. It is a Taoist barrier, one that has been set up by someone. Could it be that hermit from the mountains? Lord Xiao inquired. It is possible, Tang San Cheng replied. I believe we are truly on the path to Ponlai. Since we have come this far, we must embrace it. Qi Xie said, casting a glance at Tang San Cheng. You should lead the way, San Cheng. The circumstances here are unusual. Tang San Cheng originally led the way, aware that this was a critical juncture. An illusion and barrier had been set up, undoubtedly the work of a master of Taoist arts. It was impossible for him not to take the lead. Xiao Ning closely followed behind him. The path, paved with blue stones, stretched endlessly before them, flanked by pear trees that appeared rather peculiar. Just moments ago, there had been only a handful visible from outside, yet now, having ventured so far, the sides of the path were lined with hundreds of pear trees. A sense of unease gripped Tang San Cheng. He feared they might be trapped in a loop similar to their previous experience in the desert. With this thought, he paused to retrieve a red silk ribbon from his backpack and tied it to one of the trees. Bai Yi, surprised by this action, remained silent but continued to trail behind him. Fortunately, they walked for quite some time without seeing the red ribbon again, allowing Tang San Cheng to breathe a sigh of relief. Suddenly, a sound of rushing water reached their ears, emanating from beneath their feet. A powerful, crashing sound resembling waves striking a heavy object. Initially, only Tang San Cheng could hear it, but gradually, the noise grew louder until everyone could discern it clearly. Jiu Yi remarked, could it be that we are above the sea? It sounds like waves crashing against rocks. His speculation echoed the thoughts of the others, and Bai Yi nodded in astonishment. Incredible. Is this passage leading directly into the sea? Are we walking on its surface, or perhaps beneath it? Tang San Cheng mused. I can't help but think of the legend of the Dragon Palace. Young man, you must be referring to the tale of Lu Yi sending a message, Jiu Yi interjected. On his journey to the imperial examination in Chang'an, Lu Yi encountered a shepherdess in the icy wilderness of Jingyang. After several inquiries, he discovered she was the third princess of the Dragon Palace in Dongting Lake, married far away to the 10th prince of the Jing River Dragon King. Unfortunately, the young Dragon King was notoriously lecherous. After marrying, he never consummated the marriage or even touched her. The princess, confined to her empty abode and bullied by her in-laws, tended to a flock of sheep responsible for bringing rain and snow, but the surrounding aquatic creatures and birds, intimidated by the Dragon King's authority, dared not send word home for her aid. Outraged, Louis vowed to forsake his examination opportunity to return home with a message for her. His journey to deliver that message to the Dragon Palace required him to traverse the depths of the water, logically speaking. Entering the water, even while holding one's breath, should not result in drowning. Indeed, Tang San Cheng conceded. Legends endure for a reason. The notion that there exists a dragon palace beneath the water may hold deeper truths, hidden from ordinary people, relegated to the realm of fables and myths. Our current location remains a mystery. Perhaps we should attempt to venture left or right. This task fell to Qi Xie and Xiaoshan, who eagerly darted in opposite directions. However, upon stepping forward, they found themselves unable to progress any further. They exchanged puzzled glances, with Xiaoshan scratching his head in confusion. Strange, we can see it clearly. Yet we cannot move beyond. It seems this is the barrier you mentioned, Bai Yi observed. Both sides and behind us are encased in barriers, indicating we can only proceed along this path before us. It is fortuitous that a clear route lies ahead. Let us proceed. Could the barrier be isolating them from the sea? Tang San pondered internally, recognizing the brilliance of this strategy. However, he remained incredulous about the duration of the barrier's efficacy. As they continued forward, the desolate pear trees and the cobblestone path persisted, yet the sound of the sea had transformed. The rhythmic crashing of waves against the rocks had given way to a gentle, lapping murmur, indicating that they had distanced themselves from the shore. At this moment, it seemed they all had become guests destined for the Dragon Palace, traversing the path to the ocean's depths, enveloped by water yet unseen. This sensation was remarkably extraordinary. Though the journey felt excessively lengthy, Lazy could no longer suppress his grievances. Damn it, Tang San. This place is rather eerie, isn't it? Now that we are here, if you do not wish to proceed, you may always turn back. For once, Tang San stood firm, his words silencing Lazy instantly. It's cold, Xiao Ning suddenly remarked, drawing her shoulders together as a chill breeze swept towards them. Aside from Xiaoshan and Qi Xie, the others gasped at the sudden drop in temperature. Xie Fangfei glanced at Jiu Yi with concern. Jiu Yi, are you all right? I'm fine. Although Jiu Yi's complexion was far from rosy, his eyes sparkled with determination. Having come this far, I must witness the true Peng Lai, even if it leads to my demise here. Jiu Yi, refrain from uttering such ominous words, Xie Fangfei replied earnestly. If we have managed to enter, we shall surely find our way out. Here, where this. Lazy whispered to Bai Yi. Xie Fangfei is quite attentive. No wonder she has remained by Jiu Yi's side. It really is unexpected. Bai Yi, however, retorted coldly. Every cause has its effect. It seems odd for such a beautiful girl to willingly stay beside Jiu Yi. Lazy, one must not judge solely by appearances. Why are you becoming so suspicious again, Bai Yi? Lazy murmured. I see Xie Fangfei as nothing but kind-hearted. Perhaps you are simply captivated by her looks? Xiao Ning interjected with a roll of her eyes. People like you would rather perish under the peony blossoms, even in death, maintaining a certain charm. Spare me, Xiao Ning. Do not curse me, Lazy exclaimed. Have you forgotten? This is taboo. Xiao Ning realized her words had been excessive, sticking out her tongue, yet refusing to concede. I only wish the best for you. Her remarks were abruptly interrupted by a gesture from Tang San, who raised his arm in the air, signaling for silence. He had heard a rustling sound emanating from ahead, reminiscent of serpents. Tang San swallowed hard, instinctively seeking Qi Xie, who looked astonished. What is happening? There is something ahead, Tang San replied, not far from us. Chapter 416. Familiarity. As two rabbits suddenly bounded into view, Tang San found himself amused, awkwardly stating, how peculiar. Two rabbits. I had anticipated snakes or the like. Your courage is indeed lacking, Lazy scoffed. What of snakes? Have you forgotten the myriad of serpents we have encountered? Emerging from the hazy mist, two rabbits sprang forth, their four crimson eyes surveying the onlookers with an air of curiosity rather than fear. This demeanor evoked a gentle and endearing impression, particularly on the countenance of Xiao Ning, a girl who, upon stepping forward with a joyful expression, reached out to touch them. However, Xiaoshan suddenly darted forward, yanking Xiao Ning back with unexpected urgency. What are you doing, Xiaoshan? She exclaimed, taken aback. Xiaoshan shook his head, a look of concern etched on his face. Sister, these rabbits are peculiar. Look at their mouths. Xiao Ning paused, observing the rabbits closely. Indeed, while the typical rabbit features a three-part mouth, these creatures possessed a disquieting four-part mouth, sending a chill through her. She stepped back, gazing in astonishment at the rabbits. This anomaly left everyone speechless. And though Xie Fangfei's initial excitement lasted only a fleeting few seconds, her expression soon mirrored that of the others. Bai Yi noticed her momentary thrill. It was unusual for someone to be so animated upon encountering such atypical rabbits. He filed this curiosity away for later contemplation. Suddenly, the two rabbits leaped onto Tang San Cheng's shoulders, one on each side, appearing quite pleased with themselves as they nuzzled his chin. Initially startled, Tang San Cheng quickly succumbed to a sense of comfort, as if he had known these rabbits all along. This familiarity stirred a whirlwind of emotions within him. Xiao Ning observed with intrigue. How strange. It seems as though these rabbits recognize you. Gathering his courage, Tang San Cheng reached out to pat one of their soft backs. Its eyes gleaming like rubies, fixed intently on him. It was unfortunate that the creature could not speak. Had it been able to, it surely would have had something to say. Xie Fangfei then positioned herself beside Tang San Cheng, remarking, "These rabbits appear to be in a pre-evolved state. How peculiar." Ninth Master surveyed their surroundings, perplexed. "We have no idea where we are. The mist envelopes us. And aside from the bluestone beneath our feet and the pear trees on either side, we are utterly lost." "Let them lead the way," Tang San Cheng blurted out. Remarkably, the rabbits seemed to comprehend his words and promptly leapt down from his shoulders, setting off ahead. Without a second thought, Tang San Cheng followed suit, leaving the others in a state of bewilderment, who could only exchange glances before trailing after him. Lazy spat on the ground, muttering, "What in the world is Tang San Cheng up to?" As soon as Lazy spat on the ground, the droplet vanished almost instantaneously, even accounting for evaporation. Such rapidity was implausible. A bold notion flickered through Bai Yi's mind. Perhaps the so-called stone path before him was nothing more than an illusion. He refrained from voicing his thoughts, inhaling deeply before hastening after Tang San Cheng. All figures dissolved into the enveloping mist, completely disappearing from view. Unbeknownst to them, as they entered, the fog thickened considerably, sealing off their path with an impenetrable barrier. When the group noticed that the ground beneath their feet had transformed into a mountain trail, an inexplicable joy surged within them. Bai Yi exclaimed with fervor, "Look, everyone! The path beneath us, we truly have found it." However, Tang San Cheng observed two rabbits cautiously retracing their steps, sensing that the ahead was not as straightforward as it appeared. Their visible surroundings were limited to merely a 4-meter radius, rendering the conditions ahead utterly unclear, as the white mist cloaked everything in obscurity. Crouching down, Tang San Cheng inquired, "What's wrong? Is the path ahead blocked?" The rabbits remained silent, merely nuzzling against Tang San Cheng's trouser leg. He picked up a stone and hurled it into the unknown, the sound of it sliding across a firm surface echoing back. "Could it be ice?" Tang San Cheng murmured. "Ice." Bai Yi shook his head. "At this time of year, it's too early for snow. What if it's something else, something smooth like ice?" "Let me take a look," said Qi Xie, stepping forward alone, only to be halted by Bai Yi. "Wait. The visibility here is limited. It's best for us to move together to avoid becoming separated, especially in this unknown territory." "Agreed," Qi Xie replied, glancing at the stones beneath their feet. "It seems we have entered the mountainous interior. Since our arrival, I felt a marked increase in effort while walking, likely due to the incline. It's a pity we cannot see our surroundings." Bai Yi wholeheartedly concurred, pointing to his legs. "No wonder I'm feeling more fatigued. These old legs are becoming increasingly uncooperative. Due to the restricted visual range, they could not discern the slope of the path. Yet traversing such terrain naturally demanded more exertion than walking on level ground. Their bodies reflected the present environment accurately. To Bai Yi's surprise, Xie Fangfei exhibited commendable stamina. Even Xiao Ning was slightly breathless, yet Xie Fangfei's breath remained steady. Qi Xie and Bai Yi exchanged knowing glances, silently acknowledging the complexity of this woman. As they advanced, the ground ahead gradually revealed a degree of transparency, resembling a corpse cocoon. Lazy blurted out, "How can there be such a large cocoon?" Xiaoshan peered downward, his face blanching in horror as he took a step back. "There are dead bodies below. Look, you must see, they are truly dead." Bai Yi instructed Xiaoshan to stand behind him, then leaned forward to examine the transparent ground. Upon discerning its true nature, he chuckled, "This is not a corpse cocoon. Rather, it is a layer of transparent crystal. At first glance, it bears a resemblance to a corpse cocoon. Yet the attire of these bodies suggests they are from the Qin dynasty. The Han clothing of that era predominantly reflected the influences of the preceding dynasty, characterized by robes that were typical in style, divided into curved and straight hems, with sleeves of varying lengths. The garments worn by men and women in daily life during the Qin period were not vastly different. Both featured wide fronts and narrow sleeves, with the distinction being that men wore leather belts around their waists, adorned with belt hooks, while women simply tied silk ribbons around theirs. The numerous bodies before them included both men and women. Qi Xia observed the scene with clarity, remarking, "Strange, these corpses show no signs of decay and appear almost lifelike, their skin seemingly retaining elasticity. Curiously, there is not a hint of suffering upon their faces. Their lips curl upward in a smile, as if they are experiencing something delightful. Their attire is orderly, arranged with precision, suggesting a coordinated demise." Chapter 417. Reverence for the common. The deceased appeared to be of youthful age. Their eyes firmly shut and lips pressed tightly together, a gesture indicating resolute determination. Bai Yi pondered, could it be that these individuals accepted death with an unwavering resolve? Further examination revealed that the corpses were holding hands, their grips remarkably tight, indicating a collective action. Bai Yi contemplated the notion of mass suicide. Lying there in repose, a rough count revealed more than 40 bodies, all of similar age and stature, truly youthful innocence. One wondered, had there been prior arrangements for such a synchronized demise? With their attire and alignment so meticulously organized? This collective suicide seemed to imply a premeditated decision to depart from life at a unified moment. Yet, who had placed the crystal above them after their passing? Clearly, there were still living individuals orchestrating these events. Bai Yi observed the jade ornaments they wear. Lazy pointed out, quickly identifying a crucial detail. By heavens, all are exquisite pieces of jade. Though these individuals appear to be mere commoners, each is adorned with jade, which seems rather incongruous. With a glint of mischief in his eyes, Lazy suggested to Bai Yi, what if we were to break one open and investigate further? The crystal, being fragile, could be easily shattered. Contemporary jade is renowned for its delicate texture, lustrous sheen, and smooth finish, never cold in winter nor harsh in summer. However, in ancient times, jade was viewed as a conduit to the spiritual realm. Jiui interjected. The Qin dynasty held a preference for black, hence their fondness for jade of a deep green hue, which symbolized water and aligned with the tradition of the Qin people's admiration for black. The jade bore engravings of spiral serpent patterns, known as snake patterns, depicting the coiled form of a serpent, characterized by geometric shapes, triangular or circular heads, bulging eyes, and a scaly, elongated body, traits unmistakably serpentine. This type of jade was emblematic of Qin craftsmanship. With that, Bai Yi turned to Jiui and stated, based on their attire and the jade they bear, there is no doubt they are people of the Qin dynasty. Indeed, it is peculiar that ordinary individuals possess jade that contradicts their status, which raises my concerns, Jiui replied thoughtfully. Suddenly, Jiui turned to Xie Fangfei and inquired, Fangfei, what are your thoughts? Perhaps, as Lazy suggested, we should uncover it and see if greater treasures await us. Xie Fangfei replied, I do have a hypothesis, but I am hesitant to voice it without further corroboration. Very well, Bai Yi exchanged a knowing glance with Jiui. Let us observe who these individuals truly are. Lazy, prepare the tools. Crystal, a delicate substance, is both transparent and exquisite, yet it cannot withstand the force of gravity. Everyone retrieved their sturdiest tools and began to strike the massive crystal. As the transparent shards scattered, they sparkled with a luminous beauty. Xiao Ning lamented, what a pity. Such a beautiful crystal. The shards fell upon the corpses, rendering them grotesque and disheveled. Yet, amidst the destruction, there was an undeniable thrill. Once the task was complete, and with the shards strewn about, Lazy cursed, damn it, if I cut my foot on this, it will not be worth it. At that moment, Xie Fangfei nimbly leapt down. The ground beneath was composed of natural rock, not excavated by human hands. This pit was indeed a natural formation. Seeing a woman act so decisively made Lazy feel somewhat bashful, and he quickly followed suit. Jiui wished to descend as well, but was halted by Bai Yi. Jiui, please remain above, allow us to investigate. Given Jiui's age, he did not wish to overexert himself. Very well, exercise caution. Bai Yi jumped down and immediately instructed everyone to undertake two tasks. First, to remove the jade pendants from the corpses, and second, to search for any additional items that might indicate their identities. Everyone sprang into action. Lei Zi reveled in the bounty, tearing off several jade pendants. When he suddenly noticed inscriptions on the back, Bai Yi, come look at what is inscribed here. Bai Yi leaned in to examine it, and indeed, the back of the pendant bore characters, Fengchang. What does this signify? Others gathered around, but Bai Yi remained silent, inspecting the backs of the other pendants, all of which bore the same inscription. He remarked, it appears we may ascertain their identities. Fengchang refers to an official title from the Qin dynasty, responsible for ceremonial rites at ancestral temples, one of the 9 ministers. These corpses bear the insignia of Fengchang, suggesting they are undoubtedly from the palace. Palace maids and eunuchs? Lei Zi exclaimed, disregarding the presence of the 2 ladies as he proceeded to remove the clothing from one male corpse. Upon lifting it, he frowned and shook his head. No, these male corpses are not eunuchs. Then, perhaps, Bai Yi pondered, recalling Xie Fangfei's earlier remarks. Fangfei, you mentioned you had a theory. Could these pendants serve as a form of corroboration? Thousands of young boys and girls, Xie Fangfei said. Bai Yi, I sensed you had also considered this. Yet you lacked the conviction to speak up. Having arrived at Penglai, we naturally seek to understand its connections. Who is associated with this grand tale of Penglai? Joey was taken aback. Are you suggesting Su Fu? Do you believe that these male and female corpses are the youthful boys and girls brought by Su Fu in search of the mythical paradise of Penglai? Xie Fangfei smiled, exuding confidence as she spoke. The Fengchang oversees ancestral rites, and the young boys and girls taken by Su Fu were meticulously selected. Naturally, they would have been sent to the ancestral temple for guidance, so it is not surprising that they bear the insignia of Fengchang. Furthermore, Emperor Qin Shi Huang, in his pursuit of immortality, invested significantly in Su Fu's expedition to Penglai, sending thousands of boys and girls, along with 3 years' worth of provisions, clothing, medicines, and farming tools, into the sea in search of the divine. The costs were immense. Yet, after several years at sea, Su Fu failed to locate the sacred mountain. In 210 BC, during his eastern tour to Langya, Su Fu excused his failure by claiming he was obstructed by enormous shark-like fish, making long voyages impossible, and requested additional archers to deal with the sharks. The emperor promptly acquiesced, dispatching archers to slay a great fish, showcasing his unwavering determination to find the immortal isle. Thus, it is plausible that these individuals would also bear the jade pendants. Bai Yi exchanged glances with Qi Xie, then looked up at Jiui, who naturally concurred. Bai Yi remarked, indeed, but with thousands of boys and girls, why are there only these few corpses? Could it be that the remaining ones truly accompanied Su Fu across the seas? Miss Fangfei, having spent time in Japan, do you possess any knowledge of this? Xie Fangfei replied, as for that, what I know may only be mere legends, and I cannot vouch for their authenticity. However, I shall share them for your consideration. No harm in that, Bai Yi said. We are on a common vessel, are we not? Xie Fangfei paused for a moment before breaking into a smile. Of course. Chapter 418. The blood letter. Bai Yi's sudden question caused a flutter in Xie Fangfei's heart, her pulse quickening with anxiety. Tang San Cheng, hearing the commotion, found her reaction peculiar. It was merely a simple inquiry, so why such an intense response? He straightened up and glanced back at Xie Fangfei, only to be tugged by Xiao Ning. What are you staring at? Hurry and remove those jade pendants. It seemed Xiao Ning was feeling jealous. The battlefield among women is indeed devoid of any smoke of war. Oblivious to the unfolding dynamics, Tang San Cheng was quickly mocked by Lei Zi. Tang San Cheng, do not attempt to decipher a woman's thoughts. The more you guess, the more you hurt yourself. Go away. Xiao Ning glared at Lei Zi. You never speak anything of worth. Given today as fruitful outcome, I shall let it slide, hee. Although Lei Zi had a sharp tongue, he never took matters with women to heart. He tucked the jade pendant into his backpack, feeling quite elated. For the thrill of treasure hunting is akin to discovering precious artifacts. The more valuable the artifact, the more exhilarating the experience. Lei Zi remained oblivious to the faint doubts that had begun to creep into the minds of the others. Returning to Xie Fangfei, she contemplated briefly before saying, during my studies in Japan, I perused relevant materials, and in the chronicles of Japanese history, it is mentioned that in the 72nd year of Emperor K-Rei, the Qin envoy Su Fu arrived. There is also a record stating that Su Fu led 3,000 boys and girls, bringing along 3 tombs and 5 scriptures for the purpose of seeking medicinal herbs. When he could not obtain the elixir, he chose to remain and did not return. Some say he settled at Mount Fuji, in the sacred realm of Kumano Mountain, where the temple dedicated to Su Fu resides. There exists a fascinating tale woven into the fabric of Japanese folklore. It is said that upon his arrival in Japan, Su Fu never returned, and that he did not actually discover the elixir of immortality. Fearing the wrath of Qin Shi Huang, he allegedly changed the names of the young boys and girls who accompanied him to surnames such as Qin, Fukyuden, and Tatada. How credible is this narrative? After all, inquired Ninth Master, this tale is rooted in folklore. If Su Fu truly failed to locate Peng Lai or the immortal potion, how could the remains of these young souls be found here? There must be some truth to it. Xie Fangfei remarked, even today, there are individuals with the surname Qin in Shinga City, Wakayama Prefecture, Japan. Some households still bear the character Qin inscribed above their doorways. Interestingly, from Emperor Yuta to Emperor Kamiyama, there have been over 80 imperial rituals honoring Su Fu, ceasing only with the Meiji Restoration. Such actions by the emperor cannot merely stem from hearsay. Yet, this narrative presents a conundrum. If Su Fu took the majority of the young boys and girls with him, why were these 40 or so left behind, and why did they perish here? Bai Yi pondered aloud. Their countenance does not suggest they suffered a violent demise. They seem to have accepted death willingly. What could this mean? Lazy, he continued. Have you discovered anything else? None at all, Lazy shrugged, just the clothing and jade pendants. He extended his hands. Oh, and a few shards of crystal. Bai Yi, I believe we have exhausted the valuable items here. Yi removed all the jade pendants. Suddenly, 2 rabbits leaped down, frolicking atop the bodies before settling on one in particular. They pressed their heads together, silently gazing at Tang San Cheng. A peculiar sensation washed over him as he approached them. What is it? Is there something amiss here? The rabbits merely regarded him with their ruby-like eyes, devoid of any flicker of emotion, sending a chill down his spine. Unable to resist, he moved closer to the corpse, prompting the rabbits to scurry away, as if granting him space. Crouching down, he beheld a female corpse, her features remarkably lifelike, youthful yet beautiful, suggesting she was merely 12 or 13 years old. A pang of sorrow struck Tang San Cheng's heart. Such a tender age, forced to leave home and meet her end here. Thankfully, her remains were intact. Yet, he still puzzled over why the rabbits had singled out this particular corpse. While he hesitated, Lazy approached, exclaiming, "Let me have a look. Perhaps these rabbits are divine, and there is some hidden secret beneath." Without a second thought, Lazy lifted the female corpse, revealing a space beneath her. Quick as lightning, Tang San Cheng reached for a box located there, just as Lazy released his hold, causing the corpse to revert to its original position, preserving its timeless expression. The box, dark and unremarkable, bore a faint sheen suggesting its owner cherished it, frequently handling it. A small, indistinct inscription was etched upon its surface, perhaps the name of its owner? Tang San Cheng, cradling the box with utmost care, approached Bai Yi. Take a look at this. The style is rather ordinary, lacking even a lock, resembling an object of little value, more akin to a common personal item. Bai Yi, while speaking, opened it, and was taken aback by what he discovered inside. A blood letter? It contained a piece of white cloth, upon which red characters stood out vividly. Upon inhaling the scent, Bai Yi immediately associated it with blood, as the box bore no stains. The contrast of red and white made the writing even more striking. After a quick glance, Bai Yi couldn't help but exclaim, "So this is the truth." Xie Fangfei approached. What does it say? Their journey to Penglai indeed followed Su Fu, who had once visited this island, but made no mention of the elixir. He only stated that these individuals were enchanted by this paradise, willingly choosing to remain forever. Bai Yi remarked, "You see, they chose to stay, and the rest followed Su Fu away. Their aftermath must have been arranged by others." It seems this serves as significant evidence of Su Fu's eastern voyage. However, having discovered the Penglai paradise, why did he not return to report to Emperor Qin? Jiu Yi commented, Su Fu is well aware of Qin Shi Huang's temperament. This paradise, being a coveted realm, he would surely wish to enjoy it exclusively. Therefore, should Su Fu return, his life would undoubtedly be forfeit. If he cannot preserve his own life, then neither can the thousands of young men and women. From this perspective, Su Fu exhibits some foresight. The path of distance is indeed the righteous one. It is regrettable for those who willingly chose to remain here, sacrificing their lives. And what of the elixir? Xie Fangfei inquired. Was it not found? That remains uncertain, as the blood letter made no mention of it. Bai Yi observed the two rabbits. How extraordinary these rabbits are, for they seem to sense the mysteries here. As if in response, Lazy exclaimed, "Look! The mist is dissipating." Indeed, the thick fog that had shrouded them moments ago began to slowly lift, revealing beams of light above that pierced through the mist, illuminating the group and casting reflections on the scattered crystal fragments below, creating a beautiful spectacle. How stunning! Standing amidst this luminous display, Xiao Ning couldn't help but marvel. Lazy declared, "Well done, our task is complete, let us ascend." Chapter 419. The fragrance. Everyone crawled out and returned to the surface, their expressions shifting as they surveyed the surroundings. With the sun's emergence, the scenery became crystal clear. The sound of the waves reached them, and Tang San looked out to see clouds of auspiciousness and vast emerald waves, the sea and sky blending into a serene panorama. They found themselves perched halfway up a hill. Though not high, it seemed one could almost reach the clouds with an outstretched hand. This solitary mountain stood against a flat expanse below, where the sand sparkled in the sunlight. The beauty of the sea and sky presenting a unique charm distinct from the sights of ancient Kunlun. Is this truly Penglai? Jiu Yi sighed. Could this really be a paradise? Tang San glanced at the nearby corpses. These bodies remain uncorrupted, which is indeed peculiar. Bai Yi, uncorrupted as they are. Despite being near the coast, they are not damp, making it difficult to locate the corpse turtles. Indeed, Bai Yi interrupted the conversation, suggesting that they take a moment to explore their surroundings. The mountain, neither steep nor rugged, appeared deceptively flat, and the weather seemed more akin to early spring than late autumn, although it was December, which in the south could still be regarded as deep autumn. In the north it signified the onset of winter, with winds that hinted at the season's chill. Yet, everyone felt a warm embrace, reminiscent of spring. The trees on the mountain were lush and vibrant, adorned with blossoms of various hues, as if the little hill was eager to shed its winter garb, persistently lamenting its warmth. The sunlight intensified the temperature considerably, rendering their winter attire somewhat excessive. Even Xiao Ning and Xie Fangfei, disregarding the presence of the gentlemen, had shed their padded coats and scarves, revealing their graceful figures. This place felt entirely like spring, albeit less grand than one might envision. Lazy, initially inclined to spit in disdain, found himself captivated by the serene scenery, swallowing his retort instead. He had anticipated a more magnificent sight, akin to the ancient Kunlun, only to discover that each place possessed its own unique charm. One side grand, the other tranquil, each remarkable in its own right, Bai Yi remarked. Upon hearing the mention of the ancient Kunlun, Xie Fangfei's expression shifted. "Oh, have you been to the ancient Kunlun? I never imagined you had so many extraordinary experiences." "That's an old story," Bai Yi chuckled. "I wouldn't dare be ignorant of such things after spending so many years with Jiui. How could I adequately represent him without such knowledge?" Xie Fangfei's words left Bai Yi at a loss for a retort. "Enough of that. We find ourselves in the realm of Penglai. Shouldn't we explore?" Xiao Ning exclaimed, eagerly taking Tang San Cheng's hand and leading him up the mountain. After a few steps, she hesitated, glancing at the ascending path. "So, the steep slope we just felt was indeed the way up? Are we climbing or descending?" The view below was equally enticing, and the little hill clamored to descend, reasoning that they were already there. Whether they went up or down seemed inconsequential. Everyone acquiesced to the hill's desires and began their descent. The mountain was enveloped in a fragrant aroma, refreshing and invigorating. The scent had only emerged after the sunlight appeared, indicating a profound connection between the two. Lazy inhaled deeply, his acute sense of smell reveling in the fragrance that filled him with a sense of ease, as if his limbs had become lighter. A peculiar sensation coursed through him, startling him momentarily, leading him to suspect he was overly sensitive. "What's wrong, Lazy?" Qijie inquired. "Is the fragrance overwhelming, making you uncomfortable?" "No, in fact, this scent is quite pleasant. It's just that I feel something unusual within me." Lazy rubbed his stomach. "It feels as though something akin to a worm is stirring." Qijie's expression shifted dramatically. The possibility of blood worms residing within Lazy was a lingering concern among them. Was the unusual sensation within him indicative of the blood worms becoming active? Tang San was unable to conceal his emotions, for he was taken aback by Lazy's words. His face turned as pale as a sheet. Lazy pointed at Tang San's visage and exclaimed, "What is the matter with you? Why do you wear such a countenance? Have you seen a ghost?" "No, it's just that you mentioned feeling as if there were worms inside you." and it frightened me, stammered Tang San. Observing his reaction, Lazy burst into laughter. Indeed, there are worms crawling about, but they are quite comfortable. You truly have a timid disposition. When will you learn to change? It cannot be that you only act in critical moments. You must be more vigilant in everyday life. With this realization, everyone breathed a sigh of relief. In that moment, they recognized just how vital Lazy was. Tang San chuckled and playfully punched Lazy. In the future, refrain from scaring people. Express yourself more clearly. The fragrance wafting through the air was indeed delightful, invigorating their spirits. Bai Yi remarked, even I, a dying man, feel rejuvenated by several years. I wonder what flowers these are. Xiao Ning bent down to observe the flowers lining the path. They were a variety she had never encountered before, pure white in color, with petals that appeared translucent and thick. Under the sunlight, they shimmered with a pristine glow, utterly mesmerizing. The fragrance emanating from these flowers was intoxicating. Unable to resist, Xiao Ning reached out to touch them, marveling at their skin-like texture, feeling an irresistible attraction. These flowers seem almost alive. Thus, this place must be a paradise. Xie Fei observed, laughing at Xiao Ning's childlike delight. It is rare to find a girl as pure-hearted as you. Tang San must be truly impressed. How do you know? Xiao Ning replied, as it seemed no one had initially informed her of her bond with Tang San. There are many matters in the world that cannot be hidden, and love is among them. Xie Fei stated, the affection in your eyes is unmistakable. Those around you can surely see it. Indeed, some truths cannot be concealed. Bai Yi remarked before continuing down the mountain. Although this place resembled a fairyland, he had never forgotten the purpose of their journey. The mountain appeared neither high nor steep, yet the descent felt interminably long. With each 10 steps they took, it felt as though they had only advanced a single pace. Fortunately, the air was crisp and fragrant. Otherwise, their patience would have waned long ago. Throughout their journey, they did not pause nor replenish their provisions. Yet they felt no pangs of hunger until they reached the base of the mountain, where the ground was sandy, and before them stood an unmarked stone tablet. Similar in size to a gravestone, yet devoid of any inscription. Lazy instantly became animated, exclaiming, finally, we have a proper burial site. Chapter 420. The infant's coffin beneath the gravestone. There must surely lie a tomb. This is basic logic. Lazy's excitement was well-founded, and his exuberance was contagious, prompting others to retrieve their tools in unison. Tang San stepped back, feeling an inexplicable sensation upon seeing the monument, as if the depths below were intertwined with his very being. Lazy had already begun his work. The sand was exceedingly loose, allowing everyone to dig swiftly, soon uncovering a large pit near the stone tablet, revealing a small coffin beneath. Lazy's expression shifted to one of peculiar astonishment. What on earth? Such a tiny coffin. This diminutive coffin, crafted from dark wood, was scarcely the length of an adult's arm and bore an irregular shape. Bai thought it resembled a case meant for a small violin. Tang San Cheng cast a glance at it, and suddenly, his mind erupted with noise, his heartbeat quickening. He clutched his chest and exclaimed, shall we open it and take a look? Lazy had already harbored such intentions. The coffin, adorned with dragon motifs stitched in gold thread, piqued his curiosity immensely. Who would dare to inlay a dragon design upon a coffin? With impatience, Lazy pried it open, only to find it utterly empty, save for a piece of floral fabric neatly folded at the right end, seemingly intended as a pillow. The pattern on the fabric rendered Tang San Cheng utterly still. Even Lazy found it remarkably familiar. The three others in the know were equally astounded, for the fabric within the infant coffin bore an unmistakable resemblance to the bloody cloth found in the box left by Xiao Ning's father, identical in every detail. What has transpired here? Are you disappointed because there are no offerings? Xie Fei perceptively sensed the shift in atmosphere. Disappointment? How could one not feel such a sentiment? Lazy responded swiftly. Damn it. Our treasure hunting is all about the thrill of opening the coffin. Now, it's utterly devoid of interest. Yet, that was not entirely true. This coffin of dark wood held immeasurable value. Its compact and lightweight nature meant it could easily be transported. Bai Yi made a salient observation. Given the size of this coffin, it must be intended for an infant. One wonders whose fortunate child lies here, interred in this celestial realm. Yet where is the body? Perhaps it is merely an empty coffin, Bai Yi remarked. Lazy, secure that infant coffin. Darkwood is quite precious. In the past, emperors would have to exert tremendous effort to obtain it. Understood. Lazy grasped Bai Yi's implication immediately. He had come to comprehend Tang San Cheng's background, albeit a momentary delay in realization. However, he now fully understood the significance of this coffin to Tang San Cheng. While he refrained from discussing it further in front of Jiu Yi and Xie Fangfei, he was aware of its importance. He quickly removed unnecessary items from his backpack and carefully stowed the infant coffin inside. Fortuitously, it fit perfectly. The sand was soft, and Tang San Cheng suddenly crouched down to refill the pit they had excavated, then circled the stone tablet several times. Xie Fangfei remarked. Wu Zetian erected a blank stone tablet for herself, serving as a summary of her life. Good or bad, it's difficult to judge, leaving it to posterity to interpret. However, to erect a blank stone tablet for an infant coffin is indeed perplexing. Could it be that the infant's future remains a blank slate, rendering judgment impossible? This assertion resonated deeply with Lord Jiao, who concurred. Indeed, it is an infant after all. The future remains an enigma to all. The responsibility of interring this child rests upon the shoulders of its parents. In that case, they must possess considerable wisdom. Otherwise, how could they have discovered this enchanted realm for the burial of their progeny? Undoubtedly, it is akin to Su Fu, who was able to find it due to being a distinguished disciple of Giguzi. Lord Jiao remarked, Giguzi is a figure of legend. Tang San Cheng felt a stir of emotion. Who among practitioners of the Tao does not know of Giguzi? This individual is, in essence, a myth, revered as a remarkable figure throughout history, adept in self-cultivation, skilled in psychological insights, profoundly understanding the interplay of rigidity and flexibility, and possessing unparalleled wisdom in the arts of strategy and manipulation. It is said that Giguzi was initially a true immortal of Taoism, residing in the 4th cave and holding the 13th position. He is venerated as Xianwei Zhenren, also known as Xianwei Zi. This cave is a celestial abode, a hallowed mountain sanctuary for immortals, referred to as Dongtian Fudi. Legends speak of 10 major caves, 36 minor caves, and 72 blessed lands. Xianwei Zhenren Giguzi dwells in the Gigu cave, with the intention of guiding several immortals to the celestial realms. Alas, his disciples, such as Su, Zhang, Sun, and Pang, remain ensnared by worldly attachments and unfulfilled desires. Consequently, Giguzi is compelled to observe them discreetly, occasionally intervening to uphold righteousness against malevolence. It is rumored that Giguzi possesses the art of invisibility and the ability to manipulate space. He can reincarnate and transcend life and death. He can transform beings into soldiers and cut grass into steeds. He excels in understanding emotions and maneuvering through complex situations. Su Fu, as Giguzi's most esteemed disciple, some even claim he was Giguzi's final student, naturally possesses profound skills in the arts of Tao. It is no wonder he was chosen by Emperor Qin Shi Huang to seek out realms of immortality. Yet, upon arriving here, why did he not succumb to this place, but instead depart with an air of detachment? This perplexed Tang San Cheng, for as a Taoist, this land of Penglai epitomizes the ultimate sanctuary for cultivation. How could he possibly extricate himself? Moreover, prior to his entrance here, he had witnessed a figure retreating while cradling something. Was it not an infant? The floral fabric adorning the child's coffin bore a striking resemblance to the blood-stained fabric found in the box. And all clues surged into Tang San Cheng's mind like a gushing spring. He inhaled deeply, when suddenly, Bai Yi's voice broke through. All right, let us continue to explore. Lingering here is unnecessary. This fellow, now utterly disoriented, had prompted Bai Yi to interrupt Tang San Cheng's reverie. All matters must be temporarily set aside. The remaining inquiries could wait until they emerged, especially with the elusive Xie Fangfei still present. Fortunately, Bai Yi's timely interjection finally drew Tang San Cheng back to the present. The sandy expanse surrounding the mountain shimmered softly. Everything here seemed to glow with an ethereal aura. At times, I genuinely felt as though I had entered paradise. Xiao Ning remarked. No wonder some choose to remain here, preferring death to departure. Tang San Cheng's sentiments were of a different nature. He surveyed the landscape, the sand, the mountains, the encircling sea. His gaze fell upon the water, which bore an unusual hue. Approaching the shoreline, he plunged his hand into the sea, discovering the water surprisingly warm. As he brought his fingers to his nose, he detected a fragrant aroma. A moment of surprise washed over Lei Zi as he discerned that the captivating fragrance wafted from the sea, a realization he had not anticipated. The aroma seemed to emanate from all directions. Typically, one associates the scent of flowers with their allure, yet here, the source of the fragrance was not solely floral, but also intertwined with the ocean's essence. Chapter 421. Preservation. This realm starkly contrasted with the outside world. The climate, environment, and the pervasive fragrance in the air rendered it less a paradise and more a tranquil sanctuary imbued with serenity. Bai Yi remarked, "This place is safeguarded by a mystical force, exuding an aura of auspiciousness. It is indeed peculiar how this locale has endured through time. Who could be the architect of such a world? While remnants exist in the ancient Kunlun, here, the creator's presence is utterly elusive." As they circled the mountain, butterflies danced gracefully through the air, undaunted by the assembled crowd. A vibrant swarm of swallowtail butterflies, typically found in tropical regions, seemed to thrive here, likely due to the favorable climate. Their wings, adorned with exquisite patterns resembling phoenix tails, added an enchanting vibrance to the surroundings. Suddenly, Xiao Ning exclaimed, "Oh, how curious! Whatever happened to those two rabbits? Where could they have gone?" Reflecting back, it was evident that the rabbits had vanished during their descent, appearing momentarily as if to guide them, only to depart silently, as though their sole purpose was to lead them to the blood-stained letter. Regardless, the exploration of this wondrous place must continue. Xie Fangfei smiled, her demeanor reflecting newfound confidence compared to earlier. What marvels might this place hold? Bai Yi sighed. Beyond the breathtaking vistas and the seemingly unremarkable peak, there lies only the fine sand beneath my feet. I perceive little else. Xie Fangfei instinctively opened her mouth to speak, but quickly regained her composure. The so-called marvels must be unearthed by human endeavor. Are you all merely lost in the beauty of the surroundings? Suddenly, Zhu Yi closed his eyes. Xie Fangfei promptly inquired, "What is wrong, Zhu Yi?" "Oh no. Since our arrival, you haven't taken your medicine." "No, I am fine," Zhu Yi replied. "I suddenly feel an overwhelming desire to take a deep slumber here." "Zhu Yi," Xie Fangfei exclaimed, her voice tinged with urgency. "You must not entertain such thoughts. Those corpses we encountered may very well have harbored similar desires, leading them to eternal slumber in this very place. Do you not sense the perilous allure of this realm?" Bai Yi stood dumbfounded, recognizing the truth in her words. Indeed, this place lacked intricate traps or treacherous mountain passes, yet its destructive power lay in its seductive charm. Upon entering, they had all succumbed to the enchantment, reluctant to depart. This insidious thought lingered in their minds, a signal of danger. The 40 corpses they had seen earlier served as a poignant reminder. How had he failed to consider this? Bai Yi cast a glance at Xie Fangfei, realizing that this woman was indeed extraordinary. Bai Yi prided himself on his exceptional logical reasoning abilities and rarely overlooked details. However, this time, he found himself entirely outmaneuvered by Xie Fangfei. Her enigmatic qualities seemed to multiply, and her genuine concern for Lord Zhou appeared far from feigned. Yet, her understanding of this place extended far beyond her verbal expressions. What secrets did she withhold? "The sand is shifting," Tang San Cheng remarked, as his ears instantly alerted him to the subtle movement beneath everyone's feet, the sand flowing towards the sea. Initially, only Tang San Cheng could sense this delicate motion. But gradually, everyone began to feel it, witnessing the sands rushing towards the ocean like a thundering army. Once the sand met the seawater, it vanished silently into the depths. It seemed that the small island itself was also in motion. Tang San Cheng could hear a rumbling beneath the surface. Could it be that the movement of the sand was causing the entire island to shift? He voiced his hypothesis, and to his surprise, the others were not astonished. Especially Bai Yi. There have been analyses abroad suggesting that many islands are not entirely stationary. Perhaps in decades or centuries, they may drift from their original positions. And the reasons for such shifts are manifold. Xie Fangfei regarded Bai Yi with admiration. Indeed, this place is likely to shift over time. Thankfully, Tang San Cheng possesses such keen hearing. Otherwise, we might never have noticed. Bai Yi merely smiled nonchalantly. "You are not so bad yourself." "Goodness. You two aren't developing feelings for each other, are you?" Lazy's jest caused Xie Fangfei to blush, prompting a fierce glare from Bai Yi. Such remarks should not be made lightly. Let us proceed. If we have no further discoveries, it is time to seek our way out. This statement reminded everyone that they had entered during the annual Red Moon event. However, the question of how to exit loomed large. Surrounded by ocean on all sides, they were utterly disoriented, lacking any real understanding of their location. With no means of maritime transport, were they expected to swim out? Their gazes fell upon the hapless Tang San Cheng, a liability in their midst. "What are you all looking at me for?" he exclaimed. "This place, in essence, was accessed through mystical means, and we can likely exit in the same manner. Do not confine your thoughts to swimming. That is far too narrow-minded." Bai Yi let out a muffled grunt. "Well, the sand has settled now. Let us move on." They circled the mountain completely, discovering that its center was the sole mountain surrounded by beach, and beyond that lay the encircling sea. Amidst the vastness, this was the only landmark. The stone tablet on the beach was the singular reminder of their presence there. Upon returning to the stone tablet, they confirmed that no useful clues remained on the sandy shore. Fangfei looked up at the mountain. "It seems our only option is to ascend." Lei Zi replied grumpily. "If we find nothing atop the mountain, I fear we may have to plunge into the sea. Young ones, remain calm. Our arrival here is already a significant achievement." Master Jiao was enveloped in the exhilaration of reaching the enchanting realm of Penglai. "Look around, isn't it splendid? The sunlight is exceptionally gentle, truly a paradise on earth. A beauty that lingers in one's heart." The more Master Jiao expressed his delight, the darker Fangfei's expression became. Concern etched on her face. She contemplated voicing her apprehensions. But Master Jiao abruptly waved his hand. "Enough, Fangfei. I am aware of your concerns. Yet, you understand this is the greatest aspiration of my latter years. And now that I have realized it, what more could I desire? Even if I were to perish here, I would embrace it willingly." Chapter 422. Dreamed. The very worry that Fangfei harbored for Master Jiao gradually snowballed into a substantial concern. Master Jiao's current state was indeed peculiar. Instinctively, she cast a worried glance towards Bai Yi, who subtly nodded before addressing Master Jiao. "This place resembles a fabricated paradise. Have you all noticed that since our entrance, we have not replenished any food or water? It appears we are devoid of hunger or thirst, which contradicts our fundamental physiological needs." Tang San Cheng was momentarily taken aback. Amongst them, he was the one most in need of sustenance. Since entering, his stomach had yet to grumble, and considering he usually consumed 7 meals a day, it struck him as odd that he had not even sipped water. A chill ran down the back of his neck. "Indeed, I find it strange that I feel no hunger whatsoever. Thus, I am perplexed. Are we genuinely not hungry, or has our bodily function faltered?" Bai Yi's expression grew grave. "If we remain here, can we sustain ourselves? Overthinking it. Do not wait until hunger strikes to eat, much like in a desert, where one should not wait until thirst arises to drink. It's a similar principle." Lei Zi seized the opportunity to question Bai Yi. "Let us nourish ourselves now." Indeed, Lei Zi's words illuminated a realization among them. This realm differed fundamentally from the outside world and could not be navigated by external standards. They found a spot to rest, unpacking their bags to retrieve food and water. However, Tang San Cheng could barely manage a single bite, choking and spitting out the morsel. The expressions of the others mirrored his discomfort, with Xiaoshan breaking into tears. "I cannot eat. I cannot." Master Jiao, overwhelmed, expelled the water from his mouth, nearly choking on it. Fangfei, visibly anxious, set aside her food to pat Master Jiao's back. "It appears a warning signal has been triggered." Indeed, Bai Yi concurred. "We should ascend the mountain to search for an exit. If we could enter, there must be a way to depart. I have a foreboding feeling that if we linger any longer, we may never escape." Aside from the ninth master, the others exhibited a strong desire to leave this place. The ninth master displayed a hint of hesitation on his face, yet he rose and joined the others on the path up the mountain. Bai Yi and his companions had traversed many mountains, rarely encountering one devoid of caves, yet this solitary peak offered nothing but the winding trail ascending its slopes. The arid path spiraled upward, nearly exhausting everyone's patience. Upon reaching the summit and gazing downward, Lei Zi erupted first, kicking a stone beneath his feet. Watching it tumble down the mountainside and spat upon the ground. "What are we to do now? No mechanisms, no exits. It seems we are destined to be trapped here." Bai Yi placed his hopes in Tang San Cheng. "What do you think, Tang San Cheng? There must be a way out. Xia, accompany me for another walk. You all rest here for the time being." Tang San Cheng himself was uncertain about what he sought. Xia accompanied him as they descended the same path they had climbed. Xia inquired, "San Cheng, do you feel confident?" "No, not at all. I have no leads. I simply wish to avoid staying with them any longer," Tang San Cheng confessed. "Everyone believes I am the only one capable of finding a way out. In truth, I feel an inexplicable connection to this place, yet I cannot discern its nature. Qixia, I am utterly confused. After all, this place is intertwined with your identity and origins. It is only natural for you to feel anxious, Qixia replied. We should not burden you with such pressure, especially since the island is still in motion and we cannot ascertain its exact location. Fortunately, you are still here, Tang San Cheng remarked. As a cultivator, it is vital to maintain a tranquil state of mind in times of adversity, for this will provide the clarity needed to think, Qixia advised. Setting aside potential crises, the beauty surrounding us is indeed captivating, is it not? Indeed, I should allow myself a moment to rest, Tang San Cheng mused. As he inhaled the fragrant air, a wave of drowsiness washed over him. He leaned against Qixia's shoulder and succumbed to sleep. Qixia, supporting Tang San Cheng's body, sought out a flat stone to sit upon, feeling puzzled by the stark contrast in energy between Tang San Cheng and the others, who appeared invigorated. Observing Tang San Cheng's peaceful slumber, he caught the faint murmurs of mother escaping his lips, and a wave of sympathy washed over him. Poor Tang San Cheng. Qixia sat upright to ensure his comfort. Tang San Cheng, unaware if it was due to inhaling deeply, found the fragrance intensifying, lulling him into a deeper sleep. In his dreams, he once again beheld that familiar silhouette, standing before the uninscribed monument on the beach, lost in thought. As he approached the figure in his dream, poised to rest a hand upon their shoulder, the individual suddenly turned. At that moment, a flash of light dazzled Tang San Cheng's eyes, blurring his vision. When clarity returned, the figure had vanished, leaving only a trail of footprints leading into the sea. Do not leave. Tang San suddenly stirred, awakening from his slumber. As Qixia inquired with concern, what is it? I'm fine, Tang San replied apologetically. Did I strain your shoulder? I'm all right, Qixia reassured him. Besides, this isn't the first time you've dozed off on my shoulder. What were you mumbling about just now? Were you dreaming? Sometimes, upon waking from a dream, people forget it entirely. Hence, there exists the belief that one should avoid turning over after dreaming, for that could cause the dream to vanish. Tang San, still a bit dazed, realized he had indeed dreamt something, yet the content slipped from his mind upon awakening. He gazed into Qixia's eyes and said, I think I saw something. About your parents? Qixia guessed accurately. Clutching his head, Tang San suddenly leapt up, exclaiming, I know what I saw. He is leaving, taking the path away from here. Quick, Qixia, go summon them. I might have discovered the way out. It's the sea. He is departing from the sea. All right, I'll find them immediately. Stay here and wait for me. Qixia instructed Tang San to remain in place while he hurried up the mountain to gather the others. In what seemed to be a desperate moment, Tang San had once again created a path for everyone. Eagerly, they sought him out, arriving at the designated spot, only to find Qixia frozen in disbelief, a solitary butterfly perched upon a stone, with no trace of Tang San in sight. Chapter 423. Wishes fulfilled. It was as if Tang San had evaporated into thin air. Qixia and Xiaoshan frantically searched every nook and cranny, yet found nothing. Qixia's face turned pale with regret. Had he only brought Tang San along up the mountain, perhaps this predicament could have been avoided. He shouted, Tang San, where are you? His voice echoed back, further dampening the spirits of the group. Their sole hope of escaping this place had vanished with Tang San, diminishing their chances of leaving even further. Xie Fangfei appeared increasingly agitated. This place is too strange. Damn it, where did those two rabbits go? Why did she mention the rabbits at this moment? Bai Yi felt puzzled. From the outset, her expression had been unusual, tinged with excitement upon seeing the rabbits. Bai Yi boldly confronted her. At a time like this, why are you still concerned about those rabbits? Do you know something? Xie Fangfei was momentarily at a loss for words. I just find it peculiar. Moreover, it was they who led us here, so finding them might reveal a way out. Well done, you've managed to deflect that question. But do you think that will suffice to fool me? Bai Yi chuckled. You do have a point, but unfortunately, those two rabbits have vanished just like Tang San. Qixia pondered. Could it be they led Tang San elsewhere? We can only wait, Xiao Ning said calmly. I have faith in Tang San. He will return safely. Regardless of what happens, I will remain here, waiting for him to come back. Upon concluding his words, Xiao Ning set down his backpack and promptly seated himself upon a stone. Xiaoshan, lowering his head, quickly shuffled to Xiao Ning's side, his actions conveying his stance. Lazy spat onto the ground in frustration, exclaiming, Damn it, this place appears so picturesque, Yet everything feels amiss. Nothing seems right. Tang San Cheng. Why can't you ever spare us some concern? Bai Yi turned to Jiui, inquiring, What do you perceive, Jiui? Jiui offered a wry smile before suddenly confessing. There is indeed something I have concealed. It is my selfishness to blame. Had I disclosed it earlier, perhaps that young brother Tang would not have gone missing. What is it? Xie Fangfei asked in astonishment. Jiui replied, The wild man who initially brought me here spoke of the connection between the Red Moon and Penglai. And he also mentioned something else. This is a realm capable of influencing one's heart. He queried if I understood the concept of wishes coming true, asserting that what one desires can indeed manifest. Penglai embodies this, and therein lies its greatest enchantment. Do you believe in this? I do, Xie Fangfei affirmed. The wild man possesses a compelling aura, and from that moment, I resolved to reach this place where desires materialize and fulfill my wishes. Bai Yi fell into contemplation. Jiui. Did he elaborate on what constitutes a wish coming true? Fated individuals shall encounter one another. Jiui suddenly uttered these 7 words. When he told me I was not among the fated, I believed I would never arrive here. Yet, I met you all, not to mention that fated one named Tang San Cheng. I am certain he is the individual the wild man referred to as fated. Will he too experience his wishes coming to fruition here? A cloud of confusion enveloped the group, and silence fell as they pondered Jiui's words. Bai Yi swiftly began to calculate in his mind. First, Jiui was aware of the connection between the Red Moon and Penglai, having gleaned it from the wild man. Besides revealing that the Red Moon was the key to reaching Penglai, he also conveyed that Penglai is a place where wishes can indeed be fulfilled, a cherished aspiration of humanity throughout the ages. As for fate, could it be interpreted as the burdens of the heart? The heavier one's heart, the more susceptible they are to influence upon arriving here, like Jiui, like Tang San Cheng. Penglai embodies Jiui's dreams. Once here, he is reluctant to depart. As for Tang San Cheng, his greatest desire is to reunite with his parents. This thought sent a shiver down Bai Yi's spine. Could it be that his heavy heart led him to fall into this predicament? Is it possible that Tang San Cheng currently exists within the realm of wishes coming true? Bai Yi inhaled deeply, pondering whether this could be considered a state of enchantment. His return hinges solely on his ability to overcome his burdens. Instinctively, Bai Yi glanced at Xiao Ning's expression. She feigned calmness and trust. Yet her hands remained tightly clasped, her lips pressed together. With a sigh, Bai Yi thought to himself, If I am contemplating this, Tang San Cheng, remember we are waiting for you out here. You rascal, even if you prioritize love over friendship, we shall forgive you. Xiao Ning, surely you will not abandon him. Master Jiao, Xie Fangfei discovered that he had unexpectedly fallen asleep. Master Jiao, please wake up, wake up. Qi Xie felt a pang of anxiety. Just moments ago, Tang San Cheng had vanished after falling asleep and then waking. Was Master Jiao destined to repeat Tang San Cheng's tragic fate? Qi Xie voiced his concerns, and Xie Fangfei sighed deeply, shaking Master Jiao vigorously. Master Jiao, you must not sleep. Please wake up, wake up. At last, Master Jiao slowly opened his eyes, a look of contentment gracing his face. Yet, seeing the smile upon his visage caused Xie Fangfei's heart to sink. Master Jiao, what did you dream of? I dreamed of my daughter, he replied, gazing at Xie Fangfei. Fangfei, do you remember her? The year you came to my side was also the year Xiaoqing departed. She was my only family. Do you know how much I long for her? Just now, I truly saw her. I yearned to be with her again. Tears unexpectedly cascaded down Xie Fangfei's cheeks. One by one. Master Jiao, that was but an illusion. We must return. Xiaoqing is gone, and she will not return. This woman was indeed cruel. Bai Yi closed his eyes, acknowledging that he would have acted similarly. Rather than allow Master Jiao to remain lost in the dream he had constructed, it was better to be harsh. Xie Fangfei's insistence brought forth a complex expression on Master Jiao's face. The dream felt too real, and he was reluctant to awaken. His daughter's visage lingered before him, tantalizingly close. Xie Fangfei's gaze held a hint of disappointment. Master Jiao, if Xiaoqing knew, she would surely wish for you to live well. Life cannot be relived. But I do not have long to live, Master Jiao responded, his excitement undiminished. Is it not better to depart in the most splendid circumstances than to succumb to the tortures of illness? Xie Fangfei found herself momentarily at a loss for words. This is the place I yearn for. Here, my desires may be fulfilled. To rest eternally in this haven would be the finest choice. Do not hinder me any longer. Master Jiao's demeanor grew increasingly frenzied, his tone becoming more intense. Chapter 424. Hypnosis. As soon as Master Zhou's words fell, Qi Xie suddenly stepped forward, delivering a swift strike to the nape of Master Zhou's neck. He collapsed without a sound, landing squarely in Bai Yi's arms. Xie Fangfei exhaled in relief. "Thank you. Do not hold it against us," Bai Yi said. "We are only concerned that with one less person, none of us can afford any further misfortunes before Tang San Cheng returns." However, Master Zhou's daughter passed away due to illness. Xie Fangfei continued. Master Zhou had a daughter in his later years, but alas, Xiaoqing's health was frail. The medical conditions in the country were limited at that time, and she could not be saved. This is Master Zhou's lingering sorrow. Is it true, then, that the more burdens one carries in their heart, the more susceptible they become to the allure of this place, and the more they wish to remain? Bai Yi, it seems we cannot dwell on our regrets here. Otherwise, we may find ourselves ensnared like Tang San Cheng and Master Zhou, and that would spell trouble. Bai Yi smiled wryly. How can one suppress their thoughts? Xie Fangfei rose to her feet. I can induce hypnosis. As long as you trust me, I can conduct a collective hypnosis. During this period, until Tang San Cheng returns, we will refrain from any mental activity. But will you all trust someone you have known for such a short time? Bai Yi hesitated, harboring reservations about Xie Fangfei in his heart. He possessed a certain understanding of hypnosis. It has its merits and drawbacks. Should Xie Fangfei indeed have an enigmatic background and harbor ill intentions towards them, this could serve as a critical tool. However, allowing everyone to linger could lead to unwarranted speculation, risking chaos. Casting an inquisitive glance at Qi Xie, he noted the affirming expression on Qi Xie's face. Perhaps this instilled a modicum of confidence in him, prompting Bai Yi to agree. Very well, let us give it a try, but this is a mountainside. Shall we not proceed to level ground? That is acceptable. Xie Fangfei showed no dissent. Qi Xie hoisted the unconscious Xiao Yi onto his back, and the group began their descent. Xiao Ning hesitated momentarily, but after Bai Yi whispered a few reassurances, her doubts dissipated, and she resolutely accompanied him down the hill. Upon reaching the unmarked stone tablet, they laid Xiao Yi comfortably on the ground. Xie Fangfei instructed everyone to sit on the sandy surface and retrieved a pocket watch from her belongings. She opened it, and melodious music filled the air. Now, please take a deep breath, then close your eyes. Follow my instructions to regulate your breathing. Do not think of anything. Simply follow the sound of my voice. Hypnosis, in essence, elicits subconscious responses under external guidance and distraction. Notably, hypnosis has a unique application abroad, anesthesia. What Xie Fangfei was undertaking was precisely the latter. She aimed to guide everyone, herself included, into an altered state capable of resisting the myriad temptations surrounding them. Bai Yi was astonished. Hypnosis is typically conducted one-on-one. Yet, without hesitation, Xie Fangfei initiated a collective hypnosis. This indicated her profound expertise in the field, rendering her even more inscrutable. As Bai Yi pondered her exceptional capabilities, her gentle voice beckoned him, compelling him to follow her directives. In that moment, Bai Yi felt a sense of bewilderment. Was it right or wrong to heed this woman's counsel? Time afforded no opportunity for deep contemplation. Before him appeared a delicate stream, the water flowing gently over his fingertips. Warm, likely kissed by the sun. The sensation of water gliding through his fingers was utterly delightful, and Bai Yi surrendered to this pleasurable feeling, gradually succumbing to a state of oblivion. When Bai Yi regained consciousness, he felt a comforting ease in his body, though his eyelids were heavy. It took considerable effort to pry them open. The disorienting sensation startled him, prompting him to sit up quickly. No, he had been seated all along. Taking a deep breath, he surveyed his surroundings. Thankfully, everyone remained present. Upon recounting the group, however, he noted the absence of two individuals, Xiao Yi and Xie Fangfei. A sense of foreboding crept into his mind as he glanced at Xiaoshan and the others. They remained with their eyes closed, seemingly at ease. Bai Yi furrowed his brow, meticulously recalling the events leading up to his loss of consciousness. Xie Fangfei is undoubtedly successful. She has adeptly transported everyone into an alternate state of consciousness, completely erasing the existence of this enchanting realm from their minds. However, she herself has vanished. As for Jiui, he was rendered unconscious by Qi Xie and did not undergo hypnosis. Was he taken away by Xie Fangfei? Suddenly, Qi Xie's voice echoed. Jiui disappeared of his own accord, while Xie Fangfei left in haste, as if in search of something. Bai Yi tilted his head, and noticed the intensity in Qixia's eyes. "Qixia, what is going on?" he inquired. This so-called hypnosis bears some resemblance to the soul-capturing techniques passed down in our Yuzhao clan. As a candidate for the next leader, I was taught by the current leader how to defend against such techniques, even how to counter them. Regrettably, I did not complete my training before leaving the mountains. Otherwise, I could have subdued Xie Fangfei just now, Qixia explained. Your intuition aligns with mine. This woman indeed harbors ulterior motives. What about Jiui? What happened to him? Bai Yi pressed. Qixia hesitated before responding. After Xie Fangfei departed, Jiui suddenly vanished. His physical form disappeared. I am uncertain whether this can be explained as a barrier. As Tang San Cheng once mentioned, perhaps someone has constructed another space here using a barrier, and both Tang San Cheng and Jiui are in that separate realm. However, due to the barrier, we cannot perceive them. They are still here, which is the only explanation I have been able to conceive after much contemplation. That makes sense, but it is infuriating that Xie Fangfei has escaped. Bai Yi suddenly turned to Qixia. Wait a moment. Since you saw her flee and made no move, Qixia, have you already taken action? Qixia smiled indeed. I must thank Tang San Cheng. The technique of leaving a mark with cinnabar is quite effective. When she departed earlier, I had already placed the mark, and I tampered with her pockets and the bag containing the cinnabar. Now we can follow the traces to locate her. Well done. Bai Yi nodded repeatedly. Once Lazy and the others awaken, we shall pursue her immediately. When Lazy and the others regained consciousness, they surprisingly felt invigorated. Bai Yi thought that although Xie Fangfei harbored ill intentions, she had not harmed them, indicating she was not wholly malevolent. As everyone regained their senses, the two recounted the events clearly, and they collectively decided to track down Xie Fangfei, for she might possess secrets unknown to them all. Chapter 425. Celestial Steps. The cinnabar lay nestled in the sand, its vivid red hue strikingly conspicuous. The group followed the traces of cinnabar in search of Xie Fangfei, eventually arriving at the southern side of the mountain. In truth, they had already circled that area without discovering anything unusual. The cinnabar had vanished in the southern region, near several stones stacked together resembling candied hawthorn. Bai Yi recalled that when Tang San Cheng passed through here, he had remarked on the stone's appearance. Although they seemed to be piled up, a closer inspection revealed they were seamlessly unified. It was here that Xie Fangfei had lost her trace. Lazy wiped his mouth and approached the stones, attempting to move them, but they remained immovable. He was taken aback. This is strange, isn't it a mechanism? Bai Yi lowered his gaze to the spot where the vermilion powder had vanished. He stood there, rotating his body in various directions, repeating this motion for quite some time. Suddenly, Bai Yi realized that Xie Fangfei was facing away from the gourd stone. He too positioned himself similarly, scrutinizing the area ahead. Opposite the gourd stone lay a mirror-like rock. With determination, Bai Yi reached out to touch it. The surface was remarkably smooth. After some exploration, he discerned the secret. With a gentle shift, the stone door sprang open. Bai Yi chuckled ruefully, wondering why he had to wait until Tang San was no longer present to discover this. The interior was brilliantly illuminated, as if sunlight could penetrate the rock and flood the cavern, revealing not a single trace of torches, lamps, or luminous pearls. The environment was entirely radiant. Xiaoshan pointed to the floating steps. How are these steps even possible? They hovered in midair, with no support above or below, truly a celestial staircase. Lazy, astonished, remarked, I haven't studied much, but I know a thing or two about physics. Everything here defies the principles of physics, doesn't it, Bai Yi? Indeed, Bai Yi affirmed. Everything here contradicts the laws of physics. Ordinary knowledge cannot adjudicate this. Xie Fangfei came here with a purpose, indicating she knows far more than we do. Let us proceed and discover what holds her interests so dearly. As they entered, the stone door sealed seamlessly with the mountainside, leaving no trace. Bai Yi smiled wryly, pondering where the exit mechanism might be hidden. Below the celestial steps lay tendrils, tightly pressed against the ground, weaving a verdant net interspersed with delicate yellow flowers. They hesitated, unsure where to tread, fearful of stepping on the vines and blossoms. Lazy pointed to a faint imprint, saying, It appears this was made by Xie Fangfei. This woman is careless. She shows no regard for the flora. No sooner had he spoken than Xiaoshan stepped forward. The moment his foot touched the ground, the flowers quivered as though alive, startling him into retreating his foot into a crevice. Goodness, these flowers seem to be alive, he exclaimed, taking a deep breath. Hurry over. I see the vermilion powder. She must have ascended those celestial steps. This clever little fellow had not forgotten to follow the trail of vermilion to find Xiaofang. Without further ado, they trampled through the flowers, striding boldly toward the celestial steps. Indeed, traces of vermilion powder remained on the steps. Xie remarked, "The marks of the vermilion have faded. It seems she has nearly passed through." Fortunately, they had all arrived here together. Xiaoshan was the first to step onto the suspended celestial staircase. As his foot landed, his heart raced, and he felt a moment of instability, only to realize he was overly sensitive. The stairs, though suspended, were remarkably sturdy. Stabilizing himself, Xiaoshan exclaimed in excitement, it's fine, so solid." The fragrance, even upon entering the cave, enveloped everyone. As they inhaled the aroma, they ascended the heavenly steps, devoid of any handrails for support. Fortunately, their regular excursions into the mountains and seas had endowed them with commendable balance. The staircase, lengthy and continuously ascending, prompted Xiaoshan to leap upward once he acclimated to the rhythm of the climb. Bai Yi, following closely behind, furrowed his brow and cautioned Xiaoshan to slow down. After several reminders, Xiaoshan finally moderated his pace. Lazy glanced downward, feeling a wave of dizziness as the small yellow flowers below transformed into mere dots. Startled, he dared not look down again and instead directed his gaze upward. Unable to suppress his complaints, "How much longer must we climb? We've been at it for ages." Yet, Xiaoshan, filled with excitement, pointed above, exclaiming, "Do you hear that sound? It's the beating of drums." Bai Yi immediately deduced, someone is drumming. In ancient times, drums were instruments used for rhythm, and during the Qin dynasty, they were among the primary musical instruments. Back then, music culture was rather primitive. People would use clay drums to keep time or clap their thighs while singing. By the mid to late Warring States period, the Qin state had introduced folk music from Zheng and Wei, along with classical court music. The Qin people considered it disgraceful to mention the act of drumming on clay pots, yet the drum remains an unmistakable symbol of the Qin state. Could the drumming above be from Xiaofang? Upon hearing Bai Yi's words, everyone's spirits lifted, and they hastened their ascent. Xiaoshan was the first to reach the summit. Leaping from the heavenly steps into the cave, a small opening appeared at the top, and Xiaoshan, not tall in stature, managed to enter without hitting his head. However, Lei Zi, trailing behind, suffered a mishap. Emulating Xiaoshan's leap, he collided painfully with his head. Gripping his head in pain, he scolded Xiaoshan, "You little rascal. A word of warning for those behind you would have been nice." "Damn, that hurt." Xiaoshan merely chuckled and pointed inside. The sound has ceased. Bai Yi felt a tightening in his chest and scrambled into the cave. What lay within astonished them all. Outside was akin to a paradise, while inside resembled an ethereal realm. White mist floated in the air, reminiscent of clouds, either nestled among the flowers or brushing against the ground. Most notably, before them stood an altar, suspended in the middle of the stone wall, shaped like a footless dragon, with a bagua diagram below it, also crafted from stone. This bagua altar doubled as a drum, capable of producing sound. Bai Yi approached and tapped it, confirming it was indeed the drumming sound they had heard earlier. Chapter 426, The Dragon Altar. Surveying their surroundings, they noted that aside from this small, man-made area, the rest was pure, unspoiled nature, truly remarkable. Most astonishing was the murmuring of water from the stone walls, where clear springs flowed down, soaking into the flower beds below. This was undeniably a primordial ecological garden. Though Xiaofang was nowhere in sight, a rabbit suddenly sprang from a cluster of flowers. It was the four-petal-mouthed rabbit. The creature appeared somewhat startled, timidly gazing at the newcomer. Xiao Ning inquired, "Were there not two of them? Where could the other one have gone?" This rabbit had evidently been frightened prior to our arrival. The only person here was Xiaofang. Bai Yi exchanged glances with Xie. It seems the other one has likely fallen into Xiaofang's hands. Unfortunately, we are not adept at conversing with animals. Otherwise, we might uncover what transpired. Xie crouched down, extending a hand. The rabbit hesitated for a moment before suddenly leaping onto Xie's palm. He cradled it in his arms, asking, "Did you come to me because I carry the scent of Tang San Cheng?" The rabbit nudged his chest, as if in response. Xie sighed. "If only you could reveal Tang San Cheng's whereabouts. Tell me, have you perhaps encountered him before? Otherwise, how could you seem so familiar with him?" The rabbit fell silent, its exquisite ruby eyes fixed intently on the dragon-shaped altar. Xie patted its head. "Is this your new clue?" Bai Yi nodded and approached the dragon altar. This dragon lacked eyes, its artistry incomplete. Bai Yi placed his finger into the small indentation where the dragon's eye should have been, but nothing changed. Tilting his head slightly, he inserted his pinky into the other eye socket. A peculiar sensation enveloped him, as if a force was drawing his hand downward. He whispered, "What is happening?" Lazy immediately inquired, "What is wrong?" "I can't pull my hand out," Bai Yi replied with a wry smile. Lazy paused, glancing at the rabbit in Xiao's arms. "Damn it, this is all you're doing." The rabbit remained motionless, staring intently at Lazy, sending a chill down his spine. "All right, I won't blame you. It's not your fault." Bai Yi's finger remained ensnared by the dragon's eye. After a while, a crack echoed, and his expression brightened as his finger finally released. He hastily withdrew his hand, and before he could fully exhale in relief, the altar suddenly descended. He quickly stepped back, watching as the dragon altar crashed to the ground with a resounding thud. On the stone wall where the dragon altar had once rested, a circular imprint emerged, protruding outward. Xiao leapt onto the dragon altar, pressing down, and the secret door finally swung open. "Fei has already gotten ahead of us. We must hasten our pace." Bai Yi was the first to cross the dragon altar, slipping through the newly opened door, followed closely by the others. Only Xiao Ning hesitated for a moment, glancing back, but seeing no anticipated figure. With a sigh, she was the last to enter. The square passage stretched forward, then veered left. Much like the outer cavern, the bright space instilled a sense of safety in everyone. The stone walls, as smooth as still water, evoked a sense of familiarity in Bai Yi. After a lengthy walk, he finally understood the essence of this familiarity. "Do you not think this resembles the mobile tomb passage we encountered underwater?" The stone wall, polished to a mirror-like sheen, could reflect one's shadow. Apart from Xiao and Tang San Cheng, none had ever beheld that marvelous tomb passage. Xiao shared this sentiment. The ability to sculpt stone into such a flawless surface, along with the tomb chamber's mobility akin to this place, revealed numerous similarities. Bai Yi pondered, could it be the handiwork of the same individual? This notion held considerable merit. Bai Yi halted in his tracks, gazing at the lifelike statue that had materialized before him, another statue devoid of a face. It seemed undeniable that they were crafted by the same artist. It was astonishing that two disparate locations could share such coincidences. Was there a connection between the tomb of the corpse-scented devil Yam and Tang San Cheng? Regrettably, Tang San Cheng was absent. Xiao remarked that his intuition had always been reliable. Perhaps an answer could be uncovered. Suddenly, gunfire erupted from within, and Bai Yi's expression shifted dramatically. Xiao darted forward as cries of horror from Fei echoed through the air. More gunshots rang out, prompting Bai Yi and the others to pursue. The rightward extending tomb passage led to another cavern. Xiao, with a serious demeanor, fixated on the center of the cavern, where a pool of water lay. Fei was ensnared tightly by a serpent, which constricted with increasing ferocity, tightening around her slender waist, nearly suffocating her. The firearm in her hand was on the verge of slipping from her grasp. "Isn't that a blind snake?" Bai Yi exclaimed, drawing his weapon and firing several rounds at the serpent. The bullets struck its body, sparking yet failing to inflict any harm. Enraged, the serpent lifted Fei, poised to throw her to the ground. She sensed the specter of death approaching, tightly closing her eyes, scarcely daring to breathe, her heart racing to the brink of bursting. As the serpent's tail swung halfway, it abruptly retracted, seemingly sparing Fei from a fatal fate. Xiao Ning, terrified, had covered her eyes, while Bai Yi exhaled in relief. Compared to the blind snake encountered in the moving tomb chamber previously, this one was less ferocious. Had it truly wished for Fei's demise, it could have easily flung her aside, leaving her either dead or grievously injured. Yet, it had chosen to spare her. Why was that? Fei was on the verge of fainting, her body pushed to its limits, and the gun finally slipped from her hand. This woman possessed a firearm, knew how to wield it, and even managed collective hypnosis. It seemed prudent to have held back on her initially. Suddenly, the rabbit in Xiao's arms leaped down and scurried towards the serpent. Startled, Xiao shouted, "Don't go over there, come back." The rabbit approached the serpent, and an astonishing scene unfolded. The serpent lowered its head, affectionately touching its forehead to that of the rabbit. The rabbit nudged a few times, causing another rabbit to emerge from beneath the serpent's body. This second rabbit appeared weak, with an injured right leg. The two rabbits nestled closely together, exuding warmth. A heaviness settled in Bai Yi's heart. The wound on the rabbit's right leg was a gunshot, evidently the handiwork of Xie Fangfei. Chapter 427, Choices and Sacrifices. Bai Yi observed Xie Fangfei's hand. Qijie decisively noticed Xie Fangfei's subtle movements. She was in such pain that she could barely hold on to her weapon, yet her other hand remained tightly clenched, refusing to let go. Bai Yi felt a stir in his heart and called out to Xie Fangfei, "If you wish to survive, release what you are holding. It does not wish to harm you." Xie Fangfei weakly opened one eye, her face contorted in distress. She managed a bitter smile and shook her head, her grip tightening even more. Bai Yi feigned a laugh. "I never imagined someone would value their life so little. In that case, we are left with no choice. May you fend for yourself. Qijie, let us depart." The others grasped Bai Yi's intention and turned to follow him. Xie Fangfei gazed resentfully at Bai Yi's retreating figure. Her voice frail, "Don't go." Strangely, the serpent displayed remarkable patience, showing no inclination to attack again during this exchange. This further convinced Bai Yi that, despite its resemblance to the blind snake in the moving tomb, this creature possessed an entirely different nature. If one were to summarize, this serpent belonged to the kind that would not harm unless provoked. With newfound assurance, Bai Yi prepared to leave, when Xie Fangfei called out more firmly, "Wait." Bai Yi turned back. "What is it?" Xie Fangfei struggled to ask, "Are you really going to abandon me to my fate?" Bai Yi leisurely surveyed the surroundings, which were quite similar to the previous location, save for the addition of a pool. Observing Bai Yi's nonchalant demeanor, Xie Fangfei felt a surge of murderous intent toward him. Bai Yi casually seated himself, adopting a spectator's attitude. "I have always believed that living beings, like humans, gain a certain spirit over time. Perhaps you have taken something you should not have, inciting their wrath. Release it, and you may save your own life. As for us, do not hold out hope. We still have to settle scores with you for that exquisite performance earlier." Xie Fangfei closed her eyes, her heart a tempest of indecision, torn between desire and relinquishment. Noticing that Bai Yi and his companions showed no intention of assisting her, she felt an intense resentment boiling within. Xiao Ning, gathering her courage, approached the two rabbits, cradling the injured one in her arms to examine its wounds. The rabbit sniffed her scent and nestled comfortably against her, showing no sign of resistance. It had a gaping wound in its leg, penetrating the flesh, but the bullet was not lodged within. Xiao Ning sighed in relief, thankful that the bone remained unscathed. The other rabbit suddenly nudged against her pant leg, tugging her towards the pool. Upon reaching the edge of the pool, Xiao Ning observed steam rising from the water. The injured rabbit extended its wounded leg into the pool, and Xiao Ning could even hear a sizzling sound emanating from the wound. The rabbit's expression of pain noticeably eased. Though they were perilously close to the serpent, Xiao Ning felt no fear. The aura radiating from the serpent was surprisingly gentle. A wave of desolation washed over Xie Fangfei. Did these individuals truly care so little for their own lives? Clenching the object in her palm, she cast a pleading glance towards Bai Yi, who merely shrugged, appearing to relish the unfolding drama. Xie Fangfei bit her lip fiercely before finally releasing her grip. A lustrous gray bead tumbling from her palm. The serpent's head reached forward, its mouth agape, and the bead fell directly into its maw. With a swift motion, it swallowed the bead whole, and then gradually loosened its tail, allowing Xie Fangfei to slide down to the edge of the pool. Nearly exhausted, she collapsed onto the ground as the serpent reclaimed the bead and submerged itself, vanishing from sight, the ripples on the water's surface fading away. It was only then that Bai Yi approached slowly, helping her to her feet. As she felt the solidity of his chest, Xie Fangfei opened her eyes and remarked, "You truly are formidable." "It is merely a back-and-forth exchange," Bai Yi replied as he guided her away from the serpent. "This snake is not a ferocious beast. Had it been so, you would have lost your life long ago. You ought to be grateful for your own choices, for you opted between that bead and your very existence." Xie Fangfei, still biting her lip, responded, "I have never encountered a man quite like you. Are you a good person or a bad one?" "Just a person," Bai Yi replied succinctly. "Let us go," he added, allowing Xie Fangfei to lean against the wall. Lazy offered her some water, saying, "Have a drink, though I am not particularly inclined to engage with you." Xie Fangfei had no words to offer. She accepted the water, her strength waning. The water bottle nearly slipped from her grasp, but Bai Yi caught it, bringing it to her lips. She glanced gratefully at him, took a couple of sips, and leaned against the wall. Xiao Ning returned, observing Xie Fangfei at rest. "What was that bead earlier? And how did you find your way here? What are you concealing, and who exactly are you?" Xiao Ning bombarded her with a series of questions. But Xie Fangfei remained unresponsive. At a glance from Bai Yi, Lei Zi understood and retrieved the gun that Xie Fangfei had relinquished, handing it to Bai Yi. He examined it, saying, "This is the latest model of revolver from America. Miss Xie, it is surprising to see a seemingly delicate woman handle firearms with such finesse. Your hypnotic skills are quite impressive as well. Most importantly, your knowledge of this place surpasses ours, even that of Master Jiao. You know everything he knows. Yet you have kept certain information to yourself, have you not?" Xie Fangfei sighed. "I anticipated that once I entered, it would be difficult to shake you off. As for that bead, I cannot confirm whether it is an elixir of immortality. Now that it resides in the serpent's belly, my efforts have been in vain." "Who are you truly?" Bai Yi inquired in a low tone. "I typically refrain from acting against women, but should circumstances demand, I may have no choice." As he spoke, he toyed with the gun in his hand, causing Xie Fangfei's complexion to pale. She swallowed hard, conceding, "I admit defeat. I acknowledge that after hypnotizing you, I attempted to distance myself. However, you must understand, had I wished you harm, that would have been the perfect moment, and you certainly would not be standing before me now. I merely sought that item. Everything else is of no concern to me." "Elaborate further," Bai Yi urged. Observing her delicate features, which now appeared somewhat haggard, her lips pale, he turned his head and suggested, "Perhaps you should begin with your experiences in Japan." Xie Fangfei remarked, "I am truly impressed. You have hit the nail on the head. All my sources of information indeed began from Japan. Since childhood, I have listened to my father narrate tales about Penglai, which he depicted as a paradise, a place yearned for by all. I never anticipated that upon arriving in Japan, I would have the chance to encounter the notes left by Su Fu." Su Fu's notes. Everyone gasped in astonishment, and Lei Zi spat on the ground in disbelief. "What an incredible coincidence. How did those notes come into your possession?" "No, I have not acquired that manuscript. It currently resides in the home of an archaeologist in Japan." A different glimmer shone in Xie Fangfei's eyes. Chapter 428. The Miyashita family. Bai Yi stated, "If I am not mistaken, you discovered Su Fu's notes within the Miyashita family in Japan, am I correct?" Xie Fangfei wore an expression that suggested she knew more than she let on. "Indeed, it is the Miyashita family, located in Yamanashi's Fujiyoshida city. This family possesses a treasured ancestral document known as the Miyashita Fuji Ancient Manuscript, which meticulously records Su Fu's lineage. This manuscript is seldom shown to outsiders. It seems you have employed some clever methods," Bai Yi remarked. "Those interested in the Qin tomb are generally aware of this document, considering the intricate connections Su Fu had with Emperor Qin. Precisely, anything related to Su Fu is inherently tied to Penglai. I wish to fulfill my father's aspirations, and since this opportunity has arisen, I certainly shall not let it slip away." A faint, icy smile curled at the corners of Xie Fangfei's lips. Even if the Miyashita family remains secretive, they are merely ordinary individuals, and opportunities will inevitably present themselves. Besides, I only need to glean the content within. There is no necessity for me to take it away, which would not incur any loss for them. What was your initial motivation for choosing to study in Japan?" Bai Yi suddenly laughed, his expression brightening, and his refined demeanor became even more apparent. Xie Fangfei gazed at him, entranced, but realizing her lapse in composure, she quickly turned her head away, avoiding his gaze. "I suspect you care more about Penglai than your father does." Xie Fangfei turned back to meet Bai Yi's eyes once more. "Indeed, you are correct. It gives you a sense of accomplishment to unveil another's innermost thoughts, does it not?" "Yes, I am deeply invested in this matter. My decision to study in Japan stemmed from my knowledge of the manuscript's whereabouts. I specifically chose Fujiyoshida City as my destination. In order to view the manuscript, I even became a servant in the Miyashita household." Bai Yi inhaled sharply, like Jiao Yi. Xie Fangfei had become ensnared in the allure of Penglai. When she mentioned her role as a servant in the Miyashita family, a cold smile flickered across her face. The members of the Miyashita family are just ordinary people. As time passed, their trust in me grew day by day. After 2 years in their household, I finally attained my wish to see the manuscript, and remarkably, it was the Miyashita family members who willingly took me to view it, something Mr. Miyashita likely never anticipated. "Since ancient times, heroes have struggled against the beauty's allure," Bai Yi said solemnly. "You possess your own talents, which you have naturally learned to leverage. The one who took you there must surely have been a man." Xie Fangfei nonchalantly remarked, "If this is a divine talent bestowed upon me, why should I not utilize it?" Indeed, the The Gongxia family comprises 2 sons and 1 daughter, the latter of whom is already married. And the elder son has established his own household. However, there remains a youngest son still pursuing his studies at university, attending the same institution as I. His name is Gongxia Cheng, and it took him 2 years to finally decide to show me the manuscript in question. What does the manuscript contain? Bai Yi inquired eagerly. Given its connection to Su Fu, it must mention Ponlai, and will the enigma surrounding Tang San Cheng and the Ninth Master's mysterious disappearance be elucidated within? It took me an entire month to peruse the manuscript, dedicating merely an hour and a half each day to it. Gongxia Cheng could only coordinate his schedule with mine for a brief period. The manuscript comprises over 200,000 characters, divided into 7 volumes, meticulously inscribed in Chinese calligraphy on rice paper. According to Gongxia Cheng, the original manuscript had deteriorated, and what the Gongxia family possesses today is a reproduction painstakingly transcribed by their ancestors 800 years ago. Given its antiquity, one must handle it with the utmost care to prevent any damage. Did you memorize all of it? Bai Yi exclaimed in astonishment. Your memory is truly remarkable. No, you overestimate my abilities, Xiaoshan replied. I focus solely on the most critical sections, retaining only the parts pertinent to me. For instance, the manuscript is authored by Qin Fuxiu, the 7th descendant of Su Fu, and it explicitly states that during the reign of the 7th Emperor Kei of Japan, Su Fu traversed to the Japanese archipelago, initially reaching Kyushu, Shikoku, and Mount Fuji. Su Fu altered the names of his 7 sons to Japanese surnames. The eldest became Fukuoka, the 2nd Fukushima, the 3rd Fukuyama, the 4th Fukuden, the 5th Fukubata, the 6th Fukomi, and the 7th Fukuzumi, subsequently dispatching them to 7 distinct locations. Thus, Su Fu's progeny proliferated throughout Japan. Su Fu referred to himself as Su Fu of Qin. The historical fact of Su Fu's eastward voyage is undeniable, Bai Yi pondered. Surnames and place names in later generations bearing the Qin or characters such as Fuku, Hatada, Pateda, and Hataki are all related to Su Fu's descendants or the Qin people who journeyed east with him. But what of Ponlai? Did Su Fu's descendants mention anything about it? The elixir of immortality indeed exists. Xiaoshan gazed intently into Bai Yi's eyes. Do you believe it? I do, Bai Yi affirmed. Otherwise, why would you willingly remain by the 9th Master's side for so many years? Indeed, the elixir of immortality is real, Xiaoshan continued. Su Fu did not take the elixir. It belongs to Qin Shi Huang, yet it serves as Su Fu's death warrant. Understanding this compelled him to flee to foreign lands. However, the manuscript does not clarify whether the elixir remains in Ponlai, indicating that even Su Fu's descendants were unaware of its ultimate fate. As for the matter of the Red Moon, I did not learn it from the 9th Master or my father. It was mentioned in the manuscript. Upon my return, my father had also learned of the Red Moon from the 9th Master. Regrettably, he passed away before he could reach Ponlai, leaving me with no choice but to remain by the 9th Master's side, seeking an opportunity to arrive at Ponlai. Hypnosis and firearms? Bai Yi chuckled. Since we have ventured this far, we might as well lay everything bare. Hypnosis was a discipline I pursued during my time in Japan, where my instructor remarked upon my extraordinary talent. While other students were still engaged in one-on-one hypnosis, I had already progressed to group sessions of 3. Xiaoshan remarked. Everyone possesses their own domain, and I am no exception. As for the firearm, it was a gift from Miyuki Makoto, who also taught me the art of marksmanship. However, I am clearly not as adept in this area as I am in hypnosis. Isn't Miyuki supposed to be in Japan? Bai Yi expressed his astonishment. No. He accompanied me to China, Xiaoshan replied. I had not anticipated his stubbornness. I merely utilized him, and despite being aware of this, he remains undeterred in his affections for me. This Japanese man is indeed remarkable. Bai Yi cautioned, it would be wise for you to learn from this. Emotions should never be manipulated. Genuine investment is the true essence of any relationship. Now, continue. When you first encountered those 2 rabbits, your excitement was palpable. I believe the documents must have mentioned certain aspects of Ponlai. Indeed, the 4-lipped rabbits, the mirrored tomb path, the lifelike stone carvings, and the dragon-shaped altar were all detailed in the records. I have been searching for the entrance ever since I arrived. In fact, I noticed it during our initial circumambulation of the mountain, but regrettably, I did not wish to share my discovery. I needed to distance myself from you. Xiaoshan smiled, her beauty striking, her smile alluring. What the ninth master spoke of regarding wishes coming true has greatly aided me. I seized the opportunity to propose hypnosis to prevent everyone from falling prey to inner demons, lest they vanish like Tang San Cheng. You accepted willingly, which pleased me, however, regrettably. The ninth master followed in Tang San Cheng's footsteps. I witnessed his disappearance firsthand. Chapter 429. Detachment. At that moment, the ninth master was initially unconscious. But just as I completed the hypnosis and prepared to depart, he suddenly awoke, smiling. Xie Fangfei recalled the comforting smile of the ninth master, her body trembling slightly. I have been by the ninth master's side for many years and have never seen him smile so contentedly. Yet today was different. His smile radiated from within, instilling a sense of fear within me. Before I could utter a word, he simply stated that he was leaving to find Xiaoshan. I knew then that something was amiss, as he vanished before my eyes in an instant. Perhaps that is how Tang San Cheng disappeared. Bai Yi, do you think? From a physical standpoint, such a phenomenon is possible? Under normal circumstances, it would be impossible. However, this is Penlai, an inherently extraordinary place. You witnessed the heavenly steps upon your arrival, did you not? Upon finishing, Bai Yi noticed an unusual brilliance in Xie Fangfei's eyes. What troubles you? Did I say something incorrect? No. I was merely reflecting that if I had shared these thoughts with anyone else, they might deem me insane. Xie Fangfei expressed her relief. Thank goodness you are here. Xiao Ning's heart stirred as she glanced at Xie Fangfei and then at Bai Yi, intuitively sensing something amiss. Just moments ago, Xie Fangfei had expressed relief that it was Bai Yi present, only to hastily amend her words to include you all upon realizing the inappropriateness of her initial statement. The thoughts of women often mirror one another, and Xiao Ning couldn't help but feel a pang of sympathy for Xie Fangfei. Bai Yi would never become her target, not only due to his extraordinary constitution, but also with Fu Yu's presence in the mix. Where did you find that orb? Bai Yi inquired, shifting the focus to events following Xie Fangfei's arrival at this cavern. She raised her hand, gesturing towards the flower thicket before the pool. It was right there, glowing despite its grayish-white hue. Naturally, my first instinct was to assume it was a celestial elixir. Just as I was about to retrieve it, that rabbit sprang forth and snatched the orb from my grasp. I shot at it in surprise, but that gunshot inadvertently drew out the serpent from the pool, leading to everything that unfolded afterward. Speaking of the serpent, an odd sensation washed over them all. Strictly speaking, this serpent bore an uncanny resemblance to the blind snake encountered by Tang San Cheng in the mobile tomb of the corpse fragrance devil. The only distinction lay in its malevolent and benevolent natures. As for whether the orb was indeed a celestial elixir, that was a matter beyond verification. Yet none doubted its lack of value. After all, the ease of acquisition often diminishes perceived worth, an age-old human sentiment. It's hardly reminiscent of a celestial elixir, Xie Fangfei remarked. It's exceedingly hard. Consuming something of such hardness would surely be fatal. Moreover, the texts state that celestial elixirs are as translucent and white as jade, while that orb bore no semblance of jade whatsoever. Lazy finally burst into laughter, shifting the atmosphere into a peculiar state. Xie Fangfei felt a twinge of embarrassment for her words. Had I not considered that, I might have persisted in my belief. If it were indeed a celestial elixir, it could save Lord Jiu's life, correct? Lord Jiu's condition? She continued. He has little time left, perhaps 3 months at most. Despite my ulterior motives in approaching Lord Jiu, he has treated me as a beloved daughter. Over the years, I have grown accustomed to relying on him. There are moments when I wonder how I will cope when he is no longer here. The erudition of the treasure seeker persists. Only the one in charge has shifted from Lord Jiu to you, Bai Yi stated gravely. Though it has been Lord Jiu overseeing the collection of information from various factions, it is you who has been tirelessly active. To put it bluntly, even in Lord Jiu's absence, you would become the next Lord Jiu. Xie Fangfei fell silent, and Bai Yi pressed on. Have you never contemplated this before? Having had her innermost thoughts laid bare by Bai Yi, Xie Fangfei could only emit a soft grunt. Ceasing further discussion, observing the prolonged exchange, Xiao Ning grew increasingly restless. What shall we do now? Tang San Cheng has vanished, and we cannot find our way back. Are we to remain here, keeping company with this rabbit? Rest assured, we shan't starve or thirst here, came the reply. At this moment, Lazy still found time for jest. How convenient, yet such days are also rather terrifying. Day after day, year after year, confined to this limited space, surrounded eternally by the same light and scenery. What difference is there from being a mere walking corpse? His words cast a pall over the group, particularly affecting Xiaoshan, who had grown accustomed to the vastness of the world. To confine him within such a narrow space felt akin to punishment. No matter how beautiful or fragrant this place might be, he had no intention of remaining. Where had Tang San Cheng gone? Xie sighed. If only the short one were still here. At least he possessed some knowledge of the ways. Perhaps he could provide us with an answer. Let us focus on the present. It is futile to dwell on the unattainable. Since our arrival, we have completely lost track of time. Lazy gestured towards the watch on Bai Yi's wrist. Is it still functioning? Bai Yi shook his head, prompting a sigh from Lazy. Now, the only one who can save Tang San Cheng is himself. The term save weighed heavily on their hearts. For them, Tang San Cheng was indeed suffering. Yet, was this truly the case for him? As the hermit once remarked, Punlai is a realm where wishes come to fruition. The individual may simply be ensnared in his own fantasies, entrapped in illusions, believing himself to be in a state of utmost desire. Whether he could extricate himself depended entirely upon his own resolve. This thought caused Bai Yi to furrow his brow slightly. This small gesture, observed by Xiao Ning, deepened her concern. Xiaoshan declared, I must find my brother. He would never abandon me. With that, they departed. Bai Yi helped everyone leave, while Xiefeng Fei, feeling utterly drained, nearly collapsed upon standing. Thankfully, Bai Yi was quick to support her, but he immediately turned to Xiao Ning, saying, I appreciate your assistance. After all, propriety dictates that men and women maintain a respectful distance. Xiao Ning admired Bai Yi's demeanor and promptly stepped forward to assist Xiefeng Fei. Allow me, she offered. Xiefeng Fei looked somewhat disappointed, and Xiao Ning coughed lightly, prompting her to respond. Thank you. I apologize for deceiving you earlier in my quest for the elixir. Just refrain from any further tricks. We have no desire to turn against a woman. Lazy interjected unexpectedly, causing Xiefeng Fei's face to flush crimson. Reflecting on the places where Tang San Cheng and Jiu Yi had vanished, before the unmarked stone tablet and halfway up the mountain, the group decided to wait at the stone tablet, reasoning that if Tang San Cheng returned to his original position, he would surely see them. Chapter 430, Sustenance. In this timeless realm, upon returning to the unmarked stone tablet, they found no sign of Jiu Yi. Xie gazed up the mountain, which lay shrouded in silence, devoid of any shadow. He removed his backpack and sat cross-legged upon the sand, remaining silent. Perhaps it was his grave demeanor that inspired those around him, as they all mimicked his posture. Sitting cross-legged in the sand, waiting in silence, oblivious to the passage of time. When Tang San Cheng's voice finally reached their ears, they initially thought it was a figment of their imagination, a result of their longing. It wasn't he until Xiao Ning looked up and beheld Tang San Cheng waving his arms that she sprang to her feet, her legs slightly cramping. It's really Tang San Cheng. Look, it's truly him. Tang San Cheng raced down the mountain path, perhaps faster than he had ever run before, his movements appearing somewhat peculiar, as he synchronized his limbs in an oddly rhythmic manner. Yet, his speed was undeniable. Except for Xiefeng Fei, everyone dashed towards him, ultimately converging in a jubilant assembly. Tang San Cheng's eyes widened in astonishment as he chanted repetitively, It's really you, it's really you. Lazy, biting his lip, approached and delivered a playful punch to Tang San Cheng's abdomen, eliciting a yelp of pain from him. What are you doing, Lazy? Have you lost your mind? Xiao Ning exclaimed, her heart aching as she supported Tang San Cheng. Are you all right? Does it hurt? It's truly Tang San Cheng, Lazy remarked, blowing on his fist with an apologetic expression. I'm sorry. After being here for so long, I thought I was hallucinating. I can hardly believe it. Are you all right? I didn't hit you too hard. Did I? If you had, I might not have survived, Tang San Cheng retorted, casting a grateful glance at Lazy. Thank goodness, I almost didn't make it back. I'm so relieved to see you all. I finally managed to escape. Is this truly a manifestation of wishes coming to fruition? Bai Yi pondered aloud. Tang San Cheng. Jiu Yi has also vanished, just like you. Tang San Cheng paused, looking past Bai Yi, where Xiefeng Fei was approaching slowly. Xiao Ning rushed over to assist her. Didn't I tell you to wait over there? Why have you come here? You need to rest. Your body is still weak. No, he has returned. Then what about Jiu Yi? This means there is hope for his return. Xiefeng Fei exclaimed, hurrying to stand before Tang San Cheng. Please, tell me how you made it back. Tang San Cheng rubbed his temples. It's a long story. Shall we stand here and discuss it? Although we don't feel hunger or thirst, we will tire. This remark prompted Bai Yi to respond. No, we must immediately replenish our food and water supplies. Even if we feel we cannot eat or drink, we must force ourselves. We cannot be deceived by our body's false sensations. Returning to the stone tablet, they gathered food and water, instinctively swallowing in anticipation. The aversion to nourishment had not yet subsided. Bai Yi was the first to take a bite from a bottle, swallowing painfully. His brows furrowed as if his mouth were uncooperative. He pressed his chin down, forcing the food down until he felt it pass through his esophagus, finally exhaling in relief. You all must do the same. Do you hear me? Xiaoshan clutched the pastry in his hand, nearly gasping for breath as his body resisted the food. Meeting Bai Yi's resolute gaze, he ultimately mimicked Bai Yi's demeanor, forcing the sustenance into his stomach. The others similarly compelled themselves to consume sufficient amounts of food, striving to suppress the urge to regurgitate, a formidable task indeed. Once this challenge was surmounted, Tang San began to recount his extraordinary experience, a true manifestation of desire fulfilled. The genesis of the matter lay within a dream, wherein he beheld a silhouette that instinctively led him to believe it was his father. The robust figure ignited a profound yearning within Tang San, a longing for paternal affection that ensnared him in reverie. After Qijie departed, he remained seated, lost in contemplation, replaying the dream's imagery with increasing intensity. Suddenly, that silhouette materialized vividly before him. It was then that Tang San realized the surroundings had transformed into a realm of pure white. Though he stood upon a mountain, the ground beneath him felt soft and earthy. Looking down, he discerned a veil of mist shrouding the surface, obscuring his feet and calves from view. Is anyone there? Tang San's voice echoed, followed by the faint sound of footsteps. A tall figure emerged before him, yet Tang San could not discern his face. Who are you? He inquired. Who do you think I am? The figure turned to depart, but Tang San called out, Do not go. Why can I not see your face? My appearance rests entirely within your perception, the voice replied, resonant and deep. What? Can you still not see me clearly? Tang San's tongue trembled as he asked, Are you my father? The voice did not deny it, gazing at the figure's back. Tang San's emotions surged as an instinct within him affirmed that this person was indeed his father, a man who shared his very blood. At this juncture, Bai Yi shook his head. You have become entirely ensnared by your own psyche. That individual never revealed his identity. It was all a projection of your own thoughts. He merely responded to your feelings, as if his presence was a reflection of your emotions. This realm is nothing but a construct of your imagination. Otherwise, how could you remain unable to discern his face? Indeed, it is so, Tang San replied, his expression pained. Regrettably, I recognized this truth rather late. In the presence of someone so significant to me, I became flustered. It is only natural, is it not? Fortunately, I became aware of the anomaly in time. As he drew closer, his face remained indistinct, prompting me to remind myself that what I perceived was merely an illusion. I had become ensnared by my own inner demons. Xie Fangfei shuddered. How did you manage to return? Let us not forget, I am a practitioner of the Tao, Tang San stated. I first employed a calming incantation to stabilize my mind, breaking the chains of my thoughts. Once those thoughts were shattered, the phantasm before me vanished. However, all of this hinges on the realization that what lies before you is merely a figment of your imagination. Otherwise, one cannot extricate themselves from it. Xie Fangfei turned her head, gazing at the uninscribed stone tablet. Master Jiao, I fear he may never return. Unlike your situation, he could see the face of Xiao Qing, his daughter. Chapter 431. Drowning. Xie Fangfei's ominous premonition was indeed validated. Master Jiao did not come back. Throughout this ordeal, they intermittently replenished their food and water supply, gradually transitioning from barely edible to a level of sustenance that was tolerable. The process became less agonizing, and the moment to make a choice had arrived, to continue waiting or to seek a path to escape. All eyes were fixed upon Xie Fangfei as she sighed. Let us depart. This is Master Jiao's choice. He wishes to reside in his own realm, to reunite with his kin. Tang San Cheng then spoke, In truth, I have already gathered some clues, though I did not anticipate falling into my own predicament. Now, I believe I can give it a try. He walked toward the sea, the direction from which the man in his dreams had departed, directly facing the uninscribed stone tablet. The waves surged forth, soaking Tang San Cheng's legs and feet. He closed his eyes, realizing that the dream was no mere coincidence. It was a prompt he had bestowed upon himself. Tang San Cheng bit his finger, letting the crimson blood flow forth. He raised his hand, tracing a bagua in the air while reciting, heaven and earth, the profound origin, the myriad energies at their root. Cultivating through eons, I attain my divine powers. Within and beyond the three realms, only the Tao is revered. My body radiates golden light, enveloping me, invisible to the eye, inaudible to the ear, embracing heaven and earth, nurturing all beings. Upholding countless times, my body shines. The guardians of the three realms, the five emperors preside. All deities pay homage, commanding the thunder. Spirits and demons tremble, and strange creatures lose their form. Within lies thunder, the god of thunder hidden in name. Wisdom penetrates. The five energies soar. Golden light manifests swiftly, protecting the true practitioner. Urgently, as the law commands, light flickered within the sea, invigorating Tang San Cheng's spirit. He could hear the gurgling of the waters. They were alive, moving with fervor. It was as if the sea parted, revealing a flat pathway. Tang San Cheng turned back. Hurry. I fear I cannot hold on much longer. Time is of the essence. Xiao Ning approached, supporting Xiao Fei. She turned back helplessly, her thoughts inscrutable to Bai Yi, who urged everyone to move forth quickly. He recalled the tale of the Dragon Palace, realizing how reminiscent this moment was of that story. The waters yielded a path for them. Where this route would lead was secondary. With Tang San Cheng guiding the way, his heart felt constricted. The waters stilled. This was not something he could achieve alone. Was there an unseen force aiding him? What lay beneath the sea remained a mystery to Tang San Cheng. He had only glimpsed it through a painting, the enchanting beauty of the underwater realm etched deeply in his mind. Yet here, beneath the surface, it was merely water, devoid of life. As he sensed something, he turned back to see two rabbits gazing at him with crimson eyes. Were they bidding him farewell? Lost in thought, the moment shattered as Xiaoshan screamed, "Oh no, the water is rushing in." The waves crashed violently, engulfing everyone in their depths. Lei Zi, gasping for breath, managed to curse, "Damn it." But Tang San Cheng could not complete his sentence as seawater rushed into Lei Zi's mouth, extinguishing his words. Instinctively, Tang San Cheng reached out, only to be seized by a pair of hands. He pondered whether it was Xie or Bai Yi, and fleetingly thought of Xiao Ning. However, before he could dwell on it, he succumbed to the water, losing consciousness. When Tang San Cheng awoke, he felt a coolness enveloping him. Opening his eyes, he beheld the serene moonlight piercing through the night. His hands lay limp in the soil, the earthy scent filling his nostrils. He grasped aimlessly, finding nothing to anchor himself. A voice broke through the silence. "Bai Yi's, are we still alive?" Hearing his voice brought Tang San Cheng a measure of comfort, and he ceased his struggle to rise. "It seems so. What about them?" "They're here," Lei Zi's weak voice replied. "Damn it, Tang San Cheng, you fool." Lei Zi finally released his pent-up frustration. What kind of half-baked skills were those? If you can't do it, don't take risks. We almost became fodder for the Sea Dragon King. Well, we're not dead after all, Tang San Cheng sighed in relief. What about Xie? He's beside me. Not yet awake, Bai Yi responded. Xie, if you can hear me, say something. Xie smiled wryly. It's not that I don't want to speak, but I lack the strength. However, Tang San Cheng, what exactly happened? The passage was clearly open, yet the seawater surged in unexpectedly. I have no idea. Tang San Cheng replied with a bitter smile. Perhaps my abilities were insufficient to hold it open for long. I overestimated myself. Thankfully, we all emerged unscathed. Bai Yi turned his gaze to Xiao Fei, who lay to his right, her eyes tightly shut. If not for her gently rising chest, he would have thought her lifeless. Suddenly, Xiao Fei's eyes fluttered open, appearing larger in the moonlight. Despite her hair being disheveled from the seawater, her beauty remained intact. Bai Yi, taken aback by her sudden awakening, felt a twinge of embarrassment as their eyes met. He quickly sat up, rubbing his sore shoulders. So it's night now. Xiao Fei noticed Bai Yi's evasive demeanor, feeling a bit awkward. Xie also rose, surveying their unfamiliar surroundings. It seems we must wait for dawn to ascertain our location. It's quite cold. If even Xie felt the chill, the others must be freezing. Bai Yi rummaged through his backpack, discovering it was damp, confirming the reality of the seawater. He inwardly lamented, struggling to rise with his heavy limbs. Remembering the foreign lighter he had fortuitously found in the desert, he took a chance and produced it. To his relief, it ignited a stroke of fortune. Xie, seeing the flicker of flame, grew excited and joined Bai Yi in searching for firewood, managing to kindle a fire to ward off the cold. They also moved the two still unconscious individuals closer to the warmth. Tang San Cheng, shivering, remarked, "How is it that Xiaoshan remains unconscious? What on earth is happening today?" Lazy leaned in for a closer look and immediately burst into laughter. "This fellow certainly sleeps soundly. Can you hear him snoring? But what else with Xiao Ning? Why is there blood?" Just moments ago, Tang San Cheng had carried Xiao Ning over. As Lazy spoke, he too noticed a sticky substance on his hands. By the flickering firelight, he realized both his hands were stained with blood. Tang San Cheng, alarmed, was struck with fear and hurriedly checked where Xiao Ning was injured. He turned her body over to reveal that her back was soaked in blood, the crimson fluid seeping through her clothes. Lazy slapped himself in frustration. "Damn it. I sensed something was amiss earlier. Why didn't I think of it?" Xie Fangfei stepped closer, lifting Xiao Ning's shirt to assess the injury. While the other men quickly turned their heads away, relieved that a woman was present. Xie Fangfei carefully pulled aside the fabric and, after examining the wound, breathed a sigh of relief. "It's not a cut from a sharp object. It appears to be a contusion. Fortunately, it hasn't struck any vital areas, but strangely, the blood loss is significant. We must find a hospital immediately to treat her." Chapter 432. The ghostly dread regardless of the nature of the injury. Tang San Cheng only knew that Xiao Ning was losing blood rapidly. Lazy kicked the sleeping Xiaoshan awake. "Damn it. Get up. Where are we supposed to find a doctor in this godforsaken place?" Xie Fangfei tore a piece from her own garment to temporarily bandage Xiao Ning's wound. Suddenly, Xie had a thought and began to search hurriedly around them. Upon spotting a few green plants, he let out a sigh of relief. Yanking them out of the ground, roots and all, still caked in dirt. Thankfully, in this season, they are still alive. Xie quickly stripped the leaves from the plants, crushed them in his palm, and handed them to Xie Fangfei. "Please, apply this to Xiao Ning. These herbs have a temporary hemostatic effect." Xie Fangfei nodded and meticulously placed the herbal remedy on Xiao Ning's wound, adjusting her clothing. "All right, we cannot wait for dawn. We need to find a doctor now. Let us move quickly." Xie dashed out to scout ahead. Nearby was a small village, and a sense of dread filled his heart. Such villages typically had only barefoot doctors. However, after advancing a bit further, there was no sign of a county town. He sighed deeply, quickened his pace, and returned to regroup with Tang San Cheng and the others to relay his findings. Bai Yi remarked, "We have no other options. Let us head over first and see what we can do." This was an ordinary village in Jiaodong, where the residents lived in close quarters, their homes tightly packed together. The tranquility of the night reminded Tang San Cheng of his childhood home. Given the urgency of the situation, Bai Yi and Lazy wasted no time knocking on doors, rousing the sleeping villagers. Upon seeing unfamiliar faces, the residents were puzzled. The door opened only halfway, and they inquired about their purpose. Tang San Cheng gestured to Xiao Ning, who lay on his back. Upon seeing the blood, the kind-faced woman gasped in shock. "Oh dear, what happened to this girl? Come, I will take you to our village doctor." The straightforward demeanor of the elder sister brought a collective sigh of relief. Indeed, she was a villager, embodying the simplicity that persists among the rural folk. Having just emerged from a tumultuous era, it was rare to find the locals unguarded. Tang San Cheng followed closely behind her, arriving at the central household of the village. The residences here were situated behind the courtyard. The elder sister pounded on the courtyard door with fervor, calling out, Old Li, open the door. Please, we need help." Perhaps the urgency of her plea was too striking. The barefoot doctor, known as Old Li, appeared wearing a pair of cloth slippers and a military green cotton coat. Upon seeing the elder sister, he yawned and remarked, "Ing Mei, it's rather late. There's no need to shout so." However, upon noticing Tang San Cheng and his companions, he fell silent, acknowledging their presence as outsiders. Tang San Cheng, undeterred by the doctor's initial hesitation, squeezed into the courtyard while carrying Xiao Ning. The barefoot doctor stepped back, displaying a hint of displeasure, but when he caught sight of Xiao Ning behind Tang San Cheng, he held his tongue and led them toward his cluttered room. The space was in disarray, with various commonly used medicines haphazardly piled on a makeshift cabinet that bore the marks of amateur craftsmanship. A simple wooden table was strewn with white paper, covered in calligraphy that was both intricate and indecipherable to Tang San Cheng. He gently placed Xiao Ning on a creaky chair and implored, "Doctor, please take a look. She has lost a considerable amount of blood due to external injuries." Rarely addressed as doctor, the barefoot physician immediately sprang into action, exclaiming, "Leave it to me. However, the injury is on her back, and I may require assistance." Without hesitation, Xie Fangfei stepped forward, and Tang San Cheng expressed his gratitude. Thank you so much. With Xiao Fei's help, the doctor carefully cut away Xiao Ning's clothing to reveal her wounds, which were now clearly visible under the light. The injuries were circular and remarkably uniform, indicative of a severe impact. As he treated her wounds, the doctor remarked, stopping the bleeding is quite manageable, but I fear she may have internal injuries, which I cannot address. To be frank, I can handle minor ailments, but for internal injuries, you must seek a larger hospital. Bai Yi inquired about the nearest county town. Oh, that's quite a distance, and there's no road access here. To leave, you would need to find a donkey cart from our village. It sways unsteadily, and one can only imagine that it will take at least half a day to reach there, the barefoot doctor explained. His technique in treating the wounds was proficient, and Bai Yi, familiar with some Western medicine, felt somewhat reassured after observing the treatment. However, they lacked a tetanus shot, which would have to wait until they could travel. Bai Yi discussed with the elder sister the possibility of hiring a donkey cart, willing to pay for it to ensure they reached the nearest county town as quickly as possible. They then inquired about the distance to Penglai City and were taken aback. It was in an entirely opposite direction, requiring at least 6 hours of travel to return there. After the barefoot doctor treated Xiao Ning's wounds, he suddenly slapped his forehead and exclaimed, "Ah, this wound resembles Gijianshu." "What is Gijianshu?" Tang San Cheng was taken aback. "Isn't this an injury from a collision? Most likely caused by floating debris in the sea," the older sister chimed in, recalling the doctor's words. No, Gijianshu refers to the nearby waters, a place notorious for calamities. Shipwrecks and drownings are commonplace there, which is why we call it Gijianshu. It reminds me of a man from our village who, driven mad by hunger, went fishing in that area. His boat capsized, but fortunately, he returned alive, bearing similar circular wounds. The sizes seem to match perfectly, don't they? Indeed. Exactly the same, the barefoot doctor affirmed. Back then, my father was the one treating patients, and I was assisting him. I vividly remember that the wounds were identical. Did you emerge from Gijianshu? Seeing the look in Bai Yi's eyes, Tang San Cheng fell silent. Bai Yi took over the conversation. We got lost nearby, and this young lady became separated from us. By the time we found her, she was already in this state. We are unclear about the specifics. Doctor, is she going to be all right? She will be fine, the barefoot doctor yawned as dawn began to break. Now, as day breaks, you should hurry and take this young lady to a larger hospital. Ingmei, quickly ask your son to bring the donkey cart. With that, the older sister hurriedly left. Bai Yi pulled out a banknote and pressed it into the barefoot doctor's hand, saying, "Doctor, you have been a tremendous help to us. Please accept this small token of gratitude." The barefoot doctor was startled at the sight of the 5 yuan note. "This is too much. Just for some medicine and bandages. 1 yuan would suffice. Please accept it. We disturbed you at such an hour, and you didn't complain at all." "We are truly grateful," Bai Yi replied. "In this world, it's essential to have friends wherever one goes." The barefoot doctor ceased to be modest and accepted the money. Seizing the moment, Bai Yi inquired, "Why is Gijianshu only known to that particular sea area? We too find it strange. The geography there is no different from other places. Why does it only bring misfortune?" The barefoot doctor sighed. "Over the years, many lives have been lost there. Some young people, in their disbelief of such superstitions, have met their demise. Isn't it a pity?" Bai Yi exchanged glances with Qi Xia, their thoughts aligning. Bai Yi then asked, "Since when did that area become known as Gijianshu?" "The people here have been fishermen for generations. This belief has been passed down since my grandfather's grandfather. For all these years, that place has remained a place of peril. If this young lady truly emerged from Gijianshu, she is extraordinarily fortunate, remarkably so. Over the years, only the person Ingzi mentioned has managed to survive." The barefoot doctor clicked his tongue in disbelief. "Is that person still alive?" Bai Yi asked, a hint of excitement in his voice. The barefoot doctor waved his hand, filled with regret. "Alas, it is unfortunate that Gue Jianshou did not take his life. However, just after marrying the following year, he succumbed to a sudden illness the very next day." Regrettably, Bai Yi mused, this was indeed an unexpected discovery. Bai Yi engaged in casual conversation with the barefoot doctor when the elder sister approached, leading her son along. They brought their donkey cart, as per the agreement to transport Bai Yi and the others to the county hospital. Bai Yi promptly settled the payment with the elder sister, who, in contrast to the barefoot doctor, exhibited no reluctance and cheerfully assisted everyone onto the cart. Xiao Fei, possessing a modicum of education from studying abroad, wrinkled her brow at the unpleasant odor emanating from the donkey cart. Coincidentally, this did not escape the notice of Lei Zi, who chuckled. Miss Xia, you won't find a better mode of transport in this place. Let us just make do. If you're not getting on, we shall proceed without you. With that, Lei Zi was the first to climb aboard the cart. Xia Fangfei, with no other option, complied and boarded, turning her head away in an effort to ignore the foul scent. Bai Yi couldn't help but chuckle at the sight, only to receive a sharp glare from Xia Fangfei. What are you laughing at? Nothing, Bai Yi replied. Xia Fangfei coughed softly, turning her head away. Choosing to disregard Bai Yi entirely, Tang San Cheng instructed Xiao Ning to lie down on the cart to avoid aggravating her back injury. Once everything was in order, the donkey cart ambled along. The elder sister had not exaggerated. The road was indeed in a state of disrepair, jostling them all to the brink of nausea. After a considerable time, they finally caught sight of the dense buildings ahead, prompting a collective sigh of relief. The elder sister's son, accustomed to traveling to the county, guided them directly to the hospital entrance before turning back. Upon arriving, Xiao Ning received a tetanus shot and underwent an examination. Once everything was concluded, Lei Zi, puzzled, remarked, "Something's amiss. Why hasn't Xiao Ning awakened after all this time?" The doctor claimed there were no internal injuries, merely external ones. Tang San Cheng, what could be happening? Tang San Cheng had already begun to harbor doubts, but placed his hopes on the doctor. Despite the doctor's assurances that Xiao Ning was fine, she still lay unconscious. Tang San Cheng cradled Xiao Ning on a bench in the hospital corridor, lost in thought. Xia, however, had a fleeting realization. He took Xiao Ning's pulse, his expression shifting. I should have checked her pulse earlier. It's as fine as a thread, truly strange. Could it be that the poison has not been entirely purged? Bai Yi reacted with some intensity. Impossible. Xia found himself at a loss for words, but continued. Perhaps there is another possibility. Are you familiar with the concept of fatal acupoints? I have read about it in novels. Lei Zi retorted peevishly. Xia, do you have a solution or not? If not, we shall return to seek the guidance of a wise person. If you do, speak plainly. I do not know, Xia replied bluntly. I am merely discussing a possibility. The human body contains approximately 52 single acupoints, 300 paired acupoints, and 50 extraordinary acupoints, totaling 720 points. Among these, 108 are critical acupoints, 72 of which are generally not lethal, while the remaining 36 are deemed fatal, commonly referred to as death points. These death points are further categorized into 4 types: soft paralysis, dizziness, light, and heavy, each comprising 9 points. This results in a total of 36 fatal acupoints. What then? Tang San finally understood. Are you saying that Xiao Ning was struck at a vital point? Indeed, when Bai Hui fell to the ground, and the tailbone was compromised. Those struck at the Zhang men would surely perish, with 9 out of 10 succumbing to fate. The sun and the mute gate would inevitably encounter the king of hell. A severed spine would leave no chance for healing, and the urgency of death would be imminent. Xia remarked. However, there exists a location where being struck does not lead to death. Rather, it induces a slow descent into a state akin to suspended animation. I suspect that when Xiao Ning was impacted, she was simultaneously struck at this critical point, which accounts for her inability to awaken. Lei Zi attempted to interject, but was silenced by Bai Yi's gesture. I have heard of such matters before, yet I must inquire. Which point are you referring to? The Shinkei point. Located precisely at the center of the navel, when struck, disrupts the intercostal nerves, causing vibrations in the intestines and bladder, inflicting damage to the vital energy, rendering the body incapacitated. Xia turned to Xia Fangfei. Please examine Xiao Ning's navel area for any signs of external injury. Xia Fangfei nodded and approached for an inspection. Upon glancing at it, she looked at Xia in astonishment. There is a bruise at the navel, and the location aligns perfectly. But is this truly the legendary acupoint strike? To my surprise, Xia was indeed correct. Lei Zi felt a bit sheepish. Xia, you truly possess remarkable skills. You are the legendary master of martial arts, are you not? I have merely scratched the surface, Xia replied, furrowing his brow. This is precisely the issue. I know which point Xiao Ning was struck, yet I lack the means to resolve it. The hope that had surged within Tang San was instantly extinguished, and he could not help but let out a sigh. Xia felt a twinge of guilt. I am sorry, I cannot assist you. At the very least, we have identified the problem. Tang San's naturally optimistic spirit emerged once again. However, if we cannot resolve this, will Xiao Ning be in danger? Yes, Xia affirmed. Xiaoshan was taken aback. My sister is truly unfortunate. Why must such misfortune befall her? Xie Fangfei remarked. It is unwise for us to linger here. Have you forgotten? I possess resources. Upon our return, I shall swiftly seek out experts in acupoint resolution in hopes of aiding you. Indeed, there is a new generation of treasure-seeking masters. Tang San promptly stood and bowed to Xie Fangfei. I beseech you. In light of this, let us hasten our return to the capital. This incident has disrupted Bai Yi's plans. Initially, he intended to revisit Penglai City to gather further information regarding Tang San's lineage, as that hermit had once appeared there, and surely someone must have seen him. Regrettably, with Xiao Ning's predicament, there is no time to waste. Everyone hurried back to the capital, setting aside all matters to prioritize Xiao Ning's situation. Chapter 434. Meridian's lazy had been incessantly lamenting that Xiao Ning ought to pay her respects to avoid such ill fortune. Before receiving a response from Xie Fangfei, Bai Yi also mobilized his network to locate experts capable of resolving acupoints. As for Qi Xie, he diligently studied the intricacies of vital points. All 36 critical acupoints, when struck, pose a life-threatening risk. However, the initial injury may not seem severe, yet the consequences are dire. Those afflicted must not be underestimated. The more Qi Xie researched, the more his anxiety grew, especially since Bai Yi had yet to find a suitable individual. The individual who ultimately appeared to rescue Xiao Ning was unexpectedly Yu Xiaoru, summoned by Xie Fangfei. Though Yu Xiaoru was known as a prodigy of quick skills, how had she also become a master of acupoint release? As Yu Xiaoru and Xie Fangfei entered, Qi Xie was in the courtyard poring over an ancient tome. Perhaps due to her urgent mood, Xie Fangfei did not knock. The door was ajar, and they stepped directly into the courtyard. Yu Xiaoru's surprise upon seeing Qi Xie was palpable, while Xie Fangfei merely stated that someone was there to help, without clarifying the connection to Qi Xie. You? Qi Xie questioned, bewildered. How did you come here? Wasn't it said that someone was struck at a vital point and needed assistance? Yu Xiaoru, equally astonished, looked to Xie Fangfei and asked, Sister Xie, where is the person? Inside, Xie Fangfei replied. Qi Xie grasped the situation. He had not anticipated that you, the prodigy, was not only adept in quick techniques, but also skilled in acupoint release. Impressive. Yu Xiaoru pursed her lips, feigning annoyance. Are you genuinely complimenting me? Of course, Qi Xie asserted earnestly. Joking is not my forte. Though his words were sincere, Yu Xiaoru mistook them for jest, her irritation rising. Let us refrain from unnecessary chatter. Where's the person? Qi Xie promptly led her upstairs, where Tang San Cheng was vigilantly stationed by Xiao Ning's bedside, his demeanor despondent. Upon seeing Xie Fangfei enter with company, a glimmer of hope ignited within him. Have you found someone? Xie Fangfei pushed Yu Xiaoru forward. This is her. Her? Tang San Cheng regarded the slender young woman with disbelief. Being straightforward, he could not conceal his emotions, which displeased Xie Fangfei. What? Do you doubt my capabilities? I promised to find an expert in acupoint identification and release, and I intend to uphold my word. Xiaoru, show them your skills, lest they underestimate you. Such words reflected her irritation. Lei Zi and Xiaoshan, drawn by the commotion, arrived, while Bai Yi was notably absent, having been away frequently. Xie Fangfei's expression momentarily flickered with disappointment at his absence. Very well, there are 36 significant fatal acupoints, Yu Xiaoru stated, turning to Qi Xie. I have heard that you are knowledgeable about them. Now, listen closely. The Jianjing point lies at the midpoint of the line connecting the Dazhui point and the acromion, at the highest point of the shoulder. Associated with the foot Xiaoyang gallbladder meridian and the hand Xiaoyang, foot Yangming, and Yangwei vessels. When struck, it results in hemiplegia. The Taiyuan point is located on the palmar side at the wrist crease, corresponding to the hand Taiyin lung meridian, the source point of the lungs. The convergence of all vessels. Striking here leads to obstructed circulation and internal injury. The Zishanli point is situated 3 inches below the outer knee, approximately at the width of a finger from the tibia, part of the foot Yangming stomach meridian, where the foot Yangming vessels converge. Hitting this point causes numbness and lack of mobility in the lower limbs. All right, I believe you now. Qi Xie decisively interrupted Yu Xiaoru. I underestimated you. His tone was earnest, prompting Yu Xiaoru to regain her composure. It is also my nature to be high-minded. Now is the time to save lives, and I should not engage in rivalry with you. How shall we proceed? Tang San Cheng, having grown more convinced by Yu Xiaoru's confident discourse, awaited her to unleash her expertise. Yu Xiaoru instructed everyone else to leave, retaining only Xie Fangfei to assist her. The others understood that Xiao Ning, being a woman, could not conveniently remain to observe, so they suppressed their curiosity and withdrew. Half an hour later, Xie Fangfei opened the door to find Xiao Ning reclining on the bed, conversing with Yu Xiaoru, appearing surprisingly well. Upon seeing Tang San Cheng enter, she immediately voiced her grievances. Tang San Cheng, why am I so unfortunate? Isn't everything well now? Tang San Cheng quickly expressed his gratitude to Yu Xiaoru. Given Yu Xiaoru's proud demeanor, she turned to Qi Xie and asked, "So, do you now believe in my abilities?" "Of course I do," Qi Xie replied, "but I am particularly curious about how you resolve the death point." In truth, the so-called death points are merely locations that connect to the body's meridians. When struck, they injure these pathways. To unlock these points requires harmonizing the flow of the body's meridians. Yu Xiaoru explained, the human body possesses the 8 extraordinary meridians, which are essentially categories of the body's meridian pathways. The term Jing refers to the main channels of the nervous system, while Luo pertains to the smaller branches that form a web-like network. The meridians are interconnected endlessly, linking the internal organs to the limbs. There are 12 primary meridians, while the branches are innumerable. By employing acupressure on the 8 extraordinary meridians, I ensured that Xiao Ning's blood vessels were fully open, allowing her to awaken naturally. Qi Xie was taken aback by Yu Xiaoru's remarkable skill, his admiration for her growing significantly. He nodded repeatedly, acknowledging his prior knowledge of the 8 extraordinary meridians. Yet never had he imagined utilizing acupressure to unblock Xiao Ning's pathways and release the death points. Indeed, the world is vast, and there are those beyond our understanding. Lazy remarked, spitting on the ground. I must be cautious moving forward and not underestimate others, nor overestimate myself. That's wise, Bai Yi interjected. Upon returning, he found the downstairs and courtyard deserted and promptly ascended to the second floor. To his surprise, he witnessed the moment Xiao Ning regained consciousness. He lingered outside for a while, unnoticed by Tang San Cheng, whose attention was solely focused on Xiao Ning. Look at you, toiling away for so many days. Yet your efforts pale in comparison to our Bai Xiaoshan. Just look at her, Lazy commented. With that, Bai Yi smiled at Xie Fangfei, saying, "Is it any wonder she is the second Bai Xiaoshan?" Mention of the second Bai Xiaoshan stirred discomfort within Xie Fangfei, and she sighed, "What a pity for Jiui. Let us not dwell on the past. Everyone has the right to be accountable for their own fate." Perhaps Jiui's choice was indeed the happiest decision for him. "It seems you have made your own decision," Bai Yi remarked. "Yes, I shall not abandon the enterprise Jiui built over the years. Having stood by his side all this time, I have grown accustomed to this life and find joy in it," Xie Fangfei responded. "From now on, you may refer to me as Junyang. Junyang is quite fitting. I shall rely on you for guidance henceforth," Bai Yi stated earnestly. "That will depend on the circumstances," Xie Fangfei replied, not one to be easily deceived. "If you wish to enjoy privileges, there must be a reason, mustn't there?" Chapter 435. Connection. What reason compelled Bai Yi to remain silent? After bidding farewell to Xie Fangfei and Yu Xiaoru, he turned only to collide with Lei Zi's gleeful gaze. "You're finished this time," Lei Zi remarked. "What nonsense are you spouting?" Bai Yi retorted, delivering a swift slap to Lei Zi's face. "Go on in." Without lingering, Bai Yi ascended the stairs, while Lei Zi hurriedly followed. "Damn it. Even though I've never been in a serious relationship, even someone as inexperienced as myself can see that the ninth lady has feelings for you. The fire in her eyes is unmistakable. I refuse to believe that someone as astute as you hasn't noticed." Bai Yi chose to ignore Lei Zi and continued upstairs. Although Xiao Ning had regained consciousness, her body had suffered considerable trauma and required further recuperation. Xiaoshan was chatting incessantly with Xiao Ning, eliciting smiles from her. Upon seeing Bai Yi enter, Xiao Ning offered a wry smile. "I knew you would want to ask me about what transpired." "Indeed," Lei Zi interjected. "I can't shake the feeling that the sea known as Ghost Sea Trouble is somehow connected to your injury. What a coincidence that it happened there." Bai Yi replied, "I have been contemplating this matter. After leaving the Penglai fairyland, we arrived at the sea dubbed Ghost Sea Trouble, where we nearly drowned. And it was there that Xiao Ning was injured, struck at a vital point. This can be corroborated by the barefoot doctor and the elder sister. As similar incidents have occurred before, could it be that Ghost Sea Trouble is actually a necessary passage to the Penglai fairyland?" Lei Zi slapped his thigh in realization. "Of course. How did I not see this? If Xiao Ning was injured at that location, there must be a reason." Xiao Ning, think back. What exactly happened to you in the water? Bai Yi fixed his gaze on Xiao Ning, who wore a perplexed expression. She too was somewhat disoriented regarding the events that unfolded. She touched her head and recounted. When the waves crashed over us, I felt as though my body was no longer under my control. My eyes wouldn't open, and I could hardly catch my breath. Just before I lost consciousness, I glimpsed something glowing, and I reached out to touch it. After that, my memory is hazy. I only remember waking up in bed. A glowing object? Tang San Cheng murmured. Could it have been the light of the passage? Remember, when I was using my powers to open the passage, there was a flash of light. What Xiao Ning saw might have been the entrance to the Penglai fairyland. Bai Yi nodded affirmatively. Exactly. The Penglai fairyland must possess its own defenses against intruders. When Xiao Ning reached out, she was likely perceived as an invader, which explains the subsequent events. Xiaoshan listened in astonishment, unable to pinpoint any flaws in this reasoning. Qixie further affirmed Bai Yi's assertion. Indeed, this also explains why only Xiao Ning was injured while the rest of us remained unharmed. The array laid by the perpetrator is truly cunning and perilous. There is yet another terrifying matter. While we were ensconced within, we felt neither hunger nor thirst, as our body's natural physiological responses had entirely vanished. Should we have refrained from forcibly consuming sustenance and hydration, the consequences remain a mystery to all. Bai Yi mused. Furthermore, that notion of thoughts manifesting into reality is merely another tactic. Lazy cautioned Bai Yi, stating, this is clearly a means to lure individuals into madness, compelling them to remain willingly ensnared. I fear that ultimately, it leads to demise. Fortunately, the ninth master is a dying man, otherwise, to perish there for no reason would be a grave injustice. Lazy, Bai Yi admonished sternly. How can one speak so irreverently of the deceased? Indeed, Lazy reflected with some regret. Despite his usual eloquence, he was, in truth, quite superstitious. He slapped his mouth, scolding himself for his indiscretion. The elixir of immortality was neither taken by Su Fu nor attained by Qin Shi Huang. Thus, to whom does this legendary potion of eternal life truly belong? Bai Yi pondered aloud. Could it reside in the hands of that enigmatic figure in black? He has appeared in the pseudo-Qin tomb at Penglai, and even in Tang San Cheng's dreams. Such occurrences cannot be mere coincidences. We must confront the reality that this black-clad individual may indeed be Tang San Cheng's biological father, intricately linked to Qin Shi Huang, Su Fu, and the very essence of Penglai, perhaps even possessing the elixir itself. If all conditions align, Bai Yi continued, then Tang San Cheng's quest for immortality finds its explanation. That man in black, sharing the same crimson blood as Tang San Cheng, has consistently been in his vicinity, guiding him towards the revelation of the truth. The one who intervened to assist Tang San Cheng and the dwarf in the pseudo-Qin tomb, and the one who gifted him the luminous pearl, could very well be the same individual. This implies that he has long recognized your identity, which is why he has exerted himself to aid you. Now he has transformed into a hermit of the mountains, appearing in the ninth master's life, leading us to Penglai and unveiling that infant coffin. Upon the mention of the infant coffin, Xiaoshan immediately rushed downstairs, entering Lazy's room to retrieve the small coffin and present it before the assembly. Bai Yi opened it, extracting the floral fabric within. Simultaneously, Qixie discreetly ventured into Tang San Cheng's quarters to fetch the blood-stained cloth from the previously locked 7 intricacies. When the 2 pieces of fabric were laid side by side, the similarity in patterns was unmistakable, their antiquity strikingly alike. What more could be said? I was discovered in a grave at 3 months of age. The state of my being during those initial months remains unknown to me, Tang San Cheng declared. Yet now, I can assert with certainty that I have traversed to Penglai. The ninth master has stated that he is not the destined one in the tales of the mountain folk. As he cannot perceive the red dot within the pear tree, only I can see it. This is no mere coincidence. Within that infant coffin lies perhaps the essence of me from 3 months prior, resting inside. I was once taken to Penglai. My connection to it was inherent, which is why I am deemed the destined one. This logic resonates with clarity, as Xiao Ning nodded in agreement. My father left behind a message instructing me to seek out a man marked with the insignia of the tiger talisman. However, you have never crossed paths with my father. Although you bear this mark, he could not have referred to you. If not you, then it must be he. Tang San's eyes widened in realization. The person your father spoke of is indeed him. He bears the tiger talisman mark. Suddenly, Xiao Ning interjected. To unravel the mystery of your lineage, We need only locate the enigmatic figure adorned with the tiger talisman. This is the most evident clue. Tang San clapped his hands together in agreement. Precisely. Indeed, he is the source of it all. Once we find him, all the enigmas will be resolved. However, Lei Zi remained skeptical. He has always lurked like a specter around us, yet we have never glimpsed his true visage. Tang San, the last time you encountered him. He slipped away. Do not speak so lightly. What makes you think that anything in this world is ever smooth sailing? Tang San's spirit dimmed. The last time the figure evaded him was when the luminous pearl was gifted, a moment so close yet ultimately fruitless. Chapter 436. The mirror of the river's heart. We currently face two paramount issues, alongside a lurking danger, Bai Yi stated. Everyone is now well acquainted with the situation. The mystery of Tang San's lineage, my quest for the 7 artifacts, and the threat posed by the Golden Eagle Order. Upon hearing the term Golden Eagle Order, Lei Zi interjected, is this really the time to bring that up? Indeed, which is why I label it a potential danger. Bai Yi replied, unable to suppress a glare at him. Could you refrain from your exclamations? I cannot, Lei Zi asserted resolutely. My mother passed away early, and I take pleasure in occasionally mentioning her to remind myself that I once had a mother. He spoke with utmost seriousness, leaving Bai Yi speechless, who could only manage a wry smile as he patted Lei Zi's shoulder. Fine. I shall not press you. As for the Golden Eagle Order, you ought to be vigilant concerning it. What about your senior brother Xiaoshan? Of course, we have ceased all contact, Lei Zi replied with fervor. Otherwise, it could mean the end for not just one, but 2. I have no intention of involving my own people. Now, let us not dwell on my matters. Your situation with Tang San is far more pressing. The 7 artifacts remain incomplete, placing you at risk of becoming a malevolent corpse at any moment. Bai Yi felt a surge of frustration at the reminder. I am aware. The 3 cold words prompted Lei Zi to touch his nose. Then what shall we do? Should we seek out allies or focus on finding the 7 artifacts first? Initially, one might think that with Ponlai surrounded by water, the corpse turtle would be an easy target. However, who could have known that it was indeed a realm of the immortals, basking in warm sunlight? Devoid of any trace of the corpse turtle, Bai Yi returned the floral cloth to the infant coffin and placed the coffin in Tang San's hands. You must keep this safe. Wait, what now? Lei Zi pressed for clarification. We have the 9th lady, Bai Yi responded, seemingly off topic. Were you not just saying we had a talisman? Now, what of the 9th lady? Lei Zi inquired, puzzled. 7 Evil's brow unfurled. Are you suggesting we leverage Xie Fangfei's resources? That could indeed save us some effort. Exactly. Bai Yi hesitated briefly, however. It would not be appropriate for me to approach her. 7 Evil. Could you kindly make contact? Certainly, 7 Evil affirmed. She has accompanied the 9th Master for so long. She must possess considerable knowledge of the underworld that is unknown to the common folk. However, Bai Yi, do you truly believe this is wise? What do you mean? Bai Yi pondered for a moment before affirmatively stating, I have no other options at present, which is precisely why I have called upon you. He was acutely aware of the glimmering emotions reflected in Xie Fangfei's eyes. He admitted that he was intent on leveraging the resources she offered. However, the matter of affection was a different story. Xie Fangfei had arrived too late. His profound connection with Fu Yu was irreplaceable by any other woman. Thus, he chose to disregard Xie Fangfei's affections, and enlisting Qi Xie to communicate with her was also a measure to avoid misunderstandings. Xiao Ning's condition rapidly improved, and she began to banter playfully with Lei Zi, her spirited demeanor reassuring everyone. The events surrounding Ponlai were no longer mentioned, as if they were intent on completely turning that page. Tang San was unexpectedly enlightened. He realized that the others were keen to alleviate any burdens on him, and he was more than willing to accept their goodwill, immersing himself in the exploration of the next tomb. The negotiations between Qi Xie and Xie Fangfei yielded surprising results. To everyone's astonishment, Xie Fangfei was quite businesslike. She would provide information, but for a fee, rather than as a gesture of friendship. Upon hearing the news brought back by Qi Xie, Bai Yi felt a sense of relief. This arrangement was advantageous, allowing them to conduct their dealings without entanglements, making everyone feel more at ease. Xie Fangfei was aware that they were in search of corpse turtles, and she understood their characteristics well. She informed Qi Xie that she would provide a response within a day, to be communicated via phone, with the remuneration to be delivered at that time. Xie Fangfei's strategic demeanor filled Bai Yi with hope. Indeed, a day later, a phone call summoned Qi Xie, who promptly collected the payment for the information. After all, even the informant needed to make a living. The information Xie Fangfei offered was rather costly, and Qi Xie returned with a slip of paper inscribed with the words Jiangxin Mirror. Bai Yi inquired whether Xie Fangfei had conveyed anything else. Qi Xie relayed that she had reviewed the materials left by the ninth master and discovered a record related to the corpse turtle, located in a certain area of Yangzhou. The ninth master had documented various anecdotes about tomb raiding, meticulously compiling them into a unique repository of information. Now, Xie Fangfei intended to exploit these resources for her own gain. Qi Xie recalled the address clearly and recounted it in full. Bai Yi immediately consulted a map and, after a glance, began to form ideas in his mind. This location was in close proximity to the Yangtze River, with an abundant water source, which lent credibility to the venture. However, that alone was insufficient. What else did she say? He pressed. She mentioned that a predecessor had entered the tomb and shortly after emerged dead, his body entirely blackened. Those who entered with him had all perished at the hands of the corpse turtles, never to return alive. She instructed me to warn you to exercise caution. Qi Xie chuckled awkwardly. Feeding corpse turtles is a common occurrence. It's not too concerning. However, the fact that one emerged alive yet died in such a state suggests there may be lethal toxins within. Indeed, Bai Yi furrowed his brow. Yet, it is indisputable that there are corpse turtles in that location. I must go, but what does Jiangxin Mirror signify? Oh, that is something Xie Fangfei specifically asked me to emphasize. Qi Xie replied. The materials indicated that the individual who survived claimed he could have had the fate of an emperor had he only brought the Jiangxin Mirror with him. Thus, the chance for a true dragon's destiny was lost. Qi Xie remarked, I am not entirely certain about this matter. Have you heard of the Jiangxin Mirror? Bai Yi shook his head. No, this is the first time I've come across it. Considering it is an unearthed artifact, surely few are aware of its existence. However, the fate of a true dragon and the emperor's decree, this seems rather precarious. We shall have to wait and see. Qi Xie continued. Xiao Ning has nearly recovered. In my opinion, we should not delay any further. It is best to venture out soon. Let us proceed as we have in the past. Bai Yi responded. The last jade pendant has been addressed by Lord Hong, and it is nearly settled. We can soon collect the payment and, as per our usual practice, divide it equally among ourselves. Very well. Just as Qi Xie was about to leave, he abruptly turned back. Speaking of the toxic substance that can render a person entirely blackened, I do possess some knowledge. Oh, that simplifies matters. Bai Yi's excitement grew. We need not fear the goo poison, for I carry the protective goo planted by Fuyu. If it is another type of toxin, however, we would be at a disadvantage. Are you aware of any, and do you know how to counteract their effects? Indeed, Qi Xie replied, my thoughts align closely with yours. Rather than proceeding empty-handed, it is wiser to prepare our tools in advance. Success is contingent upon our efforts. Yes, Qi Xie, you are increasingly attuned to my thoughts. Our collaboration is growing ever more harmonious. Chapter 437. The Dragon's Lair. The first toxin capable of transforming a person's body into a deep black is known as strictness. Upon contact, an individual will experience tightness throughout their body. Their emotions will be affected, and they will become exceedingly sensitive to their surroundings, leading to irritability. The onset of these effects is gradual, not immediate. The most frightening aspect is that a person may slowly lose their sanity without awareness. If one suddenly regains clarity, it signifies that the individual is beyond redemption. Qi Xie stated, in essence, it is only at the moment before death that one might revert to their original state, with the most characteristic sign of death being the blackening of the body. What are the distinguishing features of this toxin? Bai Yi inhaled sharply, pondering the implications of potentially regaining rationality only before death. Would the previous self still be the same? This toxin is easily recognizable, Qi Xie explained. It presents with a granular appearance, akin to a face covered in bumps. To counteract its effects, one should use yellow rice wine. Is there anything else? Bai Yi inquired. Water lily, Qi Xie replied. However, I doubt such a flower would thrive in a tomb, as it requires a significant amount of water. Its appearance is reminiscent of a lotus. When it first blooms, the petals unfurl gradually, only to close back into a bud by the following morning, reopening at dusk. It is both beautiful and fragrant, with enormous leaves that float upon the water's surface. The pollen within its stamens is a deadly poison. Is there a way to prevent it? This was Bai Yi's primary concern. I do not know. Qi Xie's response took Bai Yi by surprise. Bai Yi stifled a laugh. You emphasized the water lily for so long, yet you do not know the antidote. Qi Xie found amusement in his own folly. Indeed, I genuinely do not know. However, I do not believe we will encounter the water lily. The likelihood of encountering strictness is far greater. Therefore, I shall prepare the yellow rice wine first. As the enigmatic figure of Qi Xie departed, a subtle smile graced Bai Yi's lips. It was a rare sight to witness Qi Xie in such a manner. His recent propensity for conversation a stark contrast to the reticence he had displayed upon their initial acquaintance. Lowering his gaze, Bai Yi scrutinized the map before him, and the more he examined it, the more peculiar it appeared. Its contours bore an uncanny resemblance to that of a dragon. Unlike the conventional maps that merely outlined the cityscape, Bai Yi had procured detailed maps of significant strongholds through various channels. The very map he held was that of the small town mentioned by Xie Fangfei, its lines intricately tracing the silhouette of a dragon with the destination of their forebear. Dao Do, positioned precisely beneath the dragon's head. With the map in hand, Bai Yi sought out Tang San Cheng, spreading the map across the table. Tang San Cheng immediately discerned the underlying significance. The entire town lay beneath the dragon's den, an astonishing revelation. Elaborating further, he remarked, the horizontal dragon's den flourishes, allowing the main dragon to generate wealth. The essence of dragon energy is derived from the confluence of mountains and flowing waters. Historically, the affluent and powerful have chosen to be interred in dragon dens to bestow fortune upon their descendants. I have never encountered such a grand dragon den before. Tang San Cheng's excitement was palpable as he contemplated the implications. This entire town is ensconced within a dragon den. Such an auspicious locale surely must have housed imperial burials. There must be more to this situation. Scratching his head in urgency, he inquired, "How did you come upon this place?" "It is a lengthy tale, Tang San Cheng. We must embark once more, and you shall have the opportunity to unravel the mysteries of this dragon den for yourself. They say it bestows wealth. We ought to discover how the inhabitants live in such leisurely ease." Upon finishing his statement, Bai Yi was met with Tang San Cheng's exuberant leap. "Really? Oh, how splendid. My curiosity is piqued. I must uncover the truth." This transformation in Tang San Cheng upon the mention of feng shui was remarkable. Bai Yi chose to disregard his exuberance and sought out the remaining 3 companions to relay their next mission. Now, they resembled clockwork toys, wound tight and ready to spring into action. Within just 2 days, they had made all necessary preparations. Bai Yi also settled accounts with Uncle Hong, distributing the funds evenly, which only heightened the group's excitement. However, a significant discord arose regarding their choice of transportation. Bai Yi initially favored the train, but Lei Zi and Qi Xie voiced their objections. Their primary concern was the increasingly stringent security checks on trains. Compounded by recent unsettling events in the city, reports of nighttime household registrations had surfaced. Were it not for Bai Yi's connections in relevant circles, the residents of his home might have become prime targets for investigation. Under such circumstances, could they truly afford to embark on their venture into the depths of the dragon den? Bai Yi had always been accustomed to making decisions independently, so he found it somewhat disconcerting to confront the opinions of others. Fortunately, his inherently calm demeanor allowed him to reflect carefully, and he realized that Lei Zi and Qi Xie had a point. The atmosphere in the city had been rather unusual lately. It was prudent to exercise caution. Even when utilizing a vehicle, discretion was imperative. The late-night visit for household checks suggested that something significant had transpired. Bai Yi's greatest asset lay in his ability to embrace and utilize beneficial advice. He promptly resolved to modify his car, concealing conspicuous burglary tools within the compartment of the trunk. Having completed this makeshift task, the group unanimously agreed that their sole purpose was a trip to Yangzhou, devoid of any ulterior motives. Once they set off officially, an age-old adage echoed in Bai Yi's mind. Good fortune seldom prevails while misfortune looms large. As the vehicle exited the city limits, Bai Yi observed uniformed personnel ahead, inspecting passing cars. The atmosphere within the vehicle grew tense, and Lei Zi muttered under his breath, "What on earth has happened? There was never any inspection before." Bai Yi gestured for silence. "Leave the forthcoming matters to me. Refrain from speaking out of turn." The car inched closer to the checkpoint, where a tall, imposing man in uniform extended his hand, flanked by a row of armed soldiers. Bai Yi felt a surge of anxiety, uncertain of the man's intentions. The piercing gaze of the man resembled that of a hawk. Such eyes often reflect a person's character, suggesting a resolute nature. Bai Yi gradually brought the vehicle to a halt and greeted the man with a calm, "Hello, hello." the man replied, his hawkish eyes scanning the interior, where the vehicle was filled to capacity. A look of wariness crossed his face. Please present your identification. Bai Yi produced his driver's license and handed it over. After a thorough examination, the man returned it and shifted his gaze to the others. You all, too. Present your identification. A wave of panic washed over Bai Yi. Xiaoshan lacked any identification. Xiaoshan's expression mirrored his confusion as he looked at Bai Yi. Bewildered by his own predicament, Bai Yi, meeting Xiaoshan's gaze, felt a pang of sympathy and whispered, "It's all right, don't be afraid." Chapter 438, Inspection Indeed, Xiaoshan. As Bai Yi had anticipated, timidly confessed, "I'm scared." The man paused, having reviewed the identification of the others. He fixed his stare on Xiaoshan and inquired, "How old are you this year?" Xiaoshan was at a loss regarding his age. Bai Yi stifled a chuckle, realizing that Xiaoshan's background might inadvertently provide a solution to the current predicament. Xiaoshan looked around, genuinely uncertain of his age, and earnestly replied, "I don't know." "What is the meaning of this?" the uniformed man demanded. Bai Yi pointed to his head. He is a bit confused, which is why he is unaware of his situation. "I apologize. He currently does not possess identification due to his young age. He is merely 14. The clarity in the child's eyes and his diminutive stature served as the most compelling evidence, rendering the man speechless. However, he swiftly sought a new avenue of inquiry. "Where are you headed?" "To this child's hometown," Bai Yi elaborated, fabricating a narrative to help him find his long-lost brother. Lazy nearly erupted in laughter, astonished that Bai Yi could conjure such a pretext. His shoulders quivered momentarily before he regained composure. This subtle movement caught the man's attention, his keen eyes locking onto Lazy. "Pray tell, what is your purpose?" Bai Yi inwardly cursed Lazy's ancestors, realizing that this matter had nothing to do with them. Yet the latter seemed to falter at a critical moment. The man's keen observation skills, recalling the items concealed in the trunk's compartment, sent Bai Yi's heart racing anew. "We are indeed going to this child's hometown," Lazy asserted confidently. "Did we not just discuss this?" Bai Yi retorted sharply. "Why speak in such a manner?" Lazy feigned innocence. "I merely sensed he was putting us in a tight spot." "What is going on? Has something happened in the city? It hasn't been this troublesome before. Now, it's the middle of the night with household checks and roadblocks in the suburbs. Clearly, something is amiss." Bai Yi was taken aback by Lazy's quick wit, each of his words striking the mark. Observing the hawk-eyed man, Bai Yi noted his furrowed brows before the man suddenly waved his hand. "You may go." With this man's consent, Bai Yi promptly pressed the accelerator, departing at a steady pace until the group shrank to the size of mere ants. He exhaled a sigh of relief and turned to Lazy. "You caused this trouble, yet you also saved us all. Truly remarkable." Lazy, torn between laughter and exasperation, replied, "My heart nearly ceased to beat." That man seemed vaguely familiar. Upon hearing my doubts about the recent disturbances in the city, his reaction was quite pronounced. "It appears there is indeed a situation at hand. They may be searching for someone," Bai Yi speculated. "It seems this individual holds significance for certain people. I spotted him at last year's National Day celebration. He is a high-ranking military official. Do not let his youth deceive you. His rank is substantial. For him to take personal action indicates that the matter is serious. However, this does not concern us. We should distance ourselves as much as possible. That was a close call. Had he requested to inspect the trunk, our little ruse would surely have been transparent." "What is that fellow's name?" Qi Xia inquired, equally impressed by this person. "I do not know," Bai Yi replied. "Though I have only encountered him once, the impression was profound, yet I cannot recall his name. I believe it was something like Long, but the exact name escapes me at the moment." This brief episode on their journey would linger in their memories, as they collectively noted the distinguished officer named Long, whose formidable presence was indeed unforgettable. Unbeknownst to them, this officer would later become a benefactor to them all, an unforeseen twist. Much like how they could not have anticipated that this expedition would intertwine with Guan Kai. The vehicle glided smoothly along the road. Fortunately, after leaving the city, there were no checkpoints on the remaining stretches, allowing for an uninterrupted journey. It appeared that the restrictions were solely within the confines of Beijing. Unable to contain his curiosity, Lazy brought up the earlier incident. "Do you think there could be some internal issues?" "Internal?" Tang San Cheng, only partially grasping the context, inquired, "What internal matters?" Lazy gestured towards the sky and then pointed back at the city of Beijing. It took Tang San Cheng a moment to comprehend, and he finally responded with an "oh." Bai Yi had always refrained from discussing politics and promptly interrupted. Enough of that. Let us move past the previous matter. One must remember that curiosity can lead to peril, and excessive inquisitiveness is not a virtue. Tang San Cheng stuck out his tongue, acknowledging, understood. The group eventually arrived at their intended destination, a quaint town nestled beside the Yangtze River. The atmosphere here was remarkably serene. The residents exhibited an inexplicable warmth towards outsiders, showing no curiosity and answering questions with great attentiveness. In short, everything here exuded a sense of comfort. The streets were impeccably clean, and the pedestrians donned simple yet tidy attire. Their hair was neatly styled, and smiles adorned their faces. Xiaoshan took an immediate liking to the place and began to frolic down the street, while Lazy refrained from calling her back, and Xia hurriedly pursued her. Xiao Ning, too, was enchanted by the locale. Upon spotting a stall selling handicrafts, she approached it eagerly. The vendor, a middle-aged woman in her 40s, admired Xiao Ning's striking beauty, exclaiming, "What a lovely girl. You are quite tall. It's evident you are not from our town. How can you tell?" Xiao Ning inquired, a bit taken aback. "Our local girls are generally of shorter stature and tend to be more delicate," the woman replied gently. "They do not speak as articulately as you do. Is that so? Just like you, so gentle?" Xiao Ning retorted playfully. The vendor blushed. "I am much older. It is not appropriate to compare." The stall showcased exquisitely crafted cloth shoes, primarily for children, featuring delicate embroidery and soft soles. Realizing she had no children of her own, Xiao Ning felt a tinge of embarrassment. "I have no use for these." "Not at all," the vendor insisted, placing a pair into Xiao Ning's hands. "There will surely come a time when they will be useful. Consider these shoes a gift." Xiao Ning immediately reached for her purse, but the vendor waved her off, saying, "No need, dear. Your pleasant demeanor is enough to endear you to me. It feels like fate between us. If you do not accept, I would feel it inappropriate." Seeing the sincerity in the vendor's expression, Xiao Ning decided not to be polite any longer. "By the way, how should I address you?" "Call me Hongjia," the vendor replied. At that moment, Tang San Cheng, who had been lost in thought nearby, suddenly approached and pointed toward a building not far ahead. It resembled a water tower, but was quite sleek. "Hongjia, what is that?" "Oh, that is a sacrificial tower," Hongjia explained. "There is a local legend that this tower was originally erected to honor a mirror." Upon hearing the word mirror, Bai Yi felt a stir of interest. Could it be the mirror of the river heart? Chapter 439. The mirror of Jiangxin. Hongjia expressed her surprise, exclaiming, "Oh, it is quite rare for outsiders to be knowledgeable about the Jiangxin mirror. You truly possess remarkable insight. However, given your demeanor, one could easily assume you are a scholar, so it is not entirely astonishing." Bai Yi silently mused to himself, affirming her observation. Indeed, he specialized in the study of the deceased and ancient tomb cultures. He remarked, "Why would such a mirror warrant the construction of a grand tower solely for its veneration? This place is rather peculiar, isn't it? Surely, it must be no ordinary mirror to inspire such reverence." Hongjia replied, "You are not the first outsider to inquire about this. Relatives from outside the town have also found it curious. Nevertheless, the Jiangxin mirror is no ordinary artifact. It once bestowed peace upon our region, prompting our ancestors to erect a tower in its honor." Hongjia was a straightforward person, affirming that even local children, as young as 5 or 6, were aware of the tower's purpose. Just then, Xia returned with Xiaoshan, and the group gathered around a stall selling soy milk, each with a cup in hand, as they listened to Hongjia recount the events of the past. It turns out this area held a significant history. During the reign of Emperor Xuanzong of the Tang dynasty, the ancestral home of the governor of Yangzhou was situated here. One year, as the time for tribute approached, the weight of the task bore heavily upon the governor. He convened his subordinates and decided to present a mirror to Emperor Xuanzong. The notion of a mirror seemed somewhat unremarkable, and Bai Yi felt a flicker of confusion, though he quickly reconciled this with the understanding that tribute items required by the imperial court were not only precious, but also unique. The scrutiny of tribute items was exceedingly rigorous. Duplicates would certainly be rejected. Each year, as tribute season approached, regions were compelled to exert their utmost creativity to win the emperor's favor, a task more daunting than that faced by the concubines of the imperial harem. Ultimately, the governor of Yangzhou resolved to present a mirror adorned with a dragon motif, believing that nothing would delight the emperor more than to see himself likened to a dragon, the embodiment of celestial power. However, this mirror was no ordinary creation. the governor insisted on crafting a mirror of exceptional quality. Bai Yi had encountered a few Tang dynasty mirrors, primarily made of bronze. By that time, porcelain had supplanted bronze, leading to the decline of bronze artifacts. With the techniques of bronze craftsmanship focused mainly on mirrors, bronze mirrors were commonplace household items. Yet transforming such an ordinary object into a tribute fit for imperial favor was no simple endeavor. The governor had but one stipulation: the dragon depicted on the mirror must appear lifelike. Numerous skilled artisans were summoned, yet they consistently fell short of this requirement. Elevating a standard bronze mirror into something worthy of imperial admiration proved to be an arduous task. However, if the tale ended here, there would be no subsequent account of the tower dedicated to the mirror. Hong Jie had recounted this story to her children countless times, and now, as she shared it once more, her familiarity with the narrative captivated her audience, who were enthralled by the dramatic twists and her gentle, engaging delivery. A turning point in the tale emerged with the arrival of an elderly man and a young child, who appeared unexpectedly in the quaint town. The elder, with his flowing white beard and benevolent countenance, was accompanied by a child of merely 10 years, who exhibited remarkable shrewdness. The townsfolk, preoccupied with the challenges of crafting a copper mirror, paid little heed to these newcomers. However, the duo boldly approached, claiming that they alone possessed the extraordinary ability to forge an unparalleled copper mirror. The governor of Yangzhou, though skeptical, was persuaded by his subordinates to give it a try, especially considering the peculiar nature of the pair and their authoritative demeanor. They requested a secluded courtyard, insisting on absolute privacy, shrouded in mystery. Despite his reservations, with the tribute deadline rapidly approaching, the governor acquiesced. The elderly man and the child remained in the courtyard for a full 7 days, never once stepping outside. With food being passed through a small opening, the circumstances within remained a mystery to all. As the 7th day elapsed, the door remained firmly shut, prompting the governor to enter the courtyard, only to discover that the pair had vanished, leaving behind a letter and a copper mirror still in the process of being forged in the fire. The letter instructed that the mirror must be placed in the midst of the Yangtze River and cast into the waters after 7 days to achieve its final form. This notion seemed rather far-fetched. However, observing the half-formed mirror in the fire, the governor had no choice but to follow the instructions left by the enigmatic duo. He had the forge transferred onto a boat, anchoring it in the heart of the Yangtze River. Remarkably, the fire continued to blaze vigorously without any need for additional fuel for the entire 7 days. Suddenly, the flames extinguished on their own. At the governor's command, the copper mirror was cast into the river. An attendant, anxious, voiced concerns about the possibility of the mirror sinking. To their astonishment, as the mirror touched the water, a dense mist arose. Once the vapor dissipated, the copper mirror floated gracefully upon the surface, and someone promptly retrieved it. The reverse side of the mirror bore an intricately carved dragon, poised to soar into the skies. The sight of the dragon caused a collective shiver among the onlookers, and the governor was overwhelmed with joy. This precious mirror, if presented to the emperor, would surely win his favor. Yet, he remained perplexed about the true identities of the elderly man and the child, who possessed such remarkable prowess. Given that the mirror was forged in the heart of the river, it was aptly named the Heart of the River Mirror and was promptly presented to the imperial court. As for the origins of the elder and the child, the governor, unwilling to let the mystery remain unresolved, dispatched men to investigate. However, they returned with no intelligence whatsoever. With time, having already received the tribute, the governor lost interest in pursuing the matter further. Thus, the identities of the elderly man and the child remained an enigma, while the fate of the Heart of the River Mirror unfolded dramatically. The mirror in the heart of the river seemed as if it were a true dragon within the glass, winning the favor of the emperor and earning countless rewards for the governor, thereby fulfilling his mission. However, following a severe drought, this very mirror proved to be of immense assistance. The entire realm faced a parched landscape, and despite desperate pleas for rain, none came forth. The monk responsible for invoking the rain informed Emperor Xuanzong of Tang that to summon precipitation, a genuine dragon essence was required. The emperor granted him access to the national treasury, filled with treasures, yet the monk chose the mirror from the heart of the river. Indeed, after performing a ritual with this mirror, rain descended as promised. The emperor grew increasingly fond of the mirror, erecting a tall tower in the small town, named the Mirror Worship Tower. However, following the Lushan rebellion, the mirror mysteriously vanished without a trace. I am familiar with the monk who invoked the rain, Bai Yi remarked. This individual was a renowned astronomer of the Tang dynasty, possessing extensive knowledge not only in esoteric teachings, but also in Zen Buddhism, Tiantai Buddhism, and Taoism. Originally a scholar of Tiantai, he later delved into the esoteric sect, proving to be a remarkable figure. Summoning rain from the Dragon King? Lazy chuckled. Such matters are best taken as mere tales. This young fellow, you see, is sharing a story passed down through generations. It is simply for entertainment. Did you not hear? Ultimately, the mirror from the heart of the river disappeared, indicating that it was indeed a phantom of the past. Hongjie laughed, saying, "We shall treat it as a story to pass down to our children, allowing it to endure through the ages." Nevertheless, she glanced at the distant mirror worship tower. This tower surely signifies something, does it not? Such an imposing structure seems rather incongruous with our surroundings. Chapter 440. The monk indeed. The tower towered almost to the clouds, becoming quite conspicuous from afar, lending some credibility to that historical narrative. Xiao Ning listened with rapt attention, and as the story concluded, the group realized that darkness had enveloped the sky, necessitating the search for lodgings. Hongjie, ever hospitable, informed them that there were no inns in the town. This revelation left them somewhat baffled, yet Hongjie was accommodating, offering her spacious yard with ample rooms, suggesting that if they were willing to squeeze together, it would be no trouble at all. Bai Yi attempted to offer compensation, but Hongjie adamantly refused, insisting on accepting nothing in return. Quick-witted, Xiao Ning purchased a variety of provisions for Hongjie's children, bringing great joy to her family. The tranquil atmosphere of the town deeply moved Lazy. He had traveled to many places, yet had never encountered a locale seemingly devoid of disputes or conflicts. Upon inquiry, he learned that during the earlier tumultuous struggles, this town remained entirely unaffected. Not only did they refrain from human strife, but even the unintentional squashing of an ant stirred their compassion. If someone lost an item, others promptly assisted in retrieving it, and whenever an elderly individual struggled with burdens, help was readily offered. The entire town exuded an air of harmony. Tang San Cheng had been observant of the town's layout, growing increasingly perplexed. Upon arriving at Hongjie's home, he inquired whether the town had undergone reconstruction. Hongjie, astonished, replied, "How did you know?" After the rain was summoned, the entire town was rebuilt according to a new layout. This tale, too, has been passed down through the generations. Tang San Cheng began to grasp the situation. Why was there a sudden need for reconstruction? It was due to that monk who invoked the rain. Red Sister remarked, "I have heard that he holds a great fondness for our locale, deeming it a land of auspicious fortune. It is also known that the revered Jiangxin mirror originates from here. Following a successful summoning of rain, the emperor wished to bestow rewards upon him. However, he requested but one favor, the reconstruction of our beloved place." Tang San Cheng began to comprehend the deeper significance. The monk Yi Hang, in fact, was the illustrious master Yi Hang, renowned for his expertise in feng shui. His desire to restore this area was rooted in the principles of geomancy, aiming to safeguard this land from the myriad calamities of history, including the recent tribulations. It was only after everyone had settled in and shared a meal that Tang San Cheng divulged his thoughts. "Do you recall my mention of the treasure basin? It is a feng shui arrangement designed to attract wealth. However, there exists another concept known as the gathering fortune basin, which aptly describes the architectural layout of this town. Fortune accumulates here, and the dragon energy flows through, fostering a serene mindset among the inhabitants. Even under extreme conditions, they are devoid of any inclination towards conflict, ensuring perpetual peace. These are the masterful creations of Master Yi Hang. How extraordinary is this individual?" Lazy inquired. "Once there was Wei Boyong, and now emerges this monk Yi Hang. Not to mention that enigmatic alchemist. In the realm of feng shui, there are countless masters. Indeed, Master Yi Hang stands as a paragon of traditional feng shui in the Central Plains. Historically, the Tang dynasty regarded feng shui as a closely guarded secret, fiercely prohibiting its dissemination among the populace. They believed that if foreigners were to grasp these principles, their burgeoning power would pose a threat to the Tang's dominion. Thus, through Master Yi Hang, they composed misleading texts, such as the classic of Extinguishing Barbarians, to obfuscate foreign learners seeking wisdom in feng shui, fulfilling their intention of subjugation. Tang San Cheng noted, however, The original text of the classic of extinguishing barbarians has been lost to time. Yet, the emperor's reliance on Master Yi Hang to deceive foreigners illustrates the latter's formidable prowess. Otherwise, these outsiders would not be so easily swayed. Lazy found today's revelations astonishing. This place is remarkable. It is free of theft, and everyone is kind-hearted and amicable. Our destination lies to the east of this town, in close proximity to the Yangtze River, Bai Yi stated. We shall set forth tomorrow. Let us inform Red Sister of our intention to trek along the Yangtze River for a while, leaving our vehicle at her residence for the time being. Upon mentioning Red Sister, a solemn silence enveloped the group. Faced with the genuine kindness of the Hong family, they felt compelled to weave a falsehood out of necessity, yet it was unavoidable. Tang San Cheng had not anticipated encountering a feng shui town personally orchestrated by Master Yi Hang, and his excitement was palpable. The thought of possibly beholding the true form of the Jiangxin mirror kept him awake. Ordinary mirrors could hardly captivate an emperor, regardless of their craftsmanship. What manner of mirror could possibly be deemed a substitute for the true dragon by Master Yi Hang? Amidst these musings, Tang San Cheng finally succumbed to sleep. When he opened his eyes again, the group was already preparing to depart. Lei Zi, somewhat irked, exclaimed, "Damn it! How can you sleep so soundly?" Tang San stifled a yawn. Having pondered excessively the previous night, unaware of when he had drifted into slumber, his night had been devoid of dreams, a phenomenon he would refer to, in Bai Yi's words, as high-quality sleep. Hong Jie prepared a modest breakfast for everyone, consisting of simple porridge and side dishes, along with homemade buns, which delighted the group. Hong Jie's son, a lively 14-year-old, was particularly fond of Xiaoshan and Xiao Ning, incessantly bombarding them with questions. Upon learning of their plans to visit the banks of the Yangtze River, he cautioned them, "Be wary of the Zhou old tiger." "What is a Zhou old tiger?" Xiaoshan mimicked a predatory gesture. "Is it a man-eating tiger?" "Not at all," the boy replied. "It's a type of flower. Be careful not to touch its pollen, or it will cause severe itching." He rolled up his sleeve to reveal a series of red spots on his arms, suggesting he had suffered from the plant's effects. "Now scabbed over," Hong Jie, with a hint of exasperation, explained. "During this season, Zhou old tigers abound. Just avoid them. They are small yellow flowers that, despite the approaching winter, bloom profusely. This is perhaps the most peculiar thing we have around here." "Thank you, Hong Jie." The group acknowledged her advice before setting off towards the east. They encountered friendly greetings from the townsfolk along the way. Lazy remarked softly, "Fortunately, we are not here to steal from them. Otherwise, I would feel guilty for a lifetime. It seems these people are blissfully unaware of any wrongdoing, so innocent." This environment had been preserved through generations. Bai Yi commented, "It is akin to the last bastion of purity in this world." Upon leaving the small town, fields emerged before them, dotted with scattered old houses. Due to the season, no one was laboring in the fields, granting them a serene atmosphere. As they continued eastward, Bai Yi periodically consulted the map to ascertain their location. According to the information provided by Xie Fangfei, the senior who had previously excavated the site had not filled in the theft hole, and given the short passage of time, they might be fortunate enough to avoid much trouble. Chapter 441. The cemetery. Their luck, however, was not particularly favorable. It was not the absence of the theft hole that troubled them, but rather the unfortunate discovery that it was located within a cemetery. Judging by the fresh earth atop the graves, it appeared to be a recently established burial site, where local residents had interred their deceased. Bai Yi could not help but smile wryly, while Xiao Ning sighed in exasperation. "Must we have such fortuitous luck?" The ancient tombs do not instill fear in the hearts of the brave. Rather, it is the freshly disturbed graves that evoke trepidation. This is primarily due to the fact that the recently interred bodies have yet to fully decompose, rendering them more susceptible to the haunting presence of the Zongzi. The locals have made a rather unfortunate choice by selecting this site for a burial ground, and the entrance to the tomb raiding tunnel lies just behind a newly dug grave. Qi Xie, eager for adventure, volunteered to investigate. The tunnel remained accessible, having not been obstructed, and the dryness within was a testament to the recent favorable weather, devoid of rain. However, as one delves deeper, the abundant underground water might present unforeseen challenges. Despite it being daytime, a peculiar sensation enveloped the graveyard, as though unseen eyes were watching from every corner. Xiao Ning, unable to contain her impatience, insisted on descending. Typically, one would remain above to keep watch, but given the infrequent visits to this graveyard, The group unanimously decided to descend together. Just before Tang San made his descent, he turned to Lei Zi and asked, "Did you bring the black donkey's hoof?" Never has he forgotten it. Lei Zi patted his backpack reassuringly. "Rest assured, even if there are zongzi here, they are likely to be the most rudimentary forms. Easily dealt with. Are you still going down?" "Yes," confirmed Tang San before he slipped into the tunnel, activating his headlamp and inhaling the pungent scent of earth, which was far more pleasant than the eerie atmosphere of the graveyard. Lei Zi followed suit, and upon entering, spat on the ground. "Damn it. Now I feel like a proper tomb raider. This confinement has been unbearable." Bai Yi silently chuckled at Lei Zi's antics. The man, a traditionalist at heart, believed that entering a tomb and breaching a tunnel were indispensable components of the experience. Without them, the endeavor felt incomplete. This tunnel ultimately led to the burial chamber, and as they treaded upon the paths forged by those who came before, a somber mood settled over the group, reminding them that the original excavators had long since passed. However, they had caught a glimpse of the young boy's mention of the Zhou Laohu, which they had seen from a distance on their way here, trembling in the cold wind, clinging to life in this barren season when flowers do not bloom, a remarkable testament to resilience. In contrast to the Zhou Laohu, Bai Yi was more concerned about the poisonous plants that had caused the demise of those who ventured before them. Prior to their journey, he had cautioned everyone against touching unfamiliar flora to avoid potential harm. The tunnel they dug was commendable, and the group focused intently on following Bai Yi, employing both hands and feet with utmost caution. During this season, subterranean insects were sparse, a fortunate circumstance for Xiao Ning. After approximately 15 minutes of crawling, Bai Yi encountered a brick wall blocking their path, with an opening in the center. He halted, and the others followed suit. Lei Zi, growing anxious, inquired, "What is the matter?" "A brick wall," Bai Yi replied with a muffled chuckle, as Lei Zi, blocked from sight by those ahead, had yet to perceive it. Upon hearing of the wall, Lei Zi's excitement surged. "Damn, this is indeed promising. The information from Xie Fangfei proves invaluable." Tang San remained perplexed. "It's merely a brick wall. Why are you all so thrilled?" "You wouldn't understand," Lei Zi boasted. "The materials used in tomb construction vary greatly. Bricks have been utilized since the Tang dynasty." With a hint of pride, he continued, "When it comes to feng shui, I cannot compete with you. But regarding tomb raiding, you have much to learn from us." Xiao Ning cast a disapproving glare at Lei Zi. "Look at how smug you've become." Bai Yi continued his ascent towards the brick wall. As he neared the opening, the light above swept over it, and he delicately picked up a strand of fabric hanging at the edge of the hole, a shred torn from an article of clothing. Resolutely, he retrieved a brick from the ground and struck off a portion of its edge, thereby enlarging the original opening. Only then did he crawl inside. As his body penetrated halfway in, he braced himself against the wall, halting his movement. Qijia, positioned behind him, inquired, "What is it?" Bai Yi shifted slightly to the side, allowing Qijia to glimpse the scene within. A corpse lay sprawled on the ground, head down, arms outstretched, and legs spread apart, forming a large character. The attire he wore was reminiscent of a decade prior, strikingly consistent with the descriptions provided by Xie Fangfei of those who had entered before. The reason for Bai Yi's sudden pause became clear. This individual had met his demise immediately upon entry. Bai Yi and Qijia stood at either side of the opening, their eyes exchanging an unspoken understanding. The corpse's head-down position indicated that the individual had fallen forward, suggesting that the cause of his downfall originated from behind him. Bai Yi noted that the floor of the tomb chamber was composed of neatly arranged bluish stone bricks, each a perfect square. Qijia had already picked up a brick and tossed it towards the feet of the corpse, an action that Bai Yi had intended to undertake as well. With a sigh, Qijia lamented having thrown it inaccurately. Bai Yi shrugged at Qijia, also picking up a brick to hurl it, this time landing precisely beneath the corpse's right foot. Bang! Tang San Cheng exclaimed, "There's a reaction." No sooner had his words left his lips than a bronze pillar swung down from above, aimed directly at the position of the corpse, emitting a whirring sound, yet missing its target, rebounding instead. Bai Yi leaned in further to peer above within the tomb chamber. Realizing the bronze pillar's whereabouts remained unknown, yet he discerned that the mechanism was indeed concealed within the bluish stone bricks beneath them. "I shall employ a rather rudimentary strategy." Bai Yi wiped the sweat from his brow. "Each of you take a brick, and as we move forward, toss them ahead to probe the path." "That is indeed quite foolish," Lei Zi couldn't help but remark. "Yet, it seems we have no other option." Cautiously, they each began to crawl inside. instinctively avoiding the center of the bluish stone bricks, instead opting to position themselves between two bricks. Noticing each other's movements, they all shared a quiet laugh. This method seemed rather clever, as triggering the mechanism would rely on the weight of the human body. Standing at the edges effectively distributed their weight across two bricks, thus mitigating the impact somewhat. They each threw their stones to probe the mechanisms ahead, and two of them indeed struck true. Fortunately, they had prepared in advance and managed to evade the subsequent dangers in time. Bai Yi surveyed the tomb chamber, feeling perplexed. This space differs from tombs of the early Tang dynasty. There is no skylight, nor any niches. The chamber contained a few handcarts and some discarded bluish bricks, resembling more of a storage room. Upon exiting, they found themselves in a short and narrow tomb passage. Bai Yi expressed further confusion. This passage is not the slope type typical of elongated tombs. Clearly, this tomb must reflect the style that emerged after the Ungshi Rebellion, during which significant changes occurred in Tang dynasty burial practices. Firstly, the structure of the tomb has undergone simplification. The short and narrow vertical shaft tomb corridors have replaced the long sloped passages, resulting in the disappearance of the courtyard and niches. The scale of the burial chamber has diminished, and wall paintings have become exceedingly rare. The number of ceramic figurines has decreased, and their craftsmanship has become rudimentary. Chapter 442. Wang Lian. The Enshe Rebellion marked a pivotal transition from prosperity to decline for the Tang dynasty. Lushan and Shi Siming rebelled against the Tang emperor, and this turmoil persisted for 8 long years. On the 9th day of the 11th month in the 14th year of the Tianbao era, taking advantage of the internal corruption and vacuity of the Tang state, Lushan, who held the military governorships of Fanyang, Pinglu, and Hedong, allied with various ethnic groups such as the Tongluo, Xinbei, Khitan, Shirwei, and Turks, amassing an army of 150,000, claiming to have 200,000. Under the pretext of a secret edict to punish Yang Guozhong for the nation's peril, he instigated rebellion in Fanyang. At that time, the country had enjoyed prolonged peace, and the populace was unaware of warfare. Thus, the counties of Hebei swiftly capitulated, with local officials either fleeing or surrendering. Lushan marched forth from Fanyang and swiftly captured the eastern capital of Luoyang by the 13th day of the 12th month, achieving this in a mere 35 days. Within this brief span, he seized control of most counties in Hebei, with parts of Hunan also surrendering in fear. On the 14th day of the 11th month, Emperor Xuanzong of Tang was informed of Lushan's rebellion and was filled with rage. He promptly appointed the military governor of Anxi, Feng Changqing, to also oversee Fanyang and Pinglu, preparing for defense. He then designated his 6th son, Prince Rong Liwan, as the commander, with General Gao Xinji serving as his deputy for the eastern campaign. In the 15th year of Tianbao, they captured Chang'an and Luoyang, reaching the peak of the Enshe Rebellion. Subsequently, with the fall of Chang'an, a crucial moment, Emperor Xuanzong fled in the early hours of the 13th day of the 6th month. En route to Mawei Slope, his troops, exhausted and famished, refused to advance. General Chen Xuanli proposed executing Yang Guozhong and his son, as well as consort Yang Guifei. Yang Guozhong met his end at the hands of the mob, while Xuanzong commanded Gao Lishir to strangle Yang Guifei. The forces then split into 2 routes, with Xuanzong retreating to Shu. This moment is particularly significant. When Emperor Xuanzong fled Chang'an, where was the mirror of Jiangxin? This mirror, which symbolized the essence of the true dragon, did it depart with the emperor or remain quietly in the treasury, awaiting its fate of exploitation? The process may be beyond pursuit now, as the Jiangxin mirror was discovered here, yet the identity of the tomb's occupant remains a question worthy of deeper investigation. The structure of this tomb chamber is not extensive. It consists of 2 interconnected rooms, quite simplistic, with one serving merely as a storage area. What mysteries might reside in the remaining chamber? Bai Yi glanced around the corridor. There were no wall paintings, yet the bricks of the corridor were laid with remarkable tightness. Following the Enshe Rebellion, the Tang dynasty's power significantly waned, resulting in a marked reduction of wall paintings and accompanying burial artifacts. And the tomb chambers continued to shrink in size. Among the 2 chambers, the door to the storage room opened easily with a push. However, the entrance to the other burial chamber resisted all efforts to open it. Lei Zi, perplexed, remarked, "This is odd. Someone has entered and exited before, indicating this door should be operable. Why is it now sealed so tightly?" The hand of Qi Xie reached out to explore the wall for a mechanism. But Lei Zi's nose twitched, and he immediately commanded, "Stop." Qi Jie lowered his hand, gazing at Lei Zi with a look of perplexity. Lei Zi approached the tomb entrance, inhaling the air around it. "Damn, this is perilous. Something has been smeared on it. No wonder I sensed an unusual odor in this passage. One I have never encountered in other tombs." Bai Yi recalled the fate of those who had exited this place only to meet their demise in darkness. Could it be attributed to the substance smeared on the wall? Bai Yi inquired, "What is this substance? Can you discern its nature?" "I am uncertain. It has a faint resemblance to a medicinal concoction," Lei Zi replied. "Qi Jie, take a whiff." Qi Jie initially hesitated, shaking his head, for the scent was too subtle. Taking a deep breath, he concentrated more closely and finally detected a trace of the aroma. His expression shifted. "It is the sap of the royal lotus." Truly, I had allowed my imagination to mislead me, believing there might be vegetation underground. I should have considered the possibility of extracting and utilizing plant sap. Thankfully, my sense of smell is sharp. Lei Zi, proud of his own nose, declared, "It seems only natural that the individual succumbed. The sap here is colorless and faintly scented, rendering it undetectable to the average person, capable of taking lives unseen. Indeed, it is no wonder that person thought they had escaped, only to meet an unjust end." Xiao Ning remarked, inhaling deeply. "What shall we do now?" That person perished after coming into contact with the royal lotus flower, indicating a lengthy incubation period. The mechanism must be above, yet we cannot touch it. Bai Yi found himself in a quandary. Although he possessed protective charms, their efficacy against various toxins remained uncertain. While the charms had previously proven useful against the blind snake, he hesitated. He first donned gloves, but Qi Jie's expression turned complex. "Are you certain you wish to take this risk? Some toxins have peculiar methods of infiltration, and we have never encountered the sap of the royal lotus before. A rash attempt could yield unforeseen consequences." After hearing Qi Jie's concerns, Bai Yi hesitated as well, but soon devised a plan. He found a stone within the tomb and held it in his hand. "Even if the royal lotus sap can permeate fabric, I refuse to believe it can penetrate stone. Its physical structure is entirely different." This strategy was indeed sound, coupled with Bai Yi's protective charm. The task of locating the mechanism fell solely to him. Bai Yi pressed the stone against the wall, systematically probing for movable or traceable spots. Recalling the situation in another chamber, he leaned towards applying downward pressure, hoping to uncover the hidden mechanism that would grant them passage. Indeed, the architect of this tomb must have been an individual of distinct habits. The pivotal mechanism observed earlier has persisted to this moment, ultimately yielding a significant revelation for Bai Yi. As he pressed his palm down, a stone collided with a slab, and the door swung open with a resounding noise. Bai Yi stood at the forefront, the first to behold the scene within. The 12 zodiac figurines emerged conspicuously before his eyes, representing the prime burial items of the Tang dynasty. The term 12 zodiac is an ancient designation for the 12 animals, as the ancients divided the day into 12 time intervals, with the 12 deities roughly forming during the Han dynasty. To facilitate their use, 12 animals were chosen to correspond with these intervals, such as the rat for Zi, the ox for Chou, and the tiger for Yin, each believed to serve as the guardian spirit of its respective time. During the Sui and Tang periods, the 12 deity images, believed to ward off evil, appeared on various artifacts. The Song dynasty tombs retained a plethora of these images, often engraved on epitaphs, coffins, or sarcophagi, or sculpted from materials such as clay, iron, or stone. Their forms typically fall into 3 categories: animal-shaped, human-shaped with animal heads, and purely human figures, the latter depicting animals cradled in the hands or perched upon the heads of human figures. In chapter 443, the birth zodiac figurines, Bai Yi beheld the 12 birth zodiac figurines, which were human-shaped representations of 12 children, each cradling, standing upon, or balancing the 12 zodiacs on their heads. These figurines occupied their respective positions, each quadrant represented distinctly. Though the colors of the figurines had faded, their vibrancy remained evident, and their likenesses were remarkably lifelike. Following the Ensure rebellion, the once common king figurines and tomb guardians became increasingly simplified, with some tombs omitting them entirely. Only the 12 zodiac figurines endured, becoming the most frequently encountered burial artifacts of the late Tang period. In addition to these figurines, a corpse knelt on the ground, its head bowed low. Facing a horse figurine, seemingly engaged in an act of repentance towards it. The attire of the deceased resembled that of the individuals who had entered the tomb earlier, suggesting they had come together. After a cautious examination, Bai Yi approached the corpse but refrained from getting too close, even gesturing to prevent others from approaching it. The direct attention towards the horse figurine was strikingly apparent. Bai Yi bent down to observe the corpse's front, discovering a small arrow deeply embedded in its chest. Notably, the horse figurine was the sole one among the 12 zodiacs that stood apart from a human figure, as it stood alongside a person with no interaction. Unlike the other figurines where human and animal figures were interconnected, Bai Yi noted the corpse's height was approximately 1.65 meters, akin to Xiao Ning, and he called her over to gauge the arrow's position and ascertain its trajectory, realizing it had originated from the horse's mouth. As for how the mechanism within the horse's mouth was activated, Bai Yi instinctively glanced at the azure bricks beneath his feet. At that moment, Xiaoshan inquired, "Where's the coffin?" It was then that Bai Yi recognized the most troubling anomaly. The 12 zodiac figurines stood firmly in their respective quadrants around the tomb, and apart from these artifacts, there was nothing else. So, where was the realm of Jiangxin? Why was there no coffin present? Tang San Cheng remarked. The 12 zodiac figures are arranged according to the 24 celestial stems and branches, and their positions hold significant meaning. This indicates that the person who placed these 12 figures possesses a deep understanding of numerology. In fact, compared to the traps we encountered before, aside from the juice of the royal lotus, the others are quite elementary. Indeed, Lazy responded, constructing such a tomb chamber without a coffin, and with only these 12 zodiac figures for burial, seems rather meager. Damn it, I was led to expect something grand. Not at all. There's also the Jiangxin mirror. Xiao Ning interjected. That individual discovered the Jiangxin mirror but did not take it with him. There must be a reason for that. You're giving up too quickly. That's not like you. Lazy, Xiao Ning observed. I relish hearing such praise. Lazy grinned. Xiao Ning turned away, rolling her eyes at him. I'm not praising you. Xiao Ning made a valid point. How could a grave robber discover a valuable object and not try to take it? Unless he lacked the means to retrieve it, he would have no choice but to abandon it. Bai Yi stated, the Jiangxin mirror must be here. We need to find it. Suddenly, Tang San Cheng stomped his foot on the bluestone tile, causing Lei Zi's face to pale. He hurriedly restrained him. My ancestor. Do you not realize that these tiles could be traps? Do not tread carelessly. I believe we should lay the 12 zodiac figures to rest. That's not it. Tang San Cheng protested, feeling at a loss for words. I was merely contemplating whether the Jiangxin mirror might not be right beneath our noses, but rather in a concealed location. If that is the case, there should be some mystery beneath the bluestone tiles, indicating a space to store the Jiangxin mirror. The sound made when stepping on it would certainly differ. While the reasoning was sound, Tang San Cheng's actions were perilously reckless. After all, each bluestone tile could potentially trigger a mechanism. Even Xiao Ning reproached Tang San Cheng for his rashness, yet Xiaoshan remarked, brother's reasoning is valid. Xiaoshan was indeed reliable, bringing Tang San Cheng to the brink of tears. He sought to speak, saying, these 12 zodiac figures were presumably meant to guard the tomb's master. It's a pity there is no master. As he spoke, he scrutinized the 12 figures, and a sudden flash of insight struck him. His hand rose, hovering in midair as if he had discovered something profound but struggled to articulate it. The others, observing his demeanor, held their silence, fixated on his hand, as if the outcome would be revealed the moment he lowered it. Indeed, when Tang San Cheng's hand finally descended, he uttered a soft exclamation. This drew Lei Zi's impatience. Stop keeping us in suspense. We're all waiting. Look into the eyes of the 12 zodiac figures. Do not mind the people. Just focus on the 12. Where do their eyes gaze? Tang San Cheng continued to pat Qi Xia on the back, the sound echoing, while Qi Xia remained unfazed, allowing Tang San Cheng's excitement to unfold. The 12 zodiac figurines are intricately carved and strikingly lifelike. However, until now, no one had closely examined their eyes. It has now come to light that the gaze of these 12 figures is remarkably vivid, as if their pupils are alive. Following their line of sight, one realizes that their attention converges upon the center of this tomb chamber. Bai Yi suddenly comprehends that the 12 zodiac figurines act as guardians of the river heart mirror, perpetually watching over it. Thus, the river heart mirror must be located at the very center of this chamber. The general area has been pinpointed, but how to uncover it? Tang San Cheng's body trembles slightly. The central part of the tomb chamber is constructed from fragmented bluestone bricks. At first glance, it appears unremarkable. However, upon closer inspection, Tang San Cheng feels an unsettling familiarity with the central area. He strains his mind and eventually realizes, look, doesn't the arrangement of the broken bricks resemble an inverted bagua diagram? With this revelation, the others concur. The fragmented bricks indeed form the shape of a bagua, albeit inverted. Tang San Cheng muses, could this be a mechanism? A practitioner of the Tao would not err in the shape of the bagua. How could someone who arranged the 12 zodiac figures according to the 24 celestial stems possibly invert the bagua? Bai Yi nods in understanding. I see it now. I shall go. He strides toward the central area, while Tang San Cheng, with his ears perked, listens intently to Bai Yi's movements. At the slightest hint of danger, he would swiftly warn him. Fortunately, Bai Yi reaches the center without incident. Taking a deep breath, he cautiously touches the fragmented stones and turns back. They can be moved. Tang San Cheng, filled with excitement, announces, let me do it. He approaches and meticulously shifts the fragments until they are restored to the correct bagua diagram. At the moment of restoration, something beneath the ground begins to rise. Tang San Cheng steps back, witnessing a stone platform emerging, also in the shape of a bagua, upon which rests a bronze mirror. The others erupt in cheers. This is undoubtedly the river heart mirror. It appears as pristine as ever. The dragon depicted upon it seeming almost alive, its tail subtly quivering, and its eyes sharp and piercing. For a fleeting moment, Tang San Cheng locks gazes with the dragon's eye, feeling an intense scrutiny that sends a shiver through him. He quickly averts his gaze, unable to maintain the eye contact. The entire dragon seems poised to ascend, ready to soar into the skies. A true dragon, indeed. The dragon on this mirror appears so lifelike that it is no wonder that Tang Xuanzong, who proclaimed himself the son of the true dragon, would hold it in such high regard. Chapter 444. The destruction of the barbarians. Since ancient times, emperors have likened themselves to dragons, and dragon motifs are exclusively reserved for the emperor. Should commoners dare to use such imagery, it is considered a grave offense, tantamount to treason, punishable by death and the extermination of their entire clan. This tribute was originally intended for the emperor. Thus, the presence of a dragon upon the mirror poses no issue. A group of masters believes this mirror possesses the essence of a true dragon, capable of summoning rain, sanctioned by the emperor to alleviate drought. Could it be that this mirror is imbued with celestial energy? As Tang San contemplated, he reached for the Jiangxin mirror, merely 2 centimeters away, yet was repelled by a force, jolting him back to reality. He leaned backward, fortunately supported by Xiaoshan, and inwardly chastised himself for being so careless. Just moments before, he had remarked on the expertise of those who had set up this place, and now he had acted rashly. Thankfully, the array's creator harbored no malicious intent, as the force he encountered had not harmed him. Following the incident at the Pseudo-Qin tomb, everyone had gained an understanding of such protective arts. Upon witnessing Tang San's reaction, they grasped the situation without further explanation. Xiao Ning remarked, no wonder those who entered previously could not take the Jiangxin mirror. Without knowledge of the arts, one cannot break the spell. Even when the mirror is right before us, we are powerless. Tang San, do you possess the confidence to ensure our efforts are not in vain? I shall give it a try. The array's creator is merciful and means no harm. Tang San replied, we may have a chance. I will attempt the golden light incantation. As he spoke, the others instinctively took 2 steps back, fearing that his true energy might inadvertently harm them. Tang San smiled wryly, aware that he lacked such formidable power. He dispelled his distractions and began to concentrate. Heaven and earth, profound teachings, the root of myriad energies. For ages I have cultivated to realize my divine powers. Within and beyond the 3 realms, the way stands supreme, with golden light encompassing me, unseen to the eye, unheard to the ear, encompassing heaven and earth, nurturing all beings. Through countless recitations, I am imbued with radiance. Guardians of the 3 realms, the 5 emperors preside. All deities pay homage, commanding the thunder. Spirits and demons tremble. Apparitions forget their forms. Within lies thunder and lightning, the thunder god concealed in name. Wisdom penetrates, the 5 energies ascend. Golden light manifests swiftly, shielding the true practitioner. As urgent as the law commands, the energy surged from Tang San's palm, intertwining with the protective force around the Jiangxin mirror. He felt an exertion, beads of sweat forming on his forehead, cascading down to his chin. Observing him, The others felt anxious, their fists clenching involuntarily, as if to bolster his resolve. Tang San exhaled gently, igniting his inner determination. The true dragon. Anyone in this world could potentially be a true dragon. The reemergence of the Jiangxin mirror was inevitable. For today, Tang San had arrived. The heat within him intensified, and he shouted, "Break!" Bai Yi and the others felt a force propelling them backward several steps, struggling to regain their balance. Meanwhile, Tang San remained steadfast in his position. Bai Yi marveled at this phenomenon, until he caught Tang San turning back with a slight smile, saying, "It's done." Thunder and Xiao Ning exchanged glances, while Xiaoshan stood in a stupor, as if sculpted from stone. Upon uttering those two words, Tang San reached for the Jiangxin mirror. The moment he grasped it, Bai Yi's gaze flickered, as if blinded by a sudden brilliance, and darkness enveloped him. When the shadows receded, Tang San approached, holding the Jiangxin mirror. "Behold, this is the Jiangxin mirror." The group gathered around, discussing the object. When Xiaoshan suddenly pointed to the center of the table, "There is something else inside." As Tang San Cheng closely observed, he noticed a slender gap beneath the Jiangxin mirror, within which something was vaguely discernible. Lazy tapped Xiaoshan on the shoulder. "What are you waiting for? It's your turn to showcase your skills. Don't let all the glory be snatched away by Tang San Cheng." With a cheerful grin, Xiaoshan approached, minimizing his hand size, and effortlessly retrieved the object lodged within the crevice. It was a silken manuscript, a book inscribed upon silk. Upon catching sight of the cover, Tang San Cheng hurriedly seized it, and, after a cursory glance, began to dance with exuberance. "This is the original Mianman Jing. This is indeed the Mianman Jing." Lazy remained unimpressed. "Did you not claim that the Mianman Jing contains nothing but erroneous descriptions of techniques? Why the excitement?" Yet, Tang San Cheng was still lost in joy. "I never imagined this to be the Mianman Jing personally inscribed by the monk Yi Xing." Suddenly, Tang San Cheng fell silent. The last page of the manuscript was filled with densely packed small characters, which, compared to the previous text, appeared clearer, indicating they were written later. Squinting, Tang San Cheng painstakingly read the small print, casting a complex gaze at the Jiangxin mirror currently held by Bai Yi. His emotions a tumult of confusion. Bai Yi inquired, "What does it say?" "You can see for yourself," Tang San Cheng replied, placing the manuscript into Bai Yi's hands. Bai Yi accepted it, and, huddled with the others, scrutinized the writing on the manuscript. Lazy, unable to contain himself, exclaimed, "How is this possible? The one who possesses this mirror shall rule the world." He quickly covered his mouth, fearing to speak further. Bai Yi felt the Jiangxin mirror in his grasp grow even heavier. Undoubtedly, this manuscript was left by the monk Yi Xing. The front contained the Mianman Jing, a product devised by the Tang Emperor to counter foreign invaders, while the back detailed how, during the Ensure Rebellion, Yi Xing extracted the Jiangxin mirror from the national treasury and concealed it, all to prevent it from falling into the hands of an Ensure. This mirror, imbued with the essence of the true dragon, granted dominion to its possessor, and thus it was hidden to safeguard the Tang dynasty. Although the Tang suffered significant damage after the rebellion, the Li family's reign endured, and the Jiangxin mirror remained. Yi Xing knew where it was hidden but chose to keep it from the world. Did he fear that its emergence would incite chaos? Tang San Cheng mused aloud. Without hesitation, Bai Yi shoved the Jiangxin mirror into his bag. "The fate of the kingdom is of no concern to us. All I know is that for us, this is merely a common artifact, one that could fetch a good price once sold. As for the rest, it has no bearing on us." Tang San Cheng suddenly saw the light. "Indeed, it is but an artifact." Bai Yi surveyed his surroundings and added, "Perhaps this is fate. Otherwise, how could we have come into possession of the Jiangxin mirror? This mirror is intertwined with our destinies. Enough talk. Let's make our exit." At that moment, Tang San Cheng heard an unusual sound beneath his feet. Looking down, he saw water bubbling up from the ground. Oh no! Could this be a consequence of taking the Jiangxin mirror? Tang San glanced at Bai Yi, who appeared somewhat exhilarated. "Do you remember? One of the 7 items we seek requires water to hold any hope." Lazy had already drawn his gun, the sound echoing ominously. Taking a deep breath, Tang San remarked, "It seems something is about to emerge." Chapter 445, The Crooked Path. Xiaoshan stood beside the horse figurine, and Bai Yi, realizing something, asked, "Xiaoshan, where did you just touch?" I pressed the horse's head," Xiaoshan stammered, aware that he had inadvertently caused a calamity. Bai Yi understood now. It was not the removal of the Jiangxin mirror that triggered the corpse turtle, but rather the horse's head. If taking the Jiangxin mirror had summoned the corpse turtle, then those who entered before them, having not taken the mirror, must have encountered the creature as well. Suddenly, Bai Yi tore off the clothing of the corpse, causing Xiao Ning to nearly retch at the sight. Beneath the garments lay only a skeleton. The head remained intact, and the clothing had created an illusion that beneath it, flesh had been consumed entirely by the corpse turtle. Lazy spat on the ground in disgust. Damn it, these corpse turtles are rather picky. What does it matter now? We need to find one and take its blood, then we must leave, Xiao Ning stated. Here it comes, Tang San announced, as a corpse turtle emerged from the crevice of the blue stone bricks. Bai Yi, quick of hand, produced Lu Zhishi's tool and swiftly secured the creature. Seven Sha, equally swift, seized the turtle's tail and yanked it forcefully, blood gushing forth into the jar in Seven Sha's hands. The blood of the corpse turtle was far more pungent than that of ordinary animals. Is it done? Let's move, Lazy urged. As they prepared to flee, countless corpse turtles began to emerge from the crevices of the blue bricks, a swarm of them. Just as Lazy prepared to fire, Bai Yi cautioned him, don't shoot. They haven't entered their frenzy yet, and your gunfire will only provoke them. Hurry, let's go. Tang San and Bai Yi brought up the rear, ensuring everyone's safe retreat from the tomb. Upon exiting, the door closed automatically behind them, yet this did not deter the relentless advance of the corpse turtles. Bai Yi urged everyone to leave swiftly. Watching the turtles recede into the distance brought some relief to their hearts. Once they crawled out of the thief's tunnel, they collapsed onto the muddy ground, too exhausted to even speak. Lying amidst the burial mounds, they paid no mind to the newly interred corpses surrounding them, gasping for air. The sensitive Xiao Ning occasionally glanced back into the tunnel, only feeling completely at ease when he saw no corpse turtles emerging. Seven Sha handed the acquired corpse turtle blood to Bai Yi, smiling. Another task accomplished. Indeed, another task accomplished. We are drawing ever closer to our hope, Bai Yi replied, gripping the vial containing the corpse turtle blood tightly. Fuyu, the day of our hope is drawing near. After a much-needed rest, the journey culminated in the acquisition of a Jiangxin mirror, marking a perfect conclusion to their expedition. Lazy's pent-up frustrations had been fully released. Although emerging from the tunnel and returning to the graveyard was still somewhat eerie, it did not dampen his spirits. The group changed into clean clothes, for returning covered in dirt would make it difficult to explain to Hongjia. Faced with such a pure-hearted individual, none of them could bear to lie. Having taken care of themselves, the group retraced their steps back to town. The sky had just darkened, and the streets remained deserted. They quickened their pace to return to Hongjia's home, where she stood at the doorway, glancing anxiously around. Upon seeing them, her face relaxed. It's getting dark. I was so worried about you. It's quite chilly out tonight, and lingering outside is unwise. It could lead to illness. Bai Yi promptly expressed his gratitude to Hongjia. At that moment, Xiaoshan suddenly pointed towards the mirror tower, exclaiming, "Look, is that tower leaning?" Indeed, the tower's pinnacle appeared slightly tilted, approximately at a 30-degree angle. A jolt of alarm surged through Bai Yi as he recalled the Jiangxin mirror nestled in his backpack. His heart raced. The tower does seem a bit askew tonight, he remarked. Hongjia, puzzled, soon dismissed her concern, saying, "This tower has stood for many years. It's bound to show signs of age. The townsfolk have endured hardships and simply cannot afford to repair it. Oh dear, we do worry that one day it might collapse. If it were to fall, we would be quite saddened, for it holds much history." Bai Yi sighed in relief, recalling that when he first arrived, the tower stood straight, showing no signs of leaning. What a coincidence that the moment he took out the Jiangxin mirror, the tower's pinnacle tilted. Moreover, the tower faced the cemetery. An unsettling coincidence that caused Bai Yi's heart to race. While he was lost in thought, Hongjia beckoned everyone inside. Once back in the house, Bai Yi pulled Tang San Cheng aside, saying, "Come with me to the mirror tower tonight." Tang San Cheng hesitated, about to inquire why. But Bai Yi shook his head. "Just the two of us. Otherwise, we'll attract too much attention." Tang San Cheng readily agreed. Xiao Ning set down her belongings and went to assist Hongjia in the kitchen, feeling uneasy about staying there without contributing. Xiaoshan and Hongjia's son frolicked in the yard, while Lazy and Qixia engaged in a game of chess with Hongjia's husband and father-in-law, creating a scene of harmonious camaraderie. Bai Yi and Tang San Cheng approached, first observing the chess match, then inquiring about the mirror tower. It was locked, although as Hongjia's father-in-law remarked, the lock served little purpose. It's merely a decorative feature, he explained, for there is nothing of value inside. Whether it's locked or not makes little difference, as no one ventures in. Seizing the opportunity, Bai Yi asked why the tower was built so high. Hongjia's father-in-law chuckled. You'll understand tomorrow morning when you rise early to watch the sunrise. With that, Bai Yi refrained from pressing further, deciding to wait until the morning. After dinner, as the others drifted into slumber, Bai Yi rose to gently rouse Tang San Cheng, urging him to accompany him outside. With flashlights in hand, they quietly slipped out of the courtyard. The town at night felt eerily cold, and the evening breeze chilled their faces, causing Tang San Cheng to shiver. It's so cold. At his soft call, a flurry of barking erupted from the neighboring house. Tang San Cheng stuck out his tongue, bemused by the dog's keen reaction. The two of them headed eastward, where the ritual mirror tower was situated. During their morning outing, they had passed by this very spot. The tower was built within the courtyard walls, secured by a wooden door. To enter the tower, one must first gain access to the courtyard. Bai Yi, feeling rather apathetic towards unlocking the door, had Tang San Cheng climb over the wall first, before following suit. The wall was not particularly high, and they both nimbly descended. Before them stood the ritual mirror tower, towering and impressive. Standing at its base required one to tilt their head back significantly. Looking straight up, one could indeed see that the spire was askew. Exchanging a glance with Tang San Cheng, Bai Yi proceeded toward the entrance at the base of the tower. A rusty lock secured the door tightly. Bai Yi produced a piece of wire from his pocket and, after some fiddling with the lock, managed to open it. The door creaked open, and knowing Tang San Cheng's timid nature, Bai Yi took the lead with a flashlight. Tang San Cheng followed, closing the door behind them. Inside the tower was surprisingly clean, with wooden steps spiraling upward to the pinnacle. This was the only chamber within the tower designated for ritualistic purposes, and the faint scent of burning paper lingered in the air. Chapter 446. The incense burner bathed in the beam of the flashlight. Tang San Cheng noticed talismans affixed to the walls. They were indeed talismans, and notably, those that had become lost to time since the Qin dynasty. These were protective charms. But what of it? Bai Yi inquired. These talismans have lost their efficacy, replied Tang San Cheng. The ineffectiveness of talismans can arise from two primary reasons. Either the practitioner lacks sufficient skill, or the talismans themselves are bound by a predetermined duration, after which they naturally cease to function. I recall you mentioning that only skilled individuals could utilize these lost talismans. Akin to the ancient charms appearing in the pseudo-Qin tombs, those who wield them must be extraordinary. Indeed, the most likely practitioner of these talismans would be the monk Yi Sheng. Tang San Cheng approached the edge of the ritual chamber, as if he had stumbled upon a new continent. Bai Yi, come quickly. Look at the direction this window faces. Bai Yi stepped closer. The window directly overlooked the heart of the hidden river mirror, almost in a straight line. He pondered. Tang San Cheng. It seems this tower's location holds significant meaning. Precisely, this is the dragon's head, Tang San Cheng asserted. Earlier, when we examined the map, the entire town resembled a dragon shape, with this tower positioned right at the dragon's head. In truth, this tower represents the dragon's head. The dragon sways its head and tail, with the tail corresponding to the location of the heart of the river mirror. The head and tail resonate with each other. The tower is a tribute to the true dragon's mirror, naturally imbued with dragon energy. The heart of the river mirror itself embodies the true dragon's mirror, and this dragon energy rivals that of the emperor. The head and tail amplify the dragon energy, ensuring that this town has remained within a favorable geomantic configuration for years, evading numerous calamities. What cannot be done? Bai Yi noticed Tang San Cheng's brow furrowed tightly. The mirror of the river's heart has been taken away by us, thus severing the connection between the dragon's head and tail, leaving the dragon's aura lost. The feng shui arrangement here has been disrupted. Bai Yi, we have destroyed the hard work of monk Yi Hang. I ponder, like us, he too must have cherished this tranquility and simplicity. This is a pure land, a sanctuary for the human spirit. Without this feng shui arrangement, it seems bleak. Bai Yi furrowed his brow. What shall we do now? Remediation. Tang San recalled the Mianman Jing he had on him and promptly retrieved it. Bai Yi, help me with this. I believe it must contain a solution. You mentioned that the Mianman Jing is filled with contradictory information left by monk Yi Hang. Bai Yi suddenly understood. I see. Since it records contrary information, tracing it back to its origins will lead us to the correct method, won't it? Tang San, You truly are remarkable. Indeed. Tang San swiftly flipped through the Mianman Jing, his mind racing. The more he read, the more exhilarated his expression became. Truly, a master of his time. Bai Yi, a bit bored, began to tap his foot, the wooden boards creaking loudly in the silent night, which felt particularly chilly. Tang San, are you almost done? Almost. Just a little more time, please. Tang San muttered as if reciting a prayer. I am beginning to comprehend. Monk Yi Hang. Am I your destined one? Did you leave the Mianman Jing and the mirror of the river's heart for me? Bai Yi was somewhat bewildered. Whenever Tang San encountered matters related to mysticism, he seemed to become somewhat entranced. Bai Yi exhaled into his palm as Tang San suddenly stood up. I know what to do. What do you mean? Ignoring Bai Yi's question, Tang San approached the altar and gazed at the incense burner, which Bai Yi had noticed earlier. This incense burner is an antique from the Tang dynasty. Why are you looking at it? By your account, it must have some history, right? Tang San carefully cradled the incense burner and turned it upside down, emptying the ash inside, only to choke on it. He coughed immediately, while Bai Yi covered his nose with a hand. Naturally, this incense burner has been here for ages, in line with the history of the altar. That simplifies matters. Tang San remarked. The head and tail are connected, with the dragon's aura pervasive. This incense burner has been here for a millennium and has absorbed the essence. We can use it to substitute for the mirror of the river's heart, ensuring the integrity of this feng shui arrangement. Did the Mianman Jing teach you this? Bai Yi inquired. Yes, the key lies in those 4 characters, tracing back to the source. Tang San asserted. While it is still dark, let us place the incense burner in the tomb chamber. Bai Yi had intended to ask if Tang San was joking, but the seriousness on his face left him with no choice but to sigh. I do not understand your domain, but I know I must trust you. Taking the incense burner is no problem, but what if the people here discover it is missing? This question stumped Tang San. Bai Yi shook his head, bent down to open the cabinet beneath the altar, and retrieved another incense burner, placing it on top. This will suffice. When did you know there was another incense burner inside? Tang San was taken aback, his jaw nearly dropping in disbelief. Bai Yi remarked, have you forgotten? My greatest virtue is my meticulousness. You were so preoccupied with your so-called demon extermination sutra that you hardly noticed what I was observing. That's splendid, Tang San replied. Let us return before dawn breaks. Just as they were about to leave, Tang San suddenly turned back, pouring out the incense ash he had collected into the newly placed incense burner. Bai Yi praised, I never imagined you two have become increasingly attentive. It is merely a reflection of your influence. Tang San responded proudly. What do they say? One who is close to vermilion becomes red, right? Very well. Let us be on our way. The two hurriedly returned the incense burner to its designated spot, where the Jiangxi mirror was displayed, and rushed back. Tang San felt as if he had never run so swiftly before. By the time they reached the small town, dawn was breaking. He caught a glimpse of the tower's spire, which had miraculously straightened overnight, prompting him to halt in his tracks. Bai Yi, look at that altar tower. Indeed, it appears, as you suggested, that our removal of the Jiangxi mirror disrupted the feng shui, Bai Yi observed. We need to hurry back. While Qi Xie may be inconsequential, Xiao Ning and Lei Zi will be a different matter altogether. Upon their return, Qi Xie was already standing in the courtyard. He showed no surprise at their arrival. Bai Yi smiled. I knew our movements could not escape your notice. Have you completed everything? Qi Xie's gaze was fixed on the altar tower. The tower has suddenly straightened. So I suspected you two were engaged in something extraordinary. Indeed, that is you, Bai Yi chuckled. You wouldn't be one to ask too many questions, would you? Look, Tang San pointed at the altar tower. Look quickly. The sun was steadily rising, and as it reached its zenith, it aligned perfectly with the tip of the tower. Merging into one, the radiant sunrise filled Tang San with excitement. I had no idea the positioning of this altar tower held such profound significance. It truly opens my eyes. Masters are indeed remarkable. Chapter 447. A sudden change. Bai Yi nodded in agreement. The elder mentioned that we would understand at sunrise today, and it seems we have indeed grasped the meaning. This altar tower is intimately connected with the sun and its brilliance. What are you all discussing? Xiaoshan emerged, rubbing his eyes in confusion while stretching widely. You all rose quite early. Tang San patted Xiaoshan's shoulder. We are returning today. Before departing, Bai Yi went out to purchase various items for Hong Jie's family, feeling a sense of obligation after having disturbed them for 2 days. Hong Jie refused any payment, and they felt uncomfortable leaving without showing their gratitude. After bidding farewell to Hong Jie and her family, Everyone was in high spirits on their journey home. Lazy exclaimed that this trip was the most effortless treasure hunting they had ever experienced, trivial compared to their previous endeavors. If every outing were as easy as this one, he would gladly undertake treasure hunting daily. His comment naturally elicited a round of teasing from Xiao Ning, adding to the lively atmosphere of their return. As they approached the city of Beijing, memories of the roadblocks encountered earlier resurfaced, prompting everyone to exercise caution. They discreetly stowed away the Jiangxin mirror and some conspicuous tools in a hidden compartment. Fortunately, it was merely a mirror. Otherwise, the compartment would have struggled to accommodate it. As they drew nearer, the path ahead proved to be clear, devoid of any checkpoints. Lazy expressed his bewilderment, pondering whether the matter had been resolved so swiftly. "These affairs do not concern us," Bai Yi remarked coldly, reminding them of their identities. Lazy nodded gravely as the vehicle entered the city. The familiar sights of the streets brought a sense of relief to the group. Bai Yi initially contemplated visiting Uncle Hong, but decided to return home first, planning to rest for the night before heading out the following day. Upon arriving home, he placed the mirror, which he had brought back from abroad, into the safe in his bedroom. After days of relentless travel, fatigue weighed heavily upon them. After satisfying their hunger, each retreated to their respective rooms for sleep. They fell into a deep slumber, undisturbed until the dead of night, when Xia was stirred by noises from the courtyard. He sprang from his bed, swiftly turning on the light, knocked twice on Bai Yi's door, and hurried downstairs. Bai Yi followed closely behind, and as Xia flung open the door, he was momentarily blinded by a barrage of glaring lights. Raising a hand to shield his eyes, he was immediately confronted by several figures rushing toward him. Cursing inwardly, Xia delivered a swift kick to one of them, sending the individual flying several paces away. Just as he prepared to strike again, he heard Bai Yi's firm command, "Stop, Xia." Though Xia was still uncertain about the situation, the resolute tone of Bai Yi compelled him to halt. However, he was quickly restrained by 4 individuals, rendering him immobile. As he took stock of his captors, he recognized their police uniforms, and it dawned on him why Bai Yi had urged him to cease his actions. He fell silent as the remaining assailants lunged toward Bai Yi, who sighed. Having anticipated such an event, he remarked, "Rest assured, I shall not flee. Take your time." 2 men positioned themselves on either side of Bai Yi, while the others commenced a thorough search of the courtyard. Xiaoshan, unwilling to yield, was prompted by Bai Yi to abandon his resistance. Bai Yi's mind raced, grappling with the unexpected turn of events. He had received no information from Lao Shun, his informant, who had previously proven invaluable in helping him evade scrutiny. The current situation indicated that their adversaries were well prepared. Fleeing would be futile. It would jeopardize everything he had worked for over the years. Moreover, what would become of the items hidden in the underground chamber? Would he ever have another chance to retrieve them? One by one, they were escorted out, and from the shadows emerged a familiar figure. "It's you." Bai Yi recognized the man as the officer from the previous roadblock incident. "I did not expect to see you," the officer replied coldly. "Take them away." Lazy spat on the ground, and upon seeing Bai Yi's calm gaze, he pondered whether Bai Yi might possess some hidden trump card. Suddenly, his heart felt a sense of tranquility. Xiao Ning, being a girl, was treated without any regard for sentiment as they twisted her arm and forced her into the vehicle. The 6 of them were ushered onto a truck, crammed into the rear compartment, with 2 armed individuals pointing their weapons at them. Lazy remarked, "Something is amiss. They are clad in police uniforms, yet wielding what appear to be military firearms." In order to mislead, Bai Yi replied, "It seems we are apprehended by military personnel. They likely donned police attire to avoid inciting chaos." "Why have they captured us?" Xiao Ning inquired. Xiaoshan, feeling a surge of fear, huddled close to Tang San Cheng, not daring to utter a word. Tang San Cheng held Xiaoshan's wrist tightly as she timidly asked, "Are they going to kill us?" Uncertain, Bai Yi shook his head. "We seem to have no connection with the military. They are not to be trifled with. We can only take it one step at a time." The night breeze was chilly, and the 6 of them huddled together, unable to find sleep. Bai Yi occasionally focused on the road signs outside, trying to discern their location through the vehicle's headlights. The truck did not linger in the city but continued towards the outskirts, eventually entering the mountains. Bai Yi's confusion deepened. What purpose did their abduction serve in this desolate place? The mountain roads were rough, causing the vehicle to jolt violently, and they found themselves bobbing about. Lazy could not contain his frustration, exclaiming, "What the hell is this place? Are they bringing us here to execute us on the spot? Don't be ridiculous." If they merely intended to kill us, there were several opportunities earlier, Bai Yi countered. Why wait until now? Moreover, with such a grand display, it seems implausible that this is merely to apprehend a few insignificant individuals like us. Something feels amiss. As they spoke, the vehicle entered a courtyard situated on the mountainside, exuding an air of tranquility. By this time, dawn was breaking. Upon arrival, the soldiers guarding them jumped down and signaled for the six to disembark. A tall officer approached, comparable in height to Qi Xie, and surveyed the six of them. Suddenly, he gestured for all armed personnel to leave. The others drove away, leaving only the 7 of them in the courtyard. Are you not afraid of us turning against you after dismissing everyone? Bai Yi queried. The officer chuckled lightly. I am not concerned. I never engage in endeavors lacking certainty. With newfound boldness, Lei Zi, seeing that only the officer remained, asked, What is the purpose of bringing us here? What law have we broken? This question struck a chord, and Bai Yi shot Lei Zi a sharp glare. The officer, maintaining his stoic demeanor, chuckled quietly. If I were you, I certainly would not pose that question. Chapter 448. Reporting. Trust me. Being here is far better than the fate you would have otherwise faced. The officer stood with his hands clasped behind his back, gazing at Bai Yi. You are unlike the others. The astute recognize the times, and you are indeed a remarkable individual. I did not misjudge you. Come, follow me. Was that a veiled insult? Lei Zi wished to retort, but was silenced by Bai Yi's glare, swallowing the rest of his words and obediently trailing behind Bai Yi. The 6 of them followed the officer into a 2-story building, which was entirely devoid of furniture, its emptiness echoing the history etched into its weathered walls. The dilapidation was evident, with cracked concrete underfoot, leaving no place to sit. The officer said nothing as he led them upstairs, where the second floor resembled a conference room, furnished with a few chairs. A figure stood within, and upon seeing the man's face, Bai Yi was taken aback. Uncle Hong, what are you doing here? Uncle Hong glanced at the officer and sighed. You should listen to what he has to say. Who exactly are you? You must be aware of our background. Bai Yi stated. Aside from knowing you are military personnel, we are otherwise in the dark. My name is Shen Wei, he replied. It is sufficient that you know we are military. You should consider yourselves fortunate to be here. Otherwise, you would be at a slaughterhouse by now. We are well aware of your actions. You have been reported. Reported? Reported for what? They all understood the implications. Lei Zi fell silent. They were engaged in life and death dealings. Xiao Ning and Tang San exchanged glances, their hearts racing with anxiety. Is it Guan Kai? Bai Yi inquired. That is of little consequence now. You know best how many enemies you have, Shen Wei responded. Although he did not clarify, Bai Yi grasped the underlying meaning. Was it not Guan Kai? This individual believed they were responsible for the demise of his twin brother. Those in business are often the most vengeful. Bai Yi had anticipated he would hold a grudge, but did not foresee this manner of confrontation. Upon reflection, it made a certain sense. While his family was not entirely innocent, the guilty had perished, leaving only himself, a prominent figure in the marketplace, with solid connections. What did he have to fear? Since we are at this juncture, we might as well be forthright, Xiao Ning pouted in frustration. Uncle Hong approached them. Alas, I nearly lost my life this time. Only you can save me. You were correct about Guan Kai. He is indeed ruthless. I spent 3 days in confinement, and my frail body was nearly dismantled by the jailer. Fortunately, Officer Shun rescued me. Officer Shun, why did you intervene? Bai Yi thought to himself how perilous the situation was. If Uncle Hong confessed, they would all be doomed. Uncle Hong said, Our background is already known to Officer Shun. There is no need for us to conceal anything. Officer Shun stepped onto the platform, where a thick stack of documents lay, tossing them onto the table. To remain unknown, one must act without deeds. We have traced the buyers of the goods you procured through Old Hong, and they have all corroborated the evidence. It is irrefutable. Naturally, Old Hong cannot escape either. If he implicates you, you will all be finished. Old Hong's eyes widened in shock. Bai Yi, I did not betray you. I intended to shoulder this burden alone. After all, at my age, I do not have much time left. Officer Shin nodded in agreement. Indeed, I can attest to that. At the Public Security Bureau, Old Hong did not utter a single word and steadfastly endured. Bai Yi felt a warmth in his heart. Thank you, Uncle Hong. But why did you intervene? Suddenly, Qi Jia inquired. Logically, you belong to different departments. These matters should not concern you. I am aware of the capabilities of that group. They have yet to uncover the subsequent events and only found Old Hong based on a tip-off. This information is the result of our hard work. As long as we submit it over there, everything will follow the established procedures and be handled according to the law, Xinwei remarked. Just say it plainly. The information is in your hands, and our fates rest with you, Bai Yi stated. What do you want from us? There is no such thing as a free lunch. You wouldn't bestow such a significant favor without a reason, would you? You're refreshingly straightforward. I enjoy dealing with forthright individuals, Xinwei replied. I am merely a representative in negotiations. As for whom I represent, you need not inquire further. We require your assistance in Taiwan to retrieve an item, the purple radiant pearl. The radiant pearl? Upon hearing this, Xiao Ning became exceedingly excited. And it's the purple radiant? Indeed, we have already pinpointed the location. The purple radiant pearl lies within the tomb of a highland tribe, though we are unaware of the circumstances inside, Xinwei explained. As long as you retrieve the purple radiant pearl, I assure you that this information will vanish forever, and no one will ever discover your true identities. Is that true, or merely a ruse? Lazy expressed skepticism. Xinwei produced a letter and handed it to Bai Yi. If you have doubts, perhaps you should first read this letter. Bai Yi took the letter, opened it, and read it multiple times, especially captivated by the signature at the end. His eyes sparkling. So you are his representative. No wonder you possess such audacity. I presume you will not disclose why you need the purple radiant pearl. Bai Yi inadvertently mentioned his name, recognizing him as an extraordinary figure whose strategic decisions have greatly benefited China. If he is seeking the purple radiant pearl, it must not be for personal gain. This individual, well-versed in the art of feng shui, undoubtedly understands how the fate of a place or even a nation is intricately linked to the principles of feng shui. Xinwei seemed to respond indirectly. Tang San Cheng felt a stir in his heart, recalling the tranquil town sheltered under the Jiangxin mirror, and was moved, indeed. Throughout history, the selection of capitals in China has often been guided by feng shui, such as Beijing. Xinwei continued. Historically, Beijing has always been the foremost stronghold in the north, serving as the capital for multiple dynasties, including Yin, Jin, Yuan, Ming, and Qing. Is this merely coincidence, or is there a deeper mystery at play? The city of Beijing, surrounded by mountains and embraced by water, has long been regarded as a feng shui treasure, particularly suitable for establishing a capital. Tang San Cheng immediately added. The majestic Taiying Mountains and the vast Yinshan Range guard Beijing from the north, while the Yongding River meanders gracefully to the south, creating an exemplary feng shui configuration of mountains encircling water. Geographically speaking, Beijing, situated to the south of the Yangtze and Huai rivers, and bordered by the frontier to the north, serves as an ideal capital for dominion over the world. Throughout the ages, rulers have endeavored to enhance the feng shui of the city, thereby augmenting its fortunes. It is somewhat regrettable that the Yongding River, being relatively small, fails to fulfill the role of a financial conduit as water is considered the source of wealth in feng shui. Thus, despite its auspicious location, it has struggled to maintain its supremacy. Xinwei expressed his astonishment, acknowledging the expertise of his interlocutor. The master had once remarked that should one grasp the subsequent discourse, it would indicate the person is not a mere charlatan. However, he inquired further, asking for the master's perspective on the feng shui of Nanjing. Chapter 449. The task. The ancient capital of Nanjing presents an enigma in terms of feng shui. To the north, the Yangtze River flows. To the west lie Mount Elephant, Mount Tiger, and Mount Lion, and to the south, Mount Nyosho encircles the city, creating an idyllic feng shui environment. Yet, the dynasties that established their capital here often exhibited a tendency towards preservation rather than ambition, resulting in their comparatively short-lived reigns. What could be the cause of this? There exists a saying regarding Nanjing's feng shui. It is said that Emperor Qin Shi Huang, misled by feng shui practitioners, believed that Nanjing possessed imperial energy that could usurp the Qin dynasty. Consequently, he ordered the excavation of the Qinhuai River and the hollowing of Fangshan to dissipate this energy. Little did he know that the Qinhuai River, once known as the Qinhuai, would be the harbinger of the Qin dynasty's swift demise. Regrettably, the feng shui of Nanjing was irrevocably altered, leaving it a mere shell of its former self. Although Nanjing's fortunes were initially promising, they could not endure. Nevertheless, numerous rulers, such as Hong Xiuquan of the Qing dynasty and Chiang Kai-shek of the Republic, were undeterred by these omens and chose to establish their capitals in Nanjing, ultimately meeting with ruin. When it came to his vocation, Tang San Cheng spoke with great confidence. Is it to suggest that only ancient capitals possess favorable feng shui? Suddenly, the typically reticent Xiao Ning interjected. Tang San Cheng shook his head, replying, certainly not. Take for instance Linchuan in Jiangxi, which is embraced by the Jiuling, Linyun, and Mufa Mountains to the north, preserving its energy. Meanwhile, to the south, the Gan, Chong, and Fu rivers fan out like a peacock's tail towards Linchuan, eventually merging into Poyang Lake and the Yangtze River. This configuration, known in feng shui as a gathering of water, creates an exceptionally rare and auspicious energy field. Linchuan is the birthplace of Wang Engshi and Zheng Gong, two of the 8 great prose masters of the Tang and Song dynasties, as well as the renowned playwright Tang Xinzu of the Ming dynasty. Moreover, Linchuan has produced a plethora of youthful prodigies, suggesting that the star of literature particularly favors this locale. Xinwei listened intently, then inquired, what about Xi'an? It too is a renowned ancient capital. Xi'an lies in the Guanzhong Basin, surrounded by mountains on 3 sides, with the Weishui River to the north. Its climate is temperate, making it a rare haven in the Central Plains. Thanks to the dedicated efforts of its rulers, the city of Chang'an during the Han and Tang dynasties flourished, embracing the configuration known as the 8 waters surrounding Chang'an, which contributed to the nation's prosperity. However, with changing climatic conditions, the 8 waters encircling Chang'an gradually dwindled. And though it remains a habitable area, its feng shui has significantly diminished. Tang San Cheng chuckled. What? Do you require me to elaborate on the feng shui of a specific city? No, that will suffice, Xinwei replied. However, may I pose a counter-question? Who is the master you mentioned? Tang San Cheng responded. Is it he who has prompted you to challenge me? A master is indeed a master. There is no need for further inquiry. However, he did mention that if you are able to respond adequately, sending you to Taiwan to retrieve the radiant pearl of Ziguang would be the correct course of action. Xinwei proclaimed loudly. Your capabilities are evidently displayed in the data. Yet, it seems they are far from mere bravado. Has the test concluded? At that moment, Lei Zi relaxed, spitting onto the ground, an action that immediately furrowed Shun Wei's brow. Bai Yi cleared his throat. The standards of a soldier are typically stringent, and he surely found Lei Zi's unruly demeanor disconcerting. Lei Zi remarked, allow me to summarize. As long as we procure that radiant pearl of Ziguang from Taiwan, you will destroy the documents in your possession and cease to trouble us, correct? Precisely, Xinwei replied, glancing at Bai Yi. You have seen the handwritten letter from the commander. Do you comprehend its significance? I trust him. He will undoubtedly keep his word, Bai Yi responded. However, this is insufficient. It is not out of greed. The information you possess can eventually be uncovered by the authorities, and what we seek is a permanent resolution. A permanent resolution? Xinwei paused, taken aback. I cannot provide an immediate response. Please remain here for the time being while I consult with the commander to give you an answer. Stay here? There is nothing in this place. We will starve. Lei Zi immediately began to grumble. Do not worry. Someone will come to assist you, Xinwei said before swiftly turning to depart, his posture remarkably upright, truly a professional soldier. Once he had left, Uncle Hong approached. Who do you think that commander he mentioned is? Uncle Hong, it appears you are aware, Bai Yi replied. We truly benefited from this turn of events. Otherwise, we would have been doomed. Guan Kai is exceedingly ruthless, intending to eliminate us entirely. He has cleared his own name. What does he have to fear? Alas, it is my fault for urging you to heed that summons. Had I not, we would not have become enemies with the Guan brothers, Uncle Hong lamented. Uncle Hong. Xiao Ning stepped closer, taking his hand and rolling up his sleeve, tears welling in her eyes. You must have suffered greatly inside. Hong's arms bore numerous bruises. He gently patted Xiao Ning's hand and covered his arm once more. It is nothing. I may be older, but my frame remains sturdy. I am fine. It is all because of us, Bai Yi said. I am uncertain whether our demands will be met. If not, we may find ourselves imprisoned. Then why do you speak of a permanent resolution? Lei Zi retorted. I am taking a gamble. If the commander agrees, we will no longer need to fear such crises in the future, Bai Yi stated. This is a wager, and the outcome remains uncertain. Tang San Cheng interjected. Although Xinwei's words were not entirely complete, I discerned that the commander, guided by a feng shui master, intends to establish a highly significant feng shui arrangement, of which the radiant pearl of Ziguang is the crucial element. The purpose of this arrangement is beyond our understanding. Yet it is evident that the actions of such a high-ranking leader are of great importance. From my understanding of this commander, his endeavors are assuredly advantageous for the nation and its people. Bai Yi remarked, Well, the purpose of this is of no concern to us. The more we know, the more we jeopardize our position. Our primary focus should be on whether the leader will acquiesce to our demands, once and for all, as this directly impacts our future security. Uncle Hong sighed. With utmost caution, I never anticipated encountering such matters in my twilight years. Bai Yi reassured him, Uncle Hong, everything will be just fine. We have a feng shui master among us. Why not consult him to see if we are in any peril? Judging by our faces, there seems to be no trouble. Tang San Cheng affirmed. Not only is there no trouble, but good fortune awaits us in the future. This is merely a small hurdle. Once we surpass it, it will be behind us. Do not frighten this old man, Uncle Hong chuckled. As I mentioned earlier, at my age, what is there to fear? What does it matter if we face challenges? As they conversed, Tang San Cheng heard footsteps from the first floor. Someone is coming. 9 individuals ascended from downstairs, 7 of whom bore bedding on their shoulders, while the other 2 carried provisions. After depositing their belongings, they silently retreated downstairs. Lazy called out, only to find his attempts rebuffed, as they hurriedly descended without even casting him a glance. Frustrated, Lazy muttered a few curses under his breath, resigning himself to the situation. Observing the items strewn about, he said, it appears we shall be sleeping here tonight. What more is there to say? Let us prepare the bedding so Uncle Hong can rest well, Xiao Ning said, already beginning to lay out the bedding. Tang San Cheng and Qi Xie quickly joined in to assist. Bai Yi glanced at Lei Zi and remarked, since we are here, we must make ourselves comfortable. Though Lei Zi remained unsettled, he ultimately joined in preparing the bed. Once completed, the group gathered to share the food they had brought. The provisions from the 2 newcomers were quite satisfactory, including fruit. Xiaoshan took a bite from an apple, declaring, who cares? As long as we have food and drink, we are well off. Indeed, Xiao Ning seemed to have found solace in the situation. Since we are waiting, we might as well enjoy our food and rest well. Uncle Hong nodded in agreement. Indeed, indeed. You two are absolutely right. Uncle Hong, why not share with us the tale of Lord Jiao? Tang San Cheng suddenly recalled Lord Jiao. Upon mentioning him, Uncle Hong sighed. Ah, I have heard from Feng Fei about Lord Jiao. I never expected he would choose such an end. Yet, it is for the best. He is now living in the very circumstances he desired, eternally with Xiao Qing. In this way, he has finally rectified the regrets of his lifetime. What did Lord Jiao do before, and how did he accumulate so much information about the industry? Tang San Cheng inquired further. In truth, although Lord Jiao was well versed in the intricacies of this field, he never engaged in the trade himself. He was merely a scholar with a passion for history and an interest in tomb culture. However, the resources available in books were quite limited and could not satisfy his curiosity. Thus, he sought out various individuals involved in the trade to understand the internal structures of tombs, allowing him to gain a more authentic insight into the tomb cultures of different dynasties. It was for this purpose that he began to navigate the world of tomb raiding. Uncle Hong continued. He was generous and loyal, always repaying kindness with kindness. With such a character, who could fail to appreciate him? Even the most nefarious individuals are inclined to associate with him. Over time, he became ingrained within this circle, which sparked his desire to gather various forms of information. With a single wave of his hand, he commanded respect, thus earning the title of the most knowledgeable figure in the realm of tomb raiding. Those unaware might mistakenly believe he possessed exceptional skills akin to those of Master Guan, yet he has never ventured into a single tomb himself. All he knows is through hearsay. It is truly astonishing that such a character exists. Bai Yi sighed, remarking that now Xie Fengfei had taken over all of Jiao Ye's records, preparing to carry on his legacy. Jiao Yi, being aware of this, must surely feel a sense of comfort. When Fengfei was mentioned, Uncle Hong remarked that she seemed to be facing some minor troubles. What troubles? Bai Yi inquired. Isn't it that Japanese fellow? What was his name again? Ah, Gong Gong. Uncle Hong mused, struggling to recall the name, ultimately chuckling helplessly. Gong Xiacheng, Bai Yi suggested. We have indeed heard of this young man. He is the youngest son of the Gong family and is currently in China, no doubt about it. This young man is quite infatuated. Despite being away for so long, he refuses to return to Japan, insisting he will not leave until Fengfei marries him. Uncle Hong added, I have never held a favorable view of the Japanese, and sometimes I even grit my teeth at the thought. Yet this young man is truly likable, sincere, and persistent. However, Fengfei does not reciprocate his feelings, which presents a small dilemma. Matters of the heart always require mutual affection, as I, despite my passionate feelings, have had to let go. This fellow named Gong Xiaochang could learn a thing or two from me. Lazy, pointing to himself, lamented, "Ah, my Ruxian. That is the Ruxian of the vast sea." "You should let go of such thoughts," Xiao Ning replied, prompting a chorus of laughter from the group. Having taken the lesson to heart, Lazy vowed never to mention the matter again. As they exchanged jokes and laughter, they nearly forgot the earlier incidents until night fell. The humidity in the mountains thickened, and the chill in the air prompted everyone to burrow deep into their blankets, covering their heads tightly. Fortunately, the blankets were thick, or they would have surely frozen. After enduring a long night, they awoke to find that Shun Wei had yet to return, causing a sense of unease to settle among them. Could it be that he disagrees with our requests and is seeking someone else? Lazy folded his arms, expressing concern. That would spell trouble for us, if they abandon us. Won't we be immediately apprehended upon stepping outside? Uncle Hong replied, "In that case, I shall shoulder the blame for everything. After all, I have lived long enough." Bai Yi interjected, "If we were truly those kinds of people, you wouldn't have endured so much for us in the first place." The outcome of the gamble is yet undecided. We have not reached a point of despair. From the moment they stormed into the courtyard, I sensed something was amiss, and we chose not to flee. Now, we must bear the responsibility for our earlier decisions and await the final outcome. Indeed, there is no escape for you now. Shun Wei's voice resonated as he entered the room after a brief interval, his tone reassuring. "You need not worry any longer. The commander has essentially granted your requests. And from this point forth, your safety is no longer a concern." Bai Yi, however, discerned the ulterior meaning in his words. A tacit agreement? You are indeed astute. It is true that, due to your additional demand for a permanent resolution, the leader has decided to impose another requirement. Shun Wei stated, "As long as you acquiesce to this stipulation, we shall finalize our agreement. May I choose to listen first before making my decision?" Bai Yi replied earnestly. Shun Wei shook his head. "What? Do you regard us as unscrupulous merchants? Very well, let us be forthright. The additional requirement is that upon retrieving the violet radiant pearl, it must be delivered to a location of our choosing. The only place I can disclose at this moment is the Bagua City." Bagua City? Could it possibly refer to that city in Xinjiang? Tang San was utterly bewildered. "Indeed, you are quite knowledgeable. It is indeed that Bagua City. As for the exact placement, we shall discuss it once you have secured the violet radiant pearl," Shun Wei asserted. "Otherwise, nothing shall be established, and all terms will be rendered moot." Tang San looked to Bai Yi, who, without hesitation, nodded in agreement. "Very well, we shall accept this transaction. However, there will be no signatures or seals. I merely place my trust in the integrity of the leader. He would never deceive us common folk. Please convey this to him. No, rather, please ensure that he is informed." Shun Wei appeared somewhat astonished. "Very well, I shall relay this, verbatim." Bai Yi smiled. "Good. I recall you once mentioned that you already had information regarding the location of the tomb. Can you provide it to us now?" Shun Wei handed over the documents he held. "Here, this encompasses all the information we have obtained. Furthermore, the current circumstances are quite exceptional. It is not easy for ordinary individuals to travel to Taiwan. However, rest assured, we will make the necessary arrangements." Chapter 451. Bagua City. "This is not a concern for us. I trust the leader will have the best arrangements in place," Bai Yi remarked. "Yet, regarding a permanent resolution, I wonder if the leader has any effective solutions? To be frank, this request indeed puts the leader in a difficult position. Nonetheless, rest assured, matters that the leader has personally promised will never be reneged upon. He will fulfill his commitments regardless of the circumstances," Shun Wei assured. "I shall dispatch individuals to escort you down the mountain. You need not worry about anyone troubling you in the immediate future." In the immediate future. This Shun Wei often speaks in veiled terms, implying that should the task remain unfulfilled, they would no longer concern themselves with them. Bai Yi chuckled softly. "Very well. Thank you for that. Ah, at last, we can depart from this dreadful place," Lei Zi remarked casually, only to provoke Shun Wei's displeasure. "Dreadful place? Were it not for this location, do you think the chaos would have concluded so swiftly? You would likely still be living in dire straits." Lei Zi was taken aback by Shun Wei's vehement reaction, feeling somewhat dazed, while Bai Yi suddenly comprehended that this was evidently an abandoned building, located deep within the mountains. Desolate apart from this room, resembling a conference hall. Reflecting on Shun Wei's earlier words, Bai Yi realized, the leader has been here before, has he not? Shun Wei, recognizing his blunder, coughed awkwardly. "Do not inquire further. Let us be off. Did you not wish to leave the mountain? Upon boarding the vehicle arranged by Shenwei, everyone found themselves in the same truck as before, yet this time, a sense of relaxation enveloped them, for no one was pointing a gun at them. At that moment, Bai Yi inquired of Tang San Cheng, "What is the story behind Bagua City?" In truth, it refers to Thickets County in Xinjiang, a place I had previously visited with Qi Xia. This locale is truly remarkable, and during my visit, I made it a point to understand its origins thoroughly. Lazy urged, "Then do share." Tang San Cheng replied with a hint of exasperation, "Isn't that what I'm doing?" The concept of Thickets Bagua City first emerged during the Southern Song dynasty when Xiao Chuji, a prominent figure among the 7 disciples of the Taoist Juanzhen sect, was invited by Genghis Khan to the western regions to impart governance strategies and the secrets of immortality. He spent 3 years traversing the heavenly mountains, moved by the formidable energy of the jagged mountains, the gentleness of the rivers, and the abundant waters of the Thickets Valley. Consequently, he designated this area as the feng shui core of Bagua City, establishing the 4 cardinal directions: Kan to the north, Li to the south, Zhen to the east, and Dui to the west. Thus, the primordial form of Thickets Bagua City was born. Fast forward 700 years to the winter of 1936, when Xiao Zongjuan, the father-in-law of Sheng Shikai and an expert in the principles of the I Ching, was appointed as the commander of the Ili military district. During his visit to Thickets for inspection, he discovered this nascent form. The area surrounding modern-day Thickets County was once grazing land for Mongolian herders, with 3 small rivers converging from the northwest and numerous springs gushing year-round. The summer grass flourished, growing to heights surpassing a person, rendering it a land of abundant water and lush vegetation. Moreover, the terrain was expansive and well-connected, nestled against the rolling, majestic Wusan Mountains, while the Thickets River surged nearby. Xiao Zongjuan, possessing keen insight and foresight, recognized that the site of Bagua City encapsulated these advantageous conditions, deeming it a veritable treasure of feng shui. Subsequently, he personally designed the blueprint for Bagua City. By 1938, various public and private structures began to rise within the county seat. At that time, the county chief enlisted Russian experts to assist with surveying and laying foundations. Lacking measuring lines, he tasked someone to procure bundles of cloth from merchants, tearing them into strips to create lengthy makeshift measuring lines. Then, 20 oxen were employed to plow the initial outline of the streets of Bagua City. Such a grand endeavor? Lazy exclaimed, "It's truly astonishing. I have heard of Xiao Chuji. He seems to be quite a renowned figure among practitioners of your path, no?" "Indeed," Tang San Cheng affirmed. "This is precisely why I ventured to explore Bagua City. Xiao Chuji is revered as one of the 7 true ones of the Juanzhen Dao and the patriarch of the Longmen sect. Orphaned at a young age, he experienced the hardships of life, nurturing a longing for immortality. Residing in the northern village of Gongshan, he lived a life of simplicity, subsisting on pine nuts and drinking the winds of the pine trees under the moonlight. To temper his will, he would repeatedly throw a copper coin from a cliff into the underbrush, searching for it until he found it, never ceasing until he succeeded. Goodness, are there truly such peculiar individuals in the world?" Lazy remarked, "I simply cannot fathom what thoughts occupy the minds of those who follow your path." Bai Yi remarked, "No, one must never underestimate the power of faith." At that time, whenever the Mongolian cavalry seized a city or a nation, they would plunder mercilessly, capturing prisoners of war and women as slaves, and in severe cases, they would massacre the entire population of a city. However, when Genghis Khan's descendants conquered the Song dynasty, instances of city slaughter were rare. This spared Chinese culture, architecture, and many other aspects from devastating destruction over the years, a testament to the immeasurable influence of Xiao Chuji. When Genghis Khan embarked on his western expedition to India, he invited Xiao Chuji to meet him for the first time. Genghis Khan, deeply impressed by Xiao Chuji's vast knowledge, treated him with the respect due to an elder. In turn, Xiao Chuji guided Genghis Khan with the teachings of Central Plains culture, such as the philosophies of Confucius and Mencius, which ultimately led Genghis Khan to abandon his plans for extensive slaughter and pillaging upon entering the Central Plains. He even encouraged his children to study Central Plains culture, using propriety to govern his troops. Lazy was rendered speechless by Bai Yi's words. "I cannot argue with you. When will we ever get home?" The jostling of the vehicle along the mountain road left everyone feeling weary. Uncle Hong suggested they engage in conversation to distract themselves. lest they feel even more uncomfortable. Several of them attempted to find topics to discuss, and at long last, when the vehicle reached a smooth road, they felt considerably more at ease. Just as they neared the city, the vehicle came to a halt, and someone approached to open the rear door, saying, "Gentlemen, we can take you no further. You must make your own way from here." They all jumped out of the vehicle, which sped away in a flash. Uncle Hong sighed. "My old bones feel like they're falling apart. Well, I shall head back now." Bai Yi called out, "Be cautious, I worry about Guan Kai." "I understand." Uncle Hong replied with a smile, waving them off. "I will seek out Fong Fei to help me figure something out. In truth, I am fine. But Guan Kai is eager for revenge. Since you are directly connected to his brother, if he learns that you are unharmed, he will surely not relent. You must be especially careful." "Thank you, Uncle Hong." Bai Yi and the others watched as he departed, before returning to the courtyard. Upon opening the door, they discovered a letter had been tossed inside. Bai Yi picked it up and saw it was from Fong Fei. She had already received news, and her words were filled with concern for him. Bai Yi sighed helplessly. What is the need for this? Alas, the fallen flower has intentions, while the flowing water remains indifferent. Xiao Ning sighed as well. It is always the men who seek to gain, who cares about us. Not true, I care. Tang San Cheng replied. Xiao Ning met his gaze directly. If you were to develop feelings for another girl, I would not linger. I would immediately draw a line between us. Relationships can only be one-on-one. Bai Yi understood that this was Xiao Ning speaking to him indirectly. He cleared his throat. All right. Do not press me further. I am well aware of my feelings. I know Fu Yu has saved you, and you wish to protect her. But there is no need for concern. I will maintain my distance from Fong Fei, and should I need to engage, I will exercise discretion. Xiao Ning was finally satisfied. That is good. Chapter 452. Relocation. Bai Yi pushed open the door and scanned the courtyard before stepping into his room to examine the surveillance footage. Xie followed him in, remarking, "It has been some time since we last attended to this device." "Indeed," Bai Yi replied. "Had it not been for Wu Tong, I would not have gone to such lengths to set up this equipment." As Bai Yi replayed the footage from the night before last, he lamented the device's inadequate performance at night. The images were merely shadowy figures, revealing that these intruders had scaled the wall without tampering with the locks. Their agile movements suggested they were well-trained, undoubtedly military personnel. Bai Yi continued, "Although the footage is somewhat unclear, the surrounding activity indicates they did not disturb anyone nearby. Now, let us check if anyone has visited after we left." "Are you referring to Guan Kai?" Xie inquired. "Precisely," Bai Yi said, glancing outside. Aside from the two of them, everyone else had returned to their respective rooms. He has his own sources of information and is aware that Uncle Hong has been released. Since we are not where he anticipated, his control may falter somewhat. As the footage advanced frame by frame, tranquility enveloped every corner until the timestamp reached last night. Finally, there was movement in the courtyard as two shadowy figures appeared. Compared to the earlier military personnel, these individuals were more conspicuous, yet their faces remained obscured. They crouched by the window for some time, seemingly unable to discern the interior. One of them switched on a flashlight, illuminating one face clearly. It was indeed Guan Kai. "He has finally arrived," Bai Yi remarked. "It seems he intends to ascertain whether we are home. We cannot linger here any longer. Xie, instruct them to gather their belongings. We must relocate. But if we leave, how will Shun Wei and the others find us?" Xie questioned. "I shall leave a message for Uncle Hong," Bai Yi replied. "I have yet to devise a strategy to deal with Guan Kai. His relentless pursuit may pose complications for us. For now, we shall avoid him and address this matter after completing our mission." "Very well, I shall take care of it. But what about the items in the basement?" Xie asked. "The most perilous places often provide the greatest safety. It is of no concern, let them remain there. I will seal off the entrance to the basement," Bai Yi assured him confidently. "Rest assured, no one is more invested in their safety than I am. I will ensure everything remains secure. I naturally trust you." "Very well, I shall inform them," Xie said, turning to leave. Bai Yi took a deep breath and began to pack his belongings. Although the situation had arisen unexpectedly, everyone had clearly adapted to this lifestyle. Without further ado, they each gathered their things, and within an hour, all items were loaded onto the vehicle. After locking all doors, the group stood silently for a few seconds before promptly departing. Once in the vehicle, they inquired about their destination. Bai Yi simply smiled. "You will know once we arrive." The suspense of the moment left everyone feeling a twinge of anxiety as the vehicle headed towards the northern outskirts. where a vast expanse of farmland lay. Bai Yi, well acquainted with the terrain, navigated the narrow dirt road that wound through the fields, flanked on either side by parched ditches. A mere deviation of the tires could send the car tumbling into the depths. Xiao Ning's back stiffened with apprehension, fearing that Bai Yi might unwittingly steer them into disaster. Noticing her tense demeanor, Lazy seized the opportunity to tease. Relax, it's not just you in this car. If we do tumble, it won't be solely your predicament. With so many passengers cramped inside, discomfort was palpable. Xiao Ning elbowed Lazy, retorting, "You're crowding me. Move over." The playful banter resumed until Qi Xie interjected, "Enough of this nonsense, or we truly will roll off the road. No need to worry, we are almost there." Bai Yi reassured them. Everyone turned their gaze forward, spotting a modest bungalow not far ahead, the farmland receding behind them. The building stood out somewhat abruptly, its exterior walls chipped and worn, revealing its age. Bai Yi parked the vehicle in front of the house. "Here we are. It may be small, but it will accommodate us if we squeeze a bit. Let us stay here until we set off." He retrieved a set of keys to unlock the door. Lazy couldn't help but comment, "Now I understand the saying, a cunning rabbit has 3 burrows. Bai Yi, you must have other hiding places, don't you?" "Indeed," Bai Yi replied. "Should this location be discovered, we can retreat into the mountains. I have prepared a refuge there, regularly replenishing its supplies every 6 months. Thus, if Guan Kai seeks me out, he will have to exert considerable effort." The mention of the troublesome Guan Kai elicited a collective sigh. Tang San Cheng lamented, "His brother's demise has nothing to do with us. It all boils down to greed. Why can't Guan Kai comprehend this? Guanin and Guan Kai were blood brothers. With Guanin's death, Guan Kai was left without kin. As far as I know, their mother passed away shortly after their father's demise," Bai Yi elaborated. "Thus, Guanin was his last family member. With the loss of this remaining relative, the devastation he must feel is unimaginable. His desire for vengeance against us is, in a sense, understandable. He merely seeks to vent his emotions. However, he has misdirected his wrath. If anyone is to blame, it should be his father. Had their father not orchestrated this twisted scheme, none of this would have transpired. Guan Yi wished for his descendants to stay clear of the underworld to avert tragedy. Yet some events are ultimately beyond prevention. But we can escape for a time, though not forever," Xiaoshan remarked. Tang Yicheng expressed surprise. "Ah, Xiaoshan, your words are increasingly profound." Xiaoshan smiled innocently, feeling a touch of embarrassment. Bai Yi nodded, acknowledging Xiaoshan's words. He is not wrong. We may have escaped for a moment, but we cannot evade forever. Currently, we have a prior engagement with our superior, and we must first complete the task at hand to secure our future and avert any lingering troubles. Upon our return, we must confront Guan Kai. What form will this confrontation take? Are we destined to engage in a fierce battle? Lazy spat on the ground. He is nothing but a madman now. Indeed, he has become a lunatic, impervious to our explanations. Therefore, we must act decisively and ensure that we do not fall into his hands before that moment arrives. Bai Yi opened the door, sending a cloud of dust swirling. "All right, let us tidy up this place." Chapter 453. The plan. This house had been uninhabited for quite some time, accumulating a thick layer of dust. Fortunately, it was a place kept for emergencies, with all the furniture draped in white cloth. As Bai Yi entered, he pulled the cloth away, prompting Tang San to exclaim, "The furnishings are quite complete." "Of course. I lived here with Dolly for quite some time," Bai Yi replied, resting his hand on the armrest of the sofa, lost in memories of the days spent with Dolly, where the bonds of brotherhood were richly woven into this space. Tang San inspected the premises, noting 3 rooms, a well-maintained kitchen, and a restroom. Though somewhat dirty, a good cleaning would render it habitable. Most impressively, Bai Yi led everyone to the kitchen, revealing a basement stocked with provisions. Tang San couldn't help but marvel. "You really have thought ahead." With only the 2 of them left, Bai Yi looked at Tang San meaningfully. "Given our identities, this is a necessity." Tang San fell into silence, before finally saying, "I will tidy up the kitchen." Everyone busied themselves, and with many hands at work, the place was soon in order. Xiao Ning noticed a painting hanging on the wall, carefully took it down, cleaned it, and rehung it just as Bai Yi walked in from the kitchen. Xiao Ning remarked, "This is a portrait of you and Dolly, isn't it? You can recognize it despite its abstract form," Lazy commented. Bai Yi replied, "Though the painting deviates from reality, Dolly's image remains vivid in my heart. This artwork merely commemorates the days we spent together here. Now that we have finished tidying up, let us have a bite to eat." Xia, you and I shall venture out to gather some intelligence. Xia nodded, casually grabbing 2 cans before following Bai Yi outside. As they watched the car speed away, Lazy remarked, sometimes, it is truly difficult to decipher Bai Yi's thoughts. Once in the car, Xia inquired, are you actually hoping to check if Guan Kai has returned to the palace? You noticed? Xia nodded. The layer of lime is quite thin. It is not easily discernible to the naked eye. You were the last to emerge and had already tampered with things inside. Nothing escapes your attention, Bai Yi chuckled. Knowing they have returned to the palace is not enough. I also wish to ascertain his whereabouts. Tell them to wait until the task is completed before discussing further. Perhaps they fear unnecessary interference, Seven Evil remarked with a smirk. Or rather, they might be wary of Lazy. You are well aware of his temperament. Now that he knows Guan Kai has plotted against us, he must be seething with rage. If we were to involve him, he would undoubtedly stir up trouble. Our purpose here is merely to assess the situation, without any intention of taking action. As Bai Yi conversed with Seven Evil, they returned to the city, parking their vehicle at a distance. They then took a different route back to the rear entrance of the courtyard. After a brief survey of their surroundings and confirming that no one was in sight, they scaled the wall. The thin layer of lime inside appeared undisturbed, indicating that no one had entered. They descended and exchanged glances, with Seven Evil suggesting, let us wait a while longer. The two slipped into a tea house diagonally across the street, settling into a window-side table on the second floor. From this vantage point, they could clearly observe the courtyard below. They ordered a pot of tea and a few snacks, while Seven Evil played with a tin can, saying, you had me worried there was nothing to eat. I even brought this along. We can take some provisions back later and cook for ourselves, Bai Yi replied. They leisurely sipped tea and nibbled on snacks, yet their vigilance remained unwavering. As dusk approached, Seven Evil suddenly coughed. Bai Yi followed his gaze and spotted 2 figures approaching the courtyard's rear entrance. Both wore hats, and their silhouettes were eerily familiar. Clearly, they could not wait for darkness and had come to investigate. Bai Yi scoffed, if they discover us, armed as they are, they would not hesitate to shoot us down without a second thought. I know Guan Kai, and that individual beside him, Seven Evil remarked. His gait suggests he is also skilled in combat. Oddly enough, he looks somewhat familiar. Do you recall Professor Shi's little uncle? Bai Yi recognized the teapot lid, exclaiming, I can hardly believe it. Guan Kai has actually found him. I remember his name now, Han Hanqing, Seven Evil continued. If Guan Kai intends to use him against us, things may become considerably more complicated. The two fell silent, their focus entirely on the movements of the 2 men. Unfortunately, as darkness enveloped the area, visibility diminished. Seven Evil was acutely aware of Han Hongqing's capabilities and preferred to avoid a direct confrontation. For now, they were merely observers. And it was evident that Guan Kai had indeed set his sights on them. Lost in thought, Bai Yi was not interrupted by Seven Evil. After an indeterminate amount of time, Bai Yi suddenly stood, exclaiming, We lingered too long. Seven Evil, unsure of what thoughts had occupied Bai Yi's mind, refrained from questioning him. When the time was right, Bai Yi would reveal his thoughts. After settling their bill, the two stopped at a nearby store still open for business to purchase a few items before returning to their vehicle. They drove back to the bungalow and, upon arriving, exchanged puzzled glances, for besides their own car, another vehicle was parked nearby. With the light from the house, Bai Yi glimpsed the license plate. It bore military insignia. I never anticipated they would arrive so swiftly, Seven Evil remarked, equally astonished. Bai Yi's body suddenly trembled, and he bent down to crawl beneath his vehicle. After a thorough search, he finally made a discovery. With a gentle sigh, he pulled the item from its hiding place and emerged, revealing it to Xia, who was equally astonished. What is this? At that moment, the door of the bungalow swung open, and Shunwei emerged, remarking, Your reaction is indeed swift. I believe this remark belongs to you. Bai Yi tossed the item in his hand, stating, According to my knowledge, this device is not yet manufactured in our country. Indeed, the smallest listening device in existence, Shunwei replied. However, this is insufficient for us to locate you. It appears you have taken additional precautions. Bai Yi inquired. What might those be? Your tires, Shunwei asserted. Bai Yi was taken aback and immediately inspected the car's tires. Indeed, the color of the front right tires seemed off, but it was difficult to discern clearly. He called out to Tang San Cheng, who promptly brought a flashlight. Upon closer inspection, it became evident that something had been smeared on the tire. What is this? Bai Yi asked. As you can see, this pigment leaves traces on the ground. Shunwei explained. The marks are faint, yet we will be able to trace them. When did you tamper with my vehicle? Bai Yi couldn't help but admire Shenwei. The man's capabilities were truly remarkable. On the night we apprehended you, Shenwei replied calmly. I tend to consider matters from a long-term perspective. This phrase sounded familiar, prompting Lei Zi to comment. This is Bai Yi's forte. It seems someone is competing with you now. Chapter 454. Departure, come in, and let us converse. Shenwei said, dismissing Lei Zi's banter with a turn, walking into the house. Lei Zi, feeling somewhat dejected, could only spit on the ground to vent his frustration. Inside, there were no other individuals present. Shenwei had come out alone. Sensing Bai Yi's curiosity, he explained, having too many people complicates matters, as I trust you can comprehend. We have entered a new era, yet undercurrents swirl, with various factions vying for power. Bai Yi nodded. Have you devised a way for us to travel to Taiwan? Have you reviewed the materials I provided? Shenwei inquired abruptly. Bai Yi shook his head. I will not examine anything until you present a feasible plan to get us across. Without that prerequisite, all subsequent matters are moot. Shenwei was momentarily at a loss for words. You may review them now. He picked up the documents resting on the table. These are your new credentials, entirely legitimate. You will join an inspection team as exchange merchants traveling to a coastal city. Once there, you will have the freedom to act. However, you must complete your tasks within the return deadline, meaning you have only 1 week. Upon arrival, assistance will be provided, and the necessary resources will be prepared for you. So there is no need for concern. And how shall we make contact? Bai Yi asked. Do not worry. You will understand immediately upon meeting him, Shenwei said, suddenly glancing at Xiaoshan. He does present some difficulties, being quite young and his identity challenging to fabricate. His current role will be that of your younger brother. Very well, I understand. Bai Yi gazed at the name on the identification card of the young man, Bai Shan. Bai Shan, a rather fine name indeed. Is it acceptable for you to carry my surname? I would prefer to be surnamed Tang, the young man replied candidly, revealing his straightforward nature. Shenwei, suppressing a smile that almost escaped his lips, maintained his usual stoic demeanor, rarely displaying any emotion. Sometimes, one might wonder if he even understood the concept of laughter. A simple twitch of the lips could evoke a smile. Was it truly so difficult? Yet, this time, it was imperative that he kept the surname Bai. Shenwei stated coldly, you are to depart tomorrow. Bring your identification to the designated location to rendezvous with the exchange delegation, and together you will board a private aircraft. Please study the materials thoroughly. I hope you hit the mark. After delivering this message, Shenwei neatly aligned his feet and turned to leave. Once he had confirmed that Shenwei was entirely out of sight, Lei Zi remarked, he is not a person, he is clearly a talking tree stump. Be cautious with your words, his identity is sensitive. If you speak carelessly like that, it would be quite inappropriate, Bai Yi cautioned. When did he arrive? He came only after dusk, Lei Zi replied. He moves like a thief. The situation was unusual, involving significant individuals, and his discreet execution of tasks indicated a high level of confidentiality. This was advantageous, as Guan Kai was urgently seeking them. Leaving this place promptly would allow them to avoid that individual for a while. Everyone should rest early. We will meet the exchange delegation first thing in the morning. Bai Yi picked up the identification cards, each corresponding to a flight ticket, a journey of merely over an hour. As they each collected their cards, Bai Yi retrieved the documents that Shenwei had entrusted to him while they were in the mountains. The contents of this material must be committed to memory and then destroyed, as they could pose a threat to us. Tang San nodded in agreement. Indeed, this is a sensitive period. If discovered, we would encounter significant trouble. It is safest to retain this information in our minds. Little was known about the Xiaoshan ethnic group initially. Many assumed it was exclusive to Taiwan. However, upon reviewing the documents, they discovered that this ethnicity also resided in coastal areas, albeit sparsely populated and scattered, rendering them relatively unknown to the general populace. Complicating matters further, the Xiaoshan people possessed their own language, which would pose a major communication barrier should they enter Xiaoshan territory. For now, they set aside this concern and continued to examine the materials. The Xiaoshan language belongs to the Austronesian family and can be broadly categorized into 3 linguistic groups, Qinhui, Chao, and Paiwan, lacking a written script of their own. Surprisingly, they learned that the term Xiaoshan did not refer to a singular ethnicity. Rather, it encompassed numerous groups. With Bai Yi and his companions set to enter the territory of the Atile tribe. Approximately 7,000 years ago, the ancient Austronesian peoples began a great migration across the ocean, with Taiwan likely serving as the initial destination. During the period of the Neolithic Age, approximately 5 to 2,000 years ago, the highland tribes traversed from the South Pacific over various eras, with the Atayal and Seziat tribes of northern Taiwan potentially being the earliest settlers on the island. The Atayal people surrounding the Shuaba National Park have never settled in the lofty heights of the Xiaoshan mountain range. Instead, they inhabit the foothills and river terraces below 2,000 meters, where the climate is cool and conducive to agriculture and hunting, predominantly between 1,000 to 1,500 meters in elevation. The Seziat tribe resides on the western slopes at altitudes ranging from 500 to 1,000 meters. The Atayal and Seziat tribes residing in Wufeng Township, Hsinchu County, and parts of the Atayal tribe in Jianshe Township, along with the Atayal community in Taiyuan Township, Miaoli County, revere Mount Debajian as the birthplace of their ancestors. The tribesfolk firmly believe that in ancient times, a colossal rock cloaked in moss on Mount Debajian split open, giving birth to a man and a woman who became the progenitors of humankind. Due to limited space, they later dispersed to various locations at the mountain's base, multiplying their descendants. The destination to which Bai Yi and his companions were headed was indeed Mount Debajian, revered by the Atayal as the cradle of their lineage. Situated at the junction of Hsinchu and Miaoli counties, the mountain's peculiar shape resembles an inverted wine barrel, colloquially known as the Wine Barrel Mountain or Wine Pot Mountain, and is part of the Xiaoshan mountain range. Upon seeing the name, Xiaoshan was filled with excitement. Are we really going to Xiaoshan? It appeared so, though Shinwei mentioned that someone would meet them upon arrival, alleviating their concerns about mountain gear, as they would not be permitted entry with such items. Bai Yi, with a profound expression, remarked that this place is the origin of the Atayal people, and there must be a connection between the purple light night pearl and this tribe. We shall find out as we delve deeper, he added. Tang San Cheng could hardly contain his eagerness to look down, and the group huddled closely together, continuing their examination of the materials. Once they finished, the essential information was etched in their minds. However, Lazy felt a tinge of discontent. The information merely indicates our final destination. It does not clarify the whereabouts of the purple light night pearl. Furthermore, we cannot comprehend the language of that place. What shall we do upon arrival? If it were an easy matter, would the leader have consented to our request for a one-time resolution? Bai Yi silenced him with a single statement. What we need to know is that our destination lies within the restricted area of Mount Debajian. Chapter 455. A narrow encounter in the Atayal tribe's forbidden zone. Lazy smiled wryly. Hearing those two words fills me with a sense of impending crisis. Moreover, the inhabitants there are all tattooed, exuding an intimidating aura, and the language barrier is daunting. This does not bode well. Nevertheless, they had to take the plunge. Bai Yi queried the group. Has everyone memorized the content? The surrounding environment of the Forbidden Zone is relatively straightforward, 7 Evil affirmed. I've noted that. Tang San Cheng and Xiao Ning nodded in agreement. We're nearly ready. Cleverly, Lazy produced matches, and Bai Yi took them to ignite the documents, particularly the page concerning the Forbidden Zone. Watching the papers burn to ashes, he stepped on the remnants, completely reducing them to smoke and dust. As everyone gazed at the dissipating ashes, it was as if they were witnessing their own fate, evoking a profound sense of solemnity. For a moment, silence enveloped them until Bai Yi broke it. Let us rest early. We have an early flight tomorrow. On this particular night, an inexplicable restlessness plagued everyone. It was curious. In the past, we had ventured to entirely unfamiliar places, yet this time, despite the strangeness of our surroundings, our emotions were markedly different. Deep within, each person harbored an odd sensation, an awareness of an unclear future, fraught with challenges. This subtle feeling stemmed from the realization that although we shared the same sky, our experiences were entirely dissimilar. Despite having the same skin tone, nose, and eyes, a sense of estrangement lingered among us. This night, apart from Xiaoshan, not a single soul found restful sleep. Fortunately, having just arrived, I was preoccupied with tidying up, leaving my luggage unopened. This turned out to be a stroke of luck, as I could simply grab my clothes and depart. Beyond Bai Yi, the others were all first-time flyers, especially Xiaoshan, who remained motionless against the glass, listening intently to the sounds of the airport runway, his brows twitching with excitement, akin to a child in an amusement park. At that moment, few could afford the luxury of air travel. A 40 yuan ticket represented several families' living expenses for 2 months. Upon our arrival, Bai Yi and his party were promptly treated to extraordinary hospitality, which left Lei Zi astounded. He leaned close to Tang San Cheng and remarked, "Did you see that? Wealthy individuals truly command respect. Do you lack money?" Tang San Cheng inquired, as everyone had received a fair share. Lei Zi pinched his nose and replied, "If it weren't for the stringent security checks at the airport, we could travel this swiftly too." Lei Zi's observation resonated. Indeed, security posed its own set of complications. Bai Yi sighed, "Let us refrain from discussing such matters here. Once we meet with the exchange group, it is best to speak less." Reminded once again, Lei Zi exhaled deeply. Each time Bai Yi uttered those words, he understood they served as a reminder for himself, as he had become the group's more challenging member. He chuckled, "I'll be more cautious in the future." Upon boarding the plane, the atmosphere in the cabin was rather somber. The others occupied themselves with newspapers, while the six of us, having had little rest the previous night, closed our eyes for a brief respite. As soon as the plane landed and we exited the terminal, a driver sent by the exchange group awaited us. With keen perception, the driver quickly identified Bai Yi as the leader, affectionately addressing him as Boss Bai. It turned out that the exchange group was set to depart that afternoon, and this driver had been dispatched to escort Boss Bai and his party to meet the other business people from the exchange group before heading to Taiwan. This time, we were aboard a private jet, distinct from ordinary commercial flights. It was said that this journey had been facilitated by several high-ranking individuals, making it an exceedingly rare opportunity. Especially in the current climate, a remarkable endeavor that garnered significant attention. The other members of the exchange group awaited us at a restaurant. As Bai Yi and his companions disembarked, grasping their minimal luggage, a mere glance inside revealed the presence of someone he least wished to encounter. Lei Zi felt as though struck by lightning. Damn it! How could he be here too? Bai Yi silently cursed himself for not anticipating this turn of events. Guan Kai, a well-known businessman, was indeed expected to attend this exchange. Alas, we were fated to cross paths. As they approached the door, the individuals inside turned their gazes towards them. Bai Yi whispered, "Stay calm. Our current identities are those of merchants. Remember, I am no stranger to the marketplace." Under Bai Yi's guidance, they stepped inside, where a man clad in a gray suit approached them. "You must be Boss Bai," he remarked. "I hear you are a member of the exchange group personally recommended by the leader. It is quite astonishing to see someone so youthful among us antiquities." Upon hearing this, Bai Yi exhaled deeply, relieved to find that Shun Wei's arrangements were indeed meticulous. He had underestimated Shun Wei once again, and it was now evident that there were still more surprises in store. Bai Yi engaged in light conversation, and with the endorsement of the leader, their group was met with great enthusiasm. The first to extend a warm welcome was none other than the head of the exchange group, Director Zhang, who enthusiastically introduced Bai Yi to the other members. Bai Yi, well-versed in the ways of commerce and possessing a commendable demeanor, quickly established rapport with the others. As they approached Guan Kai, Bai Yi noticed a change in his expression. Despite the considerable time that had elapsed since their arrival, which should have allowed Guan Kai ample opportunity to compose himself, he remained visibly furious. This indicated two things. First, his animosity towards them was profound enough that he had abandoned his usual diplomatic demeanor, and second, he was not a master of intrigue. A truly astute individual would maintain composure and feign unfamiliarity, rather than allowing every emotion to be laid bare. This realization brought some relief to Bai Yi, for it suggested that Guan Kai was, at least, genuine in his feelings. However, such hatred raised concerns that he might act against them at an inopportune moment. Noticing Guan Kai's reluctance to shake Bai Yi's hand, Director Zhang inquired, "Do you two know each other?" "No, we have not been acquainted," Bai Yi replied. "Greetings, Boss Guan. I have long admired your esteemed reputation, and it is indeed a pleasure to meet you today." "Ah, both of you are young talents," Director Zhang interjected, his eloquence befitting his role as the group leader. "Now we are acquainted," Guan Kai said, grasping Bai Yi's hand with a significant look. "I did not expect to meet under such rare circumstances. Perhaps this was preordained." He glanced at those accompanying Bai Yi. "It is no wonder you were specifically chosen. You have the largest entourage." Indeed, aside from Bai Yi's group, the others had brought only a single assistant. Director Zhang, momentarily at a loss for words, eventually remarked, "Boss Bai and his team differ from us. Their research destination is rather remote, and having more people facilitates matters." Finally, he managed to smooth things over. Chapter 456. The reception. Director Zhang's comments sparked intrigue in Bai Yi. How could he possibly know that they were headed to a more secluded area for their investigation? If this was merely a fabricated notion, it was an uncanny coincidence. Guan Kai, disinterested in engaging further with them, viewed them as a thorn in his heart, longing to swiftly extract it. Bai Yi and the others, sensing his discomfort, discreetly found a corner to sit, awaiting the next directive. Fortunately, the time for departure soon arrived, and 3 vehicles pulled up, with everyone boarding in a steady stream. An unexpected turn of events occurred when Guan Kai inadvertently squeezed onto the same vehicle as Bai Yi, leaving Lei Zi and Xiaoshan to take another. He found himself pressed beside Bai Yi, acutely aware of the aggressive posture emanating from Guan Kai's presence. Bai Yi quietly cautioned him, "You are too eager, in such circumstances. Are you truly intending to provoke me?" Guan Kai gritted his teeth and replied, "Regrettably, I cannot. There is a misunderstanding between us, yet even if I were to explain, you would not believe me. I am unsure how Guanin conveyed the information to you, but I am convinced that what he said is far from the truth." Bai Yi gripped Guan Kai's collar tightly, asserting, "You surely cannot believe that your brother would deceive you, yet you have been thoroughly misled by him. We did not harm him." The two began their altercation right there, while Qi Xie and Tang San shielded the driver's view, who had curiously begun to glance back. This vehicle, with 3 rows of seats, had Bai Yi and Guan Kai entangled in the last row. Qi Xie cleared his throat, prompting the two to disentangle and sit upright as if nothing had transpired. Bai Yi gazed out the window, softly stating, "I knew explaining would be futile. If you choose to believe a single account, your acumen is rather limited. Should I trust you instead?" Guan Kai retorted coldly, "You are responsible for my brother's death. I will not let you escape." A chill spread through Bai Yi, for hatred is a dreadfully potent force that can strip a person of their reason. He pondered what Guanin may have said in his final moments. After all, he had succumbed to a poison, which bore no connection to them. While there had indeed been conflict, the cause of death was the poison, not their involvement. The matter was exceedingly complex. Thankfully, given the unique context of this journey, it was reasonable to assume that Guan Kai would exercise some restraint. Suddenly, Bai Yi turned to find Guan Kai gripping a pocket watch, his fingers pressing with such intensity that it seemed he might shatter it. Upon noticing Bai Yi's gaze, he promptly tucked the watch away and turned his head in the opposite direction. Qi Xie, uneasy, glanced back, and Bai Yi subtly shook his head, signaling that all was well for the moment. Even if there were no immediate issues, the brief 20-minute journey to their destination felt torturous. Time is indeed a curious entity. When in the company of a beloved, those 20 minutes might not even feel like a second, yet when alongside an adversary, they could stretch into an eternity. For a fleeting moment, Bai Yi wished to replace Guan Kai with Fu Yu, yet it remained a mere fantasy. One must simply accept the reality as it is. The aircraft destined for Taiwan was a military green plane, and Bai Yi found himself perplexed by the choice of such a color. It was rather sensitive, was it not? However, these matters held little significance for him. As everyone boarded the aircraft and took their respective seats, he felt a sense of relief at finally being free from Guan Kai's presence. The latter had distanced himself, perhaps now in a state of calm. He yearned for their arrival, eager to shake off the discomfort that lingered. Tang San Cheng remarked. His gaze was piercing, as if he intended to devour us whole. "It's not far now. It will take merely an hour to reach our destination," Bai Yi replied. "Moreover, I find this exchange group somewhat peculiar." "In what way?" Tang San Cheng inquired. Bai Yi feigned interest in the newspaper he held. It was the leader, Zhang. Just before boarding, a soldier passed by, and the leading individual cast a strange look at him, almost as if he intended to salute, but was halted by a mere glance from Zhang. "You noticed that?" Lei Zi had to concede. "When it comes to keen observation, none can rival you. We understand this about Leader Zhang." After Bai Yi finished speaking, he glanced out the window at the clouds rushing by, reminiscent of a stampede of horses. He murmured, "We shall soon arrive." Once the plane touched down at the designated landing site, Tang San Cheng eagerly peered out of the window. Airports are typically located in remote outskirts, and he could not yet behold the true visage of this unfamiliar city. As everyone retrieved their luggage, Leader Zhang approached them. "The area you are to inspect is somewhat distant. I have made arrangements. Someone will come to meet you." "Thank you," Bai Yi smiled in response. "Not at all. It would be a bias in our favor to send you to the farthest locations." Zhang's words elicited laughter from the others. One individual, surnamed Fan, remarked, "Ah, they are young, while we have grown old and weary of such exertions." As others departed in various vehicles, only the 6 of them remained. A white van approached, and a voice from within called out, "Is that Bai Yi?" Upon recognizing the face within, they were taken aback. The individual bore a striking resemblance to Xin Wei, albeit slightly younger. His features seemed to be molded from the same cast, though his expression was considerably more amiable, particularly when he smiled warmly, exuding charm. Xiao Ning commented, "No wonder they say we would understand upon seeing him. Please, get in." After confirming Bai Yi and his companion's identities, the man gestured gracefully towards the vehicle. They boarded. And once the van was in motion, Bai Yi asked, "May I ask your surname?" "Yue, isn't it Shen?" Tang San Cheng blurted out. Yue replied somewhat helplessly, "I have already stated, my name is Yue." "By heavens, you truly resemble him," Lei Zi remarked. "I have prepared everything you require," Yue continued. "I will now take you to your destination. All the winter gear you need has been arranged. However, you must exercise caution when the north wind blows. Seek shelter and do not ascend the mountain against the wind." "Why is that?" Tang San Cheng asked, bewildered. "The north wind on that mountain is rather sinister. Once it begins to howl, no one dares to venture upwards." Yue remarked, "Do you know what it is like when a person falls from a cliff? It resembles a leaf drifting gently downward, yet what shatters is the flesh and blood of the body." Chapter 457. Facial tattoos. It is akin to a leaf floating down. But what is broken is the human form. This statement resonates with an unsettling aura. Tang San shuddered, while Xiao Ning cast a curious glance at the back of Yue's head, who was driving. Yue chuckled, "Do not think I am trying to frighten you. This saying has been passed down in the Atile tribe for many years. There are certainly skeptics, but those individuals have long since perished. Of course, it is also possible they have not perished, merely that their bodies remain unfound. Whether they live or die is uncertain. That is a given. They must be dead." Lei Zi swallowed hard. It sounds rather ominous. "There are indeed more ominous matters," Yue continued, his tone becoming grave. "When you enter the mountains, you will undoubtedly encounter the local people, and there is one thing you must heed. Do you know about facial tattoos?" "We are aware of this," Bai Yi promptly responded. "Among the 9 indigenous tribes of Taiwan, apart from the Sedic tribe, which may have been influenced by the Atile, no other tribes possess this cultural characteristic. Thus, facial tattoos are regarded as the most significant symbol of tribal identity for the Atile." Precisely. Although the process of tattooing involves enduring the painful pricking of needles and the risk of infection, the Atile regard it as a rite of passage into adulthood, a testament to their courage. They believe that if a person is morally deficient, they will suffer the punishment of failure in tattooing, bearing an ugly visage for life. Therefore, before tattooing anyone, the tattoo artist must issue repeated warnings. Yue advised, when you encounter tribal members adorned with tattoos, you must not display signs of shock or fear. This would be a profound disrespect to them, as it symbolizes their pride. Everyone committed this to memory. It had also been mentioned in their documents that the Atile customs require individuals to be tattooed before marriage, believed to have originated from the practice of facial painting. In Atile tradition, tattooing signifies a rite of passage into adulthood and symbolizes the glory of life. The Atile are renowned for their valiant men and skilled weaving women, and the tattooing custom is intimately connected to these two traits. Young Atile men must undergo the trial of headhunting to prove their bravery and strength before they may receive a chin tattoo. Likewise, Atile women must master weaving skills and retain their virginity before they can receive cheek tattoos between their mouth and ears. Only those who have completed the tattooing process are deemed eligible for marriage, earning the respect and recognition of their kin during life and upon death. They may smoothly traverse the rainbow bridge to the promised resting place of their ancestors. However, this was not the primary point Yue wished to convey. There is one more crucial aspect that I believe your materials have likely omitted. The Atile are martial by nature, and if you encounter a tribal member adorned with weapon patterns, you must exercise caution. They are the most formidable warriors among their people, exhibiting the highest aggression. You are entering a forbidden zone, a place they zealously protect against intruders. Should they discover you, a confrontation is inevitable. Yet you must not take their lives. Why not? Lei Zi inquired eagerly. Must we become their prey? Do not forget where you are. Yue said sternly. If you escalate this matter, I will not be able to assist you. Lei Zi realized his impulsiveness and bit his lip. I understand, he replied. Bai Yi sighed, fully aware of the gravity of the situation. No matter how capable the leader was, his reach could not extend across the river. If anything were to happen here, they would undoubtedly be sacrificed without a second thought. For the sake of self-preservation and to ensure a smoother future, they must quietly fulfill their mission and return with the delegation. Yue Wei continued, should you find yourselves in the unfortunate position of having to take a life, ensure it is handled discreetly. The body must not be discovered before your departure. This is the utmost limit. I understand, Bai Yi silently affirmed. The vehicle sped along for quite some time. Given Yue Wei's familiarity with the area, it was clear he had scouted this route numerous times. As they approached the mountains, Yue Wei tossed a map towards Bai Yi, who caught it effortlessly. His accuracy was impressive. It was a testament to his strength. Unfolding the map, Bai Yi saw it detailed the most concealed ascent up the mountain, a recently discovered route. However, it is significantly more perilous, Yue Wei remarked. You may choose the previous path or this one. It is entirely up to you. Understood, Bai Yi replied, tucking the map into his pocket. The road grew narrower as they entered a settlement of the Tail people, who lived in clusters of 10 households, each representing a clan. They were soon approaching the first clan, but Yue Wei suddenly turned the vehicle and stopped in a discreet location. I can only take you this far. The rest is up to you. Everyone disembarked and opened the trunk to inspect the gear, clothing, and supplies Yue Wei had prepared. After a thorough check, Bai Yi gave Yue Wei a thumbs up. Thank you. This is part of the mission. Yue Wei smiled, revealing his white teeth. I wish you good fortune. I hope to welcome you back, just as I am sending you off now. Indeed, Bai Yi replied with a smile. They watched as Yue Wei's vehicle departed before immersing themselves in their task. The imposing Daba peak loomed ahead, and reaching its summit was strictly forbidden. This prohibition was closely tied to the restricted area, as outsiders were not allowed to approach. Now, they needed to evade the watchful eyes of the nearest clan and ascend the mountain quietly. The issue was that nightfall was approaching. Moving under the cover of darkness would be conspicuous. They needed to find a place to rest before proceeding. Bai Yi recalled the terrain vividly. I know a suitable spot for the night. Let us go. Taking advantage of the final rays of brightness, the group, under the guidance of Bai Yi, made their way towards the cave. This was an unspoiled mountain, with treacherous paths where one side plunged into an unfathomable abyss. Everyone clung tightly to the rocky wall on their right, grasping at anything they could hold on to. With every step, small stones tumbled down, disappearing without a sound. The little mountain, however, traversed the path with the ease of a fish in water, while Tang San Cheng found it particularly arduous. Fortunately, Xia was there to assist him, allowing him to manage just barely. Xiao Ning, agile as ever, moved nimbly with the help of Lei Zi, cautiously following Bai Yi. They finally arrived at the resting spot he had mentioned after quite a bit of exertion. It was a modest cave, just large enough for one person to enter. Yet inside it opened into a spacious chamber. Lei Zi was the last to enter, and as he did, he caught a whiff. What a strong aroma of wine. Chapter 458. The fragrance of wine, the scent of alcohol grew more intense as they delved deeper into the cave. Following the fragrance, Lei Zi discovered signs of previous visitors who had evidently enjoyed their time here. He kicked a wine bottle on the ground, which rolled away until it struck a rock and came to a halt. No fire pit was present. Had someone merely hidden here to indulge in forbidden drinks? Bai Yi approached, picked up the bottle, and brought it to his nose. What a delightful wine. Indeed, it was remarkable, its aroma distinctly unusual. Lei Zi leaned in for a closer sniff. This scent is reminiscent of the legendary lingering fragrance. Someone has been here, Xiao Ning remarked, her brow furrowed. Who could it have been? Are you overthinking this? Lei Zi dismissed her concerns, tossing the bottle aside. It could just be a traveler seeking refuge from the elements while enjoying a drink. Surely, no one would be after the purple light night pearl here. That is a possibility, Bai Yi agreed. Nevertheless, let's quickly make a fire. We'll be staying here tonight, sheltered from the earlier group, and the cave entrance is small, ensuring we won't be detected. As the fire crackled to life, they gathered around it. Yue Wei had prepared a bountiful array of food, light and easy to carry, with ample water. His meticulous nature mirrored that of Shen Wei, raising some eyebrows among the group. Yet the truth of their identities mattered little for now. They would soon reunite on the opposite shore, and Yue Wei's identity would soon be revealed. Suddenly, a gust of wind swept through the area. But this spot had the advantage of being windproof, truly a blessed location. Bathed in the firelight, they replenished their energy and began to discuss the route for ascending Mount Daba, Jian, the following day. Yue Wei proposed a perilous yet concealed path that was relatively short, though it would demand much of their stamina. Noticing the group's gaze upon him, Tang San Cheng declared, I have no issues. Very well then. We shall take this shortest route. Bai Yi has finalized the route and is now inspecting the equipment. Among the provisions prepared by Yue, what surprised Bai Yi the most was the trekking pole. It serves as an anti-slip aid on the mountain trails and can be compactly stored and hung at the waist during climbs, thus not hindering movement at all. This is indeed a remarkable item. Tang San Cheng picked it up for a trial. It will surely prove invaluable tomorrow. Moreover, Lei Zi also selected his favorite gear. Look at this, it's an insulated water bottle, military grade no less. This fellow truly knows his stuff, in this frigid weather. A sip of hot water will invigorate us. Bai Yi took it for inspection. Another feature to note is that this water bottle can be heated directly. Placing it over the fire is no issue at all. Xia, having slung the water bottle over his shoulder, ventured out into the night to fetch water. As he slipped into the darkness, he discovered the moonlight illuminating the mountains with a unique beauty. He refrained from using a flashlight, blending seamlessly into the night. Upon Xia's return, he had filled all 6 water bottles with the clearest spring water from the mountains. Although it had yet to be heated, Xiao Ning unscrewed the lid and took a sip. So sweet. Let's get to work, Lei Zi remarked grumpily. It's so cold. Aren't you afraid of an upset stomach? Xiao Ning rolled her eyes, gathered some dry twigs, and set them atop the fire, placing the water bottles above to heat them. Tang San Cheng joined her, while the others busied themselves, placing their backpacks under their heads and drifting into slumber. Xiao Ning nudged Tang San Cheng with her leg. Hey, do you think Bai Yi is devoted to Fuyu? Of course, just as I am to you, Tang San Cheng replied. I know Fuyu has saved you, and your feelings for her must be different. However, I firmly believe Bai Yi is not a fickle person. Heaven knows, Xiao Ning said through clenched teeth. Did you not see how alluring Xie Fang Fei is, and how proactive she is? They say a woman pursuing a man is like a thin veil. It could easily be torn. I genuinely worry that if Xie Fang Fei becomes any more forward, Bai Yi won't be able to resist. Stop fretting. Not all men are driven by lust, Tang San Cheng responded. The bond between Bai Yi and Fuyu transcends time and life, and it is not easily swayed. You've only seen Fuyu once. How can you completely side with her? Xiao Ning's gaze fixated on the flames. Because both she and I have fallen for the same man. Our fates are, in truth, intertwined, are they not? Though she retains her youthful appearance within the coffin, the day she emerges alongside Bai Yi will also mark the day Fuyu ages. I shudder to think of how she will feel facing Bai Yi on that day. A weighty silence enveloped Tang San Cheng. Xiao Ning had never voiced her inner concerns before. Today, while speaking of Fuyu, she was, in fact, expressing her own sentiments. Tang San Cheng reached for Xiao Ning's hand. Even if you reach the day of aging, in my heart, you will always be the most beautiful. But what if your Jiao Gugu appears before you, only to be an old woman? Will she still be the beautiful young lady in your heart? The topic abruptly shifted, now revolving around Jiao Gugu. Tang San nodded repeatedly. Of course. Xiao Ning chuckled. You silly goose. Normally speaking, one would surely say that you, Xiao Ning, are far more attractive than Jiao Gugu. Are you afraid of uttering a fib? Tang San, feeling perplexed, scratched his head. But wouldn't that mean I am deceiving you? Xiao Ning sighed, just as the kettle reached a boiling point. She carefully removed it and placed it beside their backpacks before replying. I dislike being deceived as well. Now let us sleep. Please do not hold everyone back tomorrow. Me? Tang San replied helplessly. In terms of physical prowess, his tall stature was unfortunately matched by a lack of coordination, and the truth was he often lagged behind. He lay down. I suppose I shall sleep. Outside the cave, the wind howled, while inside, each person wrapped in their own blanket slept soundly by the crackling fire. Tang San's position allowed him to gaze outside when he opened his eyes. Upon awakening, he noticed a thick fog enveloping the landscape, obscuring the path entirely. A sense of foreboding washed over him as he sat up. Oh no, the fog has rolled in. On the bright side, their whereabouts would remain hidden. On the downside, ascending the mountain would be even more challenging. Bai Yi took a sip of hot water. You certainly can sleep. Where are Xie and Lei Zi? Tang San quickly rolled his blanket tightly and stowed it in his backpack. The fire blazed brightly, suggesting they had added more fuel in the morning. Realizing the fog had set in, they must have ventured out to scout for paths. If the terrain proved too complex, they would need to adjust their original plans and take a more straightforward route. Bai Yi calmly stated, with changing conditions, our plans can also be swiftly altered. Just then, Xia poked his head in. It seems we must revert to our initial plan. Chapter 459, The Cedar Forest. As it turned out, Xie and Lei Zi had followed the shortcut discovered by Yue for about 1/5 of the way, only to find that the mountain path was exceptionally slippery due to the fog. Despite the aid of trekking poles, the narrow and uneven trail posed a significant risk of falling off the cliff. After discussing the situation, they promptly decided to retreat. If Xie deemed the difficulty too great, it was undoubtedly a true challenge. Bai Yi nodded. While the fog has not yet lifted, we can traverse through that group and avoid being noticed. Everyone, gather your things. We shall depart immediately. Without further ado, Xiao Ning skillfully extinguished the fire with stones. Each person shouldered their backpack and grasped their trekking poles as they set off. The fog dampened their hair, particularly causing strands to hang down over their foreheads, adding an air of dishevelment to the group, especially for Tang San. Lei Zi glanced back and almost lost his footing. Aren't you looking like San Mao? Tang San grimaced, wishing to push his hair aside, but fearing he would lose his balance. Hearing the sound of falling gravel, he dared not free a hand for anything else, allowing the 3 strands to dangle over his forehead, thoroughly marring his appearance. After much effort, they finally reached a wider mountain path, the designated parking spot of Yue, which leads towards the mid-slope where a small settlement of the Atile tribe, comprising 10 households, is nestled. Bai Yi guided the group around the settlement and onto the originally planned route, which was not a sheer cliff, but rather a narrow path nestled within the mountain's embrace. To reach the foot of Mount Daba, they had to traverse this intricate terrain. The location they arrived at was not Mount Daba itself, but rather the smaller counterpart, Mount Xiaoba. Vehicles could not access this area, necessitating a trek on foot, although this narrow mountain path was the most level route leading to Mount Daba. It was correspondingly longer. The winding trail required everyone to grip the rocky walls, leaning on their trekking poles. Yet it was inevitable that someone would inadvertently scrape their hand against the rough surface. The moment skin broke, the wind swept into the wound, chilling it to the bone. The breath exhaled formed a misty cloud that quickly vanished into brisk air. Tang San Cheng could hear his own heavy breathing, and he finally came to a halt, bending over with his hands resting on his knees, gasping for air. Are you all right? Xie inquired from behind. Give me your backpack. No need, Tang San Cheng protested stubbornly. I can't always rely on you. When you're not around, I must learn to carry it myself. He lifted his head, straightened his posture, and forced a smile. Let me try this once. If it becomes too difficult, I promise I will call for help. Very well. Xie's hand retreated, a tinge of disappointment settling in his heart. For years, it had been second nature to protect Tang San Cheng and offer immediate assistance when needed. The sudden shift in this dynamic left Xie feeling somewhat hollow, despite recognizing Tang San Chen's resolve for independence. As the mist began to thin, experience told them that the sun was about to emerge. Bai Yi looked up and noticed a glimmer of white light shining behind the clouds, allowing him to exhale with relief. The timely clearing of the fog had provided them with a natural shield, and now, with the sun's appearance, the moisture on the stones would evaporate, quickening their pace. Finally, the sun peeked through, prompting a collective sigh of relief. The surrounding scenery became vividly clear. They were nearing the exit of the path along Mount Xiaoba, and upon passing through a grove of ancient cypress trees, they would reach the base of Mount Daba. As the 6 of them exited the narrow trail and entered the pristine cypress forest, Bai Yi couldn't help but exclaim, "This forest must be worth quite a fortune." Lei Zi spat on the ground, his throat parched from the long trek. The group took a moment to hydrate, and after finishing a sip, Bai Yi remarked, "This entire area is a cypress forest, one of Taiwan's oldest ecosystems. Its value is comparable to that of ginkgo and dawn redwood, revered as sacred trees. Their presence indicates an elevation of at least 700 meters. No wonder it has been so exhausting," Lei Zi said. Tang San Cheng chuckled wryly. "I'm afraid it will get even higher. The hardest part is still ahead." "Indeed," came the reply. Bai Yi remarked, "Once we traverse this cypress forest, we shall enter the treacherous terrain of Daba Mountain, where the landscape grows even more perilous. Particularly, we must remain vigilant, as the wine bottles discovered last night suggest the possibility of outsiders venturing into the mountains. We cannot afford to let our guard down." The group settled down to hydrate and replenish their sustenance. The fragrant aroma emanating from the cypress trunks invigorated everyone, seemingly possessing a refreshing quality. Xiao Ning inhaled deeply, exclaiming, "This scent is truly revitalizing. Resting here is most beneficial. The essence of cypress calms the mind and aids our respiration." Bai Yi continued, I recall during my time abroad attending Western medical lectures, a foreign lady utilized essential oils extracted from cypress. I am quite familiar with this fragrance. It is astonishing how the power of nature rivals Tang San's calming incantation. Lazy playfully teased Tang San. What do you think? Tang San responded swiftly. This tree may indeed help one achieve tranquility, but do you intend to carry a tree on your back? Lazy was momentarily at a loss for words and merely pointed at Tang San, saying, ever since you've become close with Xiao Ning, your mannerisms increasingly resemble hers. What do they call that? A case of the wife sings, and the husband follows. Enough of that, Xiao Ning retorted, her irritation evident. Stop making fun of us. All right. Bai Yi said, turning to see Xiaoshan climbing atop a cypress tree. Xiaoshan, what are you doing? There is something up there, Xiaoshan replied. Leaping down with a torn piece of cloth in hand, evidently ripped from something. Bai Yi took it and examined it, his expression turning serious. The tear is quite fresh. It must have occurred recently. Could we have encountered another group? Lazy expressed his discontent, thumping Xiaoshan's head. With your keen eyes, you noticed this tiny detail? Xiaoshan rubbed his head, clarifying, it's not just that, there are markings on the tree trunk. Pointing at the cypress trunk, Xiaoshan captured everyone's attention. Indeed, there were dark footprints on the bark. Bai Yi observed, climbing high. What purpose could this person have? Cypress is a valuable wood. If they intended to fell a tree, climbing it would be unnecessary. Perhaps they were surveying the terrain ahead? There is only one set of footprints, Lazy dismissed. Just one person. Even if we did encounter them, there is nothing to fear, right, Xiaoshan? However, Lazy's jovial demeanor failed to elicit a smile from Xiaoshan, who shook his head. This person possesses considerable strength. The footprints have indented the tree trunk. Chapter 460. The north wind indeed. The footprints on the cypress were deep. Each step left a clear impression. Due to the dirt on the soles, the marks were obscured, and without Xiaoshan's keen observation, they might have gone unnoticed. Now, prompted by his reminder, the group gathered closer to examine the scene. Lazy turned to Xia. Xia, do you think you can step on it? Absolutely, Xia replied confidently. Bai Yi pondered. Cypress is a highly resilient wood. Creating an impression on it would be quite challenging, suggesting this individual is quite adept in their physical prowess. A skilled individual arrived here at nearly the same time, an occurrence that is rather unsettling. Lazy murmured, this fellow might prove to be a nuisance. Whether he is indeed a bother remains to be seen, as it will only be revealed upon direct confrontation. Bai Yi remarked, time is of the essence, let us proceed. Setting this vexation aside for the moment, the six continued their passage through the cypress forest. After traversing in a straight line, they reached the foothills of the imposing Daba Peak, where the Forbidden Zone lay at its summit. On the western side of Daba Peak, a community of the Atile tribe resided. To evade the gaze of the tribe's folk, they would need to ascend from the opposite direction, wrapping around to the east before climbing upwards. To reach the halfway point, there was a winding mountain path, but beyond that, the ascent required sheer rock climbing until they reached the summit. This peak was originally off-limits. With no visitors, the trails had vanished. Although they had sweated profusely from the base to the halfway point, their progress had been smooth. However, the next leg of the journey would demand considerable effort. Tang San Cheng spat into his palm, clapped his hands, and followed closely behind Bai Yi, grasping the protruding rocks to climb higher. Looking down from this vantage point revealed a captivating landscape, yet this was not the time for sightseeing. Taking a deep breath to steady himself, he focused his gaze upward, suppressing his heartbeat to avoid distraction. Jagged stones occasionally grazed their bodies, leaving lacerations on their exposed skin, with blood trickling down in the wind. They paid no heed to the wounds, fearing that pausing would extinguish their momentum for the ascent. It was not until they beheld the exposed crimson rocks and caught the scent of blood that Lazy remarked, it smells of blood. These stones are peculiar. At this moment, the summit was within sight. The legendary Forbidden Zone looming ahead. The blood-scented rocks deterred them, prompting each to find a foothold to pause. The rocks of Daba Peak were composed of hard sandstone, which, after weathering, had formed robust rock spires, creating numerous difficulties for the climbers. The wind arrived at an inopportune moment, as they were halted before these blood-scented stones. The breeze stirred the long hair of Xiao Ning, causing a change in her complexion. This is bad, it's the north wind. The group's expressions shifted, recalling Shun Wei's warning that when the north wind arose, one must seek shelter, lest they fall like leaves, fragile flesh and blood. Quick, Find a place to hide. Bai Yi urged. At this, Lazy grew increasingly agitated. Where are we to find a cave to take refuge? We need to find a sheltered spot. A place away from the wind, Xiaoshan interjected. We must move swiftly to a safe location from the north wind. Little Mountain sprinted across the rocks, the wind whipping around him with increasing intensity. Suddenly, he halted, discovering a slight indentation in the ground. With hands curled like bony claws, he began to hurriedly scrape away the stones within. Though he possessed the ability to reduce any part of his body, he had already transformed from an earthly being into a corporeal form, mere flesh and bone. His frantic movements caused blood to flow from his hands. Tang San Cheng approached him, inquiring, Little Mountain, what are you doing? I'm creating a hiding place. We have no time to find a sheltered spot. So we must dig in here, replied Little Mountain. As soon as he finished speaking, Xia rushed over to assist him, mimicking his actions. The others joined in as well, though none had anticipated that the first to devise this solution would be Little Mountain. He appeared merely as a child, albeit with a physique unlike any other, yet his thoughts remained childlike. The area was swiftly excavated, thanks to Little Mountain, whose movements resembled a windmill spinning at high speed. As he pried the stones apart with his hardened hands, creating a completely recessed space. Through their united efforts, the 6 of them managed to squeeze into the newly formed cavity. The northern wind howled more fiercely, relentlessly dislodging stones and sending them tumbling down, nearly grazing their ears. They huddled together, shielding their heads and listening to the deafening sounds surrounding them. The stones fell like delicate feathers, and Shunwei's warnings were not unfounded. Though they were nestled within the hollow space, they continued to tremble in response to the wind, the ground beneath them quaking slightly. One hand clutched the rocky wall for dear life, while the other embraced their companions, binding them together. Xiao Ning gripped Tang San Cheng's arm with one hand, her nails digging into his flesh. He bore the pain in silence, not uttering a single word. Finally, as the gusts of the northern wind subsided, they felt as though they had narrowly escaped death, their bodies growing limp. Tang San Cheng held Little Mountain's hand, noticing the state of his 10 fingers, which were now beyond recognition. Does it hurt? You're hurt too, he asked. Little Mountain shook his head, declaring, I don't want to die. Nor do I want anyone else to. You foolish boy, Lazy's voice trembled as he pulled Little Mountain's hand away. Let me tend to your wounds. Fortunately, Yue was well prepared this time, and we can put it to good use. Be more careful in the future. Little Mountain smiled widely, saying, I finally proved my worth. With a swift slap to the back of Little Mountain's head, Tang San Cheng admonished, if you act recklessly again, I will send you back to Changbai Mountain. The space was cramped, and after much effort, they managed to apply medicine to Little Mountain's 10 fingers. Outside, tranquility had settled in. The northern wind had been fierce, displacing many stones, yet when they dared to peek outside, they found the red rocks still there, silently gazing back at them. I'll go take a look, Xia suggested. Bai Yi cautioned, do not touch those red rocks, exercise caution. Understood, came the reply. Xia shook his head, brushing off the dust that had settled in his hair from the gust of wind moments earlier. He hastily crawled toward the crimson rocks, attempting to stand against the steep stone wall to discern what lay behind the blood-scented red stones. Chapter 461. Break through the entire summit was awash in red. As he drew nearer, the stench of blood intensified, causing Xia to turn his head in an effort to evade the foul odor. He called down, there are no traps. Come up carefully. With utmost caution, everyone began to scale the rocks, clinging to the edges. Xia quickly descended, stepping on the protruding sections to relay the situation above to the group. Bai Yi promptly hurled a stone to the summit, and a plume of smoke erupted, accompanied by a distinct sound akin to something sizzling on a searing hot iron plate. Tang San heard it clearly, inhaling sharply. The noise was reminiscent of a strong acid reaction. Bai Yi frowned. If skin comes into contact with it, it could peel away a layer. What on earth is this? The group found themselves in a predicament. This substance was untouchable, yet time relentlessly slipped away. They had merely 7 days to complete their task, and the 6 of them were utterly exhausted, weighed down by a sense of foreboding. Frustrated, Lazy, in a moment of agitation, nearly spat out a retort, forgetting they were clinging to the rocks. A misstep sent him plummeting downward, but Tang San swiftly grasped his wrist and pulled him back up. Lazy exhaled in relief. That was close. Curse this strange summit. Waiting was not a viable option. Bai Yi decided to take a risk. I'll give it a try. I have the protective talisman from Fu Yu, making me the most suitable candidate. Without waiting for Qixie to stop him, Bai Yi ascended to the crimson rocks, placing one hand directly on the surface while tightly shutting his eyes. If the protective talisman failed, his hand would surely be rendered useless. Tang San also closed his eyes. His ears perked up. After 5 seconds of silence, the anticipated sound did not manifest. Overjoyed, he opened his eyes. It's fine. Bai Yi is unharmed. Bai Yi, drenched in cold sweat, swallowed hard before daring to open his eyes, finding his hand safe atop the red stone. He silently rejoiced. Wait here. I will scout ahead. Deeply grateful for Fu Yu, the ethereal maiden who served as his life's guardian, Bai Yi stood atop the summit and gazed down at the breathtaking vista below. However, this beauty was irrelevant to him now. The crimson peak represented the fabled forbidden zone, and the luminous purple night pearl lay within its confines. If it were to appear so easily before him, it would be far too simplistic. Where, then, lay the true mystery? Now, the crucial moment rests solely in his hands. Bai Yi closed his eyes, urging himself to remain calm. Bai Yi, you must stay composed. You are the only one who can ascend here. All hopes rest upon you. Think, where lies the breakthrough? The stones were red, possessing a strong acidic corrosiveness. Suddenly, he crouched down, peeling back the stones to inspect the soil beneath. As he had hoped, only the surface layer of rock was red. The soil beneath was perfectly normal. Splendid. Bai Yi immediately set to work, extracting the surface stones and casting them aside. Hearing the commotion above, Xiao Ning inquired curiously, what is he doing? Qixie leaned over to look, stating, these stones hold no significance for Bai Yi. He is prying them open, allowing us to ascend. It seems the layer below poses no issue. Excellent. Tang San clenched his fists. It appears we are not fated to perish. The noise continued, and Tang San could still hear Bai Yi's labored breaths. These were natural rocks, and moving them was an arduous physical endeavor. Time slipped away amidst Bai Yi's heavy breathing. Xiao Ning closed her eyes, maintaining her position on the cliff, exerting as much energy as Bai Yi. Finally, they heard Bai Yi's voice. You can come up now. Everyone moved their stiff legs, struggling to climb up. They saw that all the red stones had been moved aside, piled together. These gruesome stones, now gathered, appeared even more sinister. As Tang San ascended, his legs gave way, and he collapsed onto the ground. Goodness, we finally made it. There's solid ground for us. Xiaoshan sat beside Tang San, his fingers tightly wrapped. The other three were not faring much better. Bai Yi stood with his hands on his hips, also showing signs of fatigue. It was at this moment that a figure darted up, resembling a leopard leaping through the forest, swiftly charging into the forbidden zone at the summit. Tang San could only shout, someone. The individual had already entered the restricted area, speaking in an incomprehensible tongue. Tang San and Xiao Ning, caught off guard, tumbled aside. Their bodies smeared with wet mud, yet they paid it no mind. Qixie rushed forward, but alas, he was a moment too late. The figure delivered a punch to the very center of the forbidden zone, and although Qixie attempted a sweeping kick, it met only air. A large hole appeared in the center of the zone, and the figure plunged directly downwards, the area instantly restoring itself to its prior flatness. Though Qixie's strike missed, he clearly discerned the figure's appearance. His skin was dark, adorned with facial tattoos, a member of the Atile tribe, marked with the image of an axe. Such markings indicated he was a guardian of the forbidden zone. However, was this zone not off limits to all? How audaciously he had intruded, and even at their expense. This was indeed infuriating. Lazy spat on the ground. Where did this guy come from? From the other side of the mountain, Xiao Ning remarked to Tang San, a hint of disappointment in her voice. Did you not hear any sounds earlier? Tang San was about to offer an explanation when Bai Yi waved his hand, saying, now is not the time to assign blame. This individual arrived rather unexpectedly, yet his presence is fortuitous. He has illuminated our path forward. Qixie, did you discern the destination of that punch? The imprint still remains. Qixie replied, the force behind that blow was substantial. I suspect this individual is the same one who left footprints on the cypress wood. The mark left by the powerful strike was still visible. Qixie surveyed the group, already contemplating their next move. He slightly closed his eyes. Even he, after a long and arduous journey, had been wearied by the unusual northern winds. To claim he was not exhausted would be fallacious. He took a deep breath, clenched his right fist, and with a mighty shout, he struck the clear imprint. Chapter 462. The water channel. With every ounce of strength, Qixie struck the imprint, and Tang San heard a creaking sound as the large hole re-emerged. Xia shouted, "Go." The group then leapt into the opening. Bai Yi, the last to jump, felt a gust of wind sweep over him before plunging into complete darkness. Uncertain of where he would land, surrendering to fate. The initial jumpers cried out, but the sensation beneath their feet revealed their overreaction. As the depth was merely a little over a meter, Xia had already produced a flashlight and turned it on. The sight before them prompted a wave of self-deprecation among the group. They found themselves in a dry water channel. The forceful jump had taken its toll, leaving their calves aching. Bai Yi landed atop Bai Yi, who exclaimed, "Damn it, you're too accurate." Bai Yi quickly got up, grateful that Bai Yi had cushioned his fall. "Thanks, brother," he said. "You seem quite comfortable." Bai Yi continued to rub his back, lamenting, "That person has vanished. If I catch him, I will flay him alive. After all our efforts, he has managed to benefit at our expense." Bai Yi offered a wry smile, reflecting on how he had struggled above only to let others seize the advantage. The group hastily pursued the man with the axe tattoo on his face, moving forward through the water channel, which extended ahead of them. The sediment along the channel indicated that water had once flowed here, but it had since run dry. "Let us go, we must pursue him," Xia urged, taking a few steps forward before realizing the channel sloped downwards. The sudden onslaught had left him frustrated. Despite his low temperament, he felt a twinge of dissatisfaction. He decided to sit down in the middle of the channel and slid down. The others followed suit, mimicking his actions. Xiao Ning sighed. The channel was quite filthy, leaving her with no choice but to close her eyes and slide down. The water channel reminded Xiao Ning of the slides she played on in her childhood, though the descent was less smooth than those slides. The group stumbled and slid down the inclined channel, their bodies shaking, their posteriors sore, and they occasionally emitted exclamations of surprise. Yet they still failed to catch sight of the tattooed man. "How can he run so fast?" Tang San inquired. No one paid him any heed at that moment. Everyone was engrossed in their descent, the pain in their bodies leaving them no room to concern themselves with anything else. Tang San had no choice but to suppress his doubts and closely follow the others. Accidentally brushing against the walls on either side, he exclaimed, "Bai Yi, look at the wall." As they continued to slide downwards, Tang San's reminder caught everyone's attention, revealing the abstract relief murals adorning the walls. Although the images were somewhat indistinct, it was evident that they depicted various scenes of life, hunting grounds, places of fire, and ceremonial offerings. Unfortunately, these glimpses were fleeting and not entirely clear. Eventually, they all jostled together, their sliding coming to a halt. The foremost among them, the seven evils, became the support for the rest against the pressure from the five behind. Without uttering a word, he bore the weight in silence. Tang San quickly urged, "Get up, hurry up. My liver feels crushed." The others scrambled to their feet, but Xiaoshan's fingers had not yet recovered. The pressure had landed painfully on his hand, causing him to gasp and inhale sharply. "Are you all right?" In truth, everyone bore some injuries, but Xiaoshan's were the most severe. "I'm fine, I can endure it," Xiaoshan replied. "That person ran remarkably fast. I haven't seen his shadow at all." He seemed unconcerned, but Bai Yi was less satisfied, remarking, "It's strange here. What purpose does a water channel serve in this place? We are inside a mountain, aren't we?" This observation was indeed valid. Having climbed up, there was no opening directly leading into the mountain's interior. Although they were only on the eastern side, the conditions on the other three sides remained unknown. Such a possibility was entirely plausible. The red rocks atop the mountain exhibited strong acidic reactions, designed to prevent anyone from entering the mountain from that point. This area was originally a sacred mountain for the Highland tribe, and such prohibitions still held significance for its people. The corrosive nature of the rocks served as a warning to those who might disregard the rules. The tattooed individual clearly possessed extensive knowledge of this locale. He understood that the only entrance lay at the mountain's summit and recognized the insurmountable stones that obstructed the way. Perhaps he never anticipated that someone would resolve those troublesome obstacles, thus reaping the benefits without effort. The interior of the mountain remained untouched. The stone walls in their most primitive state, with the space being rather confined, reminiscent of the mountain paths they had traversed before. The familiar scent of alcohol wafted through the air once more, a fragrance that Bai Yi recognized instantly. "It's the same wine smell from last night. Come, follow me." Bai Yi immediately took the lead, and Tang San hastily followed suit. The aroma continued to infiltrate Bai Yi's nostrils, guiding him as he navigated the twisting path within the mountain. Eventually, he arrived at a flat stone wall, significantly smoother than the surrounding rock. Leaning closer, he discerned that the delightful fragrance emanated from this stone. His hand brushed against it, feeling damp. Damn it, is this stone covered in wine? As he spoke, he attempted to bring his fingers to his mouth, only to be halted by Bai Yi with a swift reprimand. What are you thinking, putting that in your mouth? Lazy stuck out his tongue in response. It smells just like wine, and exactly like what we encountered last night. Exactly the same? Bai Yi shook his head. That doesn't make sense. Has anyone else been here? Tang San suddenly raised his head. Above, Xie and Xiaoshan almost simultaneously planted their feet against the stone wall, leaping upwards. A shadow flickered above. It was the tattooed man. Xie had just missed him before and was determined not to let him escape this time. With Xiaoshan blocking the way ahead, the man found himself trapped between them. His piercing gaze met Xie's, his complexion dark, and a bottle of liquor in hand. He spoke. Who are you? Do you speak Chinese? Bai Yi was taken aback. Are you from the Atile tribe? The man immediately fell silent, casting a glance at Xie before rushing towards him, swinging his hand towards Xie's neck with tremendous force. Xie was alarmed. The man's strike was incredibly fierce, rivaling the strength of a teapot lid. Just as it appeared he would land a blow, the man aimed to choke Xie. Given his strength, a mere grip could easily snap a neck. In a swift motion, Xie performed a backflip, delivering a kick to the man's wrist. The man, startled by Xie's strength, was caught off guard as Xiaoshan lunged from behind, wrapping his arms tightly around the man's neck. Xie silently praised Xiaoshan's impeccable timing. Although it was not his style to overpower the few with the many, he had little regard for honor in that moment. He twisted the man's arms behind him. I apologize. Chapter 463. The alchemy stone. The liquor bottle fell from the man's grasp, and Xie caught it with one hand before tossing it aside. Lazy held it up to his nose. The scent is identical, and the bottle is exactly the same. He is indeed the one who visited that cave last night. Moreover, Xie, take him down. Xie led the man, leaping down from the stone, followed closely by Xiaoshan. Once subdued, the man wore a disdainful expression. Yuhan people relish overpowering the weak, gaining victories unworthily. You can speak Chinese. Bai Yi dismissed any notion of fairness, knowing that if one were to hold on to ideals of righteousness with everyone, he would have perished countless times. With an axe tattooed on your face, are you not the guardian of this forbidden zone? What do you call this? A thief guarding his own treasure? Entering here with a liquor bottle? This is not liquor. The man's visage darkened, though the flush of embarrassment was evident. Bai Yi had struck a nerve, exposing the man's duplicity as a guardian. To attack the heart is to attack the mind. Bai Yi chuckled inwardly. I wonder how your kin would react if they knew of your clandestine forays here. Generally, those chosen as guardians bear the hopes and trust of their people. Alas, you have so easily shattered their faith in you. Enough. The man roared. What do you understand? Lazy continued to provoke. Indeed, we do not understand. However, we comprehend what it means to be a thief in one's own domain. Initially, we believed you had merely taken advantage of us by sneaking in for the first time. But now it appears you are no stranger to this place. You navigate it with ease. The first time may have been a lapse in self-control, but the second and third times were clearly premeditated. How did your kin choose someone like you as their guardian, guarding the forbidden zone? It is already commendable not to allow anyone to trespass. This fellow, known for his sharp tongue, found himself quite exasperated today, a tempest of anger brewing within him. The words of Lazy nearly pushed him to the brink of apoplexy, his eyes reddening with fury. What is this, if not wine? Bai Yi promptly inquired. The man opened his mouth to respond, but realizing that Bai Yi was attempting to extract information from him, he swiftly sealed his lips, adopting an expression of defiance. Bai Yi had already pinpointed his vulnerability and remarked, if you choose not to speak, that is acceptable. Once we exit, we shall publicize your unauthorized entry into the forbidden zone. Do not coerce me. The man gritted through clenched teeth. Who are you? And do you comprehend that this is a forbidden zone? Clearly, you are aware, having managed to enter. It is plausible that we, who stumbled in unknowingly, might be forgiven. Wouldn't you agree, Tang San? Indeed, that is entirely correct. The moment Tang San finished speaking, the man closed his eyes, attempting to struggle, but was firmly restrained by Xie. He cursed. What on earth do you intend to accomplish? Nothing sinister. Merely questioning the significance of this place and why it has been designated a forbidden zone. Bai Yi toyed with the wine bottle in his hand. Furthermore, If this liquid is not wine, what is it? You possess the right to either speak or remain silent. However, I must caution you that we cannot keep your unauthorized entry a secret. Your command of the Chinese language is quite proficient, suggesting you have spent time in the outside world and understand the peril of rumors. Just this alone could render you incapable of remaining within your clan, correct? The man finally relented, the weight of the phrase "the peril of rumors" striking him like a hammer. He sighed, "This is not wine. Though this stone is referred to as wine stone, the liquid that flows from it, while aromatic like wine, is actually a medicinal concoction." Medicine? At this revelation, Lazy's interest was piqued. He dipped his finger onto the stone, tasted it, and found it indeed fragrant yet bitter, with a strong medicinal flavor. Ugh, this is truly bitter. What sort of medicine is this? It is said that this was once an alchemical chamber, the man divulged, astonishing everyone present. Dan refers to a form of traditional Chinese medicine, with many ancient prescriptions designated as such to signify their efficacy, such as Tianwang Buxin Dan, Jibao Dan, and Shanghai Dan. These formulas are primarily composed of both animal and plant ingredients, borrowing the term Dan without any true relation to its original meaning. The profound influence of ancient alchemical practices on subsequent generations is evident through such discussions. Alchemy, also known as external alchemy or Weiden, is distinct from the internal alchemical practices advocated by the Chuanjian Longmen sect, which focus on cultivating internal elixirs. Alchemical practices began to emerge during the mid-Warring States period and gained prominence post-Qin and Han dynasties. Following the Song dynasty, Taoism began to emphasize internal alchemy, leading to the rise of the Danding school while sidelining external alchemy. It wasn't until the late Ming dynasty that external alchemical methods gradually declined, yielding to herbal studies. Alchemy was an ancient method pursued by individuals seeking immortality through the creation of elixirs. The term Dan specifically refers to cinnabar, or mercuric sulfide, an inorganic compound of sulfur and mercury, characterized by its red hue, which Tao Hongjing identified as vermilion. Unlike plant matter, cinnabar does not burn to ashes, and its properties become increasingly remarkable the longer it is subjected to heat. The mercury generated from the cinnabar transformation is indeed a metallic substance, yet it exists in a liquid state, exhibiting a metallic sheen that starkly contrasts with the obstinate nature of traditional metals. Typically, the alchemical process requires a cauldron or furnace. However, no such tools have been discovered here, and astonishingly, this liquid is deemed the elixir itself. By heavens, are you attempting to deceive us? There is not even a shadow of an alchemical furnace in sight. Do you truly believe this stone can facilitate the creation of elixirs? Lazy spat on the ground, exclaiming, "You are fooling yourself. Believe it or not, our kin refer to this stone as the alchemical stone. Our ancestors have imparted wisdom regarding its significance. The liquid upon it is a remnant from ancient alchemical practices, capable of curing myriad ailments," the man asserted. "I entered merely to retrieve it from my ailing mother, with no ulterior motives." "Has this liquid been in perpetual motion for all these years?" Bai Yi inquired, his voice low. "As far back as I can remember. I have known of the alchemical stone within this forbidden zone. However, the reason for the liquid's continuous flow remains a mystery to us, as entry into the zone has been prohibited for the past 3 centuries, replied the man. "Although I was chosen as the guardian, no outsiders have trespassed in all these years. You are the first." "Outsiders, indeed. We are the first," Lazy continued, unrelenting. Bai Yi, exhibiting a flicker of conscience, intervened. "All right, let us not delve deeper. Is this place truly so limited in size?" Bai Yi's primary concern lay with this inquiry. "I do not know," the man replied earnestly. "This is my second time here." "Have you ever visited a cave?" Tang San Cheng suddenly interjected. "A cave that housed a bottle identical to yours." "Yes, I have," the man admitted. "Last night, I recalled that the bottle was still in the cave. I intended to retrieve it, but upon nearing, I noticed a flicker of light within and wisely decided to retreat." Xiao Ning's brow furrowed with suspicion. "You are lying." Chapter 464. Deception. You just claimed you entered to retrieve this liquid for your mother's illness. Yet how did the bottle find its way to such a remote cave? Xiao Ning scrutinized the man. "If your mother were gravely ill, would you truly expect her to undertake such a perilous journey to that cave to consume this so-called miraculous remedy? Is your filial piety genuine or feigned?" Xiao Ning's remarks brought clarity to the group, and with a determined grip, Qi Xia applied pressure. The man bit his lip, displaying anguish yet remaining silent. "How much of what you said is true?" And how much is false? Xiao Ning pressed. We traversed far and wide. Do you think a mere fabrication will suffice to deceive us? Bai Yi approached, signaling Qi Xie to release the man. Confused, Qi Xie complied with Bai Yi's directive. The man, suddenly freed, appeared taken aback, gazing at Bai Yi. What? Force 1T work, and now you wish to employ gentleness? No. I merely wish to ascertain the authenticity of the markings upon your face. A peculiar smile appeared on Bai Yi's face. The true markings of the skin are etched into the flesh, yet the false ones can easily be painted on. Offended, Bai Yi extended his hand, causing the man to flinch, attempting to evade, but was blocked by the looming presence of Qi Jie behind him. Bai Yi's hand had already reached the man's axe, smudging it with a hand full of oil paint. The artistry was indeed commendable. Did no one inform you that perspiration could cause the paint to fade? It became clear that during his earlier scuffle with Qi Jie, the axe on the man's face had taken on an odd appearance. Moreover, with Xiao Ning discerning that he had uttered falsehoods, Bai Yi ultimately concluded, I have heard that the highland tribes here seldom speak Mandarin, possessing their own language and existing within their own realm. Your proficiency in Mandarin is remarkable. Furthermore, the practice of alchemy was once well known in ancient central China. Yet the secluded highland tribes are unlikely to have such knowledge. Your narrative is riddled with inconsistencies. You feign markings and masquerade as a tribesman. What is your true purpose? Bai Yi drew a firearm, which, due to crossing borders, was not his original weapon but rather one prepared by Yu Wei. The dark muzzle was aimed directly at the man's philtrum. Initially, he thought he would not need it, but unexpectedly, a rogue like Cheng Yaojin emerged, asking, Who are you? From your accents, you are not Taiwanese. The man's eyes flickered momentarily before he exclaimed, You must be fellow travelers from the other side, right? It seemed he had a sudden epiphany. Are you also in pursuit of the violet light night pearl? The mention of the violet light night pearl from this man astonished Bai Yi and the others. Its existence within this forbidden zone had been disclosed to them through special channels by a superior. How did this man come to know of it? Was his objective also the violet light night pearl? Observing their astonished expressions, the man appeared considerably relieved. Why didn't you say so earlier? The flood has washed away the Dragon King's temple. We are, after all, one family. Nonsense. Who considers you family? Lazy scoffed, spitting on the ground. Have you not heard the saying that fellow travelers are foes? That depends on the circumstances, the man replied, casually wiping away the marked axe on his face. To be honest, it has been quite taxing to pretend. My partner met with ill fortune and perished on the mountain. Currently, I am alone, while you are a group. Since we are fellow travelers, everything can be discussed amicably. The situation had suddenly shifted dramatically, with all eyes turning toward Bai Yi, who rapidly began to ponder the implications. This individual was undoubtedly a counterfeit member of the Tea tribe. Initially, his faade was convincing, with skin that bore a resemblance to that of the highland tribes. And the fabricated markings on his face were initially misleading. However, the pressing question now was how much of what he had just said was true, and how much was false. He claimed to be a fellow traveler, referring to the act of treasure hunting. He mentioned that his partner had unfortunately fallen to his death, implying that he was now alone. Could this assertion be trusted? Were there others accompanying him, concealed in the shadows? Was this stone, imbued with the fragrance of liquor, genuinely intended for alchemy, or was it intrinsically linked to the violet light night pearl? The man, observing Bai Yi lost in thought, spoke up again. Let me be forthright. I too am a treasure hunter. It is evident that you all are well prepared for this endeavor. I have devoted considerable time to studying this place, and who could possibly understand it better than I? Therefore, why not collaborate with me? With your numbers, surely you need not fear a single individual. While this reasoning held merit, Tang San Cheng harbored no trust for this man. His words were a tangled web of truths and lies, leaving one utterly bewildered. Much like their earlier acquaintance, Lei Zi, Tang San Cheng cast a glance toward Lei Zi, who was grinning slyly at the stranger. Bai Yi exchanged a knowing look with him. After all, like recognizes like, and perhaps Lei Zi could discern the ulterior motives lurking within this man. Receiving Bai Yi's glance, Lei Zi chuckled. Collaboration requires leverage. Otherwise, we shall promptly discard you. Leverage? The man's eyes darted around. Do you not wish to learn the origins of this place? Furthermore, how I knew the mechanisms for entry, and how I managed to enter previously. All of these are my bargaining chips for our cooperation. What say you? As he wiped away the false markings from his face, his features became more distinct, rugged and resolute, with eyes that gleamed with intelligence. frequently shifting about as if reflecting the tumult within. It is said that the movement of one's eyes reveals the workings of the mind. Does this not suggest a mind in constant turmoil? Agreed, Bai Yi replied with alacrity, deciding to play along for the moment and discern the man's true intentions. Trust is a fickle thing. What is your name? Li Qiao, the man replied, his name possessing a certain elegance. I hail from Kaohsiung, 36 years of age. I began treasure hunting at 16. However, as you are aware, Taiwan cannot compare to your vast mainland. Here, we merely scrape by. What became of your companion? Bai Yi inquired. Beifeng, Li Qiao responded. As you know, a north wind howls like a specter, beckoning one to the gates of the underworld. You are fortunate to be alive. My companion, alas, met a pitiful fate, akin to a paper figure, swaying and then plummeting. There is no doubt he shall not survive. In recounting the demise of his companion, Li Qiao displayed no trace of sorrow, merely a matter-of-fact tone. Lazy discerned a reflection of his own past in this man, a mindset indifferent to all but survival and the fulfillment of one's own desires, unencumbered by attachments. Seeing Li Qiao was akin to confronting his former self, and Lazy felt he could easily become the worm within Li Qiao's belly. Chapter 465. Haha, now it is your turn to speak, Bai Yi prompted Li Qiao. Our collaboration has commenced. Enlighten us about this place's origins, how you previously entered, and the significance of this stone. Be advised, I seek only the truth. Should even a single detail prove false, I shall deliver a bullet to your temple, and your brains will splatter alongside your blood. Quite a vivid image, is it not? Li Qiao inhaled sharply. The man before him possessed an air of elegance, yet there lingered an unsettling charm within his essence. The vivid imagery he conjured sent shivers down Li Qiao's spine. Indeed, one might argue that this was not the appropriate locale for murder. Yet the remoteness of this place offered a peculiar sanctuary where the demise of one or two individuals might go unnoticed. Wouldn't you agree? Bai Yi patted Li Qiao on the shoulder, proclaiming, Here as to the success of our collaboration, you may commence now, speak freely. This territory is a forbidden zone for the Xiaoshan people, a tradition that has endured for 3 centuries. Are you familiar with the term Gaga among the Atile? Gaga? Lazy queried, glancing at Bai Yi, who nodded in affirmation. Indeed, the Atile traditionally organized themselves into units of approximately 10 households, adhering to monogamous unions. Furthermore, blood relatives from the same lineage would form a distinct clan known as Gaga, electing the most esteemed elder as their leader. Members of Gaga are exclusively male. You are well prepared, Bai Yi acknowledged. Correct, the members of Gaga are indeed male, typically presiding over ceremonies alongside shamans. Shamans? Tang San Cheng exclaimed in astonishment. Are there shamans among the Atile? Certainly, Li Qiao explained. In stark contrast to Gaga, shamans are hereditary females, passing their roles from mother to daughter, or from mother-in-law to daughter-in-law. This area once belonged to the shamans. According to tribal lore, they were believed to possess healing abilities and extraordinary powers, holding a significant status within the community. However, that was long ago. 3 centuries passed. The shamans abruptly withdrew, sealing this place and instructing the tribe to refrain from entering, thus rendering it a forbidden zone. Sealed 300 years ago, all the shamans, Bai Yi pondered, attempting to weave together the fragments of information, realizing that these details were merely insufficient. Do you know the origin of those red stones above? A peculiar smile crept across Li Qiao's face. You can sense the scent of blood, can't you? It's undeniably pungent, Lazy scoffed. Those are the blood of infants, Li Qiao replied. For the Atile, there are 2 paramount matters. First, they must master the art of weaving, and second, they must preserve their virginity until marriage. Strict measures are enforced against premarital relations, with any resulting pregnancies mandating marriage. Should the couple be related by blood, or if the male is already wed, the newborn is either buried alive post-birth or, prior to delivery, the pregnant woman is wed to another man. For a normal couple, 1 week after the birth of a male infant, the family places the severed umbilical cord in a hunting basket and the mother carries it outside, praying for the child's prosperity along the hunting path. And what of the abnormal cases, such as the children born of illicit unions? Xiao Ning felt a chill run through her, already dreading the most unwelcome outcome. Their blood was utilized by the shamans to establish the boundaries of this forbidden zone, represented by the very red you see. Li Qiao grinned, revealing his teeth. Incredible, isn't it? So much blood, all from infants. It seems that 3 centuries ago, there were indeed quite a number of individuals engaging in premarital relations and resulting in childbirth. The more he spoke in a nonchalant manner, the more repulsed everyone felt, especially Xiao Ning, whose lips trembled with an indescribable indignation swelling within her, causing a tightness in her chest. Tang San gently patted Xiao Ning to help her regain her composure, but her eyes narrowed into slits. As Li Qiao spoke, spittle flew from his mouth. Xiao Ning felt an overwhelming urge to slap him twice. Even if blood were to be smeared upon a stone, how could it retain its color after so many years and possess such corrosive acidity? Bai Yi, however, remained composed, continuing to pose questions. They, as shamans, surely possess their own methods. For specifics, one would need to inquire with them. Li Qiao retorted with irritation. All right, let's talk about this stone. I'm not deceiving you. The liquid on it is not wine, but a natural potion. As for alchemy, I was indeed bluffing. This substance is purely natural, which is precisely why the shamans have established their stronghold here. And what else? Why did you choose this place? I cannot believe you came solely for this modest natural potion. Furthermore, aside from the passage above, where else does it connect to the outside world? How did you first enter? You have been aware of our existence all along, waiting for the opportune moment, am I correct? Bai Yi's words flowed rapidly. The quicker he spoke, the less time the other party had to ponder, potentially resulting in more genuine responses. Of course, it is for the violet luminous pearl. The moment Li Qiao uttered this, he regretted it, inwardly cursing himself for revealing that he knew their intentions, thus placing himself in opposition. Good news, Bai Yi smiled. We share a common goal. Why is the violet luminous pearl located here? Tang San inquired. The luminous pearl is already precious enough, but the violet luminous pearl is even rarer. How did the ancestors of the Tail tribe acquire it, and where might it be concealed? At the mention of the luminous pearl, Xiao Ning became extremely agitated, her gaze fixed intensely on Li Qiao. He scratched his nose. I have been mingling with the Tail tribe for 3 years and only recently learned this information. You crossed the river and knew there was a violet luminous pearl here. Who exactly are you? This is of no concern to you, Bai Yi replied. The premise of cooperation does not necessitate us revealing our identities. You have been here at least once, yet you did not find the violet luminous pearl, which is why you returned. Let us set that aside for now. Where is the other passage you discovered? To the north of the mountain, there is a small hole, Li Qiao replied. I blame my own curiosity. After discovering you, I have been secretly monitoring you. Just now, I could not wait to come in and lead you here. Of course, even if I hadn't rushed in, you would have eventually found the mechanism. You are not simple folk, after all. Those stones cannot hinder you. What is the story behind the luminous pearl? Let us proceed one matter at a time. Things are becoming clearer now. I met a young man from the Tail tribe in Xiaoshan, who shared some legends from his tribe, which included the tale of this luminous pearl. According to him, the violet luminous pearl is the soul of Mount Debajian. Chapter 466. The Seziat tribe. Every mountain possesses its own origin and tale, and Daba Mountain is no exception. According to legend, in ancient times, the world was a flat expanse, devoid of the deep valleys and towering peaks we see today. One fateful day, the tranquil river waters unexpectedly surged, forcing the Seziat people to continually seek higher ground, ultimately retreating to the summit of Daba Mountain. Although they narrowly escaped this calamity, only a boy and a girl from the Seziat tribe remained. As they grew, they united in marriage and bore children, ensuring the continuation of their lineage. Isn't this a matter concerning the Atile tribe? Why does the Seziat tribe emerge here? Tang San queried, puzzled. Li Qiao waved his hand dismissively. Allow me to finish my tale. I assure you, the history that people recount is utterly different from my story. One must understand that when spoken by different individuals, it is invariably tinted with their own perspectives and intentions. Is the truth passed down by the ancestors of the Atile tribe the absolute truth? This sentiment bore some weight, and Bai Yi nodded in agreement. Please, continue. After the flood receded, the Seziat people faced great hardships, traversing mountains and rivers to return to their original homeland. Meanwhile, the Atile tribe resided in the vicinity, sustaining themselves through hunting. After a considerable passage of time, by a stroke of serendipity, the Atile people returned from various regions, leading to further interactions and cohabitation between the Atile and Seziat tribes. Li Qiao remarked, this luminous purple pearl was originally a possession of the Seziat tribe. There was a deeper implication in his words, as Li Qiao continued. However, An Atile shaman deceitfully acquired the luminous purple pearl from a descendant of the Seziyat tribe. It was indeed a deception, for as a shaman, her words were often believed. Yet, once the luminous purple pearl fell into the hands of the Atile, it lost its radiance. Reluctant to return what she had so painstakingly obtained, the shaman concealed the pearl within this mountain. Where could it be hidden in Daba Mountain? Bai Yi pondered, resting his chin in thought and closing his eyes. If I were that shaman, where would I conceal it to evade the Seziyat's discovery? You are well acquainted with this environment. How extensive is this area? Are there places we have yet to explore? You may find disappointment here. This place is exceedingly confined. After walking a mere 10 meters forward, we reach a dead end, Li Xiao replied, his brow furrowing slightly, evidently vexed by the predicament. It stands to reason that it must be somewhere within this mountain. On one occasion, I even glimpsed a violet glow. You previously asserted that the luminous purple pearl lost its luster upon reaching the Atile tribe. Now, you contradict yourself, Xiao Ning pointed out, highlighting a flaw in his argument. Which part of your statement holds true? Indeed, when it reached the Atile tribe, it had indeed lost its brilliance. It is called the luminous purple pearl precisely because it was known to emit a purple glow. This very trait made it desirable. Yet, alas, this luminous purple pearl is selective in its allegiance. After much effort to obtain it, discovering that it no longer shone is a profound irony. Li Xiao remarked, there is no wall that does not let the wind through. The whereabouts of the purple light night pearl will eventually be known by the Xiaoshan tribe. No one is willing to take responsibility for their mistakes. The shaman who obtained the pearl has devised ways to conceal it. After much contemplation, they decided to hide the purple light night pearl here. 300 years ago, this place suddenly became a forbidden zone. What is the reason behind that? Bai Yi inquired. It was because the purple light night pearl unexpectedly shone once more, Li Xiao replied, his nostrils flaring slightly. This took everyone by surprise. The sudden appearance of purple light at the mountain peak incited conflict between the two tribes. In a single night, the Tail tribe designated this area as a no-go zone, forbidding even their own people from ascending. Strangely enough, after that incident, the purple light night pearl has never illuminated again, and this place has remained a complete forbidden zone. Those red stones were enchanted with the blood of infants. The Xiaoshan tribe cannot enter, and thus cannot find the purple light night pearl, leaving them with no choice but to abandon their quest. Even to this day, this area remains sealed off. What about the other passage? Bai Yi asked. Li Xiao blinked. A bolt of lightning struck down, cleaving a passage open. Don't you think this suggests the purple light night pearl is destined to reappear in the world? This is fate. Tang San Cheng interjected. Do you believe in fate? We are all descendants of Yin and Huang, Li Xiao responded. Although the situation is somewhat peculiar now, our shared heritage remains unchanged. You certainly have a way with words, Tang San Cheng remarked. I believe in fate too. And I am convinced that our arrival here is also a matter of destiny, right, Lazy? Ah, Tang San Cheng seems unusually talkative today, Lazy said excitedly, nodding vigorously. Indeed, we are here by fate. Now, let us see whom this fate favors. Bai Yi exchanged glances with Qi Xie. The purple light night pearl was undoubtedly here. The question was merely its location, having suddenly appeared and then vanished, lying dormant in this place. This meant it could very well be resting quietly in some corner like an ordinary stone. Forget it. Let's thoroughly search this place first. If that fails, we can dig 3 feet down, Lazy declared. After saying this, he realized the enormity of the task ahead. Digging 3 feet would require tremendous effort. And with less than 6 days remaining, if they failed to appear in the return delegation, it would cause significant unrest with dire consequences. Everyone agreed with the initial part of Lazy's statement, and together with the expert from Xiaoshan, they scoured the confined space, ultimately yielding nothing. In the end, Bai Yi recalled the stone that emanated a fragrant aroma of wine. What was the purpose behind the elaborate construction of the water channels connecting this place? Every occurrence has its reasons. This is the essence of cause and effect. Tang San Cheng suddenly leaped up. The water channels. It's the water channels. Let us go back. Before Lazy could fully comprehend the situation, he was pulled along by Tang San towards the water channel that was cascading downwards. Upon reaching the point where the channel vanished, Tang San crouched down, tapping the ground with a stone, his ears perked up to catch the hollow sound beneath. The channel did not simply end here. It extended downward. Bai Yi approached the junction of the water channel and the ground, exploring it thoroughly before confidently concluding. The seam is entirely sealed. If this is not a natural formation, it can only be explained by Tang San. Tang San patted his head, exclaiming, I think I've figured it out. Chapter 467. Masters. As soon as Tang San uttered those words, he hurried towards the piece of wine stone, crouching down to attempt to pry his fingers into it. Unfortunately, his fingers were unable to penetrate the stone. However, Xiaoshan understood Tang San's intention and immediately crouched down, retracting his fingers to probe inside, only to be stopped by Tang San. No, your hand hasn't healed yet. Xiaoshan swiftly removed the cloth from his hand, flexing his 10 fingers with agility. Look, I'm nearly recovered. I'm perfectly fine. The others exchanged glances, astonished by Xiaoshan's extraordinary healing ability, which was astonishingly rapid. Li Qiao blurted out, what a freak. Indeed, Xiaoshan was a peculiar being, a product of the convergence of celestial energies. This might explain his superior physical capabilities compared to ordinary individuals. While Tang San's physical prowess was exceptional, Xiaoshan's was even more remarkable. Bai Yi instinctively blocked Li Qiao's view. Let Xiaoshan handle it. Xiaoshan retracted his fingers and swiftly inserted them into the gap beneath the wine stone. With a slight exertion, he jumped up in delight. It can move. Indeed, it was as Tang San joyfully declared, Bai Yi, if we can manage this stone, we can descend to the next level. The challenge of how to deal with the stone perplexed everyone. How should they proceed? Move it. Such a massive boulder would require the strength of a giant. Should they strike it? How long would that take? A mocking expression appeared on Li Qiao's face, as if to say, aren't you all quite capable? Why the silence now? Lei Zi scanned Li Qiao's expression before retrieving explosives from his backpack. Tang San, how large of a hole do you need? As long as it's big enough for a person to crawl through, Tang San replied, eyeing the large rock with concern, wondering if the explosion would inadvertently cause debris to completely block the passage below. Quit your incessant chatter. Otherwise, I'll back out. Do you want to take over? Lei Zi retorted impatiently, it's not the first time. You know my capabilities. Just as he opened the explosives prepared by Yu Wei, Lei Zi inhaled deeply. These weren't of his own making, and suddenly he felt out of his depth. As he hesitated, Li Qiao laughed. Weren't you just brimming with confidence? Why the fear now that it's time to act? Damn it, it's not fear. It's just that I'm not familiar with these proportions. It feels clumsy. If anything goes wrong, we all go down with it, Lei Zi said bitterly. You make it sound so easy, Li Qiao replied. I'm holding your lives in my hands. It's up to you to agree. I don't believe you'd willingly lead us to our doom. If you want to do it, then by all means. Lei Zi speculated that this individual would not betray him, and he readily relinquished his position. Yu Wei possessed considerable skill, and his preparations surpassed their original equipment in both quality and quantity. Lei Zi felt uncertain, as there was one item he had never encountered before, prompting a sense of nostalgia for its advancement. He realized he had fallen behind. Observing Li Qiao, who confidently began configuring the setup with familiar gestures, Lei Zi couldn't help but admire his prowess. It was surprising to discover such talent in him. Our family has been seeking sustenance in the mountains since your grandfather's time, relying on blasting the rocks. To put it bluntly, I grew up with the sound of mountains crumbling, Li Qiao stated, explaining the necessary length of the fuse, the amount of explosive, and the precise location for detonation. Likening it to the tools of his trade he had used for decades. Lei Zi exhaled through his nose, his respect contingent upon whether this fellow could succeed. He watched as Li Qiao's hands moved with an almost artistic flair, performing a series of dazzling maneuvers that left onlookers spellbound, seemingly rehearsing rather than merely demonstrating. Just as Lei Zi finished his thought, he saw Li Qiao place the prepared explosives about half a meter from the rock, his mouth quickly silencing as he stepped back. The robust man from Kaohsiung was ready to ignite the charge. Damn, this guy is remarkably swift. As Lei Zi and the others retreated, they witnessed Li Qiao leap forward. The rock trembled violently, sending debris and dust cascading down. They instinctively shielded their eyes, but were caught off guard by the choking cloud, prompting Xiao Ning to cough. Li Qiao shook off the dust from his head and approached, clearing away the rubble to reveal a hole beneath the stone, merely 20 centimeters from the ground. Lei Zi estimated the opening's size, confirming it was just wide enough for a 90-kilogram person to pass through. He couldn't help but give Li Qiao a thumbs up. You truly have a knack for this. This is nothing, Li Qiao replied, brimming with pride. Just by hearing the explosion, I can deduce the quantity of the explosives. I may not be entirely accurate, but I can get it about 80 to 90% right. Such bravado was excessive, and Lei Zi's fleeting admiration dissipated instantly. The most skilled should remain humble, a principle this man evidently failed to grasp. Though Lei Zi himself was not above reproach. He chuckled, prompting Xiao Ning to question his amusement. "What are you laughing at?" "Oh, nothing at all," Lei Zi replied, quickly stifling his mirth. He had been reflecting on his own shortcomings, realizing that the wisdom he often overlooked in himself was glaringly apparent in others, a curious phenomenon indeed. Li Qiao was the first to approach the hole, peering inside. His expression shifted subtly as he turned back, and Bai Yi, feeling a twinge of caution, moved closer to Li Qiao's side. This action prompted Li Qiao to instinctively step aside. Bai Yi then shone his flashlight down into the void, confirming Tang San's suspicions. Below lay a water channel leading downward. It appeared that considerable manpower and resources had been expended to seal this area completely. The waterway serves a purpose in transportation, facilitating swift access to the depths below. It seems that the secret of the luminous purple pearl is concealed here, prompting the sealing of this area. The presence of the wine stone is somewhat perplexing, as the source of its liquid remains elusive. In the realm of nature, wonders abound. There exists a spring that flows at the sound of a call, and this wine stone, or perhaps it could be termed a medicinal stone, is undoubtedly a marvel of the natural world. Bai Yi has already ventured inside, and through the waterway below, he can reach the lower level. He can hardly contain his excitement as he begins to envision what lies beneath. As he settles into the waterway, he feels a push against his back, propelling him downward like a speeding automobile. In that fleeting moment of descent, Bai Yi glances back and sees Li Qiao waving goodbye, which stirs an unsettling thought within him. Instinctively, he braces himself against the walls of the waterway, attempting to slow his descent. The friction against the walls brings clarity to his mind. Suddenly, someone else slides down. It is Tang San Cheng. "Why have you stopped?" he inquires. Bai Yi, stabilizing himself, intercepts Tang San Cheng. "Where's Li Qiao? How did you come down?" "He said he would push us along. This would expedite our progress. He is accustomed to navigating this area, giving him an advantage over us," Tang San Cheng explains. "But do not worry, Qi Xia will not leave him alone outside." He insisted on bringing up the rear. With Qi Xia present, Bai Yi feels a sense of relief. However, just then, a loud rumble echoes from behind. As he turns, a large circular stone tumbles down the waterway, hurtling towards them. Bai Yi grabs Tang San Cheng. "Run! Quickly!" The stone's sudden appearance is suspicious, yet there is no time for contemplation. The two hastily mimic a rowing motion, propelling themselves downward. As the thunderous sound of the stone draws closer, Tang San Cheng's palms become slick with sweat, which mingles with the dust in the waterway, creating a sticky sensation. He recalls his childhood, being chased by dogs in his village. Even the slightest pause would result in the dogs lunging at his back. It was a blend of anxiety and exhilaration, and the sense of accomplishment upon escaping their pursuit was unparalleled. But now, the anticipation seems futile. Tang San Cheng feels akin to prey caught in an eagle's grasp, with the threat of being swallowed whole looming overhead. His heart races, filled with dread for those still behind them. It appears they have fallen victim to Li Qiao's cunning. As his mind wanders to other thoughts, his movements slow considerably. The stone swiftly descends upon his back, and with a resigned sigh, he is drawn beneath it. Bai Yi, upon glancing back, pales in horror. Tang San Cheng. The struggle between humanity and the forces of nature necessitates the unleashing of one's potential in the face of adversity. Each time Tang San Cheng encounters misfortune, there invariably arises someone to alleviate his burdens. However, this time, neither heaven nor earth responded to his pleas. The primal instinct for survival surged within him. One of his feet was trapped beneath a stone. He cried out and crawled forward, extricating his foot, then shielded his head with his hands, rolling down like a sphere. As Tang San Cheng tumbled down, he collided with Bai Yi, and the two of them rolled downward together, their backpacks painfully jabbing at their backs. Gritting their teeth, they clung tightly to each other's garments. At long last, they reached the end of the water channel, where the expanse below exceeded their wildest imaginations. Tang San Cheng's foot was injured, and as he attempted to rise, his leg buckled beneath him. Fortunately, Bai Yi, with quick reflexes, yanked Tang San Cheng aside just as a stone crashed down at the mouth of the channel, reverberating ominously. Tang San Cheng, propelled forward by Bai Yi's pull, fell to the ground, gasping for breath. Resting his head on his arm, his eyes rolled back in distress, reminiscent of a fish that had flopped ashore. "Are you all right?" he managed to ask. Bai Yi's condition was scarcely better. Although his complexion appeared normal, his back was drenched with sweat, trickling down in rivulets. Tang San Cheng closed his eyes tightly, his nose twitching slightly. My foot hurts. Bai Yi knelt to remove Tang San Cheng's shoe, which had been flattened under pressure. Bear with it. It might sting a bit, he cautioned. In one swift motion, he yanked off the shoe, causing Tang San Cheng's toenail to tear away, revealing crimson blood that had congealed between flesh and footwear. The pain elicited a cry from him, akin to that of a slaughtered pig. Bai Yi grimaced, fortunately. It seems to be just the toes. As long as the bones are intact, it should suffice. Suddenly, Bai Yi placed his backpack down, only to discover a gaping hole in it. He hastily rummaged through its contents, relieved to find everything still intact. I'll tend to your wounds first, he declared. I wonder how the others are faring. This stone's emergence was quite peculiar. Tang San Cheng lamented. Had I known that Li Qiao was suspicious, I would have insisted he descend first. Hindsight is indeed invaluable. Bai Yi, however, remained composed. He is not a stranger to this place. He knows it better than we do. Yet, if he had been aware of the secrets below and was adept with explosives, why did he not detonate the area sooner? That seems contradictory. I dare say that what just transpired has nothing to do with Li Qiao. He still relies on us to navigate this place. Perhaps the explosion triggered some mechanism. I wonder how Qi Xie and the others are doing, Tang San Cheng mused. That depends on how the mechanism is configured. Bai Yi replied. If they have not descended yet, they might not be able to. It seems only the two of us have made it this far. A shiver ran through Tang San Cheng at the implication of those words. Does this mean the entrance could be blocked again? Bai Yi spoke softly. This is merely my conjecture. Our descent should take approximately 10 minutes. If we wait another 10 minutes, and there is still no sign of them, we shall have no choice but to temporarily set them aside and proceed with our own affairs. Tang San, feeling a twinge of frustration, replied. It seems we have no other option. The wound on his toe began to feel cool as the medication took effect. It was unlikely he could fit into his shoes again. After contemplating for a moment, Bai Yi removed his innermost autumn shirt, tore it into strips, and carefully wrapped Tang San's feet. He ensured the bandaging was tight enough to alleviate the pain from the wound, yet gentle enough to avoid discomfort from the hard ground beneath. After several attempts, he finally achieved the desired result. Take care of yourself. If you end up limping, who knows whether Xiao Ning will still want you. This jest failed to elicit a smile from Tang San, who wore a grim expression reminiscent of one who had gone hungry. Are you hungry? Bai Yi remarked, as he heard the growl of Tang San's stomach. How is it that you always seem to have an appetite? I'm truly famished, Tang San protested, feeling aggrieved. Bai Yi illuminated their surroundings with his flashlight, noting the peculiarity of the place. Apart from the stone walls encircling them, there were only 2 stone statues, one male and one female. The rest of the area was desolate, devoid of even firewood. Bai Yi chuckled wryly. Hungry? I suppose we'll have to settle for some cold rations, as there's no way to start a fire here. Tang San glanced back at the statues, pondering. These statues look oddly familiar. Chapter 469, Red Eyes. Bai Yi remarked. According to the legends of the Tail tribe, their existence is attributed to a pair of male and female stone figures. What a coincidence it would be if these are indeed the very statues. As Bai Yi approached, he felt as though the female statue's eyes had flickered, startling him into halting his advance. What's wrong? Tang San, now unwrapping the rations, sensed Bai Yi's sudden stillness and inquired curiously. Is there something amiss with the statues? No, Bai Yi replied, perhaps attributing it to a trick of the light. He took another step forward, observing that the craftsmanship of the statues was rather crude. Except for the eyes, which were exquisitely detailed. The gaze of both figures seemed fixed on him, as if they were intently observing every movement he made. A shiver ran down Bai Yi's spine, prompting him to mutter under his breath. What's the matter? Tang San quickly finished his rations, dusted off his hands, and hobbled over. Bai Yi quickly turned to support him. Do you recall the mural from the Bagua tomb, where the woman's eyes appeared to follow you? Of course I remember, Tang San replied, momentarily taken aback. What about these statues? Just as you suspect. Bai Yi remarked, wherever I go, their eyes follow me, unshakable. These 2 stone statues are not finely sculpted, yet their 4 eyes are vividly alive. I can't help but feel there is some profound mystery here. Aside from these 2 statues, there is nothing else. To find the luminous purple night pearl, we must begin with them. Tang San Cheng, your foot is injured. Sit here and do not move. Just listen for any sounds. Be cautious. Tang San Cheng was assisted to the ground, watching as Bai Yi approached the two stone figures. His ears perked up, ready to anticipate any danger for Bai Yi. However, he only heard Bai Yi's footsteps and the heartbeat of the two of them. Bai Yi stood directly in front of the statues, merely half a meter away, and the four eyes fixated on his face. Their gaze made him uneasy, even fearful. It sent shivers down his spine. Emulating lazy, he spat on the ground. Realizing this method effectively alleviated tension, no wonder lazy had made it a habit. After spitting, Bai Yi closed his eyes momentarily before looking back at the statue's eyes, which remained intensely focused on him. He muttered, "No taboos, and with that, one hand reached toward the left eye of the female statue, fiddling with the eyeball. Tang San Cheng heard a crisp sound emanate from above. He looked up, but saw nothing, unable to determine whether the noise was related to Bai Yi's actions. He swallowed hard, observing Bai Yi still toying with the eyeball. When the sound echoed again, "Bai Yi," Tang San Cheng called weakly, but Bai Yi seemed oblivious, entirely engrossed in the statue's eyes. "Bai Yi," Tang San Cheng shouted, finally drawing Bai Yi's attention. His eyes were glaring fiercely. "What do you want?" Bai Yi's tone was somewhat uneven, typically cold, but now frigid as ice. As if Tang San Cheng were merely an annoyance, unrelated to him. Tang San Cheng was bewildered by the sudden hostility. He had merely called out to him. Was it necessary for Bai Yi to be so irate? "I merely intended to say, do not touch the statue's eyeballs any further," Tang San Cheng stammered, swallowing again as he sensed Bai Yi approaching. He wished to complete his thought. "It seems something is amiss." "What seems amiss?" Bai Yi retorted harshly. Tang San Cheng hugged his backpack tightly, gripping the gun inside, contemplating whether to draw it. He felt embarrassed by this thought. After all, this was Bai Yi, with whom he had faced life and death countless times. How could he entertain such notions? "What is wrong with your eyes?" Tang San Cheng pointed at Bai Yi's eyes. "Nothing is wrong. Let us go," Bai Yi replied. "Go. What about the luminous purple night pearl?" Tang San spoke cautiously. "If we cannot obtain the purple light night pearl, we will be in serious trouble if Guan Kai decides to go after us. You said you would leave, will you?" Bai Yi coldly uttered 4 words, which were not a question, but a command. The simplicity of those 4 words rendered Tang San speechless. He noticed Bai Yi's hands clenched tightly, the veins on the back of his hands bulging, and beads of sweat accumulating on his forehead. Initially as small as grains of rice, but now swollen to the size of soybeans. Finally, they slipped from his forehead, cascading down into Bai Yi's collar. "I will go," Tang San replied, his voice laced with trepidation. He did not wish to depart. The purple light night pearl was the only means to avert calamity. He could not afford to abandon it. Bai Yi, unlike him, moved with purpose, yet his feet throbbed painfully. Tang San closed his eyes, and when he opened them again, a newfound determination glimmered within. Bai Yi strode ahead, showing no intention of offering support, which only solidified Tang San's suspicion that something was amiss. He retrieved the gun from his backpack, suppressing the pain, and quickened his pace to follow. Bai Yi's strides were swift. He seemed in a hurry to vacate the premises. Tang San called out, prompting Bai Yi to turn around. Gritting his teeth, Tang San struck Bai Yi's nape forcefully with the gun. In that moment, he observed Bai Yi's eyes reddening, as if on the verge of bleeding. "What are you doing?" Tang San was taken aback, recalling how he had often seen the 7 evils knock others unconscious with such a blow. Yet here he was, facing an unexpectedly elevated level of difficulty. Bai Yi showed no signs of losing consciousness. Indeed, this was a task beyond his capability. Suddenly, a pair of hands shot to Tang San's neck, clasping it with a firm grip. "Bai Yi, what are you doing?" Tang San's hands fumbled to pry away the constricting hands at his throat. In response, Bai Yi's grip tightened further. A tear slipped from the corner of Tang San's eye. He had contemplated death, but never wished to meet his end at the hands of his own brother. Chapter 470. Tremors. Tang San's gaze fell upon Bai Yi's hands as they traced along his cheek, a tear cascading down to Bai Yi's grip. Bai Yi's hands trembled slightly, and the pressure began to wane. Tang San exhaled, finally able to speak. "Bai Yi, it's me, Tang San. Please, wake up." Bai Yi shook his head violently, as if attempting to dislodge another self from within. He released his grip entirely, then cradled his head, crouching on the ground in evident agony. He alternated between pounding his head and striking his forehead, while Tang San stood by, torn between advancing to help and fearing a recurrence of the previous turmoil, rendered utterly helpless in that moment. Bai Yi's body suddenly hurtled toward the stone wall, akin to a bird in flight. This sudden and fierce movement startled Tang San immensely. Ignoring the pain in his feet, he dashed forward and grasped one of Bai Yi's hands, halting his head just before it could collide with the wall. Upon turning back, Bai Yi's gaze brought Tang San immense joy. The crimson hue in his eyes had vanished, and this was the Bai Yi he recognized. Though Tang San felt reassured, a flicker of concern lingered. "Are you all right?" Bai Yi, staring at the stone wall just a centimeter away, inhaled the distinctive metallic scent of the stone. Filled with dread, "Had you not pulled me back, my head would have surely met its demise. Do you think I am fine?" His tone sparked excitement in Tang San. "You nearly frightened me to death. Do you have any idea what just transpired?" "I vaguely recall some details," Bai Yi replied, taking a few swigs of water. "It felt as if my body was no longer my own." Upon noticing the red fingerprints on Tang San's neck, Bai Yi gasped, "Did I do this?" "Indeed," Tang San replied, rubbing his neck. Bai Yi had indeed applied considerable force. Had he not managed to expel his breath in time, the consequences would have been dire. Tang San recounted the events in their entirety, the red eyes, the sounds, the out-of-control Bai Yi, and his own tears. Reflecting on his earlier state, Bai Yi realized he had been engulfed in chaos, consumed by a singular thought of escape. When Tang San had approached him, his pent-up anger erupted uncontrollably, leading him to grip Tang San's neck. Fortunately, the chilling tears had granted him a semblance of clarity. Otherwise, Tang San's life would have been in jeopardy. "You are truly my guardian angel," Bai Yi murmured. "What did you say?" Tang San inquired. Bai Yi, however, refused to repeat himself. "If you didn't hear it, then forget it. It seems these two stone statues possess a sinister aura, especially their eyes. The moment I moved, it felt as if I were bewitched. Thus, I shall attempt to blindfold myself and touch them." "Must you try again?" Tang San, genuinely frightened, suggested. "Perhaps consider an alternative?" "An alternative?" Bai Yi retorted with irritation. "Look around. Aside from these two statues, is there anything else here? Given what just occurred, I need clarity. Enough of the chatter. Blindfold me quickly." With no choice, Tang San retrieved the bandages originally meant for dressing wounds and blindfolded Bai Yi. He guided him toward the two statues, placing his hand on the female statue's eyes. "This is the spot. Proceed with caution." Bai Yi nodded, cautiously exploring the hard stone with his hands, moving little by little as he heard Tang San's instructions. "Shift slightly to the left, just a bit." As his hand moved leftward, he encountered the same sensation as before. Growing more confident, he gently touched the surface, and immediately, he heard Tang San exclaim, "The sound has returned." At this moment, Bai Yi felt a suffocating sense of anxiety. He was afraid of losing his sanity once more and committing irrational acts. He uttered a sound of acknowledgement and instinctively reached for the other eye, gently touching it. Tang San Cheng remarked, "It responded again." Bai Yi exhaled deeply, turning his back to the two stone statues, and removed the blindfold. The eyes of the statues were movable, and every time they shifted, the crisp sound Tang San Cheng had mentioned resonated. This was certainly no coincidence. Those four eyes were indeed mechanisms. However, where exactly did they lead? Tang San Cheng, once more. This time, Bai Yi focused on the eye of the male statue. His hand sequentially grazed the two orbs, prompting them to move, and sure enough, they all emitted that distinctive sound. After the four sounds echoed, Tang San Cheng sensed a rumbling beneath his feet. "The ground is shifting, Bai Yi." Bai Yi quickly yanked off his blindfold, and indeed, the violent tremors sent dust swirling into the air, causing the two statues to sway perilously. This was dire. Could the structure be collapsing? Tang San Cheng's voice trembled with urgency. "Is this really happening? What should we do? Escaping that waterway is easy, but returning will be a challenge, especially with that large stone blocking our path. Moving it with just the two of us is no simple task." Tang San Cheng's face had turned pale, his anxiety evident. Bai Yi, feeling no better, bore a complexion of alternating hues of red and white. His expression only heightened Tang San Cheng's panic as he incessantly questioned Bai Yi about their course of action. Bai Yi's eyes were now a fiery red, filled with urgency. As he glared at Tang San Cheng, "There's no escaping. We might as well leave our fate to chance." The tremors intensified, and suddenly, the two statues toppled to either side, revealing a small opening between them, just big enough for a hand to slip through. Bai Yi silently rejoiced and lunged forward, extending his hand into the crevice. As he made contact with a box, a plume of black smoke wafted out. It was a protective charm, now activated. Without a moment to ponder, Bai Yi extracted the box and opened it, discovering a pearl nestled within. Initially dull and unremarkable, the pearl radiated a vibrant purple light after 3 seconds, illuminating the entire space. The soft purple glow adorned the stone, cloaking it in a beautiful tapestry, momentarily distracting them from their perilous situation. However, as their attention returned from the mesmerizing purple glow, debris began to fall from above, some striking their heads. Fortunately, they avoided being crushed by larger stones. Bai Yi swiftly closed the box, trapping the purple light within its confined space. He pulled Tang San Cheng behind a massive rock, exclaiming, "This is bad. It truly seems like a collapse is imminent." Chapter 471, Retreat. "What should we do?" Tang San Cheng stammered, his tongue tied in knots. He noticed Bai Yi turning away, and when he faced him again, the box had vanished, evidently concealed on Bai Yi's person. Alas, this round truly feels like losing both the lady and the soldiers. Bai Yi touched his nose and mused, "Tang San Cheng, though we are not aged, we cannot ascertain whether we shall survive. Let us gamble this round." "How shall we gamble?" Tang San Cheng inquired. "Follow my lead and stay close to me," Bai Yi replied, his countenance turning pale. The debris falling now was no longer mere fragments, but rather larger stones that crashed to the ground with a resounding thud. One could only wonder about the fate of those still above. May they remain unscathed. As Bai Yi pondered, he was abruptly yanked by Tang San Cheng, narrowly evading a sizable rock that landed perilously close to his left leg. How fortunate! Gratefulness flickered in Bai Yi's eyes as he glanced at Tang San Cheng, only to find him frowning deeply, fixated on his own injured feet. At that moment, the injuries to his feet were indeed dire. Bai Yi, gazing at the opening where the luminous pearl lay, conceived a bold idea. "Tang San Cheng, cover for me, and please, do not question why. We shall discuss it later." Would there still be an opportunity to escape? Tang San Cheng hesitated, contemplating that traversing past the boulder and crawling out through the waterway might be a more prudent course. Was Bai Yi indeed resorting to a desperate gamble? Just as he wavered, Bai Yi tugged at him. "Let us go." Meanwhile, the group above was taken aback as the explosion created a passage and triggered a mechanism, witnessing the massive stone chase after Bai Yi and Tang San Cheng. Xia, eager to pursue, watched in dismay as the stone abruptly fractured, sealing the entrance tightly. Infuriated, Lazy stomped his feet, pointing an accusing finger at Li Xiao. "You wretched scoundrel! Did you not claim to have an innate sense of proportion since childhood? Your ancestors must have been raised on the brink of the Bullhide Mountains." Li Xiao's face flushed crimson. "My calculations were not erroneous. I am as puzzled as you are. Enough of this bickering. Let us swiftly clear the stones and ascertain the situation within." Xia's bellow silenced their quarrel. Xiao Ning and Xiaoshan shot Li Xiao a glare before hastening to assist Xia. Li Xiao, already feeling guilty, sensed that he had now become their adversary. His scalp prickled with anxiety, and he dared not offer further excuses, promptly joining in the effort. As the group scrambled to remove the stones, they peered into the entrance, only to discover the waterway utterly choked with rubble. "What on earth shall we do?" Lazy spat on the ground. "Must we remove it piece by piece?" Xiao Ning sank to the ground in despair. "What of Tang San Cheng and Bai Yi?" Li Xiao cautiously replied, "For now, we must wait. It is nearly impossible to clear the debris from the waterway, and there is no other place to relocate it. If we aim to clear it, it shall require considerable time, during which we will be completely cut off from them. If they wish to return via the original path, that route is now sealed." Xia glanced at Xiaoshan. "Xiaoshan is swift. Thus, let 2 of you descend to clear the stones below, while Xiaoshan and I will relocate the debris to create a clearer passage in the waterway." Little Mountain nodded repeatedly. "This will work. When San Cheng and the others emerge, it will be convenient." Given the circumstances, everyone had no choice but to shoulder this arduous task. Fortunately, with the swift movements of Xia and Little Mountain, even moving upwards against the current was manageable. The debris lodged in the water channel was gradually cleared. Yet everyone was exhausted, with Li Xiao cursing his own bad luck internally. From the outset, he had made a poor decision by allowing his curiosity about this group to take hold. Now he found himself relegated to the role of a laborer, and when it came time to work, he seized every opportunity to slack off. Suddenly, Lazy kicked Li Xiao in the rear, exclaiming, "You fool! Your skills are lacking. Yet you dare boast? Now you might get my brother killed. I'm not playing around with you, so hurry up." Li Xiao mentally cursed Lazy's ancestors 100 times as he bent down to clear the stones. Just as the last of the stones appeared ready to be removed, A violent tremor shook the ground, dust falling onto everyone's heads. Little Mountain, who had been ascending, staggered slightly and grasped the stone walls for support. "What is happening?" he inquired, sensing the tremor emanating from below. It seemed something had occurred down there. Li Xiao quickly discarded the stone he was holding. "Oh no, is this place about to collapse? We must leave immediately, or it will be too late." "Wait." Xiao Ning grabbed Li Xiao firmly. "You cannot leave. Please, sister, do you realize how dangerous it is with these tremors in the cave?" Li Xiao retorted irritably. "If you all wish to perish, don't drag me down with you. I have an elderly mother at home and responsibilities." Xiao Ning remained unmoved. "You cannot leave until our people have emerged. Or if you must go, you must do so with us." Li Xiao grimaced. These individuals were astute, capable of guessing his intentions. He resigned himself to the situation, and at that moment, the tremors intensified. Qi Xie discarded the stone he was holding. "He's right. If we stay any longer, the consequences could be dire. Let us retreat." Little Mountain hesitated, worried about Tang San Cheng's safety, but Qi Xie urged him upward, not allowing for any resistance. They all returned to the upper level, where falling stones struck Qi Xie's back. He stifled a cry of pain. "We cannot remain here. Let us move quickly." Everyone grabbed their backpacks and hastily climbed upwards. Upon reaching the summit, they discovered that the entire Dabajian mountain was shaking. Li Xiao was the first to descend the slope, and Qi Xie sighed in resignation. They had no choice but to descend first. As the proverb goes, while the green mountains remain, one need not fear the absence of firewood. When they reached the base of the mountain, more stones tumbled down, striking nearly everyone. Fortunately, the injuries were mostly minor, avoiding any critical harm. They distanced themselves from the mountain and entered the cypress forest, where the weary group finally set down their backpacks and collapsed onto the ground. Lazy rolled up his pant leg, revealing a bruise on his calf from the earlier stone. He closed his eyes and pressed on it, claiming it was a method to promote blood circulation. The others were not faring much better, bruised and aching all over. Smoke and dust billowed from the summit of the towering Daba mountain, which trembled ominously. In former times, such a manifestation would have been interpreted as the wrath of the mountain deity. Li Xiao gazed at the smoking peak, muttering, "This is not a curse upon your companions. They surely cannot escape now." Before he could finish his thought, a fist from the diminutive Xiaoshan struck him beneath the chin. Li Xiao was taken aback by the force wielded by this seemingly small youth. The impact left him reeling with a sharp pain that brought tears to his eyes. Chapter 472. Violet light. Li Xiao's pride was provoked by this affront, unable to swallow the indignity of being struck by a youth shorter than himself. He wiped the blood from his nose and retaliated with a punch aimed at Xiaoshan, but the blow met only air as Xiaoshan deftly sidestepped, positioning himself several paces away. Meanwhile, his wrist was seized tightly by Qi Jie, whose grip was like that of a vice, causing him considerable discomfort. "Are you ganging up on me because of your numbers?" Qi Jie scowled. "Let us not kid ourselves. Yes, it is bullying, and what of it?" Surveying the surroundings, Li Xiao came to realize that their comrades were ensnared within. He understood that displaying even a hint of schadenfreude or detachment would spell trouble for him. Thus, he resolved to swallow his pride. "Fine, I admit it. I should not have cursed your friends. In these times, honesty can indeed be a sin." Xiaoshan, still fuming, was beckoned by Qi Jie to sit down. "I know you are anxious, but refrain from acting rashly in the future." Though his words are infuriating, they bear some truth. "Your brother San and Bai Yi are in peril. What shall we do then?" Xiaoshan wiped his nose, forcing back his tears. Lazy interjected gruffly. "What else can we do but wait? Let us not forget, we have only 7 days. If we miss this opportunity, returning will become an insurmountable challenge." Xiao Ning remained silent, cradling his head in his hands. At that moment, Li Xiao noticed that the mountain's tremors had ceased. "Look, it has stopped moving." Xiao Ning sprang to his feet, and indeed, Daba mountain had stilled. Li Xiao suddenly slapped his forehead. "We cannot linger here. The abnormal activity of Daba mountain will surely attract the local tribes, and if they discover us, we will be in dire straits. This is a crucial thoroughfare to the mountain." Finally, a sensible remark had been made, prompting Li Xiao to ponder. "I know of a place where we can observe the movements of Daba mountain while avoiding the approaching throngs. Can we truly trust you?" Lazy scoffed. Li Xiao spread his hands in exasperation. "What options do you believe you have at this moment? Are you aware of how the local tribes are distributed? Should we encounter them, the language barrier will complicate matters. If you can articulate your intentions clearly, I will part ways. Otherwise, I shall go alone. Wait. Qijie called out to Li Qiao. Do not attempt any tricks. We are not as soft-hearted as you might presume. There are those we would not hesitate to eliminate. Do not test our patience. Li Qiao felt a shiver run through him, but quickly adorned his face with a smile. Having witnessed it, dare I? He said, leading the group westward. He explained that this direction was the only area devoid of any tribal settlements, due to its treacherous ravines and intricate terrain. Yet, there stood a sheer cliff that offered a panoramic view of Mount Daba, aptly described in 4 words, a sight to behold. As the group followed Li Qiao, they gradually realized that indeed, no one resided in that desolate place. The path was arduous. The stones beneath their feet were slick and damp due to the humidity, and the unfathomable depths of the ravine added an air of foreboding. Lazy halted abruptly, exclaiming, "What in the world is this place? If we were to fall, it would surely mean our demise. Hurry along, and you will comprehend," Li Qiao replied without glancing back. Many are aware of this place, yet few dare to tread here. It is absolutely safe. Do you know what happens to those who intrude upon these forbidden grounds? He turned to reveal a malevolent grin. I have heard tales, and I would prefer not to encounter them under such circumstances. With a disapproving frown, Xiao Ning remarked, Surely, they cannot resort to torture here. Does the law not govern them? Law? Li Qiao scoffed. I recall a saying, the mountains are high and the emperor is far away. You once said that if you were to be killed and cast into the mountains, no one would discover it. Similarly, if they were to slay you and dispose of your bodies in these deep ravines, who would know? Especially since you hail from that very place. No one would grasp your true identities, and your deaths would go unnoticed. Could you not speak more kindly? Lazy retorted, his irritation mounting. He slipped slightly, swaying dangerously close to the ravine's edge, but quickly regained his composure, muttering, Let us proceed and not linger here. Though the burly man's words were less than pleasant, he ultimately guided them to a location that left them quite satisfied. He was indeed correct. From this vantage point, they could see everything below. The elevation was significantly higher than the terrain beneath, and with their ability to ascend, Mount Daba lay fully exposed before them. As dusk descended, the group stood atop the cliff without fear of being detected. The flickering torches in the woods provided a sense of relief, confirming that the residents of the tribes had indeed gathered. They were clearly concerned about the unusual activity surrounding Mount Daba. Li Qiao did not mislead them. They observed the flames cutting through the cypress forest, forming a long line that halted at the mountain's base. A deep, resonant sound of horns echoed from afar, amplifying the weight of history in that moment. They were preparing for a sacrificial ceremony. With a tone of mockery, Li Qiao asserted, It seems they believe their ancestors are angered, hence the tremors of the mountain. They wish to appease their forebears with the loyal offerings of their descendants. Xiao Ning found his tone intolerable and huffed in discontent. The others remained silent, their foremost concern being the safety of Bai Yi and Tang San Cheng, who were still within the mountain's depths, leaving little room to ponder the significance of the sacrificial rites. A fire was kindled at the foot of the mountain, its flickering flames strikingly vivid against the night's backdrop. The warmth of the glow sharply reminded them of the chilling cold that enveloped the mountains at night, where the biting wind relentlessly seeped into their pores. Xiao Ning felt a garment draped over her back and turned to find it was Qixia. I am not cold. Qixia, you should wear it, she insisted. It's all right, Qixia replied. Have you forgotten? I am impervious to the cold. Moreover, I do not wish for Tang San Cheng to see you ailing when he emerges, fearing the chill. Ever since her illness on Changbai Mountain, Xiao Ning had indeed grown sensitive to the cold. Just as she prepared to decline again, Xiaoshan suddenly stood up. Look, the mountain is emanating a purple light. The entirety of Daba Jinshan was enveloped in a gentle, ethereal purple glow, the hue so delicate it seemed almost spectral, yet it was the most exquisite sight. The night cloaked in purple rendered the mountain akin to a realm of enchantment. A fervent cheer erupted from afar, the indigenous tribes rejoicing, convinced that their rituals had resonated, bringing forth the return of the purple light. However, for the onlookers, it bore a different significance. The luminous pearl of the night had reappeared. But had it truly fallen into the hands of Bai Yi and Tang San Cheng? Xiao Ning gazed at the mountain shrouded in purple light with anticipation. But at that moment, the radiant glow abruptly vanished, rendering the previously vibrant flames insignificant. Such was the power of comparison. The disappearance of the purple light stirred unease among the crowd, transforming cheers into lamentations. The indigenous people, who had celebrated this rare phenomenon, now mourned its fleeting nature. Two diminutive silhouettes emerged atop the mountain, inciting another wave of cheers from the tribes below. Upon seeing those figures, Xiao Ning covered her mouth. Could it truly be Tang San Cheng and Bai Yi? Chapter 473. Set aside, the two small shadows swiftly vanished from the mountain's peak, and the fervor of the tribesmen gradually waned. As dusk settled, they departed from the base of the mountain, each clutching their torches. The tremors of the mountain ceased, and the purple light's reappearance, for these tribes, was merely a manifestation of ancestral presence. They had witnessed a miraculous spectacle, their hearts now content, ready to return home. As tranquility reigned once more, seeing the purple light, Li Qiao was elated. The luminous pearl of the night has regained its brilliance. It must be so. Those two silhouettes were undoubtedly Bai Yi and Tang San Cheng. I never imagined they truly found it. Yet, where had they gone now? Xiao Ning rose. We must go and meet them. Have you lost your senses? Li Qiao exclaimed. Did you not see those deep ravines on our way here? It is pitch dark. One misstep could lead us into the abyss. Are you suggesting we wait until dawn? Xie frowned. If waiting is what you choose, Xiao Ning, I will accompany you. Lei Zi and Xiaoshan naturally opted for solidarity, leaving only Li Qiao, caught in indecision. He grumbled, Fine, if we are to leave, we shall go. But remember what I said about those ravines. Enough with the pretentiousness. Lei Zi, growing impatient, retorted, Your words are a tangled web of truth and deception. If you wish to stay behind, do so. Xiaoshan, we are leaving. The four individuals retraced their steps, oblivious to the faint smile that graced Li Qiao's face. As they vanished from sight over the cliff, Li Qiao settled down leisurely, relieved to be rid of them at last. As Xie contemplated Li Qiao's intentions, they were nearing the cypress forest. He stamped his foot in frustration, remarking on the cunning nature of the tall man from Kaohsiung, now lost to them. Let him be. Lazy scoffed. That fellow may be clever, but he's merely trying to shake us off. After all his antics, he likely won't show his face around us again. One can never be too certain, Ziguang interjected, noting the glimmer of mischief in Li Qiao's eyes. Now that he has distanced himself, he can act freely. We must remain vigilant. Leave it to me, Lazy declared, clenching his fists. I doubt he has faced true hardship yet. Well then, let us hasten to find Tang San Cheng and the others, Xie suggested. We have no idea from which path they will descend, but I am certain they will head towards the cypress forest. Waiting here is undoubtedly wise. The group arrived at the junction of the cypress forest and Mount Daba, where remnants of ashes lingered on the ground, left by the indigenous people. Colorful ribbons adorned the trees, dancing in the night breeze, while food lay scattered about. Xiaoshan reached for the provisions, but was halted by a swift slap from Lei Zi. What are you doing? Such things should not be consumed lightly. They carry a malevolent aura. Startled, Xiaoshan quickly discarded the items from his hands. Xiao Ning, wrapped in Xie's cloak, still felt the chill. As they contemplated rekindling the fire, they feared that the glow and smoke would attract the indigenous people once more. Thus, the four sought refuge at the base of the mountain, huddling together in anticipation of dawn. Xiao Ning had never felt so helpless yet filled with hope during a single night. Fortunately, she was not alone, otherwise, the boundless night and the cold wind would have plunged her into despair. Strangely, Xie empathized with Xiao Ning's sentiment. Fear not, Tang San Cheng is resilient, and Bai Yi is astute. There are few who would venture up the mountain at such an hour. Those two shadows, who else could they be? This assumption, however, led to utter despair with the break of dawn, as neither Tang San Cheng nor Bai Yi were to be found. Unable to contain his anxiety, Xie resolved to ascend the mountain alone to uncover the truth. An hour later, he descended, his face etched with despondence. The sight of his expression sent their hearts plummeting. What is it? Xiaoshan inquired. Are San Cheng and the others not up there? The two figures remain atop the peak. Xie explained, but they lie motionless on the ground. We mistook them for having vanished yesterday. Figures? What do you mean? Xiao Ning rose to her feet. If they are a male and a female, I recall the records mentioning that the Highland people believe their ancestors emerged from a male and female statue. Could the statues that suddenly appeared on the mountaintop be these? You must be joking, Lei Zi shook his head. How could statues possibly make their way to the summit? The stone statue walking on its own is rather sinister, and I suspect it is the work of Tang San Cheng and Bai Yi. However, both Bai Yi and Tang San Cheng are nowhere to be found, which is the crux of the matter. If the statue was indeed moved to the mountaintop by them, One must question the necessity of such an endeavor. In a situation where one's own escape is paramount, the burden of two stone statues offers little advantage. Moreover, if they had managed to flee, considering Bai Yi's typically meticulous reasoning, it would be implausible for them not to anticipate that everyone would be waiting for them in the cypress forest. Alternatively, a thought struck Xia. Could they have retreated to the cave where we hid on our way here? You stay here. I will go take a look. Now, a glimmer of hope emerged. Xiao Ning's hands intertwined, and as she watched Xia vanish into the cypress forest, she realized her palms were already damp with perspiration. She opened her hands, allowing the cool breeze to caress her palms. Perhaps the last vestige of hope resided there. Where could they possibly be? Did the radiance of the violet luminous pearl bear any relation to them? Observing Xiao Ning's despondent demeanor, Lazy remarked, "Worrying is futile. I refuse to believe that two living individuals could simply vanish. One must see the living, and the other must see the dead." Realizing the inappropriateness of his words, Lazy quickly chastised himself. "I do have a penchant for uttering nonsense. Please disregard it." When Xia returned, he was like the wind, beads of sweat adorning his brow. However, the expression on his face dashed everyone's hopes anew. "Were they not there?" asked Xiaoshan. "No," replied Xia. "Could it be they are still trapped in the mountains? But how does one explain the emergence of the stone statue?" Silence fell upon them, as no one knew what to say. The appearance of the statue had indeed left them bewildered. They had searched every possible location. Should they venture back into the mountain to investigate further? Ultimately, it was Lazy who shattered the silence. "In my view, we should descend and search. If they are still trapped inside, awaiting rescue from the outside, would it not be timely for us to go down?" From the outset, the presence of those two figures had left them in disarray, initially believing them to be Tang San Cheng and Bai Yi, then assuming the statue's appearance must be related to them. Why could we not consider that these two events might be entirely unrelated? They had meandered in circles, and now the situation had returned to its starting point. There was no time to linger. The thought that Tang San Cheng and Xia might be trapped within the mountain filled them with anxiety. Each passing minute could potentially seal their fate. With this realization, they could no longer remain idle and hastened up the mountain. Upon reaching the summit, they beheld the two stone statues lying on the ground, and Xiao Ning's heart sank in despair. Xia aimed to move the statues to uncover the mechanism that would open the passage. As he approached the male statue and attempted to lift it, he found it exceedingly heavy, his arms sinking under the weight. Chapter 474. The stone statue. As Xia prepared to move the other statue, perhaps his eyes deceived him, for he thought he noticed the arm of the statue twitch slightly. This minuscule movement compelled Xia to halt. The statue's weight was indeed staggering, just as he had perceived moments ago. He turned to the others. "Did you see that?" "What?" Lazy inquired, puzzled. "Nothing at all." With a bitter smile, Xia remarked, "Perhaps I am merely seeing things." He bent down to embrace another statue, and once again, that peculiar sensation arose. This time, it was not only the weight, but also the gaze of the statue's eyes that struck him. As he leaned over, his eyes met those of the stone figure, which seemed to possess a semblance of human emotion. When they looked at him, his heart stirred unexpectedly. Xia's bizarre posture left Xiaoshan perplexed. "Xia, what's wrong with you?" she questioned. "I find it a bit strange. Do you feel anything from the eyes of these two statues?" Xia straightened up. "Their eyes evoke a sense of familiarity within me." Upon his suggestion, everyone turned to observe the eyes of the two statues, and a similar feeling welled up in their hearts. Lazy felt a shiver run down his spine. "Why do I feel as if these two statues are alive?" His words echoed the collective sentiment. Xiao Ning approached one of the statues, and the gaze it offered reminded her of Tang San Cheng. She gasped in astonishment, covering her mouth in disbelief. Lazy turned around. Where did this Tang San Cheng come from? Noticing Xiao Ning's unwavering stare fixed on the statue, Lazy took a step back, only to bump into the statue behind him. "Xiao Ning, are you joking? This is stone." His face turned pale as he recalled the fleeting touch he felt earlier. Though it was merely a brush, it felt strikingly real. Lazy found himself at a loss for words, merely pointing at the hand resting on his leg, his eyes wide with shock. Xia inquired, "What is it?" Lazy shook his head, gesturing towards the hand on his leg, his parched lips managing to utter two words. "It's moving." This revelation prompted Xia to recall his own earlier observation. "Are you saying the hand is moving?" Lazy nodded vigorously. Yes, it was moving. It just grabbed me. It's this hand, look." Yet, Upon closer inspection, the hand remained still, leaving Lei Zi feeling disbelieved and unable to provide further proof. Fortunately, Xie stood by him. To be honest, I also saw a hand moving just now. If you were to attribute it to the wind, you probably wouldn't believe it. These heavy statues give off an odd sensation. Do you have any thoughts on this? With Bai Yi absent, Xie's words flowed more freely, and he seemed to assume a leadership role among them, attempting to guide their thoughts as Bai Yi would. Xiao Ning spoke up. I feel as though the eyes of this statue are looking at me like Tang San Cheng does. Moreover, its hand is moving. Could it be that the statues are Tang San Cheng and Bai Yi, or have they transformed into stone? This was precisely the answer they sought. Xie nodded. When I first came up here, I was solely focused on finding them and never considered that there might be something amiss with these two statues. He crouched down and tapped on the statues, which were solid as stone. However, Xie clearly observed the fingers of one statue move ever so slightly. Though it was a mere flicker, energized by this discovery, he addressed the statue. I wonder if you are Tang San Cheng or Bai Yi. If so, please move your finger once more to reveal the truth to us. Just once. The air seemed to have solidified, as everyone fixated intently on the stone statue's hand, their eyes scarcely daring to blink. After a brief 10 seconds, the forefinger trembled slightly, prompting Xiaoshan to leap up in excitement. Indeed, it is them. It is truly them. However, after this fleeting exhilaration, a profound silence enveloped the group. While they had confirmed the result, the question loomed. How had the two been petrified? What could be done to restore them to their original state? This presented a formidable conundrum. Suddenly, Xiao Ning recalled. Wait, where is the purple light night pearl? The emergence of the purple glow indicated the night pearl had manifested, but with the two now stone, where had the pearl gone? Lei Zi cast a reproachful glance at Xiao Ning. At such a time, you still think of the night pearl? It was a well-known fact that Xiao Ning had an affinity for the night pearl. With wide eyes, Xiao Ning retorted. I merely considered whether their petrification is connected to the purple light night pearl. What do you take me for? As it turned out, Xiao Ning's reasoning held merit. However, glancing around, there was no sign of the night pearl. Xiaoshan noticed that the left hand of the female statue was pressed firmly against her chest, clinging tightly to her heart. He approached, attempting to pry it open. But being made of stone, it proved no easy task. Xiaoshan's actions drew the attention of the seven evils, who noted the protective posture of the hand over the chest. This gesture typically indicated self-defense. Yet, conventionally, the heart resides on the left side of the human body, and most individuals are right-handed, making the left hand's protective position unusual, especially for Bai Yi and Tang San, who were not left-handed. Lei Zi began to discern the implications. The hand's placement was indeed at the chest, but not directly over the heart. Rather, it was positioned slightly lower, nearing the ribcage. Seven evils. This hand's placement is rather peculiar, neither here nor there. Indeed, seven evils agreed. Lei Zi, retrieve the tools. What are you planning? Xiao Ning asked nervously. If these statues truly are Tang San and Bai Yi, please exercise caution. Rest assured, we know our limits, seven evils replied. Lei Zi produced a Luoyang spade. But seven evils shook his head in disapproval. Digging through his backpack, he retrieved a knife. The sharp blade sent a shiver down Xiao Ning's spine as he witnessed seven evils approach the statue's left hand with the knife, instinctively turning his head away. Seven evils held his breath, fearful of damaging the statue, and carefully scraped away a layer of stone. To his astonishment, blood began to flow forth, prompting seven evils to quickly cover the wound with his hand. Xiaoshan swiftly procured bandages to bind it, and Xiao Ning's heart raced. Heavens! It seems the person has turned to stone, yet their structure remains unchanged. Seven evils hesitated to proceed further, as the group found themselves ensnared in a quagmire, unable to act without risking harm. Gazing at the two statues, the question arose. Could they still perceive and hear, yet were unable to communicate with them? Xiao Ning pondered aloud. If only they could convey information on what we should do. Indeed, if they possessed knowledge of how to restore themselves, all they need do is communicate it, and everything would be manageable. Seven evils addressed the statue. Tang San, Bai Yi, what method can assist you? What must we do? At that moment, one of the statue's fingers moved ever so slightly, catching seven evils' attention. What? Do you have a way? Chapter 475. Transformation of the stone figure. The fingers of the stone statue began to move, igniting a flicker of hope within the seven evils. However, they were at a loss as to how to elicit further communication. Lazy swiftly rummaged through his backpack for paper and a pen, attempting to place the pen in the stone figure's hand. Alas, it could not grasp the pen tightly, and it fell to the ground. With a sigh, Lazy bent down to retrieve it and, from his vantage point, beheld the scene beneath the stone hand in its entirety. In a burst of excitement, he exclaimed, "Look! Is that not the luminous purple pearl? It seems to have turned to stone. No wonder the violet radiance vanished so swiftly." It turned out that the pearl, which was being shielded by the left hand, had indeed become a stone orb. From above, it was nearly imperceptible, but by chance. Lazy's perspective from below led to this revelation. Xiao Ning understood as well. The direction indicated by the finger was precisely where the luminous pearl resided. Could it be that the petrification was linked to the purple luminous pearl? Just as Xiao Ning grasped this thread of insight, she found herself ensnared in confusion once more. Glancing helplessly at the seven evils. Squatting down, the seven evils studied the situation intently and soon realized that the luminous pearl was fused with the body of the statue. To extract the petrified pearl, tools would be necessary. A mere gentle touch had caused the statue to bleed. Any significant movement now would be an impossibility. Equally perplexed, the seven evils picked up a knife, sighed, and let it fall to the ground once more. Suddenly, Lazy made another discovery. Have you noticed? The colors of different parts of the statue vary, which indicates a gradual process of petrification. His observation was indeed astute. The legs and feet were distinctly darker in hue, while the head and neck appeared paler. If petrification began within the mountain, it was likely that they would be fully stone before they could escape. It seemed that the transformation had only commenced after their emergence. Recall, he continued, we witnessed the sudden appearance of two silhouettes atop the mountain, which then vanished. I have a theory. Tang San Cheng and Bai Yi emerged with the luminous purple pearl, and only then did the petrification begin. At that moment, they were standing, as we observed. Yet, once their bodies were entirely petrified, their center of gravity faltered, leading them to fall to the ground, just as we discovered them. Indeed, Lazy's analysis was compelling, and the seven evils wholeheartedly agreed. So, where lies the problem? It appeared that the mountain itself held the answer. Perhaps the luminous purple pearl could not depart from this mountain. It must return whence it came. Realizing this, Lazy and Xiaoshan quickly grasped the seven evils' intent and set about moving the two stone statues. With a powerful punch directed at the central point, the cave entrance swung wide open, and they leaped down, the last to descend being Xiao Ning, who landed securely in the arms of the seven evils as the entrance sealed above them. The seven evils switched on a flashlight, surveying the two stone figures now positioned on the ground. If this hypothesis were indeed erroneous, then where lay the true breakthrough? 3 days had already elapsed from the 7-day limit, leaving only 4 days remaining. Was there still time to resolve this? The two stone statues initially exhibited no reaction, but soon began to tremble slightly, producing a soft, disoriented sound, which quickly escalated into a series of continuous noises. Xiao Ning, feeling anxious, huddled beside Xiaoshan, both seeking the strength to support one another. The statues ceased their quaking. Had Tang San Cheng been present, he would have certainly heard a distinct crack. However, the 4 individuals present heard nothing, only witnessing a foot emerge from the stone shell. Xiaoshan, in a state of heightened tension, grasped Xiao Ning's arm tightly, exclaiming, "Sister, do you see that?" Xiao Ning was rendered speechless. The petrification of a person is a most peculiar phenomenon, and now, the statue was transforming back into a human form. How marvelously extraordinary. The foot, longing for freedom, kicked forcefully once it was released, sending dust swirling into the air. Spotting the trousers, Xiaoshan exclaimed, "It's San Cheng. It's Tang San Cheng." The stone shell diminished further until Tang San Cheng's head was also revealed. Turning to the other statue, it emerged from its shell, not so much shedding as it was disappearing entirely, as if it had never existed. Holding the luminous pearl was Bai Yi, whose arm restored, causing the pearl to emit a violet glow that cast a purple halo across everyone's faces. Xiao Ning, captivated by the pearl enveloped in violet, could not utter a word. She pinched Xiaoshan painfully, who yelped in response. Bai Yi had also returned to his former self. Their suspicions had proven correct. Removing the violet luminous pearl from this place would surely instigate some changes. Was this a trap set to prevent the pearl from departing from the great Bajin mountain? Qi Xie and Lei Zi approached, each supporting one of them, while Bai Yi and Tang San Cheng, having just awakened, felt a bit disoriented. Qi Xie, Noticing the wound on Bai Yi's left hand, his own doing, expressed some regret. Bai Yi, I am truly sorry. Casting a glance at his own injury, Bai Yi offered a wry smile. It's nothing significant. We only fear that you might leave us behind, which would likely result in Tang San Cheng and me remaining here forever as mere stone statues. At this moment, Tang San Cheng felt a twinge of fear. If you hadn't noticed the anomaly with the statues in time, we would have truly been doomed. Upon hearing the word doomed, Xiao Ning displayed her displeasure. What do you mean by doomed? You have always been fortunate. You've overcome far worse challenges. Tang San Cheng chuckled sheepishly and attempted to move his arms, while Bai Yi handed the violet luminous pearl to Xiao Ning, saying, This is your favorite treasure. Though I cannot gift it to you, let it be yours temporarily. As if beholding her beloved, Xiao Ning felt a mixture of joy and shyness, delicately cradling the pearl in her palms, exclaiming, How beautiful! As Xiao Ning gazed at the luminous pearl of the night, Tang San Cheng and Bai Yi attempted to mobilize their limbs, gradually rising to their feet. Both felt a wave of dizziness wash over them, prompting them to find two stones upon which they sat down, quickly consuming a considerable amount of water. Tang San Cheng remarked, When Xia first ascended, I attempted to call for help, but alas, I was unsuccessful. In that moment, I truly believed all hope was lost. You must have thought we had departed for another place, leaving this one behind. That feeling was unprecedented for me. The sensation of despair peaked as I witnessed Xia vanish atop the mountain. Memories flooded Tang San Cheng's mind, fleeting like a whirlwind, while the future loomed shrouded in darkness. He was oblivious to Bai Yi's thoughts, unaware that Bai Yi shared his despair at that moment, clutching the violet luminous pearl. Yet, the elusive promise of a permanent escape seemed suddenly beyond reach, rendered intangible as they prepared to exit. The ordeal had begun within the mountain's depths. Chapter 476. Feet at that time, as the mountain trembled and rocks fell incessantly, Bai Yi boldly entertained a thought. The two stone statues could serve as the perfect defensive shield. He instructed Tang San Cheng to provide cover while he cautiously approached the statues. The bases of the statues were remarkably smooth, facilitating their movement. The two took refuge behind the statues, allowing them to shield them from the descending rocks. Bai Yi, could it be that our interference with the luminous pearl has triggered this? Tang San Cheng inquired, observing the shifting stones above. Perhaps, Bai Yi replied. These statues are rather sinister, almost as if they possess the power to sway the heart. The structure is on the brink of collapse. We must either find another exit or retrace our steps. Tang San Cheng hesitated, acknowledging his limited authority in the realm of excavation aside from his knowledge of geomancy. Is it possible that by taking the luminous pearl, we activated some mechanism, and the source lies back where we placed the pearl? This thought struck Bai Yi, prompting him to pause and glance at Tang San Cheng, his expression seemingly questioning why this had not been mentioned sooner. Bai Yi then pushed the statue back toward the previous location, where the entrance remained wide and inviting. Concerned for Bai Yi's safety from falling debris, Tang San Cheng quickly returned to keep watch, enduring the pain in his feet as he bit his lip to suppress his discomfort. Meanwhile, Bai Yi reached into the opening, exploring its depths. Indeed, he discovered a square indentation leading downward. He pressed down, and Tang San Cheng heard a click. However, the anticipated response did not occur. Contrary to their expectations, the tremors did not cease. Frustrated, Tang San Cheng cursed. Damn it, what's happening? Rocks continued to cascade like raindrops, several striking them. Suddenly, Tang San Cheng stood, shielding Bai Yi's head with his hand, an action that ignited Bai Yi's fury. What are you doing? I don't need your protection. Just take care of yourself. Unbeknownst to the well-intentioned Tang San Cheng, he could not fathom the reason behind Bai Yi's furious outburst. His speech faltered slightly as he stammered, I. Bai Yi abruptly yanked him down, asserting, Tang San Cheng, listen well. Do not assume the role of protector when it is not in your nature. Your utmost assistance to me now is to take care of yourself. Do you understand? Your feet are already injured. If anything else befalls you, I shall have no time to attend to your needs. I understand. Tang San Cheng quickly acquiesced. After delivering this admonition, Bai Yi turned his attention to the small area before them, his mind racing with urgency. It was imperative to comprehend the intricacies of this place before it collapsed. Otherwise, they would be buried alive. Tang San Cheng had already heard a sound moments ago. Why had it not served a purpose? Was it a matter of insufficient force? Bai Yi located a stone of similar size and placed it where he had previously pressed down. This time, Tang San Cheng heard a sound, slightly louder than before. It has made a noise again, and the volume has increased. Could it be that the force is still inadequate? Bai Yi picked up another stone and placed it atop the first. This time, the clattering sound grew even more pronounced, and the tremors of the mountainside ceased. Tang San Cheng's face brightened, and he was about to utter an encouraging remark when suddenly, more rocks tumbled down, draining the color from his face. Oh no, what is happening? Bai Yi shared his confusion. His heart had just settled, only to rise again in apprehension. Tang San Cheng unexpectedly lunged forward, a stone landing on his back, eliciting a muffled grunt from him. Had he not intervened, that stone would have struck Bai Yi's head. A peculiar feeling stirred within Bai Yi. He pushed Tang San Cheng away, intending to scold him, but found himself at a loss for words and merely sighed. There must still be hope, Tang San Cheng remarked. Neither of us possesses a countenance reflecting misfortune. The force should suffice, yet why can it not maintain its effect? Bai Yi pondered aloud, suddenly glancing at the cave entrance. Before they retrieved the luminous pearl, the area had been compressed by 2 stone statues. Could it be? Bai Yi gazed at the 2 statues, stating, Tang San Cheng, we still have a chance. He kept the stones in place, aligning them with the impressions left by the original statues, restoring them to their former positions. As the statues resumed their places, the cave entrance sealed shut, and the mountainside calmed. The 2 exchanged relieved glances and promptly celebrated with a triumphant clap. How did you manage to escape? Lazy inquired, perplexed. Although we cleared some debris, we hadn't finished the job when the mountain began to shake. We employed the simplest method, Bai Yi explained. Though Li Chao mentioned another exit, the location he described bears no resemblance to where we found ourselves. Seeking an alternate route seems impractical. The most reliable course is to follow the original path, so we must first deal with the boulder blocking our way. Speaking of that stone, its emergence was rather peculiar. Did you all notice? It was none other than the handiwork of that burly fellow from Gaoxiong. Lazy spat on the ground and recounted the scene from that time. Bai Yi remarked, fortunately, you decided to move those stones for us. Otherwise, we would have been utterly helpless. It took Tang San Cheng and Bai Yi considerable effort to shift the large round stone. And then they began to ascend along the water channel. Due to Tang San Cheng's injured feet, Bai Yi urged him to lead, while he pushed from behind to conserve some of Tang's strength. The arduousness of the ascent was no secret. Tang San Cheng felt on the verge of fainting several times, but he was grateful for the supportive hands behind him. As they continued, his already numbed feet became more agile. Xiao Ning suddenly crouched down to examine Tang San Cheng's injuries. Noticing he had no shoes and his feet were wrapped in cloth, tears welled in her eyes, but she quickly wiped them away. Seeing blood seeping through, her heart ached even more, yet she dared not pull at the cloth. Doing so might elicit cries of pain from Tang San Cheng. Observing Xiao Ning's distress, he quickly reassured her, it's nothing. I've already applied medicine. Lazy urged, stop dawdling. Tell us what happened next. How did you both become stone statues? Instead of answering, Bai Yi recounted his earlier experience of suddenly losing control, his eyes turning red. He aimed to inform everyone that the 2 stone statues were indeed extraordinary and rather sinister. He then shared the events that transpired outside, pointing to a spot below the cave's entrance, indicating that they needed to find the appropriate mechanism to exit. After some effort, they had arrived at the realization that no one else remained in sight, likely having left for safety, which alleviated their worries. The 2 resumed their search for the mechanism, and upon finding it, they quickly climbed up. Just as they reached the mountain top and were about to take a step, they felt their feet become unbearably heavy. Suddenly, flames ignited below, accompanied by a chorus of cheers. They looked down the mountain to see a considerable crowd had gathered, though they were unsure when it had happened. Chapter 477. Sorcery. Seeing the throng below, both felt a surge of panic. It was then Bai Yi remembered the purple glowing night pearl. After a brief search, he called out for Tang San Cheng to hurry, only to notice an unusual expression on Tang's face. What is it? Bai Yi inquired, only to have Tang point at his own leg. Upon looking, Bai Yi's spirit nearly fled. The portion of Tang San Cheng's calf below the knee had turned to stone. The petrification was creeping upward, and Tang San Cheng pointed at Bai Yi's leg, stammering, You. Bai Yi looked down and realized his condition mirrored Tang San Cheng's, and the transformation was advancing even more swiftly, already reaching the base of his thigh. As he attempted to lift his leg to flee, it felt as heavy as lead. Without a moment's thought, Bai Yi produced the night pearl, initially pressing it against his chest, then swapping it to his left hand, hoping this detail would catch the attention of Qi Xie and the others. People are being petrified? Xiao Ning found this notion utterly absurd, even more incomprehensible than any poison or curse. What on earth is happening? Earlier, Bai Yi appeared to be possessed, even attacking Tang San Cheng, and now, upon exiting, you both have been turned to stone, yet nothing has changed upon returning here. They were forbidden from taking the purple glowing night pearl outside. Bai Yi remarked, I have long considered this matter. It is clearly a trap set by the shamanic practitioners, likely related to sorcery. Sorcery? Lazy spat on the ground. I have no idea how to unravel the sorcery of the High Mountain tribe. This is quite troublesome. Our time is limited. If we do not hasten our departure, we shall miss the opportunity to return with the exchange group. It's all nonsense, Bai Yi replied. It's not that we do not wish to leave. It is that we cannot. Perhaps we should attempt to see if stepping out of this place will turn us, along with the luminous pearl, to stone. Let us give it a try, Tang San said, his foot injured. Bai Yi, holding the luminous pearl, stepped outside, and indeed, as soon as they crossed the threshold, both he and the pearl turned to stone. Qi Xie approached to assist him, perplexed. How curious. Why are only you and Tang San petrified while I remain unaffected? Tang San glanced at Xiao Ning, who held the luminous pearl in her hand. A thought struck him. Could it be that only those who have come into contact with the luminous pearl or the two stone statues experience this phenomenon? Let us test it and see. Xiao Ning, unperturbed, quickly grasped the situation. The key lay with the two stone statues, which only Bai Yi and Tang San had touched, and they were the only ones turned to stone. Bai Yi concluded, the most likely explanation is sorcery. Those two statues appear to be extraordinary. In fact, the corpse-driving and poison practices of Xiangxi are also forms of sorcery. In ancient times, the practitioners were referred to as witches if female and shamans if male. Sorcery employs specific rituals to harness and manipulate extraordinary forces, influencing human lives or natural events to fulfill certain aims. We can now ascertain that the sorcery is at play here, aiming to prevent us from taking the purple glow luminous pearl away, utilizing those two statues as its method. Lazy grew anxious. We are running out of time. We must leave swiftly. If there is no alternative, you two take the purple glow luminous pearl, and I will come up with another plan with Tang San. Bai Yi countered, we have come this far. It is simply unacceptable to fail because of the two of us. That is not an option, Lazy exclaimed. We must all leave together. Now is not the time for rashness. Tang San firmly supported Bai Yi. The reality is we cannot break the sorcery. Bai Yi and I cannot step outside. Yet you can carry the luminous pearl without issue. You should go ahead. Bai Yi and I will devise another solution. Tears glistened in Xiaoshan's eyes as Tang San reassured her, do not worry. Sorcery is merely a ritual. If we can break it, perhaps the sorcery will become obsolete. As hesitation lingered among them, time slipped away. Bai Yi urged, enough talk. You must find the exchange group. If we do not return by the time set, take the purple glow luminous pearl back home. I am confident that Shenwei will locate you and inform you of the next steps. Qi Xie declared, I will stay behind. You two have encountered the statues. Should something unexpected happen, we need someone to watch over you. That sounds reasonable. Bai Yi readily agreed. As the only option was to rely on Xiao Ning, Lazy, and Xiaoshan to escort the purple glowing night pearl outside, Bai Yi produced a box, explaining, I discovered its purpose later. When the purple glowing night pearl is placed inside, it completely conceals the emitted purple light. Xiao Ning placed the night pearl within the box and closed it, the violet radiance being absorbed within. Holding the box, Xiao Ning felt an unusual weight. Bai Yi urged, you must leave quickly. Last night's commotion has alerted the local inhabitants. Exercise caution upon your exit. Understood, Xiao Ning replied, securing the box without further delay. Qi Xie, I leave this to you. We shall take our leave. As Bai Yi watched the three depart, he exhaled in relief and turned to Qi Xie, stating, it appears we must return to the location of the statues to seek answers from the source. The trio retraced their steps to the site, where the two statues stood silently. Bai Yi cautioned Qi Xie to be wary of the statue's eyes, aware that his extensive knowledge of toxins granted him some insight into witchcraft. However, the intricacies of the Highland clan's sorcery remained elusive. Bai Yi forbade Qi Xie from touching the statues, opting instead to investigate alongside Tang San. It is imperative that we utilize a medium for the sorcery to manifest. These statues are the most likely conduit. Bai Yi pondered, what if we were to destroy them? Could that disrupt the sorcery? No. Remember, if they are destroyed, The entire mountain may tremble again, Tang San cautioned. Before we consider their destruction, we must find suitable replacements. You are quite right, Tang San, Bai Yi acknowledged. We need to locate stones of equivalent weight to suppress the mechanisms below. Xia promptly assisted in searching for appropriate stones, which were carefully handed to Bai Yi and Tang San to replace the statues. They cautiously extracted the two statues, and everyone breathed a sigh of relief as the statues now lay motionless on the ground, their four eyes continuously fixed upon the group. Chapter 478. Breaking the curse, shall we smash them? Xia inquired. What consequences could that entail, Bai Yi? What do you think? It matters not. Remaining immobilized as we are will not hasten our escape. This is not the opposite shore where we can depart at will, Bai Yi retorted. We must exert every effort to reunite with the exchange group. With a determined plan, Bai Yi lifted a stone and hurled it at the statue. Sparks flying as the rock struck, yet no dent was visible. Bai Yi, if these statues are indeed the medium of sorcery, mere brute force will be ineffective. Tang San remarked. I suggest we explore alternative methods. What do you propose? Bai Yi asked. After several attempts, he realized Tang San's words held truth. If these two statues serve as mediums, why not combat poison with poison? Tang San suggested. Using one statue to collide with the other, we might uncover its effects. What a remarkable feat by Tang San Cheng. How could I have overlooked such an idea? The seven evils, observing from the sidelines, silently commended him. Indeed, to combat poison with poison, Bai Yi and Tang San Cheng joined forces to lift one of the stone statues, channeling all their might to strike it against another. The two statues collided with a thunderous sound that echoed through the cave, prompting Tang San Cheng to clasp his hands over his ears. The reverberation created a series of echoes within the cavern. Upon inspecting the statues, Bai Yi promptly delivered a punch to Tang San Cheng, exclaiming, "You truly are something else. You've effectively employed poison against poison. Did you see? One has already been chipped away." The shoulder of one statue had indeed crumbled, revealing an unusual hue within, which did not resemble ordinary stone. Bai Yi crouched down, intrigued. How peculiar. The color of the interior stone is entirely different. Tang San Cheng discerned. The incantation has manifested into a tangible form. Manifested into a tangible form? Bai Yi queried, perplexed. Back at the pseudo-qin tomb, I understood how to channel the incantation into power, creating an invisible wall brimming with force, but how can it materialize? Perhaps it is a unique power of the Highland tribe's sorcery, Tang San Cheng responded. Achieving this is exceedingly challenging. We have merely shattered the outer stone shell. The true essence lies within, where the incantation has taken form. Tang San Cheng appeared somewhat troubled. As the saying goes, different trades are like different mountains. The Highland tribe's sorcery seemed akin to Taoist practices, yet their origins diverged. To dismantle the entity formed by the incantation, would Taoist spells suffice? Tang San Cheng cradled his head in thought, unable to conceive a solution. Bai Yi and the seven evils were equally helpless. If brute force were an option, they might have fared better, but now they were confronted with supernatural powers, relying solely on Tang San Cheng. Kneeling before the two statues, Tang San Cheng gazed at the green stone emanating from within. This green was not the inherent color of the stone, but rather a manifestation of the incantation. He attempted to utilize the golden light incantation to dispel the Highland tribe's enigmatic sorcery. However, it became evident that disparate forces struggled to influence one another. Tang San Cheng, regaining his composure, shook his head. As expected, it remains futile. I have done my utmost. Suddenly, Bai Yi erupted into laughter. Who would have thought that after our travels across the land, we would ultimately find ourselves here? Tang San Cheng, do you recall when I first abducted you? How could I forget? You barged in at the dead of night and whisked me away without a moment's notice, leading me to this very place. Tang San Cheng plopped down onto the ground. Ah, it's all fate. The two of them reminisced about the past. The seven evils interjected. What is going on with you two? Are you preparing to give up? It's not about giving up, merely taking a moment to rest. Tang San Cheng clarified. Seven evils, don't be so serious. We have no leads at present. We just wish to relax and seek new methods. It was indeed a rather unconventional way to unwind. The seven evils' heart raced, thinking they were on the verge of despair. He managed a wry smile, realizing that Bai Yi and Tang San Cheng, once unfettered, were utterly unpredictable. Bai Yi was somewhat composed, but to witness Tang San Cheng adopting this demeanor was utterly astonishing. Bai Yi and Tang San Cheng were engrossed in reminiscing about past events, their conversation growing increasingly animated. Seizing the opportunity, they diligently organized the recent clues they had acquired. As for Li Qiao, while he spoke with a mix of truth and falsehood, the historical grievances between their two clans must surely be authentic, as there would be no reason to fabricate such narratives. The term witch doctor emerged as a pivotal keyword. This was a forbidden realm designated for witch doctors, undoubtedly linked to the sorcery they practiced. Bai Yi pondered, was not the ancestor of Fuyu also a witch? Tang San Cheng, filled with excitement, inquired. Do you recall the witch lineage? Of course, every clue within it is etched in my memory, Bai Yi replied, momentarily pausing. Indeed, Fuyu's ancestor was not only a witch, but also served as a witch doctor prior to the reign of Emperor Qin Shi Huang. However, her methods involved the use of poison, which seems quite distinct from the sorcery practiced here. Although both are witch doctors, their methods vary significantly. Bai Yi, think again. Are there any other clues of greater value? Tang San Cheng felt this was their last glimmer of hope. When Fuyu was bestowed with divine insight, she gained a multitude of information, all stemming from her ancestors. Surely, these would be reflected in the witch lineage. I never expected to find myself in such a position, Bai Yi remarked with a wry smile. Usually, I play the role of the one leading the charge. All right, let me ponder further. The information mentioned in the witch lineage is abundant, yet the sections concerning sorcery are rather limited. After taking a sip of water, Bai Yi began to circle within this constrained space, and after a considerable pause, his eyes brightened. Tang San Cheng, have you heard of the curse-breaking technique? Of course, Tang San Cheng replied. Why do you bring up the curse-breaking art? Bai Yi explained. It mentions methods for breaking curses, and one particular phrase captured my attention. The witch lineage states that the most applicable method for breaking curses is the method of sorcery. Tang San Cheng, pay close attention. What is mentioned is the most applicable. And the curse-breaking technique is indeed a form of sorcery. What is the method for breaking it? Tang San Cheng asked. Bai Yi elaborated. It suggests utilizing Buddhist scriptures or Taoist texts. One must silently chant in their heart. Inhale, guiding the vital energy from the lower dantian to the center of the forehead. Then exhale, directing this energy towards the sun. If it is night, then towards the moon. Connect with the sun or moon. Initially, if one cannot achieve this, they can visualize this energy being directed towards the sun. Inhale, drawing the solar energy to the forehead. Exhale, sinking this solar energy into the lower dantian. Inhale again, elevating the dantian's energy towards the afflicted area. For instance, if it is the head, direct it there. Exhale, using this energy to expel the affliction from the body. Repeat this cycle for 10 minutes, concluding with a gathering of energy, palms together, ensuring the thumbs do not point towards oneself. Guiding the body's energy from the crown to the bubbling spring point at the soles of the feet.